20 minutes later, Shen Hanjing finished his shower and came to the living room, only to find that Huamian had already healed the man's face. The two were sitting on the sofa, chatting warmly. The woman's face was bright with a cheerful smile. Shen Hanjing frowned slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting in a faint, mocking smile.
The treatment was really fast.
He had to threaten and persuade to get treatment, but he was so eager and proactive when treating other men. The difference was very obvious. Sensing the change, the woman looked over, and their eyes met. Huamian's smile instantly disappeared. Her fair fingers clenched her clothes, and her face showed nervousness. Shen Hanjing frowned slightly. He hadn't done anything to scare her that much. She had dared to flip him off before, and just now she sprayed him with something, then wrongly blamed him. Thinking of this, Shen Hanjing felt a bit annoyed. He casually walked over and sat beside Huamian. When he saw her body tense up, as if she was about to get up and run away, he leaned on the sofa and looked at her with his sharp eyes. "Am I that scary?" Huamian shook her head mechanically, forcing a stiff smile. Mr. Shen is so handsome and confident. How could he be scary? Inside, she couldn't help but think that this man had no self-awareness at all. Hu Xiaochen saw the awkward atmosphere and quickly moved from the other side of the sofa to Shen Hanjing, handing him 2 gray crystal cores. "Mr. Shen, these are second-level zombie crystal cores. About the purifier you mentioned earlier." He stopped halfway, but enough for everyone to understand what he meant. Shen Hanjing looked away from Huamian and took the crystal cores with his slender, clear hands. He looked down briefly, then stood up and walked to an open space nearby. With a wave of his right hand, a small machine suddenly appeared in the living room. Huamian and the others quickly moved closer, curious. The machine was silver gray, about 1 meter tall, roughly 60 centimeters long and wide, with a boxy shape. On top was a large funnel, and at the bottom, there were 2 outlets. Hu Xiaochen stared at the machine with bright eyes and asked hurriedly, "What is this machine?" Shen Hanjing's voice was cold as usual. "Crystal core purifier." After saying that, he pressed the power button and a red indicator light turned on. He threw the 2 crystal cores into the funnel. Soon, the cores came out from 2 holes at the bottom, and he caught them. The purified crystal cores were the same size, but their color had turned transparent. Huamian kept staring at the crystal core in the man's hand without blinking, her eyes full of curiosity. When Qi saw this and seemed to remember something, he took out a transparent crystal core from his space and handed it to her. "Xiaomian, this is the crystal core taken from the zombie you killed earlier at the service area. Now it's returned to its owner." Huamian paused, then turned to look at Wen Qi beside her, noticing his sincere expression. She thought for a moment, reached out, and took the crystal core, carefully examining it in her palm. The transparent crystal core was about the size of a pigeon egg, smooth on the outside, with an irregular, multifaceted shape, emitting a mysterious, faint glow. She looked up at the man diagonally opposite and asked, "Mr. Shen, do these transparent crystal cores need to be purified?" Shen Hanjing met her gaze and slightly curved his lips. "What do you think?" Huamian saw that he still seemed to be upset about what happened earlier. She pursed her lips and looked down, avoiding his eyes. This man was quite vengeful. Shen Hanjing saw her lowering her head and said coldly, "There are some impurities inside the transparent crystal core. If directly absorbed, the psychic might not only be harmed by energy backlash, but also find it very difficult to upgrade later." Hu Xiaochen's face instantly turned very grim when he heard this. When Qi, thinking of something, asked anxiously, "Mr. Shen, since the crystal core has been absorbed without purification, is there any way to fix this?" Shen Hanjing didn't answer his question directly, but focused his gaze on Huamian. Hu Xiaochen and Wen Qi looked in the same direction. Huamian noticed they had quieted down and unconsciously looked up, only to meet 3 pairs of eyes staring at her. She felt a bit overwhelmed. What do I need to do?" Hu Xiaochen turned to Shen Hanjing, with a hint of hope in his eyes. "Mr. Shen, can healing abilities solve this problem?" Shen Hanjing glanced at him and casually threw 2 purified crystal cores to him, speaking slowly. "Once Huamian's ability reaches level 1, she can use her healing power to purify the violent energy inside the crystal core. Hua Xiaochen caught the crystal cores and, upon hearing this conclusion, his eyes lit up with a hint of relief. He strode over to Huamian and handed her the 2 crystal cores. Xiaomian, you should absorb these 2 crystal cores. Huamian quickly waved her hand. Captain, this is too precious. I already have a crystal core. That's enough. Seeing her refuse, Xiaochen forcibly pressed the crystal core into her hand.
Keep it.
I'm still waiting for your treatment. Worried she might refuse again, he explained, one of these crystal cores is a thank you gift from Bai Yunxiao. He's Xiao Ning's brother. You saved him at the hospital yesterday. Huamian was stunned. Zhang Wanhua had said that Bai Ningrong's brother died early in the apocalypse, and Bai Ningrong returned to the central base without seeing him again. So, by a twist of fate, she had saved the heroine's brother. Thinking of this, she accepted the 2 crystal cores. Xiao Chun then purified the level 1 crystal core she was holding. Shun Hanjing saw Huamian playing with the crystal cores in her hands, her delicate face showing a hidden joy. He turned to Xiao Chun. Send the machine to the military factory for mass production, he said confidently. Xiao Chun nodded, not minding his tone. Understood, Mr. Shin. He reached out to touch the purifier and stored it in his space. If there's nothing else, Wen Qi and I will go busy ourselves. Shin Hanjing responded calmly. Huamian watched Xiao Chun and Wen Qi leave, then turned to go back to her room for a nap. Suddenly, she noticed a man standing behind her. She was startled and took 2 steps back, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Realizing this, Huamian forced a fake smile. Mr. Shin, is there anything else? Shin Hanjing looked at her smile, his tone slightly disdainful. Your smile looks terrible. Her smile froze instantly, and she quickly returned to a calm expression, about to ask what he wanted. Suddenly, his voice rang out. I'm still hungry. Huamian looked embarrassed and turned her head toward the dining room. It was empty. Aunt Li had cleared the table, and everyone had gone to rest in the backyard. She thought for a moment, then offered a sweet smile. What would you like to eat? I'll cook for you. If it's not good enough, I hope you won't mind. Shan Hanjing listened to her polite words and felt that she definitely didn't respect him deep down. It seemed he remembered something. His eyebrows lifted slightly. Just make your best dish. Huamian nodded. Please wait in the living room. I'll go prepare right away. After speaking, she lifted her leg and headed toward the kitchen. Shun Hanjing watched her back, a slight look of surprise on his face. 40 minutes later, Huamian brought a plate of dongpa pork, shredded fish and chili sauce, and sweet and sour ribs to the table. Over the past few days, she noticed that Shin only seemed interested in meat. Vegetables didn't seem to be part of his diet. Shun Hanjing sat at the table, smelling the delicious aroma in the air, a hint of surprise flashing in his narrow eyes. He picked up a piece of dongpa pork, put it in his mouth, and chewed gently. The tender, soft texture pleased his taste buds. After eating a few pieces, he caught a glimpse of the woman sitting across from him, staring at him. It seemed she was waiting for praise. Shun Hanjing's phoenix-shaped eyes flickered with a mischievous glint. Do I look good? Huamian paused slightly, then stiffened, forcing a fake smile. Of course you look good. Shun Hanjing snorted softly. If you don't want to smile, don't. It looks bad. His tone seemed to carry a hint of seriousness. This was the second time Huamian had heard him say that. She quickly suppressed her smile and silently cursed him 100 times in her heart. At night, Huamian sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the 3 crystal cores in her hand. After a moment of thought, she placed a second-order crystal core beside her. She took a deep breath, holding 1 crystal core in each hand, slowly closed her eyes, and began to channel her mental energy into the first-order crystal core. In an instant, a surge of energy burst from the core, flowing through her palms into her body. A sharp pain struck her. Huamian clenched the sheets tightly, guiding the energy carefully into her power core. After a while, the energy in the first-order core was exhausted, but her power barrier remained intact, showing no signs of breaking through. She then extended her mental focus into the second-order crystal core. A much larger wave of energy flooded into her body instantly. She gritted her teeth and guided the energy, causing the barrier to grow thinner and thinner. A faint sound echoed in her mind. She officially became a first-level healing power user. Hwamion slowly opened her eyes, a hint of joy on her face. But when she saw the two crystal cores shattered into pieces, staining the sheets with dirt, her happiness instantly disappeared. She got out of bed and searched the closet but couldn't find any spare sheets. Frowning, she looked at the bed with a headache. After hesitating for a moment, she left the room and stood in front of Mr. Shin's door. She raised her hand to knock but suddenly remembered the scene of Mr. her falling to the ground. Hwamion looked at her watch. It was almost 11:55 p.m. She thought for a moment but lacked the courage. Just as she was about to turn back to her room, the door suddenly opened. A man frowned at her. "What's the matter?" His tone seemed a bit cold. Hwamion shrank back at his words and offered a shy smile. Mr. Shin, do you have any bedding in your space? Could I borrow some? He looked at her briefly, silent for a moment, then said, "Show me the way." Hwamion thought she had heard wrong, but she quickly understood.
Oh.
Okay. She turned around and led him toward the room. As soon as Shun Hanjing stepped inside, he saw that the pink bedsheet was dirty and stained. Before Hwamion could say anything, he raised his hand, and the entire bed instantly disappeared. In its place, a large black bed appeared. Hwamion looked at the bed, which was exactly the same as the one in the man's room, with all black bedding. Mr. Shin, do you have anything else? Shun Hanjung glanced at her, expressionless, interrupting her before she finished. Seeing her unhappy face, he coldly suggested, "You can choose to sleep on the floor." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left the room. Hwamion felt a lump in her throat. She couldn't help but glare at him silently, then went forward and locked the door. Feeling sleepy, she climbed onto the bed. As soon as she lay down, she realized how soft and comfortable it was. The next morning, while eating breakfast, Bai Ningrong suddenly pushed the door open. Hwamion saw her and immediately put down her chopsticks, her face full of surprise as she ran over and hugged her. "Ningrong, why are you here? Have you eaten breakfast? Want to join me?" Bai Ningrong looked at Hwamion's enthusiastic expression and was momentarily stunned. It had only been a few days since they last saw each other, but Hwamion seemed to have changed a lot. She shook her head. "Not yet. Then eat with me," Hwamion said warmly. She took Bai Ningrong's hand and led her to the dining room. When they reached the table, Bai Ningrong politely greeted, "Mr. Shin, hello." Shun Hanjing looked at her and nodded slightly. White Ningrong had just sat down when Hwamion served a bowl of lean meat porridge in front of her. "Ningrong, this meat porridge is good. Try it." White Ningrong instinctively took a spoonful and put it in her mouth. After chewing a few times, her almond-shaped eyes curved slightly. "It's very tasty." Shun Hanjun glanced at the unfamiliar girl's face, then looked at Hwamion's happy expression. Unlike the fake smile she showed when facing him, her current smile reached her eyes, and her eyebrows showed genuine happiness. Hao Xiaochen and the guards were chatting in the yard. After a while, they entered and saw White Ningrong sitting at the dining table drinking porridge, talking happily with Hwamion. He smiled and walked over. "What are you guys talking about? You look so happy." White Ningrong explained, "We're talking about the last mission we did together." Hwamion suddenly chimed in, "Captain, when are you going on your next mission?" "I want to go with you." Hao Xiaochen looked at Shun Hanjung, feeling a bit awkward. He really wanted Hwamion to go, but Shun Hanjung didn't allow it, so he couldn't do anything. Hwamion looked at Shun Hanjung, who was eating a bun with a blank expression, seeming indifferent to their conversation. Noticing the strange atmosphere, White Ningrong quickly changed the subject. "Xiaomion, thank you for saving my brother." Her eyes were full of gratitude. Hwamion smiled. "We're friends. Saving your brother was just what we should do." White Ningrong's eyes sparkled with a smile. "Xiaomion, my mom wants to invite you over tonight. She'll cook some delicious food to treat you. Please don't refuse." Hwamion was slightly surprised but then smiled and said, "Annie, you're too kind. I'll definitely come." Cough cough. How Xiaochen coughed twice and gave Whitening Rong a look. She immediately understood and looked at Shen Hanzheng, speaking seriously. Mr. Shen, thanks to the off-road vehicle you modified last time, we were able to return safely. To thank you, we've prepared a table of good food tonight. We hope you can join us and come to my house. Shen Hanzheng looked into the eyes of the three and caught the hopeful look in Huamian's eyes. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. Whitening Rong thought she had heard wrong. How Xiaochen said that this person likes staying at home, right? After regaining her senses, Bai Ningrong forced a stiff smile and said, "It's settled then. Tonight, I'll ask Xiaochen to come pick you up." Xiaochen looked a bit confused. Why does Shen Hanzheng seem especially easy to talk to today? Huamian glanced suspiciously at Shen Hanzheng, secretly thinking, Bai Ningrong truly is the heroine. Her words carry weight. But could the Shun guy be up to something sneaky? After breakfast, Huamian transferred some of her special energy to Xiaochen, helping to fix the hidden issues with his energy core. Xiaochen seemed busy and didn't stay long before leaving quickly with Bai Ningrong. Huamian watched the quiet living room, feeling strangely lonely. She caught a glimpse of Shen Hanzheng heading upstairs and hurriedly said, I want to go out for a walk. Can you arrange something? Shen Hanzheng looked at her silently. Just as Huamian thought he would refuse, the man slowly said, Let Liu come with you. Huamian's face lit up with a bright smile, her tone cheerful. Got it. Seeing her happy expression, Shen Hanzheng's lips unconsciously curled up, feeling unexpectedly pleased. Then he went upstairs. Huamian went to the security booth, asked the guard to inform Liu, then changed into a light outfit and waited in the yard. 5 minutes later, Liu arrived in his car. Huamian opened the passenger door and got in. Liu turned to look at her with a questioning look in his eyes. Xiaomian, where do you want to go? Huamian thought for a moment and asked curiously, where do people usually go to accept and deliver missions? Liu seemed surprised by her question, paused, then replied, at the business building. It's near the base entrance. There's also a flea market next door. Do you want to go? Huamian nodded. Let's take a look. Liu didn't argue and simply said, okay. He turned the car around and headed toward the base gate. 10 minutes later, Huamian looked at the busy crowd in front of the business building, bustling like a busy shopping street, with noisy chatter. She could faintly hear the shouts from the flea market next door. If she didn't see some people wearing stained clothes, she almost thought she had returned to before the end of the world. As soon as Huamian stepped into the first floor lobby, her eyes were immediately drawn to the large electronic screens on all 4 walls. The screens displayed a variety of tasks scrolling rapidly, making it a bit overwhelming to look at. People gathered around the screens, eager to receive their tasks, and there were urgent conversations happening nearby. This floor only shows the available tasks. If someone wants to accept a task, they need to go to the corresponding floor to register. Huamian looked at the screen and casually glanced at a few tasks, such as going out to gather supplies, helping build the base's walls, planting in the greenhouse, water purification, power station maintenance, and searching for someone outside. Liu saw her staring at the screen and casually said, these tasks are mainly for most ordinary people. Most mutants join the military and follow their orders. Only when the military is short-handed do they release extra tasks to others. Huamian heard this and lost interest in the tasks on the screen. Let's go to the flea market next door. Liu nodded and followed her out of the office building. They walked less than 200 meters, and a large outdoor flea market appeared before them. Huamian approached and saw that the items at the stalls were a mix of new and old, with varying quality. The most popular stall was selling grains. The vendor displayed the grains and called out a few words. Soon, people nearby gathered around, and within 2 minutes, all the grains were sold out. The least popular items included gold jewelry, designer bags, cosmetics, and similar valuables. Before the apocalypse, these things were worth a lot, but after, they became almost worthless. The prices were lower than clothes, yet no one was interested. After walking for over an hour, Huamian bought many things she liked, including new bed sheets and blankets she wanted to replace, as well as some cute dolls and decorations. She also bought a few sets of skincare products. The vendor was very friendly and even gave her a makeup set as a gift. Just as she was about to move to the next stall, Liu suddenly stopped. Okay, I understand. I'll go back now. Humian turned to look at him and noticed he was wearing a small earpiece in his left ear, glowing blue. He was speaking seriously into it. Noticing her gaze, Liu turned to look at her and said seriously, Xiao Mian, the base leader needs to see me. I'll take you back to the villa first. Humian nodded understandingly. All right, let's go. After going shopping and buying many things, she felt very satisfied. Today, Mr. Shun was especially easy to talk to. I think in the future, if I want to go out as long as I report it in advance, he will probably agree. Liu drove her to the villa and hurriedly left. At 7 p.m., Xiao Chun hurried over in his car. The car drove along the wide road, and in less than 2 minutes, it stopped in front of a 2-story house. Humian got out of the car with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Bai Ningrong's house is quite close to where she lives. Xiao Chun suddenly spoke. Our Hua family, and by family our old friends. We've lived here since before the end of the world. He pointed to a nearby villa and said, That's my home. After speaking, he silently added in his mind, Xiao Mian, that's also your home. Humian looked in the direction he was pointing. The sky was dark, so she couldn't see clearly, but she could vaguely see 2 tall trees in the yard. She casually asked, Captain, those 2 trees in your yard look really tall.
What kind are they?
Xiao Chun explained gently, they are cypress and magnolia trees. After saying that, a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Seeing Shun Hanjing walk over to Humian, he said at the right moment, Let's go inside. Xiao Ning is waiting inside. Humian nodded and followed him at a relaxed pace. As soon as she stepped into the villa, Chao Kang's loud voice rang in her ears. Uncle Bai, you're too polite. Ningrong is one of us. Even if you didn't say anything, we would take care of her. Humian raised her eyebrows slightly, looked around, and found that all the team members were there. Chao Kang seemed to hear the noise at the door and turned to look. Then he casually walked over to her. Xiao Mian, it's been a few days. Do you miss us? Humian showed a genuine smile. Yes, I do miss you all. Bai Ningrong came over from an angle, holding her hand and speaking affectionately. Xiao Mian, we've been waiting for you. Come, sit down. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled Humian to an empty seat without waiting for her to respond. Xiao Mian, you sit first. I'll go see what's in the kitchen. Bai Ningrong patted Humian's shoulder and then left her seat. Bai Jingxiu saw Shen Hanzheng and immediately stood up, walking over with a polite smile. Mr. Shen, please have a seat. Shen Hanjing nodded slightly, noticing Wen Qi sitting beside Humian. He paused for a moment, then walked over and sat down next to Humian. Bai Jingxiu was momentarily stunned, then sat back in his original seat. Bai Ningrong brought the last dish to the table. Just as she was about to sit beside Humian, she found her seat was taken, so she had to sit in the last empty spot. Bai Jingxiu cheerfully said, Everyone start eating. Don't be polite, just like at home. Chao Kong happily responded, Uncle Bai, we won't be polite. We haven't had such a rich meal in days. Today, we can really enjoy ourselves. Bai Jingxiu smiled warmly and nodded. Eat well and drink happily, everyone. Then he turned to Shen Hanzheng and said, Today's preparations were a bit rushed. If there's anything not perfect in the hospitality, I hope Mr. Shen won't mind. Shen Hanjing tilted his head slightly and looked at him with a calm tone. It's okay. Bai Jingxiu's face stiffened a little, and he forced out a strained smile. Then please, Mr. Shen, eat more. Shen Hanjing nodded slightly and looked at Ho Mian. The girl was biting into a piece of meat, cheeks puffed out, her eyes slightly squinted, as if nothing could stop her from eating. A faint smile flickered in Shen Hanjing's usually indifferent eyes, as if watching her eat had made his appetite much better. Shen Hanjing withdrew his gaze, his slender hand holding chopsticks, picking up a piece of meat and slowly chewing. Ho Mian was chewing on a fish piece. Normally, she would think the food tasted good, but since tasting Aunt Lee's cooking, her palate had become picky, feeling these dishes lacked flavor. Suddenly, a peeled large shrimp appeared in her bowl. She turned her head to look. Wen Qi's gentle smile appeared. This shrimp tastes good. Try it, Ho Mian smiled and said, Thank you. Then she picked up her chopsticks, reciprocating politely, and took a chicken leg, placing it in his bowl. Wenqi, you should eat too. No need to peel shrimp just for me. Wenqi saw this and chuckled softly. Okay. Shen Hanjun caught a glimpse of their interaction. His hand paused while picking food but quickly returned to normal. However, his whole body emitted a low-pressure aura, as if the air around him had become thinner. Ho Mian noticed something was off. She turned to look at him, thinking he was unhappy with the food here, which was why he looked so cold. Seeing everyone become tense because of his gloomy mood, the atmosphere felt so heavy that people struggled to breathe. Hua Mian's eyes swept over the food and settled on a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, reminding her that he used to really like this dish. She picked up the shared chopsticks, took a few nicely presented ribs, and placed them on a small plate, then set the plate in front of him. Mr. Shen, these ribs are quite tasty. You should try some. Shen Hanjun paused suddenly with his rice chopsticks and turned to look at her. Seeing her shy but eager eyes, with a gentle smile on her delicate face, as if afraid he would be upset, Shen Hanjun's throat moved slightly, calming his imposing presence, then picked up a rib from the plate and took a bite. The frustration that had been bothering him suddenly disappeared, and the heavy atmosphere in the room gradually eased. Not bad. His eyes showed happiness, and as he finished speaking, the tense mood in the restaurant became more relaxed. After a while, Zhao Qiuhui suddenly spoke. Xiao Mian. Thank you for saving Yun Xiao. Auntie would like to toast you. Hua Mian quickly responded. Auntie, you're too kind. Ningrong is my friend, and this is what I should do. After saying that, she picked up the nearby glass of wine and took a sip. The slightly sweet taste spread through her mouth, and it was very delicious. She couldn't help but drink the wine in the glass all at once. Seeing this, Zhao Qiuhui advised, Xiao Mian, don't just focus on drinking. Eat more dishes. Come visit often, and Auntie will cook more delicious food for you. Hua Mian smiled and agreed. Sure. Everyone enjoyed the meal happily. Half an hour later, Hua Mian's face gradually turned red, and her eyes looked a bit dreamy. Bai Ningrong pointed at her and laughed. Haha, look at Xiao Mian. She only drank one glass of wine and is already tipsy. Hearing this, everyone looked at her and burst into laughter. Hua Mian felt her cheeks warm. When she heard everyone teasing her about her alcohol tolerance, she couldn't help but retort, I'm not drunk. I can still drink. As she reached out to take the wine bottle to pour more, someone beside her stopped her hand. Shen Hanjun held Hua Mian's small hand, preventing her from pouring more wine. Seeing she was quite drunk, he said calmly, I'll take her home. Everyone can go on as they wish. After speaking, Shen Hanjun stood up, grabbed Hua Mian's arm, and lifted her up. Hua Mian was suddenly pulled by him, stumbling forward and hitting her chest. Her nose immediately hurt, and her eyes filled with tears. She pouted and complained with a nasal voice. Ouch. It hurts. Shen Hanjun's body stiffened slightly. He looked down and saw her red nose, feeling a strange sense of guilt. People from Blue Star are too delicate. The girl was unsteady on her feet and needed him to hold her to stand firm. Shen Hanjun embraced her and half-carried her toward the door. When she saw this, and his eyes darkened. He watched their backs as they left, his hand unconsciously tightening on his chopsticks. When she could tell that Shen Hanjun was interested in Hua Mian, and he thought about the other person's identity. He couldn't just act for his own sake and ignore the future of Blue Star. Everyone saw this differently. Young Master Hui stood up. I'll take them back first. After saying that, he grabbed a tissue, wiped his mouth slowly, and then walked leisurely toward the door. As soon as he stepped out of the villa, he saw the car driving away. He looked at the car keys in his hand and the parked car, feeling a bit surprised. Then he turned and went back into the villa. Bai Ningrong looked at him with a surprised expression. Young Master Hui, did you forget something? Hua Hanjing shook his head. Mr. Shen drove himself back. When she stared at the cup Hua Mian had drunk from, lost in thought, unsure what he was thinking, Shen Hanjing parked the car steadily in the yard. He got out, circled around the front, opened the passenger door, and reached out to grab Hua Mian's arm, trying to get her to get out. but she was holding onto the seat tightly and refused to let go. Shun Hanjung couldn't help but raise his voice. Humian, get out of the car. Humian, feeling the effects of alcohol, felt dizzy and didn't want to walk. But then, the impatient voice of the man came again, and he reached out to grab her arm, trying to pull her out forcibly. She couldn't help but shout, "You cold-blooded guy, go away." After saying that, Humian made a funny face at him and stuck out her tongue. Shun Hanjung's face instantly darkened, and his voice was cold enough to freeze people. "What did you say?" He didn't expect to be seen in such a light by Humian. Shun Hanjung's phoenix eyes, shining with fire, looked directly at Humian as if to burn her. Thinking about the recent feelings of frustration, combined with drinking which made her braver, her anger suddenly exploded inside her. She shouted loudly, "You big coward! Are you deaf?" Shun Hanjung saw her glaring at him with a furious face, looking confident and bold. He was so angry that he smiled bitterly. With a little force, he grabbed her arm and pulled her off the car. Then he pressed her against the car, his long arms on both sides of her body, looking straight into her eyes. "Is this how you usually call me in your mind?" His voice carried a hint of danger, sounding sharp and intense. Humian's back pressed against the cold car, making her mind feel clearer for a moment, and her anger slightly subsided. But when she looked up again, she saw the man glaring at her with a furious face. Seeing this face, her anger rose again for no clear reason. Humian slightly lifted her chin, looked directly into his eyes, and confidently replied, "I don't even know your name, so what if I give you a nickname?" Shun Hanjung suddenly felt like a string in his mind snapped with a loud pop. They had been together for so long, yet she showed no curiosity about him, not even asking his name. And yet, he was strangely attracted to her. Shun Hanjung instinctively held onto the car, the metal shell beginning to dent under his force. Humian heard the bang-bang sounds of metal and saw the man looking like he was about to fight her to the death. Her scattered thoughts seemed to start coming back a little. She instinctively reached out and grabbed Shun Hanjung's arm, looking at him with a frightened expression. Feeling the warmth from her hand, he looked down and saw her scared face. He clenched his teeth, then slowly loosened his grip on the car. He looked into her eyes, a hint of frustration in his deep gaze, and said softly, "Shun Hanjung, high places are cold, strong and unyielding. Remember that." Humian nodded instinctively, her lips slightly parted. Shun Hanjung, her voice was soft and a little timid. Shun Hanjung held her hand, and his cold face softened a little. Seeing her obedient look, he couldn't help but say it again. Humian half opened her dreamy eyes, her voice soft and sweet. "Shun Hanjung." Feeling impatient with being pulled by the hand, she struggled to free herself, but was held tightly by the man. Shun Hanjung saw her stagger and try to break free from his hand, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. "Be honest. I'll take you back to your room to sleep." As he spoke, she obediently stopped struggling and no longer resisted. Shun Hanjung put the car into the space and saw that Humian was walking unsteadily. He directly picked her up horizontally and slowly walked toward the villa. Humian opened her eyes, raised her hand to rub her aching head, and slowly sat up in bed. She saw the floral blanket covering her and was instantly stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. How did she get back last night? She had no memory at all. The discomfort from a hangover hit her, and she couldn't help but frown. Then she instinctively used her special ability to activate in her mind. After a moment, the discomfort gradually faded. She slipped on her slippers and went to the bathroom to wash up. Shun Hanjung sat on the sofa in the living room, using his ability to compress and fold space, then integrating it into a rare metal in his hand. Next, he kept adding metal pieces to wrap the space and injected his space ability into it. Gradually, the internal space of the metal took shape, slowly expanding until it formed a stable extra-dimensional space. Feeling something, he turned his head to glance toward the room, a slight smile appearing on his lips. His mind replayed last night's scene, and a dark flicker crossed his eyes. His lips pressed tightly together, and he looked a bit distracted. After a while, Humian came into the living room. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Shun Hanjing sitting by the coffee table, leisurely drinking tea. She looked at her watch and saw it was already 9 a.m. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Usually, by this time, he would have gone upstairs to work. Why was he still here drinking tea? It seemed he noticed her gaze and turned to look at her. Their eyes met. Hwamian blinked her peach blossom eyes and instinctively offered a polite smile. "Good morning, Mr. Shin." Thinking that she would still need to work under him in the future, she decided to be friendly, hoping it would help her get some benefits. Hwamian saw him staring blankly at her, but not saying anything. She felt a bit awkward and quickly looked away, walking over to the dining table. She reached out, poured a glass of water, and took a few gentle sips. She looked around and saw the kitchen was empty. Aunt Lee was nowhere to be seen. She realized she had missed breakfast time. Hwamian walked straight to the fridge, planning to get some ingredients for a bowl of noodles. As her hand touched the tomatoes, a man's calm voice came from behind. "Come and have breakfast." She instinctively turned her head and saw the man sitting at the dining table. There were a few breakfast dishes on the table, steaming hot. She paused for a moment, closed the fridge door, and slowly sat down at the table. She looked up at the man, her eyes full of curiosity. "Mr. Shen, you haven't eaten breakfast either?" The man didn't answer her question. He reached out slowly and filled a bowl of shrimp congee, placing it in front of her. Hwamian looked at the congee, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Why was this man acting so strange, helping her serve the congee? She couldn't help but look up at him, trying to see something on his face. But he still had that expressionless look. After serving her the congee, he filled his own bowl and started eating calmly. When he seemed to notice her gaze, his deep, dark eyes suddenly fixed on her. Hwamian felt uncomfortable under his stare, as if he was planning something bad. She even hesitated to touch the congee in front of her. Shun Hanjing saw her looking down, looking uneasy. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask, "Do you think just looking at it will fill you up?" Her thoughts were pulled back by his deep voice. She forced a smile and replied, "Mr. Shun, you're joking." Hearing her address him like that, Shun Hanjing's brows furrowed slightly and his tone became firm. "Call me by my name from now on, Hwamian." Seeing her confused and hesitant expression, he immediately understood that she hadn't remembered his name. He sneered coldly, his handsome face darkening instantly. He clenched his teeth and stared at her fiercely. His voice sounded like he was extremely angry, coming out in a low, tense tone. Hwamian felt a shiver run down her spine when she heard his cold laugh. "Forget what happened last night." His tone rose slightly, carrying a dangerous edge. Hwamian quickly nodded nervously. "Sorry, I don't remember." She didn't dare ask if he was the one who brought her back yesterday, afraid of offending him. It seemed that as long as she didn't ask, he wouldn't bring up that matter again. Seeing her pretend to be innocent, Shun Hanjing's phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. "Shun Hanjing." He spoke slowly and clearly, pronouncing each word carefully. Hwamian looked at him blankly, not understanding what he suddenly meant. Seeing her confused expression, he repeated, "Shun Hanjing." After saying that, he glanced at her and said, "Call me by my name from now on." Hwamian quickly nodded when she understood his words. "Got it, Shun." Hanjing, seeing her stare directly at him with determined eyes, she obediently changed her way of addressing him. Shun Hanjing's cold face softened a little, and he focused on eating. Hwamian scooped up some porridge and ate slowly, occasionally glancing at him with curiosity about his behavior. Shun Hanjing noticed her gaze and looked back at her without changing his expression. When she immediately looked away like a startled rabbit, hurriedly pretending to be serious about eating, he was amused. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes showed a hint of happiness. The breakfast was spent in this strange yet delicate atmosphere. Hwamian stood up, about to clear the dishes, when Liu suddenly came in from outside and walked straight to Shun Hanjing. "Mr. Shin, we received news that a third-level zombie has appeared in the neighboring city T. It can command other lower-level zombies to fight together, and it is located in a densely populated residential area, making it difficult to use powerful weapons. The base leader hopes you can help and lead the ability users to T to eliminate that third-level zombie. Huamian was shocked upon hearing this. Currently, the highest level of ability users is only level 1. Last time, Hao Xiaochen struggled to deal with a level 2 zombie. This time, facing a third-level zombie without the use of powerful weapons, it's like sending herself to danger. She looked at Shen Hanzheng, who sat like an elder, expression unchanged, still maintaining his emotionless look. Seeing he was unresponsive, Liu turned to Huamian and said anxiously, "Xiao Mian, you should persuade Mr. Shen. This time, the Swift Shadow team will also go to tea." Shen Hanzheng did not answer her question. His dark eyes fixed on her. "Are you going?" Huamian heard this and her heart suddenly raced.
She didn't want to go.
That was a third-level zombie, and her special ability couldn't kill zombies. Going would just be sending herself to danger. Before Huamian could reply, Shen Hanzheng continued, "If you go, I will go too." He looked serious and not joking at all. Huamian was stunned and hesitated for a moment. Liu, standing nearby, couldn't hide his happiness. "Mr. Shen, do you really need to ask?" "Of course Xiao Mian will go. She's part of the Swift Shadow team." After saying that, he turned to look at Huamian with confidence. "Right, Xiao Mian." Huamian bit her lip. Under Liu's hopeful gaze, she nodded gently. "Yes, I will go." Shen Hanjing looked at her, seeming unaware of her reluctance. He simply said, "Let's go." Then he stood up and headed toward the villa's front door. Huamian watched his tall figure and slowly followed behind. In the office building's conference room, Hu Qingshan was discussing plans with others to deal with the third-level zombie in T-City. The atmosphere was tense. "Old Huer, do you think Xiaoshen will agree to help?" Zhong Weimin, the deputy head of the central base, asked worriedly. Hu Qingshan shook his head. "I don't know either. He had only heard that Shen Hanjing visited the Bai family last night, so he wanted to try and persuade him to help." Since Shen Hanjing usually stayed in his villa and only sent people to ask when something came up, Hu Qingshan sighed and said helplessly, "The third-level zombie is very strong. We can only hope he agrees. If not, then base leader Mr. Shen is here." A guard suddenly entered the conference room, interrupting him. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Hu Qingshan saw Shen Hanjing walk in. He was pleased and was about to go forward, but then he saw Huamian following behind him. His steps paused. Zhong Weimin patted his shoulder from behind. "Old Hua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and talk to Mr. Shan about the situation in T-City so we can decide on a plan." Hu Qingshan regained his senses and spoke seriously. "Xiaoshen, this time you will lead the team to T-City. The Special Abilities Squad will follow your command. If you need weapons, just let us know, and we will try to provide them." Shen Hanjing nodded slightly, speaking calmly. "We'll follow the plan you previously arranged." "I'll just go along." Zhong Weiguo's face lit up with joy. "Xiaoshen, since the decision is made, let's leave early. Xiao Chun and the others are gathering at the affairs building. I'll have someone take you there." Shen Hanjing responded with an about to turn and leave. Suddenly, Hu Qingshan on the opposite side spoke. "Xiao Mian should stay at the base. She isn't strong enough, and we don't want everyone to overlook her. No need." "She'll come with me," Shen Hanjing said firmly. Hu Qingshan thought for a moment. Considering his own strength was solid, and with him watching over her, Xiao Mian's safety should be assured. He nodded in agreement with Shen Hanjing's plan. In front of the affairs building, Hu Xiaochen turned his head to Wang Rue and asked, "Has everyone received their weapons and ammunition?" Wang Rue replied seriously, "Yes, everything has been distributed." Hu Xiaochen nodded, his face serious. This time, to deal with the third-level zombies, the base arranged 20 special ability users to go on a cleanup mission. But until now, they hadn't decided which plan to follow. Su Kaiyong suddenly approached him, excited as he said, "Captain, the base leader told us to wait here for Mr. Shen." Hu Xiaochen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and muttered, "Why would he come?" While he was thinking, a modified off-road vehicle drove toward them. As the brakes squealed, the car stopped steadily a few meters away. Liu got out of the driver's seat and approached Hu Xiaochen, conveying Hu Qingshan's instructions. asking the Special Abilities Squad to obey Shun Hanjing's orders. Xiao Mian looked out the car window and immediately saw the members of the Swift Shadow Squad. She pushed the car door open and walked straight toward them. Bai Ningrong seemed to notice the movement and turned her head to look. Seeing Xiao Mian, a flash of surprise crossed her face. Xiao Mian, are you coming on this mission with us? Bai Ningrong asked, recalling that Su Kaiyang had mentioned Shin Hanjung would go to T-City with them. Seeing Xiao Mian now, she couldn't help but ask. Hua Mian nodded and asked, yes, Ningrong, which vehicle are you taking? Bai Ningrong pointed to the frontmost car and explained, the Swift Shadow team will lead the way. This time, everyone is using new off-road vehicles. Hua Mian smiled and said, Ningrong, let's ride in the same car. We can chat on the way. Just as Bai Ningrong was about to agree, she suddenly sensed a cold gaze directed at her. She looked up and met Shun Hanjing's indifferent eyes, which seemed to carry a warning. Bai Ningrong's body stiffened instantly. Thinking about last night, a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. She quickly looked away and turned to Hua Mian, pretending to be helpless as she said, Xiao Mian, you're late. That car is already full. Hua Mian's eyes showed a clear disappointment upon hearing this. Bai Ningrong's eyes flickered slightly, and she comforted her. Xiao Mian, sitting with Mr. Shen is pretty good. The space is much bigger. Hua Mian listened but didn't show much change in her mood. Seeing this, Bai Ningrong quickly changed the subject to other things at the base to distract her. Hua Xiaochen walked over to the off-road vehicle, his sharp eyes filled with curiosity. Mr. Shen, do you have any requirements for the trip? Shen Hanjing glanced at him and casually said, arrange a driver. Also, find someone to organize and report the details clearly. Hua Xiaochen nodded and went to make arrangements. After a short while, everyone got into their vehicles. The convoy started moving, with Hua Xiaochen's car leading. Hua Mian's vehicle followed closely behind, and 4 cars slowly headed toward the base gate. Since Li Yu was an ordinary person, he didn't participate in this operation. Therefore, the driver was replaced by Xie Liqing, and Su Kaiyang sat in the front passenger seat, responsible for briefing Shun Hanjung on T-City. Mr. Shen, we need to go to the residential area, where people frequently come and go, and the third stage zombies are inside the shopping mall building. He handed Shin Hanjing a paper map, which clearly marked all areas of T-City, including streets, buildings, and landmarks. Shin Hanjing took the map, glanced at it, and focused on the key areas. Based on reports from the speed ability users, there are quite a few first and second stage zombies under the third stage zombies. Due to the distance, we haven't been able to determine the exact number. Shin Hanjing nodded, memorizing the location on the map, then stored it in his space. He turned to look at Hua Mian and said, treat me. Hua Mian leaned against the car window, curious as she looked at the scenery outside the base. Shin Hanjing suddenly spoke, asking her to treat him. She paused for a moment, then remembered she hadn't treated him yet today. Hua Mian looked away, turned to face Shin Hanjing, and raised her hand to get close to his head. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. Startled, Hua Mian looked at him with confused eyes, not understanding what he was doing. His grip was firm but gentle, warm to the touch. Hua Mian instinctively tried to pull away. But his strength was just right, neither too tight nor too loose, making it impossible for her to break free. She was about to ask him what was going on when Shin Hanjing said calmly, this way, the energy transfer will work. Hua Mian frowned slightly and said softly, sorry, I'm not used to physical contact. Let's do the treatment the usual way. Shin Hanjing looked calm and said softly, your way of treating always makes me feel like you're about to slap me. Hua Mian was stunned. After a moment, she clenched her teeth, annoyed that he still remembered their past conflict. It was better when he didn't bring it up. But once he did, she felt like slapping him to settle the score. She hadn't even touched his hair that day, yet he scolded her instead. He was tall but had a small-minded attitude. Thinking of this, a trace of dissatisfaction and disgust appeared in Hua Mian's eyes. She couldn't help but retort, last time I treated you, I didn't see you have any objections. Shin Hanjing saw her disgust in her eyes and felt a strange pain in his heart, his expression stiffening. It was as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe, and his breathing grew heavier. Realizing that Humian might be recalling their unpleasant first meeting, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. His voice softened unconsciously. Back then, your energy hadn't upgraded yet. Not getting close to the source of the illness would reduce the treatment's effectiveness. Humian listened to his explanation, but her anger didn't fade. Instead, she felt even more upset. What Shun Hanzeng said sounded like she was being unreasonable. Huamian clenched her teeth, turned her head away to avoid looking at him, and quickly used her special ability to send energy into his body through her palm. After 2 minutes, noticing that her energy was only 1/3 full, she immediately stopped. She then pulled her hand back firmly, and this time, he didn't cling to her hand. Huamian stood up and quickly moved from the aisle to the back seat. She really didn't want to be too close to someone who made her angry. Shun Hanjing saw her leave like she was avoiding a plague, and a dark flicker crossed his deep eyes. He was emitting a low-pressure aura, as if even the air around him had been drained, making the atmosphere inside the car suddenly heavy and dull. Xie Liqing looked at Shun Hanjing's cold face in the rearview mirror, thinking that Huamian's recent actions had upset him. His puppy eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled politely, saying, "Mr. Shin, don't be angry with little Mian. She just isn't used to physical contact and is acting a bit stubborn." Su Kaiyong also tried to mediate. Little Mian is still young and not very mature. "I hope Mr. Shin won't take it to heart." Shin Hanjung, hearing their words, instinctively looked up at the rearview mirror and saw her face showing clear disgust. In that instant, he felt as if his throat was being squeezed, his breathing became irregular, and his chest felt tight and uncomfortable. A trace of panic appeared on his face, then he grew grim, and his sharp eyes shot coldly toward the two in the front. "Do I need your help to mind my business?" His voice was cold, and his face looked as dark as ink. Huamian saw him vent his anger on others and was instantly furious, grinding her teeth. She endured her anger and said, "Don't get angry at innocent people. If I upset you, I apologize. I hope, for the sake of the treatment I gave you, you won't hold it against me." Shun Hanjing suddenly stiffened, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. He paused silently, then turned his head to look at Huamian. His cold aura gradually softened. "I'm not angry with you. It's just that they are talking nonsense, making me seem narrow-minded. Do I even have the right to speak?" He was just a little annoyed with himself. Huamian was stunned. She didn't expect Shun Hanjing to act like this. Seeing him stare straight at her, with what seemed like a hint of grievance in his eyes, she thought she was seeing things. This man was so proud he could reach the sky. What was there to feel wronged about? She pursed her lips, about to say something, when suddenly Xie Liqing's voice came from ahead. "Mr. Shin, sorry, we misunderstood. We were just worried that little Mian wasn't doing well with you, so we couldn't help but speak up." Su Kaiyong observed the two people in the back seat through the rearview mirror. When Shun Hanjing heard Xie Liqing's words, his body suddenly stiffened. Then he immediately clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. Su Kaiyong's eyes flickered slightly. Thinking about Shun Hanjing's sudden softening attitude just now, his round face looked thoughtful. It seemed he had discovered something important. Shun Hanjing appeared to care about Huamian's feelings. "Mr. Shin, honestly, when you have that serious look, you really seem angry. Little Mian is gentle, and we were just worried she might get hurt. That's why we misunderstood you." Seeing Xie Liqing acting like a fool, stabbing at others with words, Su Kaiyong couldn't help but remind him, "Don't talk while you're driving. Focus." Xie Liqing was about to argue when he caught a glimpse of a zombie suddenly rushing out from the roadside, seemingly trying to block their car. He slammed on the accelerator and drove the car toward the zombie. The scene he imagined, zombie being hit and flying away, did not happen. Instead, the zombie kicked off with its foot, quickly jumped onto the car's hood, and sprawled across the windshield, gnawing the glass with its mouth wide open. Xie Liqing was startled by this sudden situation. His hands trembled on the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve into an S shape. He hurriedly stepped on the brake, and with a screech, the car stopped abruptly. Huamian, who had been angry earlier, forgot to fasten her seatbelt. She was leaning this way and that, then suddenly crashed forward into the seat in front. Shen Hanzheng was about to use his supernatural power to steady her, but for some reason, he stood up, reaching out with one hand to grab her shoulder and with the other hand to block in front of the seat. Huamian closed her eyes. When she felt her right shoulder being grabbed, she then felt her forehead hit the broad palm of his hand. She heard a puff sound. Realizing what had happened, she saw that his hand was pressed against her forehead, acting as a cushion, and she had hit the seat. Her heart was a bit complicated. She didn't expect him to have a hint of human warmth. Shen Hanjing supported her shoulder with one hand, gently pushing her away from the seat, and asked in a low, hoarse voice, "Are you okay?" Huamian straightened her body with his help, shook her head lightly, and looked up at him. "I'm fine, thank you." Shen Hanjing withdrew his hand at the right moment. Seeing that she was still a bit shaken, he calmly advised, "Fasten your seatbelt." Huamian quickly reached out, pulled the seatbelt out, and buckled it. Xia Liqing covered his chest and looked at the zombie with its bright red eyes. He loudly said, "Wow, it's just a first-level zombie." "It scared me." Su Kaiyang couldn't help but complain. "I just told you to focus on driving, but you still made a mistake. Hurry up and get out of the car to deal with it." Since the military department mass-produced the crystal core purifier, their team received the first batch of purified crystal cores. Everyone's abilities had improved to level 1. Now, facing a first-level zombie of the same rank, they were much less overwhelmed than before. Su Kaiyang's earpiece flickered with blue light. He looked serious and said, "Captain, it's just a first-level zombie. No need to worry. We can handle it quickly." "Got it." After speaking, he looked at Xia Liqing and urged, "Hurry up and get out of the car. The captain and others are waiting ahead." Xia Liqing looked ahead and saw that the captain's car was stopped a few dozen meters in front. Knowing he was in the wrong, he honestly took out a long knife from his space and opened the car door. The zombie sensed the movement and immediately lunged at the driver's side door from the windshield, looking like a hungry, mad dog. Xia Liqing didn't dodge. He threw the long knife forward with a loud swoosh, hitting the zombie's forehead. He swung the knife handle to throw the zombie's body off the hood, then bent down to extract the crystal core. 2 off-road vehicles stopped beside their car. The people inside asked about the situation. Xia Liqing waved to them and briefly explained, signaling them to go ahead. Then he climbed into the driver's seat and continued driving. The car sped for 2 hours and successfully arrived in City T. Shen Hanzheng ordered everyone to drive the car to the commercial street next to the shopping mall. First, they would deal with the low-level zombies nearby, then enter the mall to eliminate the third-level zombies. Everyone agreed without objection. When the car reached the commercial street, they encountered a dense crowd of zombies. Shen Hanzheng instructed everyone to use cold weapons to avoid attracting the attention of the third-level zombies, as that would lead to a fierce battle. As soon as the car stopped, Xiao Chun and the others got out to fight the zombies. Shen Hanzheng sat steadily in the car, showing no sign of getting out to fight the zombies. Huamian had previously treated him and secretly stored some special energy. Now his energy was fully restored. Her peach blossom eyes looked out the window. Seeing everyone fighting hard against the zombies, Bai Ningrong held a large cleaver and calmly chopped at the zombie's neck. Maybe because her energy had upgraded, she only needed one strike to cut off a normal zombie's head. Huamian watched with excitement. Also, she wasn't as thick-skinned as Shen Hanzheng, so she could sit peacefully in the car and enjoy watching others fight. She was about to get out and ask others for weapons when her fingertips just touched the car door handle. Suddenly, Shen Hanzheng's deep voice came from beside her. "Do you want to go fight the zombies?" he asked with a hint of surprise. Huamian turned to look at him. She replied, noticing he pursed his lips without speaking. Just as she was about to ask more, Shen Hanzheng suddenly appeared with a delicate long sword in his hand and handed it to her. Huamian's eyes were drawn to the sword. Its blade shimmered with a silvery metallic shine, similar to a traditional Chinese sword. The handle was embedded with a gemstone, giving it a high-quality look. She looked up at Shen Hanzheng with a puzzled expression. "Is this for me?" Her soft voice made others feel a gentle warmth. Shen Hanzheng nodded and replied, "Yes." Do you like it? Huamion's eyes lit up instantly. Seeing Shun Hanjing's icy face, she found him a little more likable. She reached out to take the sword, holding it in her hand and weighing it. It felt a bit heavier than the traditional sword that Xiao Chen had given her last time. Fortunately, after her energy was upgraded, her physical strength also increased, so holding it was not difficult. Thank you. I like it very much, Huamian smiled sincerely at him. Then she pushed open the car door and quickly ran toward a female zombie. Shin Hanjung was stunned by her smile. Seeing her fearless rush toward the zombie, a faint smile appeared in his phoenix eyes. He couldn't help but step out of the car, following her at a moderate distance. Huamian quickly reached the female zombie. Seeing it stretch out its stiff arm to attack her, she decisively dodged to the left. With a swift swing of her long sword, she cut at its neck. The female zombie's neck was severed, and its head dropped to the ground with a thud. Huamian was momentarily stunned. She looked down at the sword in her hand, a trace of confusion flashing in her peach blossom eyes. When did she become so strong? Is it because of leveling up? It feels like cutting zombies is as easy as slicing carrots. Shun Hanjing saw her quickly kill a zombie, his eyebrows raised slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, a tall male zombie lunged from the side toward Huamian. She swiftly moved to the side to avoid the zombie's claws, then circled behind it. With a strong swing of her long sword, she cut through the zombie's neck as if there was no obstacle, and the zombie's head fell to the ground instantly. Bai Ningrong had been approaching her since she saw Huamian get out of the vehicle, witnessing her double kill. She walked up to Huamian and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Mian, when did you become so powerful?" Earlier, during the zombie attack at F University, Huamian needed 5 or 6 strikes to cut through a zombie's neck. Now she did it in just 1. Her strength had improved so quickly, especially since she hadn't been out of the base to fight zombies recently. In contrast, Bai Ningrong had been practicing for a while and could only manage to cut through a zombie's neck with 1 strike now. Huamian heard Bai Ningrong and chuckled softly, "Hee, I don't know. After my ability leveled up to level 1, I felt my strength increase a lot." Bai Ningrong nodded upon hearing this. After an ability upgrade, her physical qualities definitely improved. She looked at Huamian's weapon and asked curiously, "That sword looks really fancy. Where did you get it?" Huamian smiled and casually said, "Shun Hanjing gave it to me." Bai Ningrong frowned when she heard her address and saw Shun Hanjing standing about 5 or 6 meters behind Huamian. She leaned close to Huamian's ear and softly advised, "Xiao Mian, maybe calling him that isn't so good. He doesn't look like someone with a very good temper." Huamian casually explained, "He asked me to. After all, I'm kind of his doctor. He's probably worried that we're too distant and that I might not treat him seriously if I help him." Bai Ningrong listened but didn't comment. Seeing Huamian's indifferent expression, she kept her suspicions to herself. She already knew when she liked Huamian. But last night, Shun Hanjing's behavior and the cold looks he shot her this morning showed he cared about Huamian. Honestly, she thought Huamian and Wen Qi were a better match. Wen Qi was thoughtful and caring, while Huamian was gentle. They would be very harmonious together. There wouldn't even be arguments. Mr. Shun is so cold and distant, like an iceberg, and he is not suitable for Huamian. Huamian has a gentle personality, and when she meets someone as strong as Shin Hanjing, she would be overwhelmed and unable to stand up for herself. Huamian is her good friend, and Wen Qi is her childhood friend. Naturally, she hopes they can be together. "Xiao Mian, let's go to Wen Qi's side. He's with Xiao Chen fighting zombies at the front. The pressure is high. If we follow behind, we can help if any zombies come after those who are alone." Huamian looked up and saw a dense group of zombies ahead. The team was lined up, but some zombies still attacked from behind. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." Then, the two of them ran toward the team. Shun Hanjing's gaze was fixed on Huamian. When he saw her walk toward others, a flicker of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Throughout, Huamian seemed unaware of his presence and kept walking forward without looking back. Shun Hanjing stood still for a moment, then finally stepped forward to catch up. Huamian and Bai Ningrong reached the back of the team and saw everyone fighting hard to kill zombies. When she cut off a zombie's head and suddenly turned his head, sensing something. Seeing them, his eyes showed a hint of worry. "Why are you here? There's a level 1 zombie. Be careful." As he spoke, he caught sight of a zombie rushing toward them and quickly dodged. Then he raised his big sword and stabbed it into the zombie's head. With the zombie was easily defeated. Chao Kong heard Wen Qi and looked over at them, loudly saying, "Ladies, you stay back. We'll handle these zombies." Just then, a level 1 zombie lunged at him. Chao Kong raised his hammer high and swung it down on the zombie's head. With a loud bang, the zombie's head was smashed to pieces, black blood and white brain matter splattering on the ground. Because the situation was serious, everyone on this trip was from the Special Forces team, all skilled fighters. Plus, they had special abilities, so fighting zombies was not difficult for them. Huamian and Bai Ningrong had not undergone systematic training. Facing multiple zombies attacking at once, they probably couldn't handle it easily. That's why everyone told them to stay in the back. Huamian saw Chao Kong covered in zombie blood and instinctively kept a distance from him. Bai Ningrong directly spoke, "Wen Qi, Xiao Mian is following behind you. Keep an eye on her." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw 2 first-level zombies attacking Hao Xiaochen. Her expression changed suddenly, and she hurriedly said, "I'll go help Xiaochen." When she saw her rush away and turned to look at Xiao Mian. His tone was gentle as he said, "Xiao Mian, stay behind me. Don't run too far and be very careful." Xiao Mian nodded obediently, looking serious as she replied, "Okay, you too." Just then, Wen Qi caught sight of a zombie lunging toward Wen Qi. He quickly shouted, "Be careful behind you." Hearing this, Wen Qi immediately turned around. He didn't dodge or block, but swung his sword to cut the zombie's neck. In the next moment, the zombie's head fell to the ground. He had been using his special powers to watch the surroundings. Even without Xiao Mian's reminder, he could sense where the zombies were. After dealing with that zombie, he said, "Xiao Mian, I'll release some zombies later for you to practice." "Be careful." Xiao Mian nodded again. "Yes, Wen Qi. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Shen Hanjing stood a little way behind everyone. When he saw Xiao Mian walk behind Wen Qi, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Then, as if he remembered something, his brow relaxed again, and he looked at the two with a calm expression. He thought, he's just a secret admirer, not worth him worrying about. He watched their conversation coldly, his lips pressed slightly downward, showing some displeasure. Although he didn't think Wen Qi posed a threat to him, seeing Xiao Mian and Wen Qi happily together made him feel annoyed. His dislike for Wen Qi grew. He noticed Wen Qi occasionally releasing a zombie for Xiao Mian to practice with. After a few rounds, Xiao Mian's skills in killing zombies became more and more skilled. Before Xiao Mian could speak, Wen Qi seemed to understand and released another zombie toward her. Sometimes, when a first-level zombie attacked Wen Qi, Xiao Mian would step forward to kill the normal zombies nearby. Seeing the two working together more smoothly as they moved forward killing zombies, Shen Hanjing's coldness deepened. His gaze on Wen Qi became more unfriendly. He strode over deliberately to stand beside Xiao Mian. He thought she would notice him, but she seemed to ignore his presence and focused only on killing zombies. He stood there with a cold face for a moment. When she finished killing the lone zombie and then immediately walked toward Wen Qi without hesitation, his face darkened instantly. Holding the knife he gave her to protect another man, she really is brave. Shen Hanjing's deep, dark eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, and his gaze toward Wen Qi carried a cold feeling. Wen Qi seemed to sense the obvious hostility behind him. He quickly cut down the zombie in front of him and then turned his head to look behind, meeting Shen Hanjing's sharp eyes. Seeing the clear hostility in Shen Hanjing's eyes, Wen Qi's slender eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he then calmly nodded at the other person. Suddenly, Chao Kong shouted from beside him, "Wow, it's only a second-level zombie." Wen Qi immediately turned around and looked in the direction Chao Kong was pointing. He saw a second-level zombie with orange-yellow eyes rushing from about 50 meters away. It was much faster than a first-level zombie. Without time to think, Wen Qi and the others rushed forward to fight. Huamian had just cut off the head of a normal zombie when she heard Chao Kang shout. She instinctively looked up and saw everyone gathering toward the second-level zombie. Huamian was about to go help when a dark shadow suddenly darted out from a nearby mother and baby store, rushing straight at her. Huamian looked closely and saw that the zombie in front of her was only about 135 meters tall, looking like an 8 or 9-year-old boy. He was very thin, with red eyes, and was rushing toward her quickly. Huamian was momentarily frightened. She caught a glimpse of everyone fighting the second-level zombie and other zombies ahead. She clenched her teeth and held her long knife, ready to fight. The small zombie opened its big mouth, showing sharp teeth, and charged at her like a small cannonball. Huamian hurriedly dodged its attack. She swung her long knife sharply, cutting at its outstretched arm. Ha ha! The small zombie let out a harsh screech. It seemed to sense danger, quickly crouched to avoid Huamian's attack, then rolled on the ground. It rolled quickly to her feet and then opened its mouth wide, biting at her calf. Huamian saw the zombie crouched at her feet and was so scared, she hurriedly stepped back. She only took 2 steps back before her heel accidentally hit a zombie corpse, causing her to fall backward uncontrollably. Just as she was about to fall, a long hand suddenly grabbed her waist, lifting her up. She could smell a scent of cedar. Instinctively, she grabbed the person's shirt in front of her. The person spun her around, making her feel a little dizzy. After stopping, he gently set her down on the ground. Huamian was still dazed when she saw him kick away a small zombie that was lunging at them. Her heart was pounding and still shaken. She looked up at the man. She saw his firm chin and strong features, as if carved from stone. His cold, sharp phoenix eyes looked down at her. It was Shun Hanjung. Huamian was a bit surprised. Wasn't he in the car? Shun Hanjung's brows furrowed slightly. His usually expressionless face now showed a hint of anger. If you're not strong enough, why are you going in? Are you trying to feed the zombies? His voice was cold as always, pulling Huamian back to her senses. When she heard his words, her face immediately turned red. She stubbornly placed one hand on his chest, trying to put some distance between them. Shen Hanjung felt her struggle and gradually noticed her slim waist. It was very thin, he could wrap his hand around it easily. The girl leaned softly against him, and he could smell a faint, pleasant scent from her. Seeing her struggling so hard, he let go of her waist at the right moment. His fingers twitched slightly, still lingering on the soft feeling of her body. Huamian turned her head to look at the small zombie. It had been kicked 7 or 8 meters away earlier, but now was back on its feet and lunging at them again. Shun Hanjung coldly glanced at the annoying little zombie. Seeing it come again, he was about to deal with it when Huamian's voice came from beside him. I can handle it myself. Her voice was soft but carried a firm tone. Shun Hanjung looked down at her. Seeing her serious expression, he paused silently for a moment and nodded. Huamian turned to face the small zombie. This time, she learned her lesson and decided not to face it head-on. When the zombie charged at her, she quickly sidestepped and moved to its side and behind. The zombie realized something was wrong and turned to attack her. Seizing the moment, Huamian swiftly swung her knife, aiming at the zombie's neck. With a snap, the zombie's neck was cut, and its head fell to the ground with a dull thud. It rolled a short distance before stopping. Huamian looked toward the team and saw Hua Xiaochen releasing a lightning ball, heading straight for a second-level zombie. Next, Wang Rui swung 2 wind blades, cutting toward the zombie's neck. Xie Liqing was not willing to fall behind. He threw a fireball at the second-stage zombie. From over 10 meters away, she heard the zombie's loud, harsh screams and stopped moving forward. Huamian turned around and walked to the zombie's head, poking it with the tip of her knife. When she heard a cracking sound, her eyes lit up with joy. After a while of careful work, she finally used the knife tip to pry out the crystal core. Huamian looked at the dirty crystal core on the ground and frowned. It was so dirty. She didn't want to get her hands dirty. Just as she was about to ask others for a bag or something to hold it, she saw a tall figure standing behind her. Hwamian was startled, thinking it was a zombie trying to attack her. She instinctively held her long sword in front of her chest for defense. When she saw it was Shan Hanzeng, she let out a breath of relief, but then felt a bit annoyed and secretly glared at him. "Why are you walking so quietly? You scared me." She said this while covering her chest with her hand, trying to calm her pounding heart. Shan Hanzeng's expression stiffened for a moment, then he spoke calmly, "It's your own lack of vigilance. If it had been a zombie, you wouldn't have had a chance to talk to me now." Hwamian was angry at his words, feeling a sudden tightness in her chest. What he said seemed reasonable, but she couldn't shake off the anger in her heart. This person's words were always so sharp, often making her so mad, she wanted to stomp her feet. She fell silent, furious and ready to go past him. But Shan Hanzeng suddenly handed her a glass tank filled with water, with a small pair of pliers inside. Hwamian looked at the glass tank in front of her, momentarily stunned. Shan Hanzeng spoke gently. "You don't need it?" Hwamian looked up at him, thought for a moment, then reached out and took the pliers, placing the zombie's crystal core into the tank. She casually said, "Put the crystal core in your space. Remember to return it when we get back." Shan Hanzeng's expression was indifferent. "It's too low level. I can't use it." Hwamian's heart sank. Although Shan Hanzeng had made it clear he wouldn't swallow her crystal core, his expression still made her want to punch him. After handling the crystal core, and seeing that the second stage zombie was also dealt with, she continued to attack other zombies. Throughout, Shan Hanzeng kept a close but not too close distance behind her. Hwamian occasionally looked back and saw him walking leisurely, unhurriedly, while scattered zombies occasionally approached him. Those zombies, when within 2 meters of him, were blocked by an invisible barrier. Hwamian watched with envy. This person seemed to be blessed by luck, as if heaven was feeding him. When she and others had just finished dealing with the second-level zombie, they turned around and saw Shan Hanzeng walking casually behind Hwamian, not far away. His indifferent eyes fell on Hwamian. Shan Hanzeng seemed to sense something, turned his head to look at Wen-chi, and their eyes met in the air. His gaze was cold, while Wen-chi looked slightly surprised. Shan Hanzeng's gaze only lingered on Wen-chi for a moment before shifting back to Hwamian. Wen-chi pursed his lips, his eyes darkening slightly. After a moment of thought, he stopped moving forward and turned to continue helping everyone fight the zombies. 20 minutes later, the zombies on the shopping street were cleared. Everyone began collecting supplies. The shopping street was quite large, with many shops displaying a variety of goods. When Hwamian passed by a lingerie store, she stopped in her tracks, her peach blossom eyes fixed on the clothes inside. Recently, she had been confined to the villa. The last time she went to the flea market, she didn't see any private clothing like underwear. The batch of underwear sent by Li was a bit small in size. When she wore it, it felt tight and uncomfortable. Since underwear is a private item, she felt too embarrassed to ask others to buy it for her. She could only wear it reluctantly. Her face showed hesitation. Seeing others hurriedly pass by this shop and continue searching in other stores ahead, she wanted to go in and pick out a few sets. Shan Hanzeng saw Hwamian standing still and looked in the direction of her gaze. He caught sight of the clothes hanging inside the store, and his ears instantly turned red. He thought for a moment, then walked over to Hwamian and asked in a low voice, "Do you want it?" Hwamian heard his magnetic voice, instinctively turned her head, and saw Shan Hanzeng with a calm expression, as if his question was just an ordinary matter. Suddenly, she felt that maybe it wasn't such a shameful thing after all. So, she mustered her courage and said, "Yes, I want it. Can you help me put some in the space?" Although she thought he would probably refuse, since this man didn't seem very accommodating. Moreover, asking him to use his space to store women's underwear, how could he agree? Hwamian was stunned for a moment, looking at him in surprise. After reacting, she quickly followed his steps. As soon as they entered the shop, Shan Hanzeng waved his right hand, and an entire wall of underwear instantly disappeared, along with the hooks on the wall. Then, the shelves in the middle were also taken into his space. In just a blink, the entire underwear store was cleared out, including a small cabinet on the ground that held some underwear. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. Hwamian stared blankly at Shun Hanjung. She had planned to find suitable sizes herself and just take a few sets. She never expected him to be so fast. Before she could react, he had finished collecting everything. Usually, when others put things into their space, they need to touch the items first. But he just waved his hand, and everything was collected. Shun Hanjung turned to look at her. Seeing her hesitant to speak, he asked, "What's wrong? Are these clothes not enough?" Hwamian shook her head, giving up on asking him to take out the underwear that didn't fit. Everyone collected supplies quickly. In just over 10 minutes, all urgently needed items had been gathered. After everyone finished gathering supplies, it was noon. Because their abilities had been heavily used and hadn't yet recovered, Shun Hanjung suggested they eat lunch first. Once their powers restored, they would continue their mission to fight the third-stage zombies. At this moment, everyone sat in a restaurant, taking out their packed dry food, preparing to eat. Hwamian sat at a square table, watching eagerly as Shun Hanjung sat opposite her. She didn't have a space bracelet and had hurriedly set out, so she hadn't prepared any food. She didn't know if he had. Shun Hanjung noticed her gaze. He looked down and saw her biting her lower lip, looking pitiful, like a small kitten waiting to be fed. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone teasing. Hwamian nodded hard and responded with a soft hmm. After fighting zombies for over an hour, she was exhausted. Her breakfast from the morning had long been digested, and her stomach was growling. Shun Hanjung calmly took out a tablecloth from his space, gently shook it open, and spread it on the table. Then, with a wave of his hand, several steaming dishes suddenly appeared on the table. Hwamian stared at the hot food with bright eyes, full of curiosity. In the morning, she saw Shun Hanjung take breakfast out of his space. At first, she thought Aunt Lee had just finished cooking, and he casually stored it away. Now, looking at the steaming food in front of her, Hwamian realized she had guessed wrong. Shun Hanjung's special space ability is very different from his storage space. His space should have a preservation function. When she was at the eastern base, Hwamian wanted to put some food into her space to save for later on the road. Later, she heard from Wenqi that spaces can't keep food fresh, so she gave up the idea. She ate with Shun Hanjung every day and didn't know when he prepared these meals. Shun Hanjung's deep, magnetic voice brought Hwamian back to her senses. Wenqi stopped walking forward. When she saw the rich table of food, she paused for a moment, then silently looked away, put the bag of bread back into her space, and sat down quietly. Bai Ningrong saw this. Her eyes twinkled slightly. Following everyone's gaze, she focused on their table. They were close, and the food was still steaming with a tempting aroma, making people salivate. Since the incident with Li Qingfeng, rumors spread in the base that Shun Hanjung had a bad temper. Everyone was wary and didn't dare to approach him easily. Shun Hanjung didn't care about the looks around him. He calmly picked up a piece of meat and chewed slowly. Hwamian smelled the delicious food and quickly glanced around. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, her body stiffened. She felt uneasy about eating this meal peacefully. As a member of the Swift Shadow team, she felt embarrassed to eat alone. But she was just freeloading off Shun Hanjung, and she didn't dare ask him to share food with everyone. Xie Liqing saw the abundant food on the table and couldn't help but walk over. "Mr. Shin, do you have extra food in your space? I want to trade some supplies with you." Having traveled with Shun Hanjung, Xie Liqing thought he wasn't as cold and emotionless as the team leader described. He seemed to have some kindness. As a foodie, seeing others enjoy delicious food while he could only nibble on tasteless dry rations was torture for him. Shun Hanjung heard this, glanced at him, then looked at Hwamian. Seeing she hadn't started eating, he thought for a moment and immediately understood. He put down his chopsticks and slowly stood up. Hao Xiaochen saw this and thought Shun Hanjung was angry. He quickly got up and walked over to him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Shun Hanjung walk past him, heading straight to a few tables. Then, with a wave of his hand, he filled the tables with steaming hot food. Hao Xiaochen was stunned in place, his sharp eyes fixed on Shun Hanjung, filled with confusion and surprise. "From now on, call me Brother Shin," Shen Hanjing said in a cold, clear voice. Xie Liqing reacted quickly. He stepped a few paces forward, his eyes smiling happily. Brother Shen, I knew you weren't so cold and distant. Someone must have been spreading rumors before. Hao Xiaochen heard the voice and came back to himself. He naturally called out, Brother Shen. Seeing this, others also stepped forward to greet Shen Hanjing. Hao Mian looked at the scene in surprise. Everyone was very friendly, especially Chao Kong, who spoke the loudest. Brother Shen, you took care of that Li Qingfeng guy. That's like removing a pest from the base. He usually relies on his grandfather's influence and has bullied others a lot. Brother Shen, you're like my real brother. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I'll do my best to help. Hao Mian was stunned. He didn't expect that Shen Hanjing inviting people to dinner would win everyone's support. Su Kaiyong saw everyone greeting Shen Hanjing and patted Wen Qi's shoulder to signal him to go forward. Wen Qi nodded silently, stood up, and walked to Shen Hanjing.
His voice was calm.
Brother Shen. Shen Hanjing looked at him, then nodded slightly. Everyone eat, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and sat back in his original seat. Hao Mian looked up at him. When he saw Shen Hanjing look over, he politely called out, Brother Shen. Shen Hanjing paused for a moment, his sharp eyes fixed on her. After a long while, he said, Why did you suddenly change how you call me? Hao Mian's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Shen Hanjing's expression, it seemed he had some opinion about her calling him that. But everyone else called him that, so she naturally wanted to follow the crowd. She thought for a moment and said, Calling you by your full name makes our relationship seem too distant. Calling you Brother Shen feels more close. Shen Hanjing pursed his lips and said softly, That makes sense. His expression showed approval. Mian smiled slightly, ready to agree, when the other person's deep, magnetic voice spoke again. From now on, just call me by my first name, no need for the surname. Mian was instantly stunned, not understanding why he made this request. She felt a bit uncomfortable calling him that way. Just as she was about to speak up to object, she saw Shen Hanjing staring at her intently with a look that didn't allow any disagreement. She paused for a moment, trying to speak, but couldn't say anything. Instead, she changed the subject. Let's eat first. The food has cooled and won't taste good. Shen Hanjing kept watching her. Seeing her face show resistance and unease, a faint dark flicker crossed his eyes. He felt a bit regretful for being too harsh on her before, which had left a barrier in her heart. But it's okay. There's plenty of time ahead. He was watching her right under his nose. Where could she run to? Mian felt nervous under Shen Hanjing's gaze, thinking he might get angry. She became more reserved, her movements stiffening a little. Seeing her reaction, Shen Hanjing felt a bitter feeling inside. It seemed she was quite afraid of him. The negative impression from their first meeting still lingered. Back then, he had been overwhelmed by the Li family, and his mind was in chaos, making him hostile to everyone. Are you hungry? Her soft, gentle voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Mian noticed everyone else was eating. Shen Hanjing kept staring at her but didn't speak, which felt a bit creepy. She couldn't help but speak up. Thinking of something, she raised her hand to touch her face, looking confused. Is there something on my face? Could it be blood splattered on her when she was fighting zombies? Seeing her move, Shen Hanjing slowly said, No, go ahead and eat. Mian looked at him suspiciously, then picked up her chopsticks, took a small crispy piece of meat, and chewed carefully. The outer shell was crispy, making a crunchy sound when she chewed, and the meat was tender and juicy. It was delicious. While eating, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster happily munching away. Shen Hanjing saw her looking so satisfied, a faint smile flickered in his eyes. After dinner, everyone rested briefly before heading toward the shopping mall. As they reached the mall entrance, a group of zombies suddenly burst out of the building. They densely packed the entrance, blocking it completely. The scene was so frightening it made the scalp tingle. Shen Hanjing made a quick decision, ordering everyone to open fire while raising a protective barrier around them. The zombies rushed forward, but were stopped by the invisible shield just a meter away. Everyone lifted their submachine guns and fired in bursts. The sound of gunfire filled the air. Hwamian saw Xie Liqing beside her, holding his gun as sparks flashed from the muzzle and bullets flew toward the zombies. The ones in front began to fall, but more quickly swarmed forward, only to be taken down again. After several rounds, a small pile of bodies had formed at the mall entrance. Hwamian noticed Bai Ningrong shooting with a pistol and remembered her own experience using one. The memory made her blood race with excitement. Unfortunately, that pistol had been taken by Wen Qi, and she hadn't seen it since. As she was lost in thought, a finely crafted pistol suddenly appeared in front of her. Shen Hanjing's deep, calm voice sounded beside her. "Do you know how to use it?" Hwamian turned to him, surprise flashing in her eyes. "Yes, Wen Qi taught me," she said brightly. At her words, Shen Hanjing paused slightly, a faint shadow passing through his eyes too quickly to notice. Excited, Hwamian reached out to take the pistol. Her fingertips brushed against his palm by accident. Shen Hanjing's hand stiffened for a moment before he quickly let go. Hwamian checked the pistol carefully and found 20 bullets in the magazine. She held the gun firmly with both hands, aimed at a zombie, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet hit its target, and the zombie fell instantly, trampled by the ones rushing behind it. Watching her confident and energetic movements, Shen Hanjing couldn't help but smile slightly. Perhaps stirred by the sound of gunfire, the zombie horde grew restless, and more poured out from inside the mall. With Shen Hanjing's barrier in place, no one worried about them breaking through. When Hwamian ran out of bullets, Shen Hanjing handed her a new magazine at just the right moment. She reloaded quickly and continued firing. Before long, the mall entrance was completely blocked by fallen zombies. Shen Hanjing's eyes sharpened as he lowered the barrier and swung his right hand forward. In an instant, the zombie corpse blocking the door disappeared, and the next second, it appeared in an open space about 10 meters away. The zombie horde, without a mountain of corpses blocking their way, charged toward everyone. The group immediately raised their guns, ready to shoot. Suddenly, the zombie group retreated into the mall. Seeing this, everyone quickly understood that the third-level zombie was giving commands from behind the scenes. Shen Hanjing's face was cold and serious. He said without hesitation, "Everyone, follow me into the mall." The others responded in unison. Yes. Shen Hanjing's gaze paused on Hwamian. Without warning, he reached out and took her hand. Her hand was soft and delicate to the touch. Hwamian was startled by this sudden action. After reacting, she instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Shen Hanjing held it tightly. Just as she was about to speak and protest, Shen Hanjing's serious voice sounded beside her. "Don't make trouble. Stay back. My space barrier can't protect you." Hwamian listened to this explanation and obediently stopped struggling. Seeing her well-behaved, Shen Hanjing couldn't help but slightly smile. His long hand held her small hand as they walked toward the mall. The people behind quickly followed. Wen Qi's face was dark, and he fell to the back of the team, his eyes fixed on the hands of the two holding each other, his expression gloomy and unreadable. The mall building had 8 floors, with 2 additional basement levels. They entered the first floor, where only a few zombies wandered around. Everyone quickly took action and easily dealt with them. Passing by rows of cosmetics and jewelry display cases, the lighting inside the mall started to dim. Shen Hanjing took out a disc-shaped flashlight from his space, pressed the power button, and soon the nearby area was illuminated. They reached the elevator to the second floor, walking cautiously along the elevator shaft. Occasionally, some zombies appeared to attack, but everyone shot them down. The group safely reached the 6th floor, which sold men's clothing and small household appliances. As soon as they arrived upstairs, they saw a large number of zombies gathered on the stairs leading to the 7th floor, blocking the entrance tightly. Everyone was stunned. The third-level zombie was trying to repeat its trick, using the zombies to block the way and prevent people from going upstairs. Normal zombies, upon seeing the group, instinctively lunged toward them. Because he was suppressed by the command of a third-level zombie, he could only stand on the elevator, snarling and drooling. Chao Kong chuckled and said, Is that zombie too stupid? We can kill it, and Brother Shin can just wave his hand to easily handle the rest. Shun Hanjung ignored his suggestion. He took out another flashlight from his space and handed it to Xiao Chen. I'm going to the 8th floor to deal with the 3rd-level zombie. You all clear out the remaining zombies. Hearing this, everyone was a bit confused. In the next second, everyone felt a gentle breeze brush past their faces, and the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Xiao Chen quickly turned on his flashlight to light the way, but Shun Hanjing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Binding Rome exclaimed, "Why did little Mian go with him too?" When Chi's face darkened when he heard this. His slender eyes couldn't help but stare upstairs. Xiao Chun frowned slightly, but thinking about Shun Hanjing's strength, he believed Shun would protect little Mian. Ruifeng's eyes showed a hint of helplessness and worry. He turned and ordered, "Everyone prepare for battle. Kill these zombies, then go upstairs to support." Understood. The crowd responded loudly and began shooting at the zombie horde with their submachine guns. Bang, bang, bang. Watching the sudden change in the scene before her, Mian's heart pounded wildly. She instinctively clutched Shun Hanjing's arm around her waist. Just as she was about to ask him a question, a few excited zombie roars suddenly came from ahead. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. She looked up sharply and saw 2 dark figures rushing toward them from a distance. As they got closer, she saw 2 second-level zombies running toward them. In an instant, Mian's pupils shrank sharply, and her body trembled slightly. Shun Hanjing looked down at her and softly comforted, "Don't be afraid." After speaking, he released his hold on her waist. In the next second, his eyes turned cold as he looked at the 2 zombies, then swung out 2 space blades. The space blades flew out, instantly cutting off the zombies' necks. Seeing this, Mian's tense nerves relaxed a little. She looked around and realized that all around her were restaurants. Thinking about Shun Hanjing taking her to the 8th floor without asking her, she felt angry and couldn't help but complain. "Why did you bring me here?" Seeing her recover, Shun Hanjing said without hesitation, "Of course, to kill the level 3 zombie." Hun Mian immediately looked annoyed. Was that what she asked about? It seemed like this man was deliberately changing the subject. "Why did you bring me along if you're going to fight the zombie yourself?" she asked with some anger. Shun Hanjing's handsome face stiffened for a moment, but the strange expression quickly disappeared. He confidently said, "My mental strength is unstable, so I need your healing." Hun Mian was momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, she immediately became nervous. Forgetting her anger, she grabbed his hand and quickly used her powers to send energy into his body. Shun Hanjung was surprised by her action, staring at her with his sharp eyes, blinking steadily. Feeling warmth in her palm, a gentle flow spread through his arm, easing the long-standing pain in his head. His cold face gradually softened. After 3 minutes, Hun Mian stopped channeling her energy. She looked up at him, her eyes full of concern. "Do you feel better now?" she asked gently. Shun Hanjing looked at her worried expression. His throat moved involuntarily, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. His face slowly turned red, along with his ears and neck. Seeing Shun Hanjing's pale skin flush with color, her heart suddenly tightened. "Hey, are you feeling unwell?" she asked anxiously. As she spoke, Hun Mian hurriedly placed her hand on Shun Hanjing's forehead. She couldn't help but feel that his temperature seemed a bit high. She was worried. They hadn't seen the level 3 zombie yet, and if Shun Hanjing couldn't hold on and collapsed, she would have no way out. Shun Hanjing was touched by her concern. It felt like being dipped in honey, sweet and warm inside. Suddenly, his arm was pinched, and a tingling sensation spread through his body. He froze instantly. Hun Mian saw him staring blankly and not answering. Her anxiety overcame her shyness, and she couldn't help but pinch his arm again. When he came back to himself, she quickly spoke. You were distracted just now. That's why I did that. You won't be mad at me, will you?" Her words were cautious. Seeing her worried expression, Shun Hanjing's sharp eyes flashed with a smile. His voice was low and husky. "I'm fine. I won't be mad at you." Hun Miancheng took a deep breath and looked at the zombies head nearby. He urged, "Let's first extract the crystal core." Shun Hanjing nodded lightly. With a wave of his hand, 2 grayish-white crystal cores appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Huo Mian said kindly, Shun Hanjing, please use your powers sparingly. If you don't want to extract the crystal cores, I can do it. There's no need to waste too much energy. Seeing Huo Mian's disapproval, he paused for a moment and agreed with a simple, At this time, gunfire came from downstairs. Huo Mian couldn't help but ask, why aren't you with everyone else? Shun Hanjing responded with a question. Do you think their current strength can handle a 3rd-level zombie? Huo Mian was momentarily stunned. She was about to say, they can assist from the side, but Shun Hanjing's cool voice came again. There are too many people. I can't worry about them. Huo Mian suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, without your space barrier protecting them, could they be in danger? Shun Hanjing looked down at her, his tone slightly impatient. They're not helpless children, and I'm not their father. Huo Mian sensed his displeasure and secretly glanced at him. She saw his face was cold and serious. She timidly said, I was just asking casually. I didn't mean for you to use your powers to protect them. Shun Hanjing's cold, handsome face softened a little, and his tone was calm. There are only 2nd-level zombies downstairs. Instead of worrying about them, you should worry about us. A 3rd-level zombie might appear at any moment. Huo Mian's body suddenly trembled at his words. She instinctively looked around and saw dark corners. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the gun. Shun Hanjing handed her a flashlight. Stay close to me for illumination. Don't go too far. Huo Mian nodded and took the flashlight. She noticed he was holding the long knife she had used before and blurted out, Why are you using a knife now? Shun Hanjing's tone was cold. Didn't you just tell me to save my energy? Huo Mian's breath caught. Just as she was about to say something, Shun Hanjing explained briefly, there are other 2nd-level zombies on this floor. I can handle them with the knife. Huo Mian nodded, holding the flashlight tightly and walking closely behind him toward the corridor ahead. Everyone held guns and fired together. The level 0 zombies fell to the ground one after another. Although the level 1 zombies were very fast, most of them were successfully shot and killed under the heavy fire. Without Shun Hanjing's space barrier, Xiao Chen ordered a few people to watch for enemies and immediately attack any level 1 zombies that were still alive with their special abilities. Suddenly, when Qi shouted loudly, Everyone be careful, there is a level 2 zombie coming from the 6th floor. As soon as he finished speaking, that level 2 zombie appeared near the group. Xiao Chen quickly threw a flashlight to Chao Kong and loudly ordered, Some of you keep shooting. Water-type ability users attack the level 2 zombie. Hearing this, Su Kaiyang and another soldier put away their guns and shot water arrows at the zombie. The level 2 zombie was fast but couldn't completely avoid the water arrows. Some hit its body, making it wet all over. Xiao Chen immediately gathered a ball of lightning and threw it at the zombie. Seize the lightning ball exploded above the zombie's head. It was shocked and trembled all over, making sharp screams. It then charged at the group again, but much slower. Wang Rui saw this and quickly swung a wind blade at the zombie's neck. The level 2 zombie seemed to sense danger and hurriedly moved to the right, avoiding the deadly wind blade. But in the next second, a spike of ice shot straight into its forehead. The zombie suddenly stopped moving and then fell straight back. Just as everyone was relieved, when Qi's serious voice came again. Everyone pay attention. 3 level 2 zombies are approaching from the 7th floor. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened and they quickly turned to face the staircase. They aimed their guns and shot at the elevator entrance, trying to drive the zombies back. But the 3 level 2 zombies had no intention of coming down the stairs. They walked straight to the edge of the corridor and leapt down from the 7th floor without hesitation. There was a loud thud as the zombies landed one after another. The height of over 3 meters didn't seem to hurt them. As soon as they landed, they rushed toward the group. Xiao Chen's face grew serious. He shouted loudly, 3 of you form a team to kill the level 2 zombies. The rest stay on guard and deal with the other zombies. Everyone immediately followed the order and moved into action. Lightning balls, wind blades, water arrows, ice cones, earth spikes, golden arrows, and vines, all kinds of supernatural attacks, rained down on the 3 zombies. Suddenly, Bright lights flashed everywhere. The three zombies roared in anger, and then lunged at the group. Hua followed Shun Hanjun closely, walking cautiously down the corridor. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only their footsteps echoing. Hua saw Shun Hanjun suddenly stop in front of a barbecue restaurant. She was surprised and wanted to ask him something. At that moment, a second-level zombie suddenly appeared from a corner 20 meters ahead and rushed toward them. Shun Hanjun looked serious, holding a long sword with his bony fingers, standing still as if he didn't see the zombie at all. Hua saw him so calm and relaxed, feeling both anxious and scared. She wanted to kick him to make him act faster. Noticing Huamian's worried gaze, Shun Hanjun turned to look at her briefly. He quickly looked away and remained calm, waiting for the zombie to come closer. Hua held a flashlight tightly, feeling nervous. She saw the zombie almost reach Shun Hanjun. She instinctively wanted to step back. Just as she lifted her foot, Shun Hanjun's deep, magnetic voice sounded, "Don't move." Hua froze instantly when she heard him. She stared wide-eyed as the zombie got closer. In the next moment, Shun Hanjun raised his noble hand and swung it swiftly. The second-level zombie's head and body separated, crashing to the ground. Hua stared in shock at the scene. She was about to urge him to extract the crystal core when she noticed two more second-level zombies suddenly appeared from the restaurants on both sides, about 7 or 8 meters away. Her face froze in surprise, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. She secretly felt grateful that Shun Hanjun hadn't rushed forward recklessly, or they would have been surrounded on 3 sides. The two second-level zombies charged at them quickly. In the blink of an eye, one zombie reached Shun Hanjun and swung its sharp claws at him. Shun Hanjun swiftly swung his sword, and the zombie's head was instantly severed. Meanwhile, the other zombie bypassed Shun Hanjun and lunged at Hua, but was stopped by an invisible protective barrier about half a meter away from her. Hua looked at the zombie in front of her with fear, instinctively gripping her gun and firing wildly.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
She fired 5 or 6 shots. The zombie shook a little and then fell heavily to the ground. Hua covered her chest, breathing heavily, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Shun Hanjun looked back at her and asked softly, "Are you afraid?" Hua bit her lip but said nothing. Her hands instinctively clenched the gun tighter. Shun Hanjun's tone was calm. "If you're so scared, why did you force yourself to leave the base and fight the zombies?" Hua slowly looked up, her expression peaceful as she looked at him. "Do you have no friends?" Shun Hanjun's eyes flickered briefly. He looked away from her face and said coldly, "I don't need friends." Hua looked at his sharp, strong side profile. He radiated a cold aura. It was unclear what he had been through, but it had made him so icy. Shun Hanjun strode over to the zombie's body, quickly and cleanly digging out 3 crystal cores and storing them in his space. He looked at Hua calmly and firmly said, "Follow me." Hua couldn't help but make a face. She thought Shun Hanjun seemed unpredictable, sometimes in a good mood, sometimes not. She followed closely behind him. When they passed a hot pot restaurant, he suddenly stopped. Just as she was about to ask, Shun Hanjun suddenly turned around, quickly grabbing her waist and teleporting her 10 meters away. Hua was startled. She instinctively raised her hand to hold his neck, her beautiful eyes full of panic. Shun Hanjun bent down and gently set her on the ground, then patted her back. Hua snapped out of her shock, quickly straightening up and pulling her hand away from his neck. At that moment, a growling sound came from ahead. Hua instinctively shone her flashlight forward. She saw that the floor they had just been on was corroded by a liquid, making a sizzling sound. Not far from that puddle, a tall zombie was slowly emerging from a corner. The zombie was nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles on its arms. Its face was somewhat decayed but not too badly, and its golden eyes glowed with a strange light. The zombie seemed angry that they had avoided its attack, making a hoarse ha-ha sound as it lunged toward them fiercely. Shun Hanjun's tone was firm and unquestioning. "Stay back. I'll handle it." As he finished speaking, He strode confidently toward the zombie. Hwamian quickly raised the flashlight, trying to light up the area around the zombie. Shun Hanjing's gaze was cold. He quickly shot 2 space blades at the zombie. The first blade aimed at the zombie's neck, but missed. The second cut into the zombie's thigh. It didn't cut off its legs, but slowed its movement. The zombie seemed angry from Shun Hanjing's attack. It let out a low growl and lunged at him wildly. Then, the zombie swung its arm, and a strange liquid shot out from its palm toward Shun Hanjing. Shun Hanjing dodged quickly. He swung a space blade at the zombie's neck. The zombie sensed danger and ducked to avoid it. Shun Hanjing's eyes sharpened. He instantly teleported behind the zombie and swung his sword fiercely at its neck. The zombie felt the threat and quickly turned aside to dodge, but the sharp sword still cut its neck. Blood, smelling foul, splattered onto the ground. The zombie was pushed back by Shun Hanjing, retreating step by step, and let out a loud roar. It suddenly spat out a stream of saliva at Shun Hanjing. At the same time, it waved 2 strange liquids from its palms and then hurriedly ran toward Hwamian. Seeing the zombie coming straight at her, her heart seemed to stop for a moment. She stared in horror, eyes wide, fixed on the approaching zombie, about to run. Suddenly, without warning, the zombie split into 2 halves and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Hwamian blinked. Seeing this bloody scene, her racing heart gradually calmed, and her tense nerves relaxed. She exhaled deeply, looked up at Shun Hanjing, and saw him crouched in the corner, arms around his head, curled up in pain. Hwamian hurried over to Shun Hanjing. She saw his brow furrowed tightly, hands pressing on his temples, looking very distressed. She quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Shun Hanjing didn't answer. At this moment, he felt as if his head was being cut by countless steel blades. He was overwhelmed by pain, his mind fuzzy, unable to think clearly. Suddenly, Hwamian remembered his condition. She guessed he might have overused his powers, causing his mental strength to go into chaos. Thinking of this, she quickly set down the flashlight and pistol. She raised her hand and pressed it to Shun Hanjing's forehead, channeling her energy to help him. Shun Hanjing's consciousness was overwhelmed by pain. A soft voice sounded faintly in his ears, followed by a warm sensation on his forehead. He instinctively looked up and met a pair of charming, sparkling peach blossom eyes, which reflected his slightly disheveled shadow. At this moment, the girl's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, full of concern for him. Shun Hanjing calmly lowered his hands that were holding his head, sat up straight, and kept his head tilted back so she could easily treat him. His sharp, phoenix-like eyes fixed on the girl, a clear smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hwamian's supernatural ability had not fully recovered. After less than 2 minutes of use, it was nearly exhausted. She slowly withdrew her hand, noticing Shun Hanjing staring directly at her. Worried he might misunderstand, Hwamian explained, "My ability is used up. Are you okay?" Staring at her was pointless. She couldn't overuse her power to heal him. Hearing Hwamian's soft, sweet voice, Shun Hanjing suddenly snapped back to awareness, a faint glow flickering in his sharp eyes. He raised his hand to rub his temples and weakly said, "Not really." Seeing his pale face and sickly appearance, along with his weak tone, she remembered that Shun Hanjing had used a lot of his supernatural power to kill a 3rd-level zombie and had saved her life. So, she softened her tone. "Can you stand up? Or should I help you?" Shun Hanjing swallowed hard, his eyes deep and dark. "I can." After saying that, he casually stored the pistol on the ground into his space and naturally picked up the flashlight. Seeing this, Hwamian slowly bent down, naturally resting his left hand on her shoulder, then wrapping her arms around his slim waist, trying to help him up. Shun Hanjing's body suddenly stiffened, muscles tensing instantly. But soon, he relaxed again, his long, strong arm resting on Hwamian's slender shoulder, slowly standing up and leaning his weight on her. Hwamian felt his shoulder suddenly sink, took a step back, and her knees buckled, causing her to fall forward uncontrollably. Seeing this, Shun Hanjung immediately reached out to support her, stabilizing her. A flash of regret crossed his eyes, but it was gone quickly. He lessened the weight pressing on Huamion's shoulder and said stiffly, "Sorry, I just couldn't muster any strength earlier." Huamion slightly frowned and turned her head to look at Shun Hanjung. Seeing that he looked calm and there was no hint of teasing or pretense in his eyes, she felt reassured. She kindly said, "It's okay. Let's go." Initially, Huamion thought Shun Hanjung was pretending on purpose, trying to make her fall and embarrass herself. But then he reached out and helped her, preventing her from falling. She pushed aside her unnecessary doubts and helped Shun Hanjung walk to the corpse of the third-level zombie. The scene in front of them was brutal. The zombie's body was split in half, with black, foul-smelling blood flowing on the ground. Its head had a black crystal core embedded in it, reflecting a faint cold glow under the light. Huamion looked at the crystal core, hesitant to approach. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Can this crystal core be used?" The liquid sprayed by this third-level zombie was corrosive, and she wasn't sure if the crystal core had been contaminated. Hearing this, Shun Hanjung explained, "Yes, it can be used. The black crystal core is a special type. This zombie's ability isn't corrosion but absorption." Huamion was stunned by his words and blurted out instinctively, "Absorption ability?" Suddenly, she remembered Zheng Wanyue complaining in her dorm about a scene where, 3 years after the apocalypse, the main characters encountered a zombie with absorption powers. This zombie wandered through major cities, causing great destruction. Its absorption ability was considered invincible. It could swallow guns, ammunition, and other abilities. Humans finally had to use secret weapons, sacrificing a city to eliminate it. Seeing her standing still, Shun Hanjung patted her shoulder gently. "Help me over there." Huamion was pulled back to reality by his gesture. She then supported him as they walked to the zombie's head. Shun Hanjung lowered his arm from her shoulder, took out a glass container for the crystal core, and handed it to her. Huamion reached out, grabbed a small pair of tweezers, and carefully placed the crystal core into the container. Shun Hanjung quickly stored the container in his space. Then he naturally put his arm around Huamion's shoulder again. "Let's go. We need to gather some supplies," Shun Hanjung said in a deep, magnetic voice. Huamion tilted her head and looked at him. "Are you okay? Or should we wait for the team leader and the others?" Shun Hanjung looked down and met her gaze, his voice low. "I just have a headache. I'm not disabled." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized it wasn't appropriate and hurried to correct himself. "I just took a short rest and my energy has recovered a bit. To be safe, I will first absorb the crystal core, then go collect supplies later." As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Hanjung released a sofa from his space, slowly withdrew his arm from Huamion's shoulder, sat down calmly, then took out 2 second-level crystal cores and closed his eyes to absorb their energy. Huamion stood nearby, quietly watching him. Seeing his eyes closed and his long eyelashes trembling slightly, she couldn't help but feel curious. In less than a minute, the 2 crystal cores turned into powder in his hands. Huamion watched this, unable to help but gasp silently. She wondered how high Shun Hanjung's supernatural ability level was. Shun Hanjung opened his eyes and looked at Huamion's curious gaze. His face stiffened for a moment, then he relaxed and looked calm. "Want to know something?" Huamion hesitated, then asked curiously, "What level is your supernatural ability?" Earlier, Shun Hanjung had used teleportation to carry her from the 6th floor to the 8th. She didn't know what level of space ability a user must reach to perform teleportation. Shun Hanjung paused, his eyes deep. He stood up and walked in front of Huamion, looking down at her. "Really want to know?" Huamion looked up at him. Overwhelmed by his strong presence, she suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if knowing his secret would tie her to him forever, making it impossible to escape. She took a few steps back, creating some distance, and changed the subject. "It's not that important. Let's hurry and gather supplies." Seeing her step back and keep her distance, Shun Hanjung's sharp eyes flickered with a faint, dark light. He pursed his lips, turned around, and retracted the sofa into his space. Mian noticed the cold aura around him and thought she had offended him with her earlier question, so she quietly stood still. Shun Hanjin glanced at her and saw she seemed frightened again. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a wave of bitterness rose in his heart. He didn't like her distant and scared attitude, which made their relationship feel like a cold, hierarchical one. He thought for a moment, then walked over to Humian and handed her a black box. The box was a cube with a ring of metal strips embedded along its edges. Humian looked at him with confusion. "What is this?" Shun Hanjing's thin lips slowly parted. "A space ring. Do you want it?" Humian's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly reached out and picked up the box, applying gentle pressure to lift the lid. Inside the black velvet box, a jade green ring rested quietly. The main stone was a very rare emerald, surrounded by a circle of sparkling small diamonds. The whole ring gave off a vintage, yet luxurious feel. Humian looked at the ring with a happy smile on her face. "Is this your salary? But didn't you say you would ask Grandpa Hua for your reward?" On her first day, Humian asked Hua Qingshan for it, but he said the space in the base had already been given to others. Meanwhile, Shun Hanjing's mental energy was unstable, and he hadn't been able to create other storage spaces during this time. As she asked, she reached out and picked up the ring, staring at it carefully. Hearing her words, Shun Hanjing's normally cheerful eyes suddenly darkened. Humian always helped Wen Qi with treatment without asking for anything in return. But when it came to him, he kept thinking about getting paid. He still carried a negative impression of her from their first meeting, and a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Thinking of something, he suddenly cheered up. "You can think of this as my payment to you." After saying that, a mysterious look flashed in his eyes, and he calmly said, "Try binding it with your mental energy." Humian, excited, used her mental power to connect with the ring. Soon, she felt the connection with the space inside. The space inside the ring was much larger than the originally stated 500 square meters. It looked to be about 4 or 5 football fields in size, with a height of around 10 meters. Humian looked up at Shun Hanjing, her face full of surprise. This ring was not only bigger in area, but also much taller than a normal storage space. When Qi had said his space was about 4 or 5 meters high, he mentioned that the larger the space, the higher the ceiling. She didn't expect this man to be so secretive. He could make such a large space, yet the storage space he provided to the base was so small. Shun Hanjing noticed Humian's gaze and said coolly, "What?" Not satisfied, Humian smiled sincerely and said, "I like it very much." "Thank you." Hearing this, Shun Hanjing felt a warm feeling inside. Humian extended her left hand, trying the ring on each finger. In the end, she found it fit perfectly on her ring finger. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she looked at Shun Hanjing, then she smiled in a friendly, pleading way. Could you help me resize this? I'm not used to wearing this ring on this finger." After speaking, she extended her hand to Shun Hanjing, her eyes filled with a little hope. Shun Hanjing looked at her fair hand and casually said, "Sure, but the space inside will be a bit smaller." "Are you sure?" Seeing his serious expression, Humian quickly retracted her hand and forced a stiff smile. "Well, let's just leave it as it is. Changing it again is too much trouble." Shun Hanjing looked down at her, a faint smile flashing in his eyes, so quick that it was hard to catch. Then, Shun Hanjing and Humian started searching through various restaurants. Many of the fresh meat stored inside had gone bad and couldn't be eaten. However, some places still had dried goods and preserved meats in good condition. They stored these foods in their space and also took unopened seasonings they found. Passing by a milk tea shop, Humian also collected some equipment and ingredients. As the weather warmed up, they couldn't do without cold drinks in summer. Thanks to Shun Hanjing, who acted like a mobile storage, gathering supplies became much easier. He only needed to wave his hand, and a large amount of supplies would be stored in his space. In less than 10 minutes, they finished collecting supplies on the 8th floor. Humian stayed close to Shun Hanjing. Just as they reached the staircase, they heard a few gunshots from afar. The gunfire was less dense than before. Hua Mian looked cautiously toward the 7th floor. She saw a small elevator filled with zombie corpses stacked on top of each other, blocking their way. She looked at Shen Hanzheng, clearly intending for him to use his teleportation ability to bring her downstairs. Shen Hanzheng understood her meaning. He silently stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her waist, activated his powers, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived on the 7th floor.
Bang, bang.
Gunshots came from the children's clothing area. Hua Mian frowned and looked around carefully, alert for a sudden zombie attack. Shen Hanzheng released Hua Mian's slim waist, raised a flashlight in his left hand, and took out his previous pistol, handing it to her. "Let's go and check it out." After speaking, he took out a long sword from his space and with long, steady strides, headed toward the children's clothing area. Hua Mian held her gun tightly and followed closely beside him. Suddenly, a second stage zombie darted out from around the corner, rushing toward them at high speed. Hua Mian instinctively raised her gun to shoot.
Bang, bang, bang.
She fired 5 or 6 shots in a row, but the zombie was very quick to dodge, so the bullets didn't hit it. Shen Hanjing stood still with a calm face, holding a long knife in his right hand, as if waiting for the zombie to attack. Hua Mian had seen him kill zombies before, so she wasn't too afraid of this one rushing toward them. In a moment, the zombie was already close to Shen Hanjing. It looked at the 2 targets in front of it, confused and not sure how to dodge, then suddenly opened its big mouth in excitement. It looked greedy, as if thinking Hua Mian and the others were already in its grasp, and even dripped a foul-smelling slime from the corner of its mouth. Shen Hanjing swung his right arm, and with a loud, the zombie's head fell to the ground. Hua Mian watched the scene, feeling amazed even though she had seen it several times before. She didn't know how he trained, but his speed and strength were far beyond her. Just as Shen Hanjing finished removing the zombie's core, footsteps sounded from afar. "Xiao Mian, are you all right?" Bai Ningrong's caring voice came from nearby. Hua Mian turned to look and saw Bai Ningrong and about 8 or 9 other ability users walking toward them. She happily went over and hugged her arm.
"I've fine.
"How about you all?" Chao Kong suddenly complained. "Xiao Mian, you don't know, this zombie was running super fast. Our team chased it from the 6th floor to the 7th, and it kept leading us in circles." Bai Ningrong suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Chen is still dealing with a 2nd-level zombie at the toy store. Since this one is taken care of here, let's go help him quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from not far away. "Xiao Ning, it's already solved." Everyone looked in that direction and saw Xiao Chen leading the other ability users rushing over. Bai Ningrong took a few steps forward to Xiao Chen and looked at him with concern, asking if he was okay. Xiao Chen smiled gently at her, then shook his head to show he was uninjured. When she approached Hua Mian and asked with care, "Xiao Mian, are you hurt?" Afterward, he examined her carefully from head to toe with his slender eyes. Hua Mian smiled slightly. "Wen Qi, I'm fine. Are you all right?" When Qi shook his head, "Everyone only has minor injuries, nothing serious." Shen Hanjing noticed the lively conversation between the two and said firmly, "Separate to gather supplies. Meet outside the gate in 1 hour." Everyone heard this and showed happy expressions, nodding excitedly. This trip was truly worthwhile. Just thinking about the admiring looks from other ability users when they returned made everyone feel happy. At first, most people avoided this task, hearing it involved 3rd-level zombies. They made excuses to stay away. But their harvest was huge. Besides supplies, they collected over 70 1st-level zombie crystals and several 2nd-level ones. These are valuable resources needed to upgrade abilities. The others must have been jealous of their gains. Chao Kong was impatient. When he heard Shen Hanjing's order to split up, he immediately said, "Brother Shen, I'll go ahead first." He then started to walk away. Suddenly, Shen Hanjing spoke, his tone firm. "Form teams of 2 and look out for each other." Chao Kang's foot froze. He turned around and put one hand on Xie Liqing's shoulder, who was closest to him. "Li Cheng, let's go together." Xie Liqing brushed off his arm with annoyance and looked at Shen Hanjing with admiration and respect in his eyes. "Brother Shen, we're leaving now." Shen Hanjing looked calm and nodded gently. Seeing this, everyone paired up and left to gather their needed supplies. Bai Ningrong saw Huamian and Wenqi talking and smiled with a meaningful, ant-like expression. She approached, about to say she was leaving, but noticed the emerald ring on Huamian's ring finger. Bai Ningrong thought for a moment, then pulled Huamian aside and asked in surprise, "Xiaomian, is that a space ring on your finger?" Huamian nodded softly and explained, "Yes, it's the reward Shen Hanjing gave me for treatment." Bai Ningrong raised her eyebrows slightly, studying the ring on her finger. The more she looked, the less it seemed like just a reward. It looked more like Shen Hanjing was declaring his ownership. Her eyes sparkled as she quietly suggested, "Xiaomian, that ring is too obvious on your hand. It's better to put it on a string and hang it around your neck. That way, it's more convenient." Huamian paused for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I will pay attention." Bai Ningrong saw Huamian carefully touch the ring, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. She hesitated for a while, then couldn't help but ask, "Xiaomian, can you ask Brother Shen if he still has storage space available?" After returning to the base, Bai Ningrong originally planned to exchange for space with Xiao Chen, but was told all storage spaces had already been taken. She felt disappointed for a while. During this time, she kept asking Xiao Chen to watch for storage space news, but he said Shen Hanjing hadn't made any storage spaces recently. Now, seeing that Huamian also has space, she was the only one in the team without it, feeling a bit out of place. Seeing Bai Ningrong look embarrassed, Huamian didn't understand why she didn't ask herself, but still agreed. "Okay, I can go ask him now." Bai Ningrong's eyes brightened slightly, and her tone was a little urgent. "Yes, please go quickly." After speaking, she gently pushed Huamian forward a few steps. Actually, Bai Ningrong was a little afraid of Shen Hanjing, feeling that talking to him might result in being ignored. Most importantly, she felt guilty. Sighing softly, Bai Ningrong walked to Xiao Chen with complicated feelings. Huamian approached Shen Hanjing and looked up at him. Do you have any completed storage spaces?" Shen Hanjing looked at her quietly and replied calmly, "What do you want to exchange for?" Huamian's eyes lit up with surprise. She explained, "Ningrong wants to trade with you. I asked her to come talk to you." After saying that, she turned around and waved at Bai Ningrong, signaling her to come over. Bai Ningrong's eyes sparkled, and she linked her arm with Xiao Chen's as she walked over. Huamian moved aside to make space. "Ningrong, you can exchange with him now." Bai Ningrong looked at Shen Hanjing and said coldly, "Brother Shen, after we return to the base, I want to use contribution points to exchange. Is that okay?" Shen Hanjing glanced at her expressionlessly but didn't reply. Bai Ningrong immediately stiffened, feeling that Shen Hanjing's cold gaze carried a sense of intimidation. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Xiao Chen seemed to notice Bai Ningrong's discomfort and gently patted her shoulder to silently comfort her. How Xiao Chen spoke, "Brother Shen, if you need anything, I can help you find it." Shen Hanjing turned his head slightly, his cold eyes watching him quietly, with a faint warning in his gaze. "Take care of your people." After saying that, he threw a space ring to Hao Xiaochen, who caught it smoothly. Hao Xiaochen didn't understand why Shen Hanjing was upset with Xiao Ning. He wanted to ask if there was a misunderstanding, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to wait and ask Xiao Ning later. Bai Ningrong heard Shen Hanjing's words and immediately tensed up, realizing that the other person seemed to see through her plan to match Wenqi and Hao Mian. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she quietly let Hao Xiaochen hold her hand as they walked. Hao Mian looked around suspiciously, confused about why Shen Hanjing suddenly got angry. Just then, Wenqi's voice suddenly rang out. "Xiao Mian, do you want to go gather supplies with me?" Hao Mian turned to look at Wenqi, surprised that he invited her to go with him. She instinctively looked at Shen Hanjing, who had a calm expression and a handsome face, seeming indifferent to whether she went or not. Hao Mian thought for a moment, about to agree, when Shen Hanjing's deep, cold voice sounded. "She's coming with me." His words were simple, but carried a tone that left no room for argument. Hao Mian's body stiffened suddenly, and she hesitated to speak, internally cursing silently. Dictator. When she still seemed to want to say something, but Su Kaiyong suddenly interrupted. "Xiao Mian, when she and I will go gather supplies first. We'll see you later." After saying that, Su Kaiyong placed his hands on Wenqi's shoulders and gently pushed him forward. How Mian stood still, watching them leave with a calm expression. Shun Hanjung looked in the direction of Hao Mian's gaze and saw her staring at Wenqi. He pursed his lips, his eyes cold as ice, radiating a chilling aura. Hao Mian sensed the strange coldness around her and turned her head secretly to glance at Shun Hanjung. She saw that he looked like he was upset and didn't want to be bothered. Just as she was about to look away, Shun Hanjung suddenly lowered his head, and his narrow, phoenix-like eyes met her gaze. Hao Mian licked her lips and forced out a stiff smile. Seeing him stare at her without speaking, Hao Mian asked casually, "Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing that he looked very unhappy and his eyebrows were tightly furrowed, Mian guessed that he might not be feeling well. Thinking she had found the answer, Mian said, "Let me help you treat it first, and then we can go get supplies." After speaking, she saw that Shun Hanjung was still silent. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out and pressed her hand to his forehead, continuously sending her energy to him. Shun Hanjung was stunned by Mian's suggestion to treat him. When he came back to his senses, he saw her hand on his forehead. A warm sensation spread through him. His previously aching head felt much better. In less than a minute, Mian withdrew her hand. She looked at Shun Hanjung's complexion and saw it had become gentle, and the cold air around him had disappeared. She felt that her treatment had worked. She softly asked, "Are you feeling better?" Hearing this, Shun Hanjung looked down at her deeply and then replied, "Not quite." Mian frowned, recalling how she had asked Shun Hanjung to teleport her downstairs earlier, and suddenly felt a bit guilty. Seeing her head bowed and her eyes avoiding his gaze, Shun Hanjung guessed she might be imagining things again. He broke the silence and said, "Let's go. We need to gather some supplies." Hearing this, Mian's desire to stock up grew stronger, and her face lit up with happiness. Seeing her happy expression, Shun Hanjung's lips curled slightly. Just as he was about to walk toward the stairs, Mian suddenly grabbed his shirt sleeve. Seeing his puzzled look, Mian explained, "I want to go to the bedding and home goods section to get a bed." The black leather bed Shun Hanjung gave her was very comfortable to sleep on, but it also felt a bit oppressive. She didn't want to sleep on the black bed anymore. Shun Hanjung was silent for a moment, then turned and headed toward the home furnishings area. Mian was still holding onto his sleeve. When he suddenly moved away, she was pulled forward and nearly stumbled, bumping into his lower back. Shun Hanjung's body stiffened for a moment. Instinctively, he activated his energy, and in an instant, a protective barrier appeared beneath Mian, steadying her and preventing her from falling. His ears turned slightly red, and a hint of shyness flickered in his eyes. Then he turned around, reached out, and helped Mian to stand. Mian, who had bumped into him, saw stars for a moment. After a while, she felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance on her face. She pursed her lips and stared at the floor, looking as if she wanted to poke a hole through it. Shun Hanjung cleared his throat. "Let's go. Isn't it time to pick out the bed?" His voice was low and hoarse. Mian quietly followed beside him, heading toward the bedding section. The atmosphere became a bit quiet and awkward. In the end, Mian reluctantly bought a large white leather bed and some bedding accessories. When passing by the toy area, she also picked up a few large plush toys. They went to the 6th floor, which was full of men's clothing and bags. She caught a glimpse of a leather goods store. She subtly glanced at Shun Hanjung's belt around his waist, feeling a slight headache from the tension. Seeing Shun Hanjung walking without stopping to go to the 5th floor, she asked, "Aren't you going to pick out some clothes?" Shun Hanjung paused, and Mian encouraged him. "You're so handsome, but you wear the same clothes every day. That's a bit dull. It can also make people tired of your style. You should try different kinds of clothes." Shun Hanjung furrowed his brows and looked at her with a strange expression, as if he hadn't thought about this before. Feeling a bit guilty under his gaze, Mian was about to say something when Shun Hanjung headed toward a high-end men's clothing store. She was surprised for a moment, but quickly followed. Shun Hanjung strode into the store. Using his special ability, he casually waved his hand, and an entire wall of clothes disappeared into his space. Just as he was about to turn to another wall of clothes, He caught sight of Huamian standing in front of a belt display table, holding a belt and seemingly studying its material carefully. His steps halted, and a pounding sensation appeared at his temples. He walked over, waving his hand to put all the belts on the display table into his space. Huamian saw the display table vanish and looked up. Shen Hanzheng was looking at her with an unclear expression. She instinctively reached out with the belt in her hand and offered it to him. Shen Hanzheng calmly took it and then stored it in his space. Huamian bit her lip, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Let's go to the 5th floor. After saying that, she turned around and headed outside the store. Shen Hanzheng followed her, suddenly understanding why she wanted him to come and pick out clothes. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the mall sell trendy women's clothing, including underwear and loungewear. Thinking about the underwear Shen Hanzheng had stored in his space, she decided to go over and pick some out. While passing by a fragrance shop on the 3rd floor, she went inside and collected some items. On the 2nd floor, there were women's shoes and bags. She wasn't interested in bags, so she only took some shoes. The 1st floor had cosmetics and jewelry displays. She took some cosmetics. Seeing the beautiful jewelry, before she could act, Shen Hanzheng waved his hand, and the items were stored in his space. Huamian's smile froze on her face. She silently followed Shen Hanzheng down to the 1st basement level. The 1st and 2nd basement levels were a large supermarket. Huamian entered and saw everyone gathered there, happily collecting food from the shelves, looking excited. Huamian went to the snack area and took a large handful of snacks. Passing by a shelf of red wine, she instinctively reached out to touch it. In the next moment, Shen Hanzheng stored the entire shelf in his space. Huamian looked up at Shen Hanzheng. He remained calm and said in a slightly unfriendly tone, "People who get drunk after one glass shouldn't drink at all." Huamian hesitated at his words and asked nervously, "That night, did I do anything bad?" After spending some time together, she felt Shen Hanzheng considered her a friend. At worst, she was still his doctor. Even if she did something wrong, he probably wouldn't mind too much. Shen Hanzheng's face darkened briefly when he heard her. Thinking of something, he said, "If I say I did, are you planning to make up for it?" Huamian's body stiffened suddenly, confused by his words. Seeing her dazed look, Shen Hanzheng couldn't help but gently tap her forehead and said, "Let's go." Huamian stared at him blankly, a faint pain still lingering on her forehead. When she snapped out of it, she glared at him and then quickly followed. They wandered around the supermarket and collected everything useful. 20 minutes later, everyone gathered at the community gate. Hao Xiaochen went to Shen Hanzheng's car and knocked on the window. Shen Hanzheng rolled down the window and looked at him. "What's the matter?" Hao Xiaochen looked serious and said, "Brother Shen, we need to go into the community to search for survivors." "How do you want us to organize the team?" Shen Hanzheng glanced at him and replied calmly, "Just decide for yourself. I won't participate in the rescue efforts." Hao Xiaochen seemed to have expected this and said, "All right, then you and Xiao Mian wait here." Shen Hanzheng nodded and said, "Okay." Huamian listened to their brief conversation and decided on her plan, feeling a bit frustrated. When she saw Xiao Chen leave, she couldn't help but ask, "Are we just going to sit here and wait?" Shen Hanzheng raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Huamian. "What do you want to do?" "I want to go with the team leader and the others," she said directly, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with hope. Shen Hanzheng rubbed his temples, turned to lean back in his chair, and faced her. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. As your lifesaver, shouldn't you take responsibility for my safety?" Shen Hanzheng noticed that Huamian was tough on the outside but soft inside. At first glance, his threats seemed to work, but in reality, Huamian was not convinced. She would hold a grudge if someone treated her badly. For example, her belt hurt her before, and she secretly wanted him to change it. She also claimed that wearing the same style of clothes for a long time could make people bored with their looks. So, Shen Hanzheng secretly decided to be both gentle and firm when dealing with Huamian. He couldn't spoil her too much, but he also couldn't be too harsh. His attitude needed to be gentle. When Huamian heard Shen Hanzheng, she was a bit surprised. It was the first time she heard him consider himself as her lifesaver. She sighed inwardly and looked at him with a deep gaze. People who do good without expecting anything in return are rare. Shun Hanjung was always indifferent, and his way of doing things matched his personality. Hwamian bit her lip. Seeing him look weak, she softly said, "Well, let me treat you again." Seeing that Shun Hanjung didn't object, she reached out and moved closer to his forehead, about to send her energy. Suddenly, he pressed his forehead against her palm. Hwamian was stunned, her eyes meeting his deep, soulful gaze. Shun Hanjung's face was calm. This way, it can reduce energy waste. Hwamian suddenly understood and said, "Oh," then began to send her energy. Shun Hanjung heard her response, and a faint smile appeared in his phoenix-like eyes. He stared at her intently without blinking. The girl's face was only the size of her palm, with delicate, porcelain-white skin. Her most captivating feature was her enchanting peach blossom eyes, which looked at you with deep affection, making it feel like she was gazing at you with love. The more I look at her face, the more I find it attractive. After 2 minutes, Hwamian stopped sending her special energy. She turned to look out the car window and saw that Xiao Hua and his group had already entered the community, and she couldn't see their figures anymore. Shun Hanjung noticed her sad expression. His eyes flickered slightly, and he asked, "Do you want to go?" Hwamian heard this, turned to look at Shun Hanjung, and didn't understand why he brought up this topic again, but she nodded. Shun Hanjung looked at her silently for a moment, then opened the car door and got out, looking down at her from above. It's good to let her go outside and get some fresh air, but only if she stays close to him. Hwamian was surprised for a moment, then realized he was going to accompany her to search for survivors? She didn't have time to think much and quickly opened the car door, walking around to stand in front of him. "Are you going too?" Her face showed surprise. Shun Hanjung glanced at her and said coldly, "Are you coming or not?" He had just told someone he wouldn't join the rescue, but now he changed his mind because of Hwamian. She was still questioning him, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Hwamian looked at his tense, handsome face, showing signs of impatience. She quickly replied, "Yes, yes, I'll go." Shun Hanjung waved his hand, and the car disappeared into the space. Then he started walking slowly toward the community gate. Hwamian followed closely beside him. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, "By the way, where is my knife?" Shun Hanjung flicked his wrist, and 2 long knives appeared in his slender, handsome hands. Hwamian looked at the 2 long knives in surprise. Besides the different colored gemstones embedded in them, they looked the same. Shun Hanjung handed her a long knife with a green turquoise gemstone, while he held a long knife with a sapphire gemstone. Hwamian instinctively reached out to take the knife, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. They hadn't gone far into the community when a loudspeaker began playing a recorded message. "Hello, everyone. We are the Central Base Search and Rescue Team. The zombies outside the community have been dealt with. Please gather your belongings and come downstairs quickly. For those trapped inside their homes, hang sheets or clothes outside the windows as markers. We will send people to rescue you." Hwamian and Shun Hanjung moved forward and saw some zombies approaching the loudspeaker, then everyone started fighting and killing the zombies. Su Kaiyong saw them and walked over. "Brother Shin, why are you here?" Hwamian noticed Shun Hanjung's cold face, looking like he didn't want to answer. She explained, "I wanted to join the rescue effort, and he came along." Su Kaiyong's eyes showed a hint of meaning. Then he said seriously, "The team leaders have split into small groups to search the buildings for survivors. Are you planning to follow the team leaders or look for other buildings on your own?" Hwamian was about to speak when Shun Hanjung's gaze turned toward her, his voice cool. "Are you a kid? Do you need an adult to lead you?" Hwamian was momentarily speechless and swallowed her words. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Su Kaiyong quickly changed the subject. "In that case, you should go to Building A9. No one has searched there yet." Hwamian nodded and headed with Shun Hanjung toward Building A9. As they approached the building, urgent cries for help suddenly came from upstairs. The voices were full of excitement and joy, making their ears ring. Hwamian and Shun Hanjung couldn't help but frown. They looked up and saw 7 or 8 people on the balcony of the 4th floor, shouting, "Help!" Hua Mian reached out and tugged Shen Hanjing's sleeve, signaling him to go upstairs. When they reached the second floor, a red-eyed zombie suddenly lunged at them. Hua Mian gripped her long knife tightly and rushed forward. She dodged the zombie's attack smoothly and swung her knife. With a sharp sound, the knife sliced through the air, cutting off the zombie's head. Hua Mian rubbed her hand, feeling the bones of this first-level zombie were very hard. The strike made her palm ache. Shen Hanjing glanced at her and focused on her delicate hand. "What? Just one zombie, and your hand already hurts?" Hua Mian paused her rubbing and glared at him. "If you can do better, why don't you go? All you do is talk." As soon as she spoke, she saw Shen Hanjing staring at her directly. She immediately realized she had said the wrong thing. Maybe because she felt Shen Hanjing had been tolerant of her lately, she forgot his coldness. Hua Mian quickly looked down, avoiding his gaze. She saw the zombie's head roll to Shen Hanjing's feet. Her body stiffened for a moment, then she forced herself to walk forward and dig out the crystal core. Shen Hanjing didn't expect Hua Mian to dare to challenge him, but he hadn't said anything yet. She was so frightened she lost the courage to even look at him. Shen Hanjing couldn't help but tease her. "I've already gone in, so how can you practice your skills now?" Hua Mian heard this and suddenly froze, her hand holding the crystal core trembling. Her face turned bright red instantly. She quickly sped up her movements, hurriedly storing the crystal core into her space, then quickly walked upstairs. Shen Hanjing watched her run away. A faint smile appeared in his eyes, then he followed her upstairs. Hua Mian reached the fourth floor and immediately saw 3 zombies frantically banging on a door. It seemed they sensed Hua Mian and Shen Hanjing's presence. They slowly turned around, then lunged toward the 2 of them. Hua Mian narrowed her eyes, gripping her long sword tightly, and charged forward. She swung her sword precisely, cutting off the head of the zombie at the front. When the second zombie attacked, Hua Mian sidestepped and dodged it. She then slashed at its legs with her sword, causing the zombie to fall heavily to the ground. Before she could go forward to finish it off, the last zombie lunged at her. Hua Mian quickly stood up, stabbing her sword into the zombie's head. After dealing with that zombie, she turned and went to the second one, swinging her sword to cut off its head. Shen Hanjing saw this, raising an eyebrow slightly. Although he thought her zombie-killing moves were a bit inexperienced, her courage was admirable. After finishing the zombies, Hua Mian knocked on the door. A tense male voice came from inside, asking, "Is this the rescue team?" Hua Mian raised her voice. "Yes, the zombies outside are gone. You can pack up and gather downstairs." As soon as she finished speaking, they heard the sound of shifting heavy objects and scraping on the floor, followed by the door creaking open slowly. A group of people excitedly crowded at the door. When they saw the scene outside, they burst into tears of joy and warmly invited Hua Mian and Shen Hanjing inside. Hua Mian politely declined, saying, "We still need to search other floors. You should hurry and pack up, then gather downstairs." A middle-aged woman with slightly red eyes spoke up, "Thank you, young lady. There are other survivors upstairs and quite a few zombies too. Please be careful and stay safe." Hua Mian nodded, then he and Shen Hanjing headed toward the 5th floor, cautiously looking around. 2 hours later, the rescue operation in the community was finished, and the survivors gathered outside. More than 700 people were rescued. Because of the situation, those with cars drove away themselves, and those without cars took the bus together. Hua Xiaochen saw Shen Hanjing and Hua Mian from afar. His expression quickly became complicated. Earlier, Xiaoning told him that Shen Hanjing liked Hua Mian. He thought it was just nonsense. After all, Shen Hanjing seemed cold and emotionless. Their first meeting was not pleasant. But then he received a message from Su Kaiyang through his earpiece, saying Shen Hanjing and Hua Mian were involved in the rescue. This confirmed his suspicion, and Hua Xiaochen still found it hard to believe. He thought about how Hua Mian and Shen Hanjing lived in the same villa, always seeing each other. They were basically neighbors on the same property. Now, the old master's plan was wrong. If he found out, he might get very angry. In the evening, the convoy finally arrived at the central base. Special staff were responsible for settling the survivors. Everyone used their ID cards to enter the base directly. After dinner, Hwamion sat cross-legged on the sofa in her room, examining the few purified crystal cores in her hand. This time, she was assigned 4 first-level crystal cores and 1 second-level crystal core. She thought for a moment, then closed her eyes to absorb the energy from the crystal cores. The 4 first-level cores were quickly used up, but the barrier still remained. She picked up the 2 second-level cores and continued absorbing. Soon, a familiar pain came, a common sign of leveling up. Hwamion clenched her teeth and persisted. After a while, the barrier grew thinner until with it disappeared. She officially became a second-level psychic. She opened her eyes, full of joy, and glanced at the powdery remains of the crystal cores on the sofa. Calmly, she took off the sofa cover and replaced it with a new one. Then she went to the bathroom for a relaxing bath. She moved to the bed, stored the large black bed in her space, and brought out the white bed she had bought from the mall earlier that day. Exhausted from the day, she just wanted to sleep deeply. Thinking this, she lay down on the bed, pulled the covers over herself, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Hwamion was awakened by a loud knocking on the door. She opened her eyes to hear Rin Zongming urgently calling outside. "Xiaomian, wake up quickly. I need to see you about something important." Hwamion pulled back the blanket, walked to the wardrobe, quickly changed into a dress, and then opened the door. "Dr. Rin, what's the matter?" She looked a bit unhappy, annoyed at being woken up early and unable to sleep in. Ren Zongming noticed her displeasure and hurriedly explained, "It's a life and death matter. Let's talk while we walk." Hwamion nodded, took a pair of slippers from her space, put them on, and followed him out of the villa. Ren Zongming sat in the driver's seat and sighed heavily. Seeing Hwamion sit properly, he quickly started the car and slowly drove out of the yard. "It's Shuyu Kai. Her vital signs are rapidly worsening, and she's in danger of losing her life. We need you to help treat her." Hwamion's face changed slightly as she remembered the hospital bed, looking unusually thin. The car sped along quickly and soon stopped steadily in front of the hospital building. Hwamion hurried with Ren Zongming to the intensive care unit and pushed open the door. Ren Zongming said, "Lu Ying and Zhou Yike have already treated her, but her condition isn't good. Xiaomian, try to send your energy into her abdomen, near the core of her energy." Hwamion nodded seriously, placed her hand near Kai Shiyue's abdomen, and activated her energy. A gentle glow appeared. Ren Zongming was stunned instantly. Seeing the noticeably brighter energy, he was full of questions, but chose not to disturb Hwamion and suppressed his doubts. After 3 minutes, Hwamion stopped sending her energy and slowly withdrew her hand. Ren Zongming examined Kai Shiyue and found her weak breathing had become steady and strong, her face less pale. Her condition was stabilized. He let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Hwamion, curious, and asked, "Xiaomian, has your energy improved?" Hwamion nodded. "Yes, I just upgraded last night." Ren Zongming suddenly said, "Xiaomian, have you considered working at the hospital? You could help treat emergency patients." He only found out last night that Hwamion had gone on a mission with Xiao Chen. It was too dangerous. Last night, when Kai Shiyue's health issues appeared, he planned to go to the villa to treat her, but was stopped by Shin Hanjung and couldn't even get close to the door. It was the guard in the courtyard who told him that Hwamion had gone on a mission during the day and needed proper rest. Later, he asked Lu Ying and Zhou Yike to help treat Kai Shiyue, barely saving her life. It wasn't until this morning that Shin Hanjung finally let him in. When Hwamion heard Ren Zongming's suggestion, she didn't feel as happy as she had imagined. Before she had the space ring, she would have been glad to stay safely in the hospital to help with treatments. But now that she had it, she wanted to go out with the others to gather supplies. Thinking of this, Hwamion refused, saying, "I'm a member of the Swift Shadow team. I'd rather go on missions with them." Ren Zongming's face fell at her words, a little annoyed that Xiao Chen had managed to bring her into his own team. Seeing that Hwamion was firm in her decision, he didn't press further and changed the subject. "Once things are settled here, let's go have breakfast." Mian nodded lightly and followed Ren Zhongming out of the ward toward the cafeteria. Mian followed Ren Zhongming into the hospital staff cafeteria. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Lu Ying and Zhou Yike sitting at a table, eating breakfast. When they came in, Lu Ying smiled gently. "Good morning, Dr. Ren." Zhou Yike also looked up and greeted him before lowering her head again to continue eating. Neither of them spared even a glance for Mian, as if she were invisible. Seeing that they had no intention of talking to her, Mian didn't bother trying to start a conversation. She walked past them to the food counter, ordered 2 buns, a bowl of seafood porridge, and a tea egg, then carried her tray to an empty table and sat down. After a few polite words with Lu Ying, Ren Zhongming noticed from the corner of his eye that Mian had already started eating. He quickly ended the small talk, went to get his own breakfast, and sat down across from her. "Xiaomian, why did you start eating without me?" Mian was biting into a bun when she looked up at him. "I have low blood sugar. I can't go too long without food, so I needed to eat something first." Ren Zhongming's expression turned slightly awkward as he remembered that he had dragged her over early in the morning to treat Kai Shuiwe without thinking that she hadn't eaten yet. He was too anxious. After all, Kai Shuiwe was a rare healing ability user. It was really a pity that she died just like that. He held on to the hope that the problem with the broken ability core could be solved in the future. If it had been someone else, he wouldn't have cared so much. Zhou Yike turned her head to glance at Mian and Ren Zhongming, then shifted her gaze to Lu Ying. Seeing Lu Ying's lowered face, her eyes flickered slightly. She pretended to be casual and said, "Dr. Ren seems to have a good relationship with Mian. They even had breakfast together." Lu Ying looked up and gave her a faint glance. She instinctively clenched her chopsticks and pretended to be relaxed as she picked up a fried dough stick to eat. Seeing this, Zhou Yike chuckled and handed her plate to a nearby guard to handle. She stood up and leaned close to Lu Ying, meaningfully saying, "Mian doesn't look weak at all." Just now, Mian ignored both of them and didn't even greet them. She seemed very proud instead of weak. Seeing Lu Ying's face getting paler, Zhou Yike leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Be careful. Dr. Ren might be taken away by her." After saying this, Zhou Yike left with the guard. Lu Ying turned her head to look at Ren Zhongming. She saw him talking to Mian with a slightly flattering smile on his handsome face. She bit her lip, withdrew her gaze, and her eyes darkened. Ren Zhongming had just finished half his breakfast when a young nurse hurried over to him. "Dr. Ren, there's a patient in urgent condition needing emergency help." Ren Zhongming frowned, stood up, and instructed, "Xiaomian, I've already asked Liu to come pick you up. Don't run around later." Mian swallowed her bun and nodded softly. "I understand, Dr. Ren. You should go and do your work." Hearing her response, Ren Zhongming turned and hurried away with the nurse from the dining hall. Mian scooped a spoon of seafood porridge into her mouth, but her expression instantly froze. It was too fishy, and the taste was far from what Aunt Li made. She wished she had waited for Liu to come and eaten at the villa. She endured her disgust and took a few more bites. Suddenly, the light in front of her dimmed. Mian instinctively looked up and saw Lu Ying standing opposite her. Then she sat down calmly in Ren Zhongming's seat. Mian looked confused, unable to understand her intention, and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" She could clearly sense that Lu Ying seemed to dislike her, and she couldn't understand what Lu Ying was trying to do. Lu Ying lightly pressed her lips together and kept her eyes fixed on Mian with a look of curiosity. "Are you close to Dr. Ren?" Her question made Mian momentarily speechless. Not close? They had just eaten together. Close? They've only met a few times and don't have a deep friendship. She thought for a moment and honestly replied, "It's okay." Lu Ying didn't expect Mian to answer like that. She had thought she might try to build a relationship with Zhongming Ren. After thinking for a bit, she asked, "Why didn't you come to the hospital last night?" Mian looked confused. "No one told me." "What would I do at the hospital?" Lu Ying looked surprised and explained, "Last night, Kai Shuiwe's condition worsened. Zhou Yike and I rushed to the hospital to treat her." Mian was slightly stunned. She had thought Lu Ying and the others only treated Kai Shuiwe in the morning. She didn't realize they had come last night. After a moment of thought, She casually explained, I was on a mission outside the base yesterday. I went to bed early after I returned. Lu Ying was shocked to hear this. She didn't expect Huamian to go on missions with the team. Last night, she and Zhou Yike exhausted their abilities to treat Kai Shuiwa but didn't see Huamian. They thought she was being difficult and deliberately not coming. Now, it seemed that Huamian might have already used her abilities to help someone during her mission, so she didn't have extra energy to treat Kai Shuiwa. Thinking of this, Lu Ying's face showed a hint of awkwardness. She hesitated and said, The last time we met, I wasn't in a good mood, and I was a bit rude. I apologize. Huamian looked at Lu Ying blankly. She had thought Lu Ying was here to pick a fight, but it turned out she was trying to make peace. She thought for a moment and said calmly, I don't mind. Since they weren't close, who would care? Seeing that Huamian didn't seem upset, Lu Ying said, Since you don't mind, then we can be friends from now on. Huamian looked at her with a surprised expression, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Can someone unilaterally declare friendship without asking her? Seeing Lu Ying's persistence in her eyes, Huamian didn't argue. Then, Lu Ying continued talking with Huamian for quite a while. During that time, Lu Ying mostly talked nonstop, while Huamian politely responded a few times. After Huamian finished breakfast, Liu finally arrived late. Seeing Huamian about to leave, Lu Ying spoke, Xiaomian, I heard the farm at the base is almost ready to harvest the fruits and vegetables. Would you like to go shopping with me? Through their conversation, Lu Ying found that Huamian was a bit different from her expectations. She didn't have the pretentious attitude that Zhou Yi had. She tried several times to bring up Ren Zhongming, but Huamian's reactions were very calm. She didn't seem to know much about Ren Zhongming's family and didn't seem interested in learning more. However, Lu Ying was still worried. She extended an invitation, hoping that spending more time together would help her understand Huamian better. When Huamian heard Lu Ying affectionately call her Xiaomian, she felt a little surprised. If Lu Ying had invited her to go shopping at the mall, Huamian would have definitely refused, since she didn't need anything. But hearing about going to the farm at the base, she became interested. Since there was nothing much to do back at the villa, she nodded, Sure. Lu Ying smiled happily, We'll go to the farm inside the base. The one in the suburbs is a bit far. Huamian nodded without arguing. The four of them got into the car, heading toward the farm inside the base. Shun Hanjing sat at the dining table, glancing at the time. It was past 8:30. He took out a headset from his space, pressed a few buttons gently, then put it on his ear. Is anyone there? A respectful male voice came from the other side. Miss Huamian has already had breakfast at the hospital and is now heading to the farm at the base. Hanjing's lips pressed into a thin line, his expression dark and unreadable. He didn't expect Ren Zhongming to set him up. He let out a soft, not believing that this was Huamian's idea. The girl he liked wasn't that naive. Silently, he took off the headset, stored it in his space, then raised his hand to pick up chopsticks, grabbing a shrimp dumpling to eat. Huamian followed Lu Ying and stepped into the farm at the base. The entire farm was surrounded by a brick wall, topped with thick bulletproof glass, which provided good protection and allowed plenty of sunlight for the plants. Inside the farm, neat rows of hydroponic racks were tightly arranged, with fresh, green plants thriving on them. The staff moved quickly and orderly around the shelves. On the other side, there was a neat row of fields with various plants growing on them. Lu Ying walked and explained, the soil here is made from the earth-type abilities of some people. Since the supply is limited, we mainly use water cultivation for now. Huamian nodded. Just as she was about to go closer to look at the water cultivation racks, Lu Ying suddenly grabbed her arm with a slightly excited tone, saying, Let me introduce you to someone. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ying led Huamian toward the fields. Huamian was pulled along, glancing around. When they got closer, she saw a patch of watermelons growing on the ground. The weather in May was starting to get hot, and seeing the big watermelons made her a little hungry. Lu Ying quickly walked with Huamian to behind a woman dressed in a beige dress. She said, Mei-yin, I'm back. Are there any ripe fruits today? I brought a new friend to try some. Su Mei-yin, hearing the voice behind her, paused her watering and turned around. Her gentle face showed a soft smile. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes accidentally caught sight of Huamian standing beside Luing. In that moment, Su Meiyin's pupils shrank suddenly. The watering can in her hand dropped with a loud thud, splashing water that wet her skirt. But Su Meiyin seemed unaware, staring blankly at Huamian. Seeing Su Meiyin frozen in place, Luing thought she had startled her with her sudden words. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Su Meiyin's arm, gently shook her a few times, and said apologetically, "Meiyin, I'm sorry. I was too loud and scared you. Are you okay?" Su Meiyin was brought back to her senses by Lu Ying's shaking. She blinked her sore eyes, her hand still trembling slightly, and forced herself to stay calm.
Infine.
This. Is she your friend? Su Meiyin's eyes stayed on Huamian. She wanted to go forward, but was afraid of being too abrupt. Lu Ying quickly nodded and introduced. Her name is Huamian. Like me, she's a healing ability user. After saying that, Lu Ying looked at Huamian and cheerfully said, "Xiaomian, this is Meiyin. She's a wood-type ability user. Many of the plants on this farm are thanks to her care." Huamian saw that Su Meiyin kept staring at her, thinking she was curious about her. She raised a polite smile and said clearly, "Hello, Sister Meiyin." When Su Meiyin heard the greeting, her expression immediately froze. As her thoughts pulled her in different directions, she quickly responded with a gentle, caring smile. "Hello, Xiaomian." Lu Ying suddenly spoke up. "Meiyin, I brought Xiaomian to see the fruits you grow. Are there any ripe watermelons today?" Su Meiyin's gaze stayed on Huamian. She casually said, "You can go look in the field yourself. I'll take care of Xiaomian." Lu Ying was a bit surprised and nodded. All right. She had planned to take Huamian with her, but since Su Meiyin said so, she couldn't object. She could only walk toward the melon field herself. At that moment, Liu, standing behind Huamian, suddenly spoke. "Hello, Aunt Su." Hearing this, Su Meiyin looked up at Liu, her face full of surprise. "Liu, what are you doing here?" Liu politely replied, "I am now assigned by the base leader as Xiaomian's security guard to protect her safety." Hearing this, Su Meiyin was momentarily stunned, her mind drifting again. Liu seemed to think of something and looked at Huamian, explaining softly, "Xiaomian, this is Captain Hu's mother." Huamian instantly froze in place, her face turning red with embarrassment. She had called the captain's mother sister, and just thinking about future scenes, she could already imagine the embarrassing social situation. Hearing Liu's words, Su Meiyin's eyes darkened, and her tone softened. "Does Xiaomian also know Xiaochen?" Before Huamian could answer, Liu continued, "Xiaomian came from F City with Captain Hu back to the central base. She is now also a member of the Swift Shadow team." After hearing this, Su Meiyin took a deep breath, clenched her fists unconsciously, and a faint flash of anger appeared in her eyes. She looked at Liu and tried to sound casual. "Liu, can you go water the plants for me?" "Not too much. I'll stay here with Xiaomian." Liu had no objection. She bent down, picked up the watering can from the ground, and headed toward the farmland. After Liu left, Huamian felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and delicate. Before she could say anything, Su Meiyin spoke. "Xiaomian, your hair is a little messy. Auntie will help you tie it." Huamian's face showed a moment of embarrassment. Suddenly, she remembered how hurriedly she got up that morning. She had just casually tousled her hair and tied it up before rushing to the hospital with Ren Zhongming. Now, being told by Su Meiyin that her hair was messy, she felt her face flush hot. Su Meiyin took a chair from the space and smiled, indicating for Huamian to sit down. Unable to refuse her enthusiasm, Huamian stiffly sat down. Su Meiyin walked behind Huamian, her hands trembling slightly as she gently tucked the stray hair behind her ear. Seeing the familiar red mole on Huamian's right earlobe, Su Meiyin's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears welled up. Huamian sat in the chair, waiting for a while but not feeling Su Meiyin's next move. She couldn't help but speak. "Aunt Su, I can do it myself," and tried to stand up. Suddenly, Su Meiyin snapped back to her senses, hurriedly raising her hand to hold Huamian's shoulder, speaking softly, "Be good and sit still. Auntie will help you." She took a deep breath, quickly wiping away her tears. Gently, her hands fell into Hwamion's hair, softly combing it strand by strand. Hwamion's hair was shiny, thick, and slightly curled at the ends, with excellent texture. As she combed, Su-mein softly asked, "Xiaomian, do you have other family members at home?" Hwamion's body stiffened for a moment, her tone unconsciously tinged with loneliness. "No, I am an orphan." Hearing this, Su-mein's throat seemed to choke up. She wanted to say something, but was afraid Hwamion might resist. She bit her lip, swallowing the words she almost spoke, forcing herself to stay calm. Focusing, Su-mein carefully styled Hwamion's hair into a princess bun and clipped on a beautiful hairpin. She took out a mirror from the space and held it in front of Hwamion. "Look, how does my handiwork look?" Hwamion looked up, and the mirror reflected her delicate and charming appearance. Her long bangs were braided and crossed behind her ears, decorated with tiny pearls. The rest of her hair naturally fell to her waist. She looked radiant and captivating, exuding a charming allure. Hwamion spent the morning on the farm. During that time, Su-mein enthusiastically shared many planting tips with her. At lunchtime, Hwamion asked to return to the villa. Su-mein enthusiastically handed her many fruits and vegetables, also giving her 2 pots of cherry tomato plants to take home and enjoy. During their conversation, Hwamien unexpectedly learned that Liu Ying liked Ren Zhongming. She also understood why Liu Ying's personality was so different before and after. Ren Zhongming prefers gentle girls, so Liu Ying pretended to be gentle in front of him. As for her dislike towards Hwamien, it was because Liu Ying was feeling jealous. Liu took Hwamien to the villa and then drove away. As soon as Hwamien stepped into the villa, she saw Shin Hanjing sitting by the coffee table in the living room, holding a cup of tea and bringing it to his lips. Noticing the movement at the door, he paused his tea drinking and turned to look. Their eyes met. Hwamien was slightly startled, not expecting him to be so interested in drinking tea. Shin Hanjing's gaze was fixed on Hwamien, and a look of amazement flashed in his sharp eyes. The girl was wearing a light yellow knee-length dress, with a waist design that highlighted her slim figure. He had once held that waist, feeling its softness, as if it could break easily with a little force. Her hair was styled elegantly, and her delicate face was slightly flushed, radiating a captivating charm. Shin Hanjing's eyes were drawn to Hwamien, and the surroundings blurred until only her figure remained. His Adam's apple moved up and down. Then, as if recalling something, his face suddenly darkened. Seeing his cold expression, Hwamien felt a tightness in her heart, confused about why he was angry, feeling it was all inexplicable. She walked over, but before she could speak, Shin Hanjing's cold voice asked, "You still know how to come back?" Hwamien was stunned. The words sounded strange, like a strict elder scolding, as if even returning home had to be scheduled. She bit her lip and explained, "I went to see a patient today," implying she wasn't just out for fun. Shin Hanjing raised a faint, mysterious smile. "Are the watermelons on the farm sweet?" Hwamien instinctively nodded. When she realized, she understood that Shin Hanjing knew her whereabouts. She blinked, thought for a moment, then immediately took out a large watermelon from her space, placing it on the coffee table like a treasure, with a pleasing smile on her face. "The watermelons are very sweet. I brought a few back just for you." Seeing her like this, Shin Hanjing's stern face gradually softened. "Eat first. Eating watermelon on an empty stomach is not good." Hwamien nodded obediently and quickly walked to the dining table to sit down. Shin Hanjing waved his hand, and a table full of hot, delicious food appeared instantly. Just smelling it made people drool. Hwamien picked up her chopsticks, took some vegetables into her bowl, and suddenly remembered something. She said, "I have some vegetables and fruits in my space. I'll move them to your space later. That way, they can last longer." Shin Hanjing frowned slightly. "No need, just keep them in your space." Hwamien disagreed. "My space doesn't keep things fresh." Shin Hanjing looked at her and asked softly, "Have you tried?" Hwamien froze instantly, blinking her beautiful eyes at him. "Do I need to try?" The spaces of the team leaders are all the same, and they don't keep things fresh either. Seeing Shun Hanjing's confident expression, Hun Mian seemed to think of something. She hurriedly asked, "Is the space you gave me capable of keeping things fresh?" Shun Hanjing nodded slightly. "Yes," he replied. Hun Mian's face lit up with a bright smile upon hearing this. Her peach blossom eyes shone as she looked at Shun Hanjing. "Thank you for giving me the space." Shun Hanjing was stared at by Hun Mian's warm gaze, feeling as if his eyes were being burned. He instinctively looked down. His sharp eyes accidentally caught sight of the ring on Hun Mian's chest. The ring was tied with a simple string, hanging casually around her neck. Shun Hanjing's eyes darkened slightly. He thought for a moment, then took out a delicate silver chain from his space. "Give me the ring." As he spoke, he held out his large hand, palm up, in front of Hun Mian, his tone firm and unquestioning. Seeing Shun Hanjing's necklace, Hun Mian suddenly understood. She took off the ring and placed it in his hand. Shun Hanjing's fingers moved skillfully, fixing the ring onto the chain. He looked up at Hun Mian. "Come here, I'll put it on for you." Hun Mian blinked and obediently stood up, walking over to Shun Hanjing. Seeing Shun Hanjing sitting in a chair, Hun Mian didn't hesitate. She bent down, squatted, and leaned her head close to him. Because of her higher position, Shun Hanjing's gaze unintentionally swept to her neckline. His hand, holding the necklace, suddenly froze. His Adam's apple moved uncontrollably, and he forced himself to look away. Shun Hanjing reached out and touched Hun Mian's long hair, gently brushing it to one side, revealing her snow-white neck. Then he gently placed the necklace around her neck, carefully fastening the clasp with his fingers, and finally let her long hair fall back into place. "Done," he said in a slightly husky voice. Hun Mian heard this and sat up straight, reaching up to touch the necklace, then returned to her seat and focused on eating her lunch. She didn't notice Shun Hanjing's awkward expression or the slight redness of his ears. At night, in the Hua family study, Su Main sat expressionless beside the coffee table, radiating a quiet, heavy atmosphere. Hua Zhongxiu looked down, appearing guilty, standing nervously next to her. Hua Xiaochen stood to the side, lips pressed tightly, silently watching everything. The room was very tense. Su Main coldly glanced at her two silent father and son, holding back her anger, and said coldly, "When did you find out about Xiao Mian?" Hua Zhongxiu carefully looked at her face and softly replied, I knew a few days earlier than you. I've also been kept in the dark by Xiaochen." Hua Xiaochen, hearing his father's excuse, felt speechless inside, with a hint of helplessness on his face, and explained, "Mom, this was Grandpa's idea." Su Main suddenly froze, then turned her gaze to Hua Zhongxiu. "If you knew a few days ago, why didn't you tell me? If I hadn't seen her, were you planning to hide it from me forever?" Hua Zhongxiu immediately showed a look of grievance. I did mention it to you before. When we talked about our daughter, you told me to shut up. I know you've been thinking about our daughter, and Siyu has lived with us for 17 years. You've always treated her like your own precious child. There are conflicts between Xiao Mian and Siyu. If they live under the same roof, they both have their own grudges. Whatever decision you make next, I will follow it." Su Main was silent for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, Hua Xiaochen suddenly added, "Xiao Mian's adoptive mother is Liningfen." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Main froze instantly, her face turning very unpleasant. Hua Zhongxiu looked panicked, lowering his head with a guilty expression. After a while, Su Main's cold eyes fixed on Hua Zhongxiu, who was sweating nervously under her gaze. It's all my fault. Don't get upset and hurt yourself. If you're angry, hit me. Don't keep it inside." Hua Zhongxiu never expected that his newborn daughter had been taken and raised by his former first love. When he was in college, he loved Liningfen. His mother heard about it and worried that Liningfen didn't truly like him. So she took a check for 5 million yuan to test Liningfen's sincerity. Unexpectedly, Liningfen took the money without hesitation and went abroad to study. Hua Zhongxiu felt very discouraged at that time. After a period of sadness, he pulled himself together. Later, arranged by his family, he went on a blind date. He met Su Main, who was gentle, kind, and sincere. He gradually became attracted to her. He then pursued her passionately and finally won her heart. They got married. A few years later, Hua Zhongshu heard by chance that Lin Ningfin had returned to the country, married a wealthy man, and later divorced to move to another city. During this time, he had no contact with Lin Ningfin and didn't understand why she had taken his daughter, who was just a baby. He learned from Rin Zhongming that Hua Mian was in poor health. Without thinking, he knew his daughter hadn't had a good life under Lin Ningfin's care. Growing up in a repressive environment, she developed a timid personality. Hua Zhongshu felt very guilty and regretted not protecting his daughter well. Before marrying, Su Mei knew about Hua Zhongshu's first love, but she never expected that this first love would bring unbearable pain to their family. Tears kept flowing from Su Mei's eyes. She was silent for a while, as if making a painful decision, then slowly spoke. "Tomorrow, send Xiaoyu away." The door of the study was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Hua Xiu rushed in, looking panicked. Her eyes were red, and she hurried to Su Mei's side. Then she suddenly knelt down, tightly hugging Su Mei's leg, crying loudly, "Mom, are you going to send Xiaoyu away? I am your most beloved Xiaoyu. Why are you pushing me away?" Boo-hoo. Hearing Hua Xiu's crying, Su Mei's body instantly stiffened. Seeing her crying so sadly, her mind drifted back to 17 years ago, when the scene gradually overlapped with the present. At that time, Su Mei and Hua Zhongshu went to visit children at an orphanage. 6-year-old Hua Xiu was crying and clinging to her leg, crying out to go home with her. Su Mei couldn't help but wonder if her Yu was also somewhere in a corner, eagerly hoping someone would adopt her. Unknowingly, her heart softened, and she decided to adopt her Xiu, which led to the current difficult situation. Her biological daughter was suffering at Lin Ningfin's place, yet she carefully cared for a substitute. Thinking about the last conflict between Hua Xiu and Hua Mian, Su Mei felt scared. She didn't know at the time and almost became an accomplice in hurting her own daughter. Thinking of these things, Su Mei hardened her heart and spoke calmly, "I just want you to move out. I will ask your father to arrange a new place for you. Your points on your ID card won't decrease, and your life won't be affected." Hua Xiu looked at her blankly, tears filling her eyes. "Mom, I grew up in this family. I don't want to leave you," Hua Zhongshu said earnestly. "Xiu, we raised you not to expect you to repay us, but just to understand how we feel as parents. There is still a water system mutant over at the water tower. If you're willing, I can arrange a job for you there, and you can live peacefully from now on." Hua Xiu, hearing this, begged pitifully, "Is it because Hua Mian is coming back to live here? I can apologize to her, get along peacefully, and take good care of her. Can you please not make me leave?" Her voice was full of pleading. Seeing this, Su Mei seemed to feel some pity, but she quickly said in a firm voice, "Your presence is the biggest harm to Mian." Hearing this, Su Mei previously wavering heart immediately hardened again. "Xiu, listen to your father and move out," she said firmly. "If you have difficulties in the future, we will definitely not turn a blind eye." Hua Xiu lowered her head slowly, hiding a flash of hatred in her eyes. After a brief silence, she looked up with a pitiful expression. "Can I come back to see you someday? I can't bear to leave you." Su Mei was stunned instantly, feeling a mix of emotions. She thought for a moment and said, "Yes, any time you want to come back. Years of feelings can't be cut off easily." The child she raised herself still held a special place in her heart. The next day, after Hua Mian finished breakfast, the Hua family members all came to visit. Hua Mian felt confused and politely stepped forward to greet him. "Grandpa, why are you here? Is there something you need?" Hua Zhongshu stood behind Hua Qingshan. When he heard Hua Mian call him grandpa, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. He thought Hua Mian had learned about her background, but she didn't want to call him dad, which made him feel a little disappointed. Hua Qingshan looked at Shen Hanjing sitting on the sofa and hesitated. "Xiao Shen, we need to talk to Xiao Mian about something. Can you give us some privacy?" Shen Hanjing looked up at him and said, "On my territory, you want me to leave? Are you sure about that?" Hua Qingshan's body stiffened instantly. Thinking about his background, he weighed his options and chose to stay silent. He asked Hu Mian to sit on the sofa, then glanced at Hua Zhongxiu. Hua Zhongxiu was momentarily stunned, then quickly took out a document from his space and handed it to Hu Mian. He softly said, "Xiao Mian, take a look at this document first." Hu Mian hesitantly took it and opened it. She glanced at the last page and saw the words. She recognized every character, but when they were put together, she seemed to have trouble understanding. She froze in place. Su Mei's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Xiao Mian, I am your mother." She said this while sitting beside Hu Mian, holding her hands gently. Hu Qingshan took out a photo and handed it to Hu Mian. "This is a picture of your grandmother when she was young." Hu Mian hesitated before taking the photo, lowering her eyelashes to examine it. The person in the photo looked very much like her, but they radiated a confident aura, very different from her gentle and fragile personality. Hua Xiaochen spoke up. "Xiao Mian, you are my biological sister, no doubt about it." Hu Mian looked at their faces, her lips slightly parted. She wanted to ask something, but didn't know how to start. Seeing her hesitation, Su Mein hurriedly explained the complicated relationship between Hua Zhongxiu and Lin Yingfen. After hearing this, Hu Mian felt a mix of emotions: relief, sadness, disappointment, and relief. She also understood why the Hua family had been so kind and close to her before. Su Mein's voice choked as she said, "Xiao Mian, all of this is our fault. We didn't protect you well, which is why Lin Yingfen stole you when you were just born." Hu Qingshan saw her silent and spoke gently. "Xiao Mian, we are your family. We will always stand behind you and protect you." Shen Hanjing looked at Hu Mian's dazed expression and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. His forehead veins bulged as he clenched his lips slightly, unable to hold back, and started to tell them to leave. "Mian Mian needs time to accept this. You all should go back first." After saying that, he pulled Hu Mian behind him, looking like a protective parent. As soon as Shen Hanjing spoke, everyone looked at him. Shen Hanjing remained calm and said again, "Why are you looking at me? Do I have something on my face?" Although Hua Xiaochen already knew Shen Hanjing's feelings for Mian Mian, he was still surprised by his shameless behavior. Hu Qingshan looked shocked. He looked at Hua Mian and then at Shen Hanjing, pointing at Shen Hanjing. "Are you serious?" When Hua Mian heard Shen Hanjing affectionately call her Mian Mian, she was still surprised and hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, he pulled her behind him to protect her. Watching Shen Hanjing's tall figure, Hua Mian suddenly felt that he might not be so cold after all. She had treated Shen Hanjing many times, and maybe in his heart, she was already considered a friend. Hua Mian was lost in thought when suddenly, from the opposite side, Hu Qingshan's loud, stammering voice asked something serious, like questioning. At that moment, Shen Hanjing's deep voice sounded. "I've always been serious." Hua Mian listened to their conversation, feeling confused and not understanding what they were hinting at. Hu Zhongxiu, hearing his father's words and seeing his gaze shift between Shen Hanjing and Hua Mian, realized the truth only after hearing Shen Hanjing's reply. It turned out Shen Hanjing had feelings for his daughter. Hua Zhongxiu suddenly stood up, full of anger, and strode toward Shen Hanjing. He was about to scold Shen Hanjing harshly when Hu Qingshan stopped him. "Second brother, you take your wife back first. I want to talk with Xiao Shen." Hu Zhongxiu frowned, angry inside, and had no intention of listening. "Dad, Xiao Mian is my daughter. I have the right to manage." He hadn't finished speaking when Hu Qingshan interrupted him. "What right do you have? If it weren't for you, how could Xiao Mian have lost? Hurry up and get out." Hu Zhongxiu's face turned pale and then green. He clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Shen Hanjing, unwilling to leave. "Xiao Mian is my biological daughter. Old man, you're afraid of him, but I am not." Seeing Hu Qingshan and Hu Zhongxiu father and son arguing, Su Mein quickly stood up and reached out to grab Hu Zhongxiu's arm. "Stop saying that," she said with a hint of blame. Hu Zhongxiu looked at Su Mein with a sad expression, understanding that she didn't want to see him arguing with his father. He clenched his teeth, chose to compromise, and then turned to glare fiercely at Shen Hanjing. When Su Mein saw Hu Zhongxiu calm down, She turned to look at Huamian behind Shen Hanzheng. She spoke gently. Xiao Mian, I have tidied up your room. Xiao Yu no longer lives at home, so you don't need to worry about conflicts with her. We will always wait for you to come home. Huamian's lips moved slightly, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Su Meiyin smiled softly. Xiao Mian, don't worry. We won't pressure you. When you're ready to come home, we'll come to pick you up. This will always be your home. Don't carry any burden in your heart. Seeing the hope in Su Meiyin's eyes, Huamian hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Su Meiyin immediately showed a happy smile. Then my husband and I will go first. After saying that, she waved goodbye to Huamian and pulled the reluctant Hu Zhongsu away. Hu Qingshan turned around and looked at Hu Xiaochun, reminding him seriously, Xiaochun, you still need to lead the team to collect medical supplies, right? Go early, don't keep everyone waiting. Hu Xiaochun looked at Shen Hanzheng with dissatisfaction, but he responded calmly, ignoring the hostility in his eyes. A dark flicker crossed Hu Xiaochun's eyes, and he softly replied, Grandpa, I'll go first. Hu Qingshan waved his hand casually, not caring about whether he stayed or left. After the Hu family three left, the atmosphere became heavy and quiet. Hu Qingshan looked at Huamian with kindness and said warmly, Xiao Mian, Xiao Shen, and I have something to talk about. You can sit here and listen or go back to your room to rest, whatever you prefer. Huamian was about to speak when Shen Hanzheng suddenly turned to look at her, his voice deep and magnetic. You go back to your room and wait. I have something to tell you later. Huamian nodded, and turned to go back to her room. Actually, even if Shen Hanzheng hadn't spoken, she planned to go back to her room. What happened today was too shocking for Huamian. She had lived 19 years in a suppressive family environment, and the mother she thought was her biological mother turned out to be a kidnapper who stole her away from her real parents. Looking back now at Linningfin's many harsh actions, there seems to be a reasonable explanation. The grudges and conflicts of the previous generation caused her, a small, to suffer a lot. Thinking of this, Huamian felt a twinge of sadness and mixed feelings. She can accept her background as a fact, but suddenly calling Hu Zhongshu and Su Meiyin parents feels strange, and she needs some time to digest and accept it. Honestly, the Hu family has been very kind to her, and she can sense their good intentions. However, there is a 19-year gap between them, and building a close relationship won't happen overnight.
They can only take it step by step.
In the living room, Shen Hanzheng sat upright beside the coffee table. He looked up at Hu Qingshan and said calmly, Old Hu, please sit. Hu Qingshan looked at him deeply, then sighed heavily, pulled over a chair, and sat across from Shen Hanzheng. Shen Hanzheng calmly picked up a clean teacup, poured some tea, and placed it in front of Hu Qingshan. Hu Qingshan frowned slightly, surprised by his action. Then, as if he remembered something, his face darkened, and he stared intently at Shen Hanzheng. This was the first time Shen Hanzheng poured tea for him, but he didn't want to drink it now. Shen Hanzheng didn't mind Hu Qingshan's attitude. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he took a sip with his slender, handsome hand. Seeing his relaxed and confident manner, Hu Qingshan couldn't help but take a deep breath and said slowly, I thought you wouldn't be interested in romantic relationships. Shen Hanzheng calmly set down his teacup, and it made a soft clink as it touched the table. Is it not natural for a normal man to seek a partner? Hu Qingshan was suddenly speechless. Sorry for his poor eyesight. He hadn't realized Shen Hanzheng was a normal man before. In the past, many beautiful women tried to flirt with him, but he remained cold and unaffected. It was like throwing flowers at a blind man or playing music for a cow, completely pointless. When Shen Hanzheng suggested that Huamian stay at the villa to treat him, Hu Qingshan thought that since Huamian had offended him, living together might ease the tension. Plus, Shen Hanzheng had no interest in women, which reassured him. Looking back now, he really was like a dog that bites the hand that feeds him, gone without a trace, and now he regrets it so much that his insides feel blue. Hu Qingshan hesitated for a moment and then slowly said, Xiao Shen, can you please let Xiao Mian go? She's not suitable for you. Shen Hanzheng looked at him coldly and interrupted directly, What do you mean not suitable? I have the strength to protect her. Hu Qingshan frowned. You know I don't mean that. Your personalities don't match. Xiao Mian is quiet and doesn't like to talk much. You should find someone more cheerful so you can get along better and enjoy your life. Shen Hanjun glanced at him calmly and said, I like quiet people. I don't like noisy ones. Hu Qingshan felt a lump in his throat. Seeing Shen Hanjun's persistence, he said straightforwardly, but what if Xiao Mian doesn't like you? Forcing her isn't good. Shen Hanjun seemed to think of something and slightly smiled, confidently saying, I think it's sweet. Hu Qingshan's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Just as he was about to say more, Shen Hanjun coldly interrupted, I'm just telling you my decision. I'm not asking for your opinion. Hu Qingshan's expression instantly turned unpleasant. After a moment of silence, seeing Shen Hanjun's insistence, he had to remind him, Xiao Mian is still young. Don't scare her. Shen Hanjun looked at him with a deep gaze. I have my own sense of measure. I wouldn't be so beastly. What else do you want? Seeing Shen Hanjun's attitude of wanting to send him away, Hu Qingshan instinctively looked for something to do. The research at the academy is progressing slowly. When are you free to give some guidance? Shen Hanjun paused silently and casually replied, I'll go tomorrow. After saying that, he frowned at Hu Qingshan. Do you have something else? Once again being dismissed by Shen Hanjun, Hu Qingshan felt annoyed and said, My Xiao Mian might not like older guys. Shen Hanjun looked to be about 26 or 27, and compared to Hu Mian, there was definitely an age difference. Shen Hanjun looked at him with a blank expression and a cool tone. Age is never a problem. I forgot to tell you, power users' lifespans extend as their abilities upgrade. A level 1 power user can easily live to 150 years old. Hu Qingshan was stunned like he'd been struck by lightning and sat there blankly. After reacting, he swallowed hard and asked, Is that true? Shen Hanjun nodded calmly. Are you surprised to know you can live for hundreds more years? Hu Qingshan was indeed shocked. Yesterday, the Academy of Sciences reported that people with special abilities had much more active cells than ordinary people, but he never expected that this could actually extend their lifespan. Hu Qingshan pressed his lips together and asked carefully, What about your family? Shen Hanjun looked composed. I can make my own decisions. Hu Qingshan fell silent, then sighed. All right, I'll go now. He stood up and left. Shen Hanjun stayed seated, poured himself another cup of tea, drank it slowly, then stood and walked to Hu Mian's room. He knocked on the door. After a short moment, it opened from the inside.
What do you want?
Hu Mian asked, standing in the doorway. Seeing her calm expression, Shen Hanjun raised an eyebrow, surprised by her reaction. He had thought she might be crying inside. With a casual tone, he said, Aren't you going to invite me in? Hu Mian hesitated, then opened the door wider and stepped aside to let him in. As soon as Shen Hanjun entered, he gently took hold of her wrist and closed the door behind them. He leaned closer, placing his hands on the door beside her, surrounding her in the small space. Hu Mian's back pressed against the cold door, her heart beating fast. She looked up at him nervously. What are you doing? Shen Hanjun lowered his head slightly, his voice soft. Mian Mian, I like you. You must have noticed, right? Hu Mian's eyes widened. His words made her freeze in surprise. She had never imagined he would feel that way about her. Seeing her stunned, Shen Hanjun clicked his tongue lightly and gently pinched her cheek. The slight pain brought her back to her senses. His deep voice sounded close to her ear. Are you really that surprised that I like you? This time, Hu Mian heard him clearly. She quickly pushed his hand away, her face turning bright red from embarrassment. She nervously tilted her head away, but Shen Hanjun's long, strong hand held her chin firmly in place. Shen Hanjun looked at her with intense eyes and a gentle tone, full of affection. Why are you hiding? Hu Mian was forced to look up at Shen Hanjun's handsome face, her beautiful eyes full of panic. Her lips trembled as she said, Let go first. We can talk properly. Shen Hanjun chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Aren't I talking to you nicely? Seeing Shen Hanjun's bad attitude, Hu Mian couldn't believe he was so shameless. She was angry and pushed him, but he held her hands above her head. Shen Hanjun said without hesitation, Mian, be with me. Be my partner, okay? His tone rose at the end. Mian bit her lip, surprised that Shen Hanjung was not only assertive in other matters, but also so forceful about feelings. She looked up at him, seeing him staring at her intently, as if he wouldn't let go unless she agreed. She took a deep breath and said seriously, I don't like you. Shen Hanjung's body stiffened for a moment but quickly relaxed, not surprised by her answer. He squinted his eyes and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. You didn't like me before, but start now. Try to like me. Mian was stunned by his shameless request. After calming down, she asked coldly, What do you like about me? Shen Hanjung chuckled softly and looked at her tenderly. Because it's you. That's why I like you. Mian didn't understand what Shen Hanjung meant and struggled to get him to let go. Can you please let me go first? Shen Hanjung saw she was a little embarrassed but stubbornly said, If you become my partner, I will let you go. Mian's view of Shen Hanjung was once again refreshed. She felt he was becoming quite reckless. Anger rose in her heart. Without thinking, she suddenly threw her head forward to hit him.
Ouch.
It hurt so much. Pain shot through her forehead instantly. Her eyes quickly turned red, and her voice trembled with tears. Shen Hanjung's heart clenched. He hurriedly released her hands, cupped her face, and carefully examined her forehead. Mian, once free, immediately slapped his hand away and gently rubbed her aching forehead, glaring at Shen Hanjung's strong jaw with a look of resentment. It felt like it was made of iron, and it hurt her so much. Shen Hanjung saw her look full of sadness. Even though she had run into him herself, she still blamed him. He couldn't help but smile quietly and gently said, Mian, be good, don't think about resisting me. Looking at the red mark on her forehead, Shen Hanjung softly comforted her. Be good, treat it yourself. It will stop hurting soon. Mian guided her special energy to flow over her forehead. After a moment, the pain gradually disappeared. She lowered her hand from her forehead and looked up, only to see Shen Hanjung about to come closer again. Her heart tightened, and she immediately moved away from him, jumping 3 meters away. Seeing Mian hide from him like avoiding a plague, Shen Hanjung felt like someone had stabbed him in the heart. A cold wind seemed to enter the wound, making his whole body feel frozen, and his blood almost stop. He took a slow breath, turned around, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Mian, I won't hurt you. You don't need to be so guarded. Mian was suspicious of Shen Hanjung's words. When he took 2 steps forward, she reflexively took 2 steps back, looking at him cautiously. Stay there, and don't come closer. No man had ever treated her like Shen Hanjung. He said he liked her, but Mian felt that this man didn't respect her at all. Hearing her words, Shen Hanjung felt like his heart was stabbed again, aching quietly. He hadn't planned to reveal everything so soon, but the Hor family suddenly exposed Mian's background, catching him off guard. Mian was always soft-hearted, and accepting the Hor family's involvement was only a matter of time. If she wanted to move back to the Hor family, forcing her to stay in the villa would only make their relationship more strained. He could be firm and keep her close, but he was used to being proud. Since he had given his true feelings, he also wanted her to have him in her heart. Mian, don't you remember I can teleport? If I really wanted to force you, do you think you could run away? Shen Hanjung explained the current situation to Mian, not wanting her to reject him too much. Seeing Shen Hanjung so confident, Mian felt annoyed. Her delicate face turned red with anger. What do you really want? Her voice was naturally soft, which somehow lessened her anger, making her sound like she was pouting. Even when she was angry, she looked so adorable. Shen Hanjung pursed his lips and walked toward her, his steps slow and steady. Mian instinctively wanted to step back, but thinking of his previous words, she stopped abruptly and stiffly stood in place. Noticing her unusual reaction, Shen Hanjung said softly, Just see me as an ordinary admirer. Don't resist me too much. Mian felt even worse after hearing this. He's just an admirer, yet he's so domineering and forceful. What kind of ordinary admirer acts so pushy? Seeing the small fire flickering in Mian's eyes, Shun Hanjing realized his earlier actions might have been a bit too much. When he first met Huamian, he didn't think much. He thought she was a scheming woman and only saw her as a doctor. But as they spent time together, Shun Hanjing found Huamian to be very simple and kind-hearted. Gradually, he was drawn to her. He is in a high position and has seen many dark sides of people. When he meets a pure and compatible girl, he naturally doesn't want to miss her. Mian, I have a headache. You haven't treated me today. Shun Hanjing softened his tone, but his well-defined hand still held Huamian's small hand tightly. Huamian instinctively struggled, trying to pull her hand away, but the man held it firmly. She loudly scolded, Shun Hanjing, let go of me. Shun Hanjing's body stiffened for a moment, then gently stroked her wrist, his tone filled with guilt. Mian, I'm sorry. I hurt your hand last time. If you're still upset, you can hit me to vent your anger. Please don't hold a grudge, okay? After saying that, he took out a belt and held it out to Huamian, showing a submissive look as if inviting her to hit or scold him. Huamian was surprised to see Shun Hanjing suddenly lowering his stance, shaken by his bold move. Compared to his usual self, he seemed like a different person with a new soul. She glanced at the belt, but didn't have the courage to do anything, so she turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Seeing that Huamian didn't intend to act, Shun Hanjing's thin lips curved slightly, then he slowly leaned closer. Is Mian reluctant to hit me? Huamian saw his behavior becoming more excessive and his words more provoking, making her want to slap him. Her anger suddenly surged. Using a belt to hit someone always felt a bit suggestive, but she didn't want to see Shun Hanjing's smug expression. So, Huamian suddenly lifted her foot and stomped his foot. Seeing Shun Hanjing with a calm and relaxed look, she decided to press all her weight down and jump a few times. Shun Hanjing wore a gentle smile, and his black slippers quickly left footprints, but he seemed not to feel any pain, allowing Huamian to step on him. Seeing this, Huamian couldn't help but feel curious. Does it not hurt? Shun Hanjing chuckled softly, his eyes shining. Mian is worried about me. This amount of pressure was like a kitten scratching, and if Huamian wanted to step on him a few more times to vent her anger, he would be happy to let her. Seeing his calm and composed attitude, Huamian suddenly felt bored and withdrew her foot. Shun Hanjing's face was gentle as he asked, Are you angry now, Huamian? Not really. She was even more angry inside. She turned her head away, no longer wanting to look at Shun Hanjing's irritating face. Seeing her pouting, Shun Hanjing kindly suggested, Want to go out for a walk and relax? Huamian looked at Shun Hanjing, wondering if he was trying to flatter her. After thinking for a moment, she decisively said, I want to go alone. Shun Hanjing didn't make things difficult for her. All right, remember to have Liu follow you. He didn't want to push her too hard, to avoid any negative consequences. He took a black headset from his space and handed it to Huamian.
Take this.
If you need anything, you can call me. Huamian was surprised for a moment, then reached out to take the headset. Seeing her obedient look, Shun Hanjing gently pinched her fingers, resisting the urge to her hair. He kindly reminded her, Remember to come back for lunch. Huamian responded softly and urged him to leave.
Got it.
You can go now. Shun Hanjing sighed quietly and left feeling a bit disappointed. As he left, the room became quiet, and Huamian felt very confused. Today's events challenged her understanding. Besides her family background, Shun Hanjing's persistent pursuit also troubled her. These two things together made her anxious and eager to leave the villa. Thinking this, Huamian left the room and went to the small courtyard gate, asking the guard to notify Liu to come pick her up. Liu was quick. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived with the car outside the gate. Huamian sat in the front passenger seat, silent for a moment before speaking softly. Liu, do you know any fun places around here? Liu turned to look at Huamian, recalling what the base leader had just told him. He was still very surprised inside. He didn't expect that Huamian was actually the granddaughter of the base leader who had gone missing, and he had accidentally latched onto a strong supporter. Seeing Huamian staring at him, Liu quickly spoke. Xiaomian, there are many supplies to trade at the market. How about we go there and take a look? Huamian thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's go. 15 minutes later, Liu parked the car steadily in front of the market entrance. The two of them got out and headed inside. Inside the market, there were many people walking around and a wide variety of goods on display. As soon as they entered, many passers-by looked at Huamian. But when they saw Liu in military uniform standing beside her, they wisely decided not to approach. This girl clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Either she came from a powerful family, or someone was protecting her. As long as they stayed smart, they wouldn't bother her. When Huamian passed by a plant shop, she saw 2 pots outside with strawberries growing in them. Her craving was instantly triggered. Big world, big food. When feeling down, eating some fruit can cheer you up. Huamian stepped into the shop and saw a woman sitting on a chair. Next to her, a man was kneeling, helping her rub her calf. They seemed to notice the noise at the door and looked over at the same time. The woman gave the man a playful glare, then slowly stood up. The man immediately reached out to support her. When the woman stood, Huamian saw that her belly was noticeably rounded. Supported by the man, she slowly walked over to Huamian, smiling politely. "Hello, guest. Do you need to buy something?" Huamian pointed to the strawberries outside the shop. "I want those 2 pots of strawberries." The woman was about to go get them when the man supporting her spoke. "Wife, sit here. I'll go get them." He then pulled over the chair where the woman had been sitting and helped her sit down before leaving to fetch the plants. The woman had a sweet and slightly embarrassed smile. "Sorry to bother you, little sister. My husband is a bit slow-minded." Huamian smiled gently. "No need to apologize, big sister. You two seem very happy." Seeing their loving scene, Huamian suddenly thought of Shen Hanzheng. That man was simply toxic. He had made her so anxious early in the morning. Shen Hanzheng is the kind of person who is hard to win over. She doesn't have the energy to put into maintaining a relationship. Even before they officially got together, he was already acting possessively towards her. If they really became a couple, Huamian crossed her arms and felt a sudden chill. The thought was too frightening, so she decided not to think about it. Huamian gently swiped her ID card on the payment machine to pay. Then she took a potted plant, placed it in her space, and left the shop with Liu. Just as she was about to walk to the next door, she met Zhao Qiuhui, Bai Ningrong's mother. She was talking with an elegant-looking woman. Zhao Qiuhui also noticed Huamian and greeted her warmly. "Xiao Mian, you're out shopping too? If you see something you like, just ask. Auntie will buy it for you." Huamian politely replied, "Hello, Auntie Zhao. I'm just browsing, not really buying anything." "Thank you for your kindness." Zhao Qiuhui caught sight of her friend nearby and quickly introduced, "Xiao Mian, this is Wen Qi's mother. Just call her Yun Auntie." Huamian was surprised. She didn't expect the parents to be so close. She smiled softly and said gently, "Hello, Yun Auntie. Alan, this young girl is called Huamian. She's in the same team as Xiao Ning. She has awakened a healing ability." Yunlin paused for a moment, then smiled kindly. "I've heard about you from Chao Kong and the others.
So you're Xiao Mian.
Thanks to you, when she was able to survive." She then took off a jade bracelet from her wrist and said, "Yun Auntie doesn't have many good things. This jade bracelet is a little gift for you." She handed the bracelet to Huamian. Huamian quickly stepped back and declined. "Yun Auntie, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Yunlin held her hand gently and said softly, "Before the end of the world, this was quite valuable. But now, in this world, things aren't so important. Xiao Mian, please don't refuse." Huamian hesitated but couldn't resist her kindness. She accepted the bracelet and said, "Thank you, Yun Auntie." Zhao Qiuhui suggested, "Since we've met, Xiao Mian, why don't you come shopping with us?" "Yes, Xiao Mian, just think of it as a relaxing walk," Yunlin added. Huamian couldn't refuse them and agreed to join. During that time, Zhao Qiuhui and Yunlin enthusiastically took Huamian to explore the trading market, giving her many gifts. When it was time to leave, Zhao Qiuhui showed a hint of hesitation on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, "Xiao Mian, I have something to ask you." Huamian looked at her conflicted expression and casually said, "Aunt Zhao, don't be polite. Just tell me what you need." Zhao Qiuhui sighed softly and said, "It's about Xiao Ninggage. His wound hasn't healed yet, And when he sees Xiao Ning and Xiao Qin going on missions, he also wants to go. Xiao Mian, if your abilities are enough, could you find some time to treat his wound? Seeing the hopeful look on Zhao Qiuhui's face, Huan Mian readily replied, my abilities are quite sufficient right now. I can go and help immediately. Hearing this, Zhao Qiuhui immediately smiled with joy. Good, good, good. Thank you, Xiao Mian. Afterward, Zhao Qiuhui and Yunlin said goodbye, then got into Liu's car with Huan Mian and headed to the hospital. As they reached the door of the ward, they heard Ren Zhongming's loud voice. Bai Yunxiao, can you stop messing around? The medicine hasn't finished dripping, and you've already pulled out the needle. I'm a doctor. If you don't follow the medical advice properly, your mom will be here. Bai Yunxiao frowned, sounding impatient. Even if my mom is here, she can't stop me from leaving the hospital. Zhao Qiuhui's face darkened. She stepped into the ward loudly and shouted, Bai Yunxiao. Hearing his mother's voice, Bai Yunxiao suddenly froze, pulling back the blanket and turning to look at the door, where his mother was glaring at him angrily. He stiffly said, Mom, why are you here? Seeing Zhao Qiuhui, Ren Zhongming quickly reported, Qiuhui Jia, you need to control Bai Yunxiao. His wound isn't healed, and he's thinking of sneaking out to do missions. What if something goes wrong? As he spoke, he approached Zhao Qiuhui. Only then did he notice Huan Mian behind her. He asked in surprise, Xiao Mian, why are you here? Huan Mian smiled slightly. I came with Aunt Zhao. Ren Zhongming nodded understandingly. This was probably here to help Bai Yunxiao treat his wound. Thinking of this, he said, Qiuhui Jia, I have other matters to handle. I'll go now. Zhao Qiuhui nodded. All right, go ahead. Liu saw the usually confident captain by being obediently scolded by his mother. To avoid embarrassing Bai Yunxiao, he waited outside the ward. Zhao Qiuhui pulled He Mian to the bedside. Before she could speak, Bai Yunxiao, with a look of resistance, said, Mom, I'm still sick. I don't want to go on a blind date. This made Zhao Qiuhui almost gasp. She immediately raised her hand and patted Bai Yunxiao on the forehead. Zhao Qiuhui scolded, with your attitude, you're not worthy of Xiao Mian. When will you learn to be more steady? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, He Mian changed the subject and said, Aunt Zhao, I'll treat Big Brother Bai first. Zhao Qiuhui nodded and glared at Bai Yunxiao with annoyance. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear Xiao Mian? Hurry up and take off your clothes. Bai Yunxiao pursed his lips, silently reached out, and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a fierce scar on his abdomen. He Mian stepped forward, activated her special ability, and her palm approached the wound. A white light flowed from her palm, covering the injury. Bai Yunxiao felt a warm sensation in his stomach and an itching sensation from the wound. The fierce scar began to heal. After a moment, the wound was smooth and clean. He Mian let out a breath of relief, stopped channeling her ability, and withdrew her hand. Bai Yunxiao reached up and touched his abdomen, his face full of surprise. Zhao Qiuhui couldn't stand to see him like this and reminded him, what are you still dazed for? Hurry up and thank Xiao Mian. Bai Yunxiao came back to himself and sincerely said, Xiao Mian, thank you. If you want anything, just tell me. When I go on my next mission, I'll definitely bring something back for you. He Mian replied gently, Big Brother Bai, there's no need. Last time, you already gave me a second-level zombie crystal core. That's enough reward. Bai Yunxiao said seriously, one crystal core can't compare to my life. Since you haven't decided yet, next time I find something good, I'll ask Xiao Ning to pass it to you. After treating Bai Yunxiao, He Mian prepared to leave. Zhao Qiuhui repeatedly thanked He Mian, then she and Bai Yunxiao took her to the door. Liu saw them and went agreed. Captain Bai, hello. Bai Yunxiao saw Li Yu, and his expression instantly stiffened. Li Yu, what are you doing here? Li Yu quickly replied, I am now Xiao Mian's security guard. Bai Yunxiao nodded slightly and, perhaps thinking of something, his face looked complicated. Today's matter, Li Yu understood immediately and said, I didn't hear anything today. Bai Yunxiao happily patted Li Yu on the shoulder. Good job. They exchanged a few more words briefly. Then Huamian took Li Yu and left. When Huamian returned to the villa, it was already noon. She pushed open the villa door, looked around, and didn't see Shen Hanzheng in the living room. She guessed he was probably working upstairs. Aunt Li was cooking in the kitchen, and the sound of pots and dishes clattering could be heard from time to time. Huamian walked to the sofa in front of the coffee table, sat down heavily, and reached for the water jug to pour a glass of water. Just as she was about to drink, footsteps suddenly sounded from the stairs. She instinctively looked up and saw Shen Hanzheng coming down from upstairs. Shen Hanzheng seemed to notice her gaze and looked over. In an instant, their eyes met. Huamian lowered her eyes unconsciously, raised the cup to her lips, and took a sip. Shen Hanzheng paused for a moment, taking in her avoiding gaze, then casually sat down beside her. Feeling the sofa sink under Shen Hanzheng's weight, Huamian's body stiffened immediately, and her delicate hands unconsciously clenched the water cup. Realizing Shen Hanzheng's intense gaze, she felt a little nervous. She forced herself to calm down, then put down the water cup and turned to look at him. Are you busy with something? Her voice slightly trembling. Seeing Huamian's nervousness, a hint of teasing flashed in Shen Hanzheng's eyes. Lunchtime. Huamian frowned slightly, feeling awkwardness fill the air. Just as she was about to speak, Aunt Li's gentle voice came from the dining room. Sir, miss, lunch is ready. Huamian let out a small breath of relief and walked to the dining table to sit down. Aunt Li was about to go back to the kitchen when Shen Hanzheng suddenly spoke. Aunt Li, you can go down first. Aunt Li was stunned for a moment, then calmly left the villa. Huamian's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at Shen Hanzheng, then silently picked up her chopsticks to eat. She caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of Shen Hanzheng putting on disposable gloves. Her gaze shifted to the braised pig's trotters on the table. The dish looked shiny and red, with a strong aroma, making it very tempting. She imagined Shen Hanzheng holding the pig's trotters with both hands and happily eating them. She couldn't help but smile at the thought, but the image felt a bit disappointing. Shen Hanzheng put on his gloves, picked up a piece of braised pig's trotters, and placed it on his plate. Then he took a knife and fork, elegantly cutting the meat from the bone and slicing it into small pieces. Huamian looked at Shen Hanzheng with a faint gaze, puzzled why he still needed to wear gloves. Seems unnecessary. Thinking this, her lips twitched slightly, and she focused on eating her own food. Chewing on some greens, she could smell the tempting aroma of the pig's trotters. She couldn't resist reaching out her chopsticks to pick up a piece. At that moment, Shen Hanzheng suddenly placed the cleaned bone pig's trotters in front of her. Eat this. Huamian was momentarily stunned, looking at Shen Hanzheng with surprise. She didn't expect him to go through the trouble of deboning the trotters just for her. Aren't you going to eat? Seeing her blankly staring and not moving her chopsticks, Shen Hanzheng showed a hint of confusion on his face. Last time at the Bai family, he saw Huamian happily eating a pig's trotters. He thought she liked it. To keep the ingredients fresh, he specially arranged for them to be delivered from the farm, and Aunt Li carefully prepared the dish. Huamian came back to herself and softly said, Thank you. Shen Hanzheng's eyes curved into a smile. Mian, I'm glad you don't refuse me. Huamian's expression stiffened at his words, and her appetite suddenly dropped a bit. Seeing Shen Hanzheng's affectionate look, she felt a little uncomfortable. Looking at the tempting food in front of her, Huamian decided to put her bad mood aside for now. If she didn't eat, she would regret it. Since someone was thoughtfully serving her, she should enjoy it peacefully. Thinking this, she picked up a piece of pig's trotters and put it in her mouth. The soft, sticky texture melted on her tongue, and she felt satisfied. Shen Hanzheng saw her happily eating, and a gentle smile appeared on his face as he continued deboning the meat. The meal passed quietly and harmoniously. After dinner, a guard hurried in and reported to Shen Hanjing that the Special Abilities team had been attacked by mutated plants and animals. It turns out that a Chinese scholar tree on a street in City C has mutated. Normally, these trees bloom in July or August, but now they are blooming 2 or 3 months early. The fragrant flowers attract many bees, which gather densely around the tree. The bees seem to have reached an understanding with the tree. They become aggressive and will sting anyone who passes by, making it dangerous to approach the tree. The bees also kill zombies, extract crystal cores, and place them under the tree. At first, people thought that neither the trees nor the bees would harm humans and that they could help eliminate nearby zombies. So, the base did not order their destruction. However, over time, the bee swarm grew larger and larger, stinging people collecting supplies in City C every day. After being stung, people's skin itches and hurts. The sting areas swell quickly to the size of walnuts. These swellings do not go away for days, and those stung need hospital treatment. This seriously disrupts the supply collection and rescue efforts. The guard came this time hoping Shen Hanjing could provide some equipment support. Of course, if he could deal with the bees and the tree, that would be even better. Shen Hanjing looked at Huamian and softly asked, "Would Mian like to go?" Seeing her hesitation, he added, "Mutant plants and animals are edible and can help upgrade your abilities. I heard that honey from mutated bees can improve beauty and health." Huamian felt a little excited after hearing this. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I'll go." After she spoke, she saw Shen Hanjing looking calm and asked curiously, "Do we need to prepare tools?" Shen Hanjing shook his head. "Everything is in the space. Just set out." The guard, hearing their conversation, immediately looked surprised. "Mr. Shen, I'll go report to the base leader and arrange a driver for you." Shen Hanjing waved his hand firmly. "No need. I'll drive myself." The guard nodded, handed Shen Hanjing a detailed map of City C, and then hurriedly left. Shen Hanjing and Huamian went to the yard, then released a black 5-seater off-road vehicle from the space. The car was tall and powerful, with sleek lines and a broad body that radiated strength and wildness. Huamian lifted her leg to walk toward the back seat when Shen Hanjing suddenly spoke. "Mian, sit in the front passenger seat and watch the surroundings." Huamian paused, thought for a moment, then lifted her leg and moved toward the front passenger seat. After opening the car door, she realized the car was quite high. She raised her foot to step in, but suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around her waist. Before she could scream, in the next second, her body was lifted off the ground and gently supported, then securely placed in the front passenger seat. After helping Huamian into the car, Shen Hanjing quickly walked around the front and smoothly got into the driver's seat. Seeing that Huamian was still a bit stunned, he slightly turned his body and slowly leaned closer to her. "What are you doing?" Huamian asked cautiously as Shen Hanjing moved closer. He noticed her ears turning red and slightly smiled. "I just want to help you fasten your seatbelt." Feeling embarrassed, Huamian quickly reached out and pushed him away. "I can do it myself." She then took the seatbelt, clicked it into place with a click. Seeing her sit properly, Shen Hanjing started the car and skillfully drove out of the villa. 2 hours later, they reached near a village when suddenly a mutated black goat jumped out and blocked their way. The goat was enormous, about 1.4 meters tall, comparable in size to an adult water buffalo. It had long, sharp horns and brown eyes fixed on them. In the next moment, the goat charged at their car, but just half a meter from the front, an invisible barrier stopped it. Huamian turned to look at Shen Hanjing, confused about why he didn't take action against the goat. Noticing her confusion, he said, "Mian, haven't you always wanted to practice your skills? This mutated sheep is only level 1. You can use it to train, and tonight, we can have roasted lamb." Huamian instinctively swallowed hard, seeing Shen Hanjing's serious expression, which didn't seem to be joking. She clenched her teeth, unwilling to let him underestimate her, and took out a long knife from her space. She steeled herself and got out of the car. As soon as Huamian stood firm, Shen Hanjing immediately withdrew his supernatural power. With the barrier gone, the mutated goat suddenly charged at Huamian. Her heart tightened, and she quickly sidestepped to avoid the goat's headbutt. The goat saw that it didn't hit Huamian, suddenly stopped quickly, then turned around in place, bleeding twice, and slowly started to back away. Huamian felt nervous inside, tightly gripping her long sword, staring closely at the goat's movements. After retreating a short distance, the goat suddenly charged again toward Huamian. This time, the goat ran faster with a running start, moving even quicker than before. Huamian instinctively dodged, raising her long sword. In the moment the goat brushed past her, she forcefully swung the sword at its neck. A cracking sound was heard, followed by the black goat's loud, agonized bleating. Huamian's sword was embedded in the goat's neck, getting stuck there. The black goat seemed to realize it was in danger and panicked, trying to run forward. Huamian held the sword handle tightly, but before she could pull it out, the force pushed her forward. She quickly loosened her grip, but her body still involuntarily fell forward. Shun Hanjing's eyes flashed with concern. He immediately raised a protective shield to cover Huamian and steadied her as she nearly fell. His eyes gleamed with a cold light. He waved his hand, creating a sharp space blade. In an instant, the goat's head was severed, blood splattering everywhere, and the body collapsed with a loud thud. Huamian supported herself on the barrier, her heart pounding wildly. She slowly walked to the black goat, gripping her sword tightly and pulling it out with force. Shun Hanjing came over and said, "Mian Mian, you still need more practice. When we get back to the base, I'll train you in some combat skills." Huamian understood that Shun Hanjing was speaking the truth. Her strength was indeed lacking. She nodded softly, responding with an her expression downcast. Seeing this, Shun Hanjing changed the subject. "Let's go to the car and change your clothes." Huamian instinctively looked down and realized her clothes were stained with a lot of bright red blood. The strong smell of blood filled her nose, making her look very messy. She pinched her nose and stepped toward the car. Glancing sideways, she saw Shun Hanjing following her. She quickly spoke, "I can get in the car myself." Shun Hanjing paused slightly, nodded, and stayed where he was. Huamian opened the back door, got inside, and then closed the door. She secretly looked at Shun Hanjing through the window. Seeing him turn around with his back to her, she withdrew her gaze. When Huamian finished changing clothes and got out of the car, she saw that Shun Hanjing had already prepared the whole sheep. Not only had he skinned it, but he also cleaned out the internal organs. Huamian noticed that Shun Hanjing was very clean, and she specifically looked at his hands. They were dry and spotless, without a single drop of water. She felt a little surprised. Shun Hanjing noticed her puzzled look and said, "I used my special ability to divide it." Huamian suddenly understood and nodded. Shun Hanjing raised his hand and stored the prepared sheep in a space. Then he said, "Let's go. We should keep moving." Huamian responded and sat back in the passenger seat. An hour later, they arrived in the suburbs of City C. On the way, they occasionally saw some passing vehicles. These cars hurriedly left City C, and very few were heading into the city. When their car reached the roadside station, Huamian saw many vehicles stopped ahead, and a crowd had gathered there. Many faces looked swollen and hurt, some with their eyes almost closed from swelling. Shun Hanjing didn't seem to plan to stop. He turned the steering wheel and drove straight ahead. Suddenly, a young man jumped out from the side, spread his arms, and stood in front of the car, blocking their way. Shun Hanjing suddenly slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the ground, and the car stopped just 5 centimeters from the man. Because of inertia, Huamian was thrown forward and was tightly held back by her seatbelt. She looked pale as she stared at the man who had suddenly appeared. He also seemed frightened. Shun Hanjing's face was dark, and his cold eyes looked at the man. Then, thinking of something, he turned to Huamian and asked softly, "Mian Mian, are you okay?" Huamian heard his voice, snapped out of her shock, and replied uncertainly, "I'm fine." Shun Hanjing didn't expect that this man, seemingly fearless, had just sped up to try to stop the car and had scared Huamian. Huamian sat in the car and saw the man blocking the front, dressed in combat gear, looking frightened and standing still. At this moment, 7 or 8 of the man's companions hurried over, gathered around him and seemed to be asking what happened. A woman with shoulder-length hair, full of anger, was hitting the car and loudly shouting, "Get out of the car." Others saw this and started to shout as well. Shun Hanjing's face turned cold. He suddenly pushed open the car door, stepped out quickly with long legs, and looked coldly at the group. The originally arrogant people saw Shun Hanjing's icy gaze and instantly quieted down, no longer making trouble. They didn't expect the man coming out of the car to be so handsome, with an even stronger presence. The man's sharp eyes looked straight at everyone, making them feel like knives were scraping their skin. The air around them seemed thinner, and they didn't dare breathe loudly. Shun Hanjing frowned and said coldly, "Move aside." His attitude seemed to anger some people. A woman immediately scolded angrily, "You look decent, but how ungrateful can you be? My brother kindly stopped you to prevent you from getting hurt, and you almost hit him. How can you be so rude?" Shun Hanjing looked at her with a calm expression. "Mind your own business." The woman was so angry, she stomped her feet. "If you don't explain this, don't think about leaving." A man stepped forward and held his sister back. "Ling Xian, stop talking." Then he looked at Shun Hanjing and said, "Sir, I'm sorry. I was reckless." Ling Xian looked disappointed and said, "Ling Ji, you were just trying to help and almost got hit. Why are you apologizing to him?" Ling Ji frowned and disagreed. "Ling Xian, don't cause trouble without reason." Huamian was sitting in the car. When she heard the man call his sister, Ling Xian, and the woman call her brother Ling Ji, she suddenly remembered who these two were. Ling Xian was the evil female character in the story, who liked Xiao Chun and was cruel and vengeful. After the apocalypse, she awakened a poison-type ability, which allowed her to secretly poison others. Most people she hated didn't end well. Thinking of this, Huamian quickly got out of the car, went over to Shun Hanjing, and pulled him back 2 steps. Shun Hanjing didn't expect Huamian to suddenly get out of the car and hold his hand. He was momentarily stunned but obediently stepped back with her. The others saw a beautiful woman come out of the car and immediately focused on her, their eyes showing admiration. Huamian looked at the group across from her and spoke calmly, neither humble nor proud. "Thank you for your kindness, but we have some business in City C. Could you please make way?" Her voice was soft, and her attitude gentle. Ling Xian glanced at Huamian with a sideways look, noticing her charming face and gentle personality, but a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. "Apologize to my brother and compensate us for this car, then we will let you go." She slightly raised her chin and said, "Don't worry, I will exchange it for another car so you won't be left without a vehicle." Huamian was furious at her unreasonable demand. Not only was she unwilling in her heart, but Shun Hanjing also would never bow his head and apologize. Moreover, Ling Xian was even eyeing Shun Hanjing's car. It all started when Ling Ji suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At first, she thought something serious was going to happen and was startled. Seeing her sister's firm attitude, Ling Ji knew she was acting jealous again, so he quickly stepped forward and pulled her aside. "Ling Xian, stop making trouble." His sister had always been good at pleasing elders and was spoiled, which made her a bit arrogant. She didn't take others seriously and wanted to possess anything good she saw. Ling Xian shook off his hand. "I'm just standing up for you. Why are you so fierce? You're a grown man, and you want her sister to fight for you? You're such a coward." At this moment, a man with slicked-back hair joined in the teasing. "Ling Ji, it's one thing if you're a coward, but making Ling Xian suffer too? We're just asking them to leave the car. That's already generous." Ling Ji's face darkened. He turned to look at Huamian and spoke gently. "The hive inside is really dangerous. Only a few special forces teams are collecting supplies in the city now. They are in danger themselves. You might as well stay here and wait." Shun Hanjing saw him staring at Huamian, so he quickly pulled her behind him and coldly said 2 words. "Annoying." Ling Ji was choked and couldn't speak. He stiffened and stood there awkwardly, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Huamian peeked out from behind Shun Hanjing and said, "Thank you for your concern. We will be careful ourselves." Honestly, Ling Ji deserved his military uniform. His intentions might have been good, but he was a bit rigid and lacked flexibility. He couldn't control the people around him and lacked insight. His team members were eyeing Shen Hanjing's car, yet he still let them stay. Thinking of this, Huang Mian felt a bit speechless. Seeing that they insisted on leaving, Lingji thought for a moment and silently stepped back to the side. Ling Xian saw them trying to leave and immediately stepped forward, blocking the front of the car with her arms. "If you want to leave, you can, but the car stays." Shen Hanjing's eyes flashed with annoyance, and he waved his hand sharply. In an instant, Ling Xian was thrown to the side of the road. With a loud bang, she fell heavily about 10 meters away. Everyone was stunned by this scene, not understanding what had just happened. Before they could react, Ling Xian was thrown away. Ling Ji quickly went over to Ling Xian to help her up. Ling Xian's face was twisted in pain. She raised her hand and slapped Ling Ji. She cried out, "It's all your fault. Why did you stop them from driving?" Ling Xian reached out to cover her leg, glaring at Ling Ji with resentment. Seeing this, the others quickly stepped back and tried to persuade the siblings, afraid to provoke Shen Hanjing further. Shen Hanjing gently squeezed Mian's hand, his voice deep and charming. "Mian Mian, let's go." Mian noticed something strange in his touch, glared at him, and forcefully pulled her hand away. Then she got into the car. She caught a glimpse of the people in the distance and sighed softly. The vicious female character was indeed cruel and arrogant, even hitting her own brother. It seemed she needed to stay away from Ling Xian in the future. Shen Hanjing noticed Mian's reaction and softly said, "Don't worry, I am here." Mian was momentarily caught off guard. When she understood his words, she felt a bit uncomfortable and turned her face away. Shen Hanjing saw her slightly red ears, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Then he started the car again and sped away. An hour later, Shen Hanjing parked the car in front of a small 2-story villa. "Rest today. Tomorrow morning, I'll help you make honey." Mian nodded and got out of the car with Shen Hanjing, heading toward the villa. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw the interior was in chaos, with things scattered everywhere. It was probably because after the apocalypse, the residents hurriedly packed and fled. Shen Hanjing took out a generator from his space and also brought out some lamb meat he had hunted during the day. He skillfully cut the meat, marinated it, and then put it in the oven. Next, he took out rice and started cooking. Mian looked at Shen Hanjing in surprise, not expecting him to know how to cook. 1 hour later, Mian sat at the dining table, enjoying the dinner Shen Hanjing had prepared. The roasted lamb chops were crispy outside and tender inside. The stir-fried meat was salty and delicious, truly wonderful. After eating, she felt warm all over, and even her internal energy seemed to be growing. I didn't expect Shen Hanjing to cook such delicious food. If Ho Mian hadn't helped him at that time, I wouldn't believe that these dishes were made by him. His knife skills are amazing. The shredded potatoes are as thin as embroidery needles, each piece even and uniform. After they finished eating, Shen Hanjing took the initiative to wash the dishes. He is really becoming a very caring boyfriend, which surprised Ho Mian a lot. Shen Hanjing suggested sharing a room with Ho Mian, saying there are many zombies nearby and staying together could help them look out for each other. Ho Mian thought for a moment. During such a dangerous time, she couldn't be too picky. For safety, she nodded in agreement. While Shen Hanjing went to take a shower, Ho Mian took out the bed from her space, where she had slept before. To avoid awkwardness, she got into bed before Shen Hanjing finished his shower, pulled the blanket over herself, and closed her eyes. When Shen Hanjing finished showering and came out of the bathroom, he saw a familiar bed in the room, with a small bump on it. He walked over in the dim light and saw Ho Mian sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed. He looked down at his loose bathrobe, smiled a little at himself, then took out a bed from his space and lay down on it. Ho Mian slowly opened her eyes, looked around, and didn't see Shen Hanjing. She went to the bathroom to wash up, finished, stored her things in her space, and then left the room. In the living room, she saw Shen Hanjing preparing breakfast in the dining area. Noticing her, he turned and said, "Mian Mian, breakfast is ready. Come and eat." Ho Mian nodded. On the table was a bowl of noodles, with a fried egg on top that was golden and crispy, looking very tempting. Shun Hanjung parked his car on a street. Ho Mi-an looked up. Outside, bees buzzed around, some landing on the hood of the car and others on the windshield. These bees were surprisingly large, about the size of sparrows. Their antennae looked like tiny antennas and they moved slightly. Their compound eyes were big, and their bodies were covered with thick fur. The long stinger at the tail was exposed, poking at the car and making a thud sound. Ho Mi-an felt nervous and looked at Shun Hanjung, hoping he could handle this problem quickly. Shun Hanjung noticed her gaze and turned to look at her, teasingly asking, "Are you scared?" Ho Mi-an quickly nodded and said, "Yes, with such a large size and so many of them, how could she not be afraid?" Suddenly, Shun Hanjung spoke. "Mian, you haven't treated me today." Ho Mi-an paused for a moment, then raised her hand to touch Shun Hanjung's forehead. He cooperated by lowering his head, making it easier for her to transfer her energy. After 3 minutes, Ho Mi-an lowered her hand when suddenly she heard a buzzing sound. She instinctively looked up and saw 2 off-road vehicles approaching quickly. The front vehicle's front left tire had been punctured by a swarm of bees, causing the car to tilt to the left, with a dense swarm of bees following behind. Ho Mi-an felt her scalp tingle and her arms' goosebumps rose. The buzzing was so loud it hurt her eardrums. She instinctively covered her ears with her hands. Shun Hanjung frowned slightly, then started the car, turning the steering wheel sharply to stop by the roadside. Just as the 2 vehicles were about to pass them, there was a loud bang, and the lead car suddenly stopped. It seemed the people in both cars had some unspoken understanding. They honked to signal each other. Then the second car overtook the first and sped ahead, leaving the first car stopped in place. Soon, Ho Mi-an saw a person covered in armor get out of a vehicle. He raised his hand and waved, and a regular off-road vehicle suddenly appeared beside him. However, the bees seemed experienced in fighting. Most of the swarm attacked the wheels. Within seconds, one tire burst with a loud bang. Then, there were continuous bangs as more tires exploded. The man, apparently angry, suddenly drew a long sword and swung at the bees, killing a few instantly. Seeing that their car was safe, he stepped forward, knocking on the window. "Knock, knock." Shun Hanjung frowned slightly, then looked at Ho Mi-an softly and said, "Mian, wait in the car. I'll go see what's happening." Ho Mi-an nodded obediently. After thinking for a moment, she warned, "Be careful." Shun Hanjung's previously furrowed brow relaxed instantly, and a glint appeared in his phoenix eyes. He leaned closer to Ho Mi-an and asked, "Are you worried about me?" As he spoke, he took her hand and quickly kissed the back of her hand. Ho Mi-an felt as if her hand was being burned. She quickly pulled it back behind her. Taohua eyes stared at him angrily. "Can you stop touching me?" Shun Hanjung heard her slightly high voice and saw her face turn red. He knew she was embarrassed and annoyed. A gentle look appeared in his eyes. "Be good. I will be careful next time." Ho Mi-an's breath caught, and she felt so angry she wanted to hit him. She thought he was acting like a troublemaker. Seeing her upset, Shun Hanjung couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "Don't be mad. I will make honey chicken for you tonight, okay?" His tone was a little playful. Ho Mi-an was stunned instantly. She felt disappointed by the scene. Knock, knock. There were more urgent knocks on the car door. Then a deep male voice came from outside. "Hey, can you open the back door? I want to get in and sit down. I need your help with something." Shun Hanjung frowned slightly when he heard this. He used his special power to create a protective shield around himself, then slowly opened the car door. As soon as he opened it, the man quickly said, "Hey, don't open." But before he finished, an invisible barrier appeared in front of him, stopping him from getting closer. Shun Hanjung looked down at him coldly. "What do you want?" The man came to his senses and said sincerely, "My name is Mo Lang. I am the leader of the windstorm team. I want to borrow your car. Don't worry, I will pay well." He took out his ID card and showed it to Shun Hanjung. Shun Hanjung glanced at the ID, then looked through the glass visor at the other person's hopeful eyes. His tone was cold. "No." Mo Lang's body stiffened suddenly. He looked down sadly. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure in a pink sports top on the front passenger seat. He had a quick idea and said, "Beautiful lady inside, could you please help persuade your boyfriend to us to the roadside station?" Worried she might refuse, Emolang added, "We've been trapped for almost a day. There are injured people on the car, and several tires have been punctured. We really have no choice but to ask for your help." She was about to explain that she and Shun Hanjung were not in a romantic relationship when she looked up and saw Shun Hanjung suddenly turn sideways, his sharp eyes fixed directly on her. Hwamian felt uncomfortable under Shun Hanjung's gaze and instinctively avoided his eyes. Emolang saw her turn sideways and naturally looked toward the car. Only then did he notice the girl's appearance. She looked like a peach blossom, with porcelain white skin and gentle eyes full of warmth, so beautiful that she was hard to look away from. Seeing the girl hesitate to speak, Emolang felt as if he had been given a difficult problem. Suddenly feeling guilty, he lowered his head unconsciously, looking quite downcast. Seeing this, Hwamian bit her lip and looked up at Shun Hanjung. If you have a car in your space, could you lend one to them?" Shun Hanjung didn't respond to the car loan but looked at Hwamian with a meaningful gaze. He suddenly asked, "Boyfriend?" Hwamian was a little annoyed when she heard this and couldn't help but glare at him. Why did this man keep bringing up that topic? Just as she was about to tell Emolang she couldn't help, Shun Hanjung suddenly produced a long, military-style off-road vehicle. Emolang's eyes widened in disbelief, full of astonishment. He instinctively stepped forward, reaching out to touch the vehicle, only to realize he was covered in a metal helmet, which made him stop. Emolang never expected that just by casually asking to borrow a car on the street, he could get a top-tier model recently produced by the military industry. He blinked, not forgetting to show gratitude. He quickly walked to the car door, his face full of joy and thanks. "Thank you, little sister. Your boyfriend really cares about you. I wish you both long-lasting happiness and sweet days." Hwamian instantly froze at his words. She was about to explain, but saw Emolang look away and start talking to Shun Hanjung. "Buddy, your girlfriend is really beautiful. You two look perfect together." When Shun Hanjung heard Emolang praise Hwamian's beauty, his expression turned cold, but soon after, when he heard the compliment about their compatibility, his anger quickly faded and his cold gaze softened. This guy was somewhat perceptive. Emolang seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, buddy, how will we contact you after returning to the base?" Shun Hanjung casually replied, "The car will be handed over to Xiao Chen." Emolang heard this and looked surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, showing a friendly smile. "So you also know Xiao Chen? Yesterday, I was with him collecting supplies in City C. I don't know if they have left the area yet." Hwamian listened to Emolang and felt a little surprised. She didn't expect the Swift Shadow team to be collecting supplies in City C. Emolang exchanged a few more polite words, warned them not to go near Jinxiu Avenue, and then took his leave. Emolang drove his car to the side of their vehicle, and the people inside quickly transferred to the new car. As they prepared to leave, the people inside honked the horn to say goodbye, then drove away. Shun Hanjung sat back in the car, closed the door, and turned to look at Hwamian. He spoke slowly. "Mian Mian, can you please not call me that anymore? You can call me by my full name." Seeing Shun Hanjung's serious expression, it seemed he cared a lot about this nickname. She replied cheerfully, "Got it. Then say it now." Shun Hanjung pressed on, making a request. Hwamian slightly frowned but still followed his request. "Shun Hanjung, what's wrong? Why does he insist on being called that?" Shun Hanjung saw her unhappy look and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and tousled her hair, then withdrew his hand before she got angry. 5 minutes later, Shun Hanjung parked the car about 100 meters from the locust tree. Hwamian looked at the distant locust tree, feeling deeply shocked. The trees were tall and straight, nearly 100 meters high, with their crowns spreading freely in all directions. The trees were very close together, with branches intertwining, creating a huge green archway. Yellow and white flowers and string-like pods appeared on the trees, giving off a strange, eerie feeling. Swarms of bees buzzed among the branches and leaves, seemingly noticing them, and suddenly flew densely toward them. The dark swarm blocked the sky, making the light dim. Huamian instinctively swallowed and nervously clenched her clothes. Shun Hanjung looked calm. Mian, do you want to stay in the car and wait, or come with me? Huamian hesitated. If she didn't go, she worried Shun Hanjung's powers might drain too much, causing a mental breakdown. If she went, she was afraid she would become a burden. Thinking of this, she directly asked, "Do you want me to go?" Shun Hanjung's lips curved slightly, his eyes filled with warmth. "Of course, I want to be with you, Mian." Huamian frowned, puzzled as to why Shun Hanjung always said things that sounded so teasing, whether on purpose or not. She said seriously, "Be serious. Don't change the subject." Shun Hanjung chuckled softly, a playful look in his eyes. "I've been serious all along, Mian. What are you thinking about?" Huamian clenched her teeth. He was clearly the one saying things that could be misunderstood, yet now he was blaming her for overthinking. He was really getting more and more troublesome. Seeing Huamian's angry expression, Shun Hanjung quickly hid his smile and said in a steady tone, "These mutated locust trees and the swarm of bees are not to be underestimated. The Tree King and the Bee King are both level 3. If we use force, it won't be too hard to deal with them." He paused, then continued, Mian, do you want to keep eating honey?" Huamian looked at him in confusion. "What are you planning to do?" A mysterious look appeared on Shun Hanjung's face. "I'm going to talk to the Tree King and help it move to a new place. I'll need your help."
Huamian. So that was his plan.
No wonder he hadn't mentioned bringing any weapons. Seeing her stunned expression, Shun Hanjung said gently, "Let's go."
"Stay close to me."
Huamian came back to her senses. Seeing how serious he looked, she nodded and followed him out of the car. As soon as they stepped out, Shun Hanjung formed a protective shield around them. The bees nearby sensed movement and rushed toward them, but stopped about half a meter away. A dense cloud of bees surrounded them, forming a dark cocoon that even blocked out the light. The sight made Huamian's skin prickle. She instinctively grabbed Shun Hanjung's arm, her eyes full of fear. Just as Shun Hanjung stored the car away, he felt her grip tighten on his arm. He turned to look at her and, seeing her frightened, teased softly, Mian, do you want me to hold you?" Huamian looked up at him, only to find his gaze resting on her hand holding his arm. Feeling embarrassed, she was about to let go when his deep, calm voice sounded again. "Hold on tight. If I get distracted and can't protect you, that would be trouble." Huamian heard this and immediately grabbed his arm. Shun Hanjung's lips curled slightly and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He walked leisurely ahead with Huamian. When Huamian and Shun Hanjung approached the locust tree, the ordinary bees surrounding the protective shield retreated. A swarm of first-level bees attacked them, hitting Shun Hanjung's barrier, and the buzzing sound became even more piercing. After a while, the barrier held firm, and the bees, as if ordered, withdrew in an orderly manner. Suddenly, the branches of the locust tree swung fiercely at them, and the fruits shot out like bullets. Huamian's heart pounded with fear. Her eyes widened, and her face showed terror. Without Shun Hanjung's shield, they might have been shot into pieces. Seeing these trees come alive for the first time, Huamian felt deeply frightened. The locust tree seemed to sense the threat they posed. Its roots suddenly tore out of the ground. The ground beneath them began to shake. Huamian couldn't keep her balance and quickly clung tightly to Shun Hanjung's arm, trying to steady herself. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the ground, and the dark roots rushed toward them at high speed. Shun Hanjung reached out, wrapped his arms around Huamian's waist, and pulled her into his embrace. In a flash, he dodged the roots and quickly floated 3 meters above the ground. Huamian was so shocked that her eyes widened. She instinctively held onto Shun Hanjung's waist, unable to understand how he managed to float in midair. Feeling her hold him, Shun Hanjung's body stiffened. He almost forgot to activate his supernatural power. He looked down at the person in his arms. She looked nervous, like a frightened rabbit, seeking shelter in his embrace. Shun Hanjung's heart softened, and he unconsciously tightened his arms. Perhaps sensing that they had left the ground, the locust tree's roots retracted underground. The surrounding branches wildly extended and quickly wrapped around them, forming a green cocoon that held them tightly in place. Huamion's face instantly turned pale. Shen Hanzheng remained calm. He slightly increased the grip on Huamion's slender waist and narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, they appeared under a much taller tree. This tree was much larger than the others around it, requiring 8 or 9 people to hug it. It seems they didn't expect to be able to teleport. The nearby second-level bees immediately attacked them. The big tree swung its thick branches toward them, and half of its roots broke through the ground, reaching out fiercely to stop them from getting closer. The ground shook violently. Shen Hanzheng held Huamian, creating an invisible staircase beneath his feet, slowly climbing up toward the big tree. Huamian was still a bit stunned. Shen Hanzheng's deep, magnetic voice sounded in her ear. Mian, send your special power into the trunk. A warm breath brushed against Huamian's neck, making her feel ticklish. Huamian couldn't help but shrink back and asked, "Why?" Shen Hanzheng chuckled softly. "You'll find out if you try." Seeing him playfully tease her, Huamian glared at him but still reached out her hand to send her power into the tree. Thin strands of white light merged into the trunk. The branches attacking them slowed down and gradually retreated. Finally, the locust tree became completely quiet and stopped attacking. However, the surrounding swarm of bees kept hitting Shen Hanzheng's protective shield. After a minute, Shen Hanzheng suddenly said, "Mian, it's okay now." Huamian obediently withdrew her power, looking at Shen Hanzheng with a puzzled expression. "Why aren't they attacking us anymore?" Shen Hanzheng patiently explained, "These trees absorb zombie crystal cores, which made them very aggressive. Your power can help them clear the violent energy and help them upgrade." Huamian finally understood. It was similar to what happened last time with Xiao Chen absorbing unpurified crystal cores. At this moment, Huamian saw the big tree carefully extend a branch, gently waving in front of them as if dancing. Shen Hanzheng suddenly spoke to the tree, "I will help you find a safe place to live. As long as you control yourselves, I can provide you with purified crystal cores." After saying that, he took out a second-level crystal core and placed it at the roots. The locust tree immediately stretched out its roots, tightly wrapping around the crystal core. After a moment, the crystal core shattered into powder. The locust tree then extended another branch, clearly eager to get the crystal core. Huamian heard Shen Hanzheng's words and thought he was dreaming. How could a tree understand human speech? But in the next moment, she saw a miracle. The locust tree seemed frightened by Shen Hanzheng's words. Its branches trembled slightly, then shook violently, as if to show its response. Shen Hanzheng looked calm and continued, "Notify the queen bee to bring out half a hive. If they refuse, I will destroy them." As soon as he finished speaking, the big tree shook twice and then went quiet. Huamian couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Why can it understand your words?" Shen Hanzheng looked down at her gently and said, "I used mental power. Mutant plants and animals have some weak intelligence. This tree is now at level 3, with intelligence similar to a 3-year-old child. It understands to seek benefits and avoid harm." Huamian suddenly understood and nodded, then stopped asking questions. After a while, a large yellow bee flew down from above the tree canopy and stopped in front of them. It was accompanied by 2 level 2 worker bees. Seeing this, the other bees gradually moved away. The bees around the protective shield also dispersed, and the light became brighter. Clearly, this large yellow bee was the queen bee, able to command the others. Shen Hanzheng looked at the queen bee with a serious expression and said firmly, "Call all your subjects back. From now on, follow my orders. First, give me half a hive." Huamian stared at the queen bee. It circled around them, buzzing loudly, then made a quick, huffing sound. After a moment, a group of worker bees carried a huge half-hive over and flew toward them. Shen Hanzheng waved his hand, and the hive was stored in his space. While the queen bee was calling the other bees back, Huamian and Shen Hanzheng decided to go to nearby shops to gather supplies. Most of the street was filled with food shops. The nearby zombies had already been dealt with by the bees, so they didn't need much effort. They quickly collected supplies from the entire street. They waited for half an hour. During this time, all the bees returned to the hive one after another, summoned by the queen bee. Shun Hanjung waved his hand, and both sides of the street suddenly became empty. The big trees disappeared, leaving only some holes in the ground. Huamian was deeply impressed by Shun Hanjung's powerful strength. She couldn't imagine how big his space was, and she was surprised it could hold living creatures. After Shun Hanjung stored the locust tree and the bee swarm into his space, he turned around and met the gaze of Huamian, who was watching him closely. At this moment, he looked pale, slightly unsteady, and seemed weak from being drained. Huamian worried that his mental strength might surge, so she quickly reached out to support him and then used her special ability to help him recover. After a while, Huamian withdrew her power and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Seeing the worry in Huamian's eyes, Shun Hanjung's lips curved into a gentle smile. "As long as you're by my side, I'm fine." He said this while reaching out to hold her hand. Huamian saw his face gradually return to normal and that he was starting to act a bit playful again. Frustrated, she pulled her hand back forcefully. Shun Hanjung noticed that Huamian was annoyed by his teasing and felt a bit helpless. He instinctively raised his hand to rub his forehead. Just as he was about to comfort her, he caught sight of a familiar off-road vehicle approaching from a distance. He swallowed his words and kept quiet. In an instant, the car stopped beside them and the door opened. Hua Xiaochen was the first to get out from the passenger side, followed by the other members of the Shadow Squad. Hua Xiaochen looked surprised. "Xiao Mian, what are you doing here?" He said this as he walked over to them. Hua Mian looked at Hua Xiaochen, thinking about their family connection, and her expression became complicated. She replied flatly, "I came with Shun Hanjung to deal with the locust tree and the bee swarm." Hua Xiaochen frowned slightly, turned his head to Shun Hanjung, and showed disapproval in his eyes. "Brother Shen, I know you're strong, but if you go alone with Xiao Mian, she might get into danger." Shun Hanjung glanced at him calmly. "My people, I will take care of them." Hua Xiaochen felt a bit annoyed by his attitude. At this moment, Wen Qi came over to Hua Xiaochen and said calmly, "Brother Shen, Xiao Mian is Xiao Chen's sister. It's normal for him to worry." Shun Hanjun glanced at Wen Qi, meeting his honest gaze, and a faint, hard-to-notice dark flicker crossed his sharp eyes. Bai Ningrong, with a somewhat complicated expression, walked over to Huamian and took her arm. "Xiao Mian, are you hurt?" Huamian shook his head sincerely and said, "I'm fine. Ningrong, I am a healing ability user. Even if I get hurt, I can heal myself." After speaking, he glanced at everyone and asked curiously, "Why are you all here?" Bai Ningrong patiently explained, "We were at a pharmacy collecting medicines when we saw bees all heading in one direction nearby. We thought something was wrong, so we came to check." She then looked at Huamian with a sparkle in her eyes, pulling him aside and softly saying, "Xiao Mian, I heard from Xiao Chen yesterday about your situation. I didn't expect you to be his sister." Huamian was surprised that Bai Ningrong brought up this topic, and her face immediately stiffened. Bai Ningrong noticed her change and paused briefly before continuing. "You don't know, Xiao Chen was often manipulated by Huasiu when he was young, which made him become cold and distant. He has always hoped to find you again. So, Xiao Mian, don't carry too much burden in your heart. Just accept his care normally." Huamian nodded sincerely and said, "Thank you, Ningrong." Bai Ningrong smiled and then shared some stories about the Hua family, including how they changed before and after adopting Huasiu. Huamian also remembered Hua Qingshan mentioning Su Main's illness. Actually, she didn't hold much resentment toward the Hua family. In this matter, she was the biggest victim. Lin Ningfin was the perpetrator, and the Hua family hadn't committed unforgivable wrongs. People can't live in the past forever. They need to look forward. Thinking this way, her feelings of oppression eased a bit. At that moment, Chao Kang's loud voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Shen, where did those locust trees and bee colonies go?" As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Shun Hanjung. Shun Hanjung looked expressionless and replied calmly, "I separated a part of the space and let them stay there temporarily. After returning to the base, I will release them again. Xie Liqing saw this, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Brother Shen, you didn't destroy them. Do they still have use? Su Kaiyang saw Xie Liqing asking everything and couldn't help but shake his head. But honestly, he was also quite curious. Shen Hanzheng saw Humian chatting happily with others and responded indifferently. Yes. Everyone waited for a while, but he didn't continue speaking, and they all looked at each other in confusion. Xie Liqing couldn't hold back and asked again, "What are they used for?" Shen Hanzheng glanced at him calmly and said slowly, "To eat." Everyone was stunned instantly. No one expected that answer. Meanwhile, Bai Ningrong and Humian finished their quiet conversation and pulled her to the front of the crowd. As they let go, Bai Ningrong's eyes accidentally caught sight of the bracelet on Humian's wrist. "Xiao Mian, your bracelet is quite pretty." Hearing this, Shen Hanzheng instinctively looked down at Humian's wrist. That hand was small and delicate, with fair skin. Under the sunlight, the jade bracelet reflected a gentle green glow, making the hand look even more tender. Humian showed a faint smile and was about to speak when Bai Ningrong suddenly said, "Mom, Wenqi also has a jade bracelet, very similar to yours." Wenqi, hearing Bai Ningrong's words, naturally looked at her bracelet, a hint of surprise flashing in her slender eyes. Humian shyly smiled and said, "I met your mother and Aunt Yun at the trading market yesterday. This was given to me by Aunt Yun." Bai Ningrong suddenly understood. "I knew it looked familiar." Turns out it really is. When she wore a gentle smile and said warmly, "Xiao Mian, this jade bracelet looks good on you." Humian smiled slightly, sincerely saying, "Thanks to Aunt Yun for her kindness." Shen Hanzheng listened to their conversation and looked at the bracelet, his eyes narrowing slightly, the color gradually darkening and becoming unclear. Humian looked around at everyone but didn't see Wang Rui. She asked in confusion, "Where's Wang Rui?" When she sighed, he was stung by a bee, so he went back to the base with the others to treat his injury. Humian's brow immediately furrowed, and she quickly asked about Wang Rui's condition. When Qi patiently explained his situation, it turned out that the Swift Shadow team had just arrived in City C when they heard about the bee swarm. Since their destination required passing through Jinxiu Avenue, Wang Rui, as a wind-type ability user and the fastest among them, volunteered to go ahead and investigate. But they didn't expect the bee swarm to be so dense. Even though Wang Rui was fast, he still got stung all over his head. Everyone was at a loss about the bee swarm, so they sent someone to report the news back. At that time, everyone thought the base might send weapons, but unexpectedly, Shen Hanzheng, this powerful weapon, took action directly. Bai Ningrong warmly invited, "Xiao Mian, do you want to go with us to gather supplies?" They had been closely watched by bees all day yesterday and only collected a small amount of supplies. Humian was tempted after hearing this. She glanced at Shen Hanzheng and saw his cold expression, thinking he was unwilling to join everyone. She thought for a moment, stepped forward, and tugged on Shen Hanzheng's sleeve, signaling him to talk to her aside. Shen Hanzheng noticed her small action, paused briefly, then took a long step and followed her to the side. The others saw this and looked at each other with surprise. Xie Liqing blurted out, "When did Xiao Mian get so close to Brother Shen?" They're even whispering to each other. When she watched their backs leave, lips pressed tightly, and his eyes darkened. Hua Xiaochen patted Wen Qi's shoulder silently, understanding everything without words. Humian looked up at Shen Hanzheng with a hint of hope in her eyes. "Shen Hanzheng, let's go with them." They hadn't collected much on the street, and it was rare to get out. She didn't want to go back so soon. Shen Hanzheng looked at her steadily for a few seconds, his tone cold. "What if I don't agree?" Xiao Mian was surprised, not understanding why Shen Hanzheng suddenly got angry. She thought for a moment and softly suggested, "Maybe you should go back to the base first. I'll go with the team leader and them." Hearing this, Shen Hanzheng's face instantly darkened. He wanted to turn and leave, but then remembered Xiao Mian had a secret admirer nearby. If he left, wouldn't that give them a chance to develop feelings? Thinking of this, Shen Hanzheng suppressed his anger. "I only said maybe, I didn't say I wouldn't go." Xiao Mian blinked, worried Shen Hanzheng might change his mind, and quickly said, "Then I'll go tell them." Shen Hanzheng responded with a simple, Watching Xiao Mian walk happily, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. 15 minutes later, everyone stood outside a hospital. After discussion, they decided to split into 4 groups to gather supplies. Hu Xiaochen and Bai Ningrong were responsible for collecting surgical tools. Shen Hanzheng and Hu Mian went to gather testing equipment. Wen Qi and Chao Kong went to the hospital logistics warehouse to collect stock. Xie Liqing and Su Kaiyong headed to the pharmacy to gather medicines. Before leaving, Xiaohua handed Mian a headset and said, "Mian, remember to use this to contact us if you need anything." Mian took it and said, "Got it. Thank you, Captain." Hu Xiaochen heard her call in that and replied kindly, "I'm your brother. No need to be formal. If you want to thank me, just call me brother." When Mian paused at his words, looked at his expectant face, and remembered what Bai Ningrong had said. She moved her lips slightly and slowly said, "Brother." Hu Xiaochen's eyes lit up instantly, and he responded loudly, "Okay." Then added, "Be careful." Mian nodded and gave him a relaxed smile. After assigning tasks, everyone moved closer to the hospital building. This was a large hospital, with various testing equipment spread across the surgical building, which had 14 floors. Thinking about climbing such tall stairs, Mian's face suddenly fell. Shen Hanjing noticed her expression and smiled slightly. They walked down the corridor, starting from the 2nd floor to collect testing equipment. Passing some outpatient rooms, they could hear the sounds of zombies hitting doors and growling, making the scene feel strangely tense. Mian clenched her long knife and instinctively moved closer to Shen Hanjing, afraid a zombie might burst out at any moment. Shen Hanjing rolled his arms and said casually, "Mian, wanna hold hands?" Hearing his voice, Mian was startled. She snapped out of her surprise and shot him a sharp look. Seeing this, Shen Hanjing didn't insist further. They reached the end of the corridor and arrived at the testing department. Through the glass, they could see 3 zombies wandering inside. Mian held her knife, ready to rush in, but Shen Hanjing grabbed her collar. She looked back at him in confusion. He calmly released her and said, "There are many devices inside. You wouldn't want to bring back equipment contaminated with zombie blood, right?" Mian felt uncomfortable and responded with a muffled, then opened the testing room door. She gently tapped the door, and the 3 zombies immediately lunged at her. Mian waited patiently. When a zombie got close, she suddenly swung her knife and cut off its head instantly. Within 10 seconds, she had taken care of all 3 zombies. They quickly collected the equipment from the testing department and then headed up to the 3rd floor. They walked while collecting supplies. When they encountered zombies, Mian drew her knife and attacked. Just after storing the equipment from the 9th floor into her space, Mian suddenly heard Bai Ningrong's urgent voice in her earpiece. "Xiao Mian, we're on the 13th floor. There's a mother and child zombie here. They are very strong. Xiao Chan is injured. Can you and Brother Shin come quickly to help?" As soon as Bai Ningrong finished speaking, Mian heard a loud noise of something heavy falling nearby. Before she could say anything, Bai Ningrong shouted again. Mian felt anxious. She immediately turned to Shen Hanjing and said, "We need to go to the 13th floor to help now," her voice urgent. Shen Hanjing stood still and asked softly, "What do you want in return?" Mian froze for a moment, surprised that he would try to take advantage at such a critical moment. She didn't want to think too much and simply asked, "What do you want?" Shen Hanjing looked at her bracelet. Mian followed his gaze and saw the jade bracelet on her wrist. She hesitated and asked cautiously, "You want this bracelet?" He nodded. Seeing his serious expression, Mian didn't understand why he wanted the bracelet. She clenched her teeth in frustration. Saving people is more important. There's no time to argue with him. Thinking this, she quickly took off the bracelet and handed it to him. Shen Hanjing calmly stored the bracelet in his space, then reached out and wrapped his arms around her slim waist, activating his special power. In an instant, they appeared on the 13th floor. At this moment, the mother and child zombies were pounding fiercely on a hospital room door. Mian let out a breath of relief, guessing that Xiao Chun and Bai Ningrong were inside the room. The zombies seemed to sense something, slowly turning around. That's when Hwamian noticed that the female zombie had a baby zombie hanging on her chest. Before Hwamian could react, Shun Hanjin quickly summoned a space blade and cut off the mother zombie's head. The baby zombie saw this and immediately crawled down from its mother's chest, then rolled towards Shin Hanjin at a very fast speed. Hwamian's mouth twitched in surprise. She hadn't expected zombies to behave so strangely. Shun Hanjin suddenly grabbed her and pulled her in front of him.
"You deal with it," he said.
Hwamian clenched her long knife tightly and steeled herself to step forward. When she saw the zombie coming, she lunged but missed. The baby zombie was very clever and kept rolling around constantly. Hwamian squinted and tightly gripped her long sword, swinging it wildly like a whack-a-mole game. Shun Hanjin watched her amusingly, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Hwamian stared hard at the baby zombie. Its movements were unpredictable and hard to guess. Suddenly, it reached out quickly toward her leg. Hwamian reacted fast, stepping back twice, then swung her sword to cut at the baby zombie. Ing-ing-ing, the baby zombie rolled away nimbly, a cut appearing on its body, and it let out a sharp cry. Hwamian was a bit stunned. She didn't expect the crying sound of this little zombie to be like that of a human baby. If she hadn't seen its orange eyes and exposed grayish-blue skin, she wouldn't believe it was a second-level zombie. While Hwamian was distracted, the baby zombie rolled swiftly behind her. Seeing the zombie disappear from sight, her heart suddenly tightened, and she instinctively turned around. In the next moment, she felt a tug on her leg. Looking down, she saw the zombie grabbing her pant leg. Hwamian's scalp went numb instantly. She instinctively lifted her leg and kicked hard. The zombie didn't let go. She kicked again, tearing her pants with a ripping sound, but it still clung to her leg. Suddenly, Shun Hanjin's cold voice came from nearby. "Use your sword to cut it." Hwamian immediately calmed down upon hearing this. She swung her sword at the zombie's head. The baby zombie's head was instantly cut off, and dirty black blood splattered onto her pants. Hwamian exhaled deeply, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She unconsciously raised her hand to cover her chest. A foul smell wafted into her nose. She grimaced and bent down to remove the crystal core from the baby zombie. Shun Hanjin walked over to her, about to speak, but she headed straight for the door of the ward. He paused, his face tense, a cold aura radiating from him. Ding ding. Hwamian reached the door, knocked, and raised her voice. "Ningrong, are you inside?" As she spoke, she looked through the glass window on the door and saw Bai Ningrong supporting Hua Xiaochen, walking slowly toward the door. Soon, the door to the ward creaked open, and Bai Ningrong hurriedly said, "Xiao Mian, Xiao Chun has a chest injury. Please treat him first." At this moment, Bai Ningrong felt a bit guilty. Earlier, she and Xiao Chun went up to the 11th floor. Just as they entered the operating room, she saw a baby lying on the table, crying softly. She thought it was a normal baby, but as soon as she got close, the baby suddenly lunged at her. Xiao Chun reacted quickly and pushed her away, but he was then attacked by a female zombie hiding in the corner. Both zombies were second level, and together they were as strong as third-level zombies. In the end, she could only ask Xiao Mian for help, hoping Shun Hanjin would come to assist. Xiao Chun saw Bai Ningrong's guilty expression and comforted her, saying, "It's just 2 broken ribs." "Don't worry." Hao Mian heard this and slightly twitched his mouth. As the hero in a post-apocalyptic story, even with 2 broken ribs, he still looked calm and said it was nothing. If he had suffered such an injury before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have been able to get out of bed for at least 10 days or half a month. Hao Mian stepped forward, supporting Xiao Chen's other arm, and with Bai Ningrong, helped him sit against the wall. Then he used his supernatural power to slowly heal him. Shun Hanjin stood silently behind Hao Mian, watching her with a dark expression. Since Hao Mian killed the baby zombie, he hadn't even spared her a glance. Thinking of this, he felt a bit uncomfortable. After a while, Hao Mian finished using her power. Bai Ningrong hurried over and asked anxiously, "Xiao Chun, does it still hurt?" Xiao Chun stood up, moved his shoulders, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. "I'm fine now." After saying that, he looked at Hao Mian with a loving and grateful gaze. "Xiao Mian, thank you." Hao Mian shook her head and teased, "You said we're siblings, so why are you being so distant now?" Hao Chen's eyes turned slightly red when he heard this. Then he smiled happily. "Okay, I'll listen to my sister." When Hao Mian lost her memory, her family later adopted Hao Siyu. He had once wanted to be a good brother, but Hao Siyu's actions made him feel disappointed. Now that Hao Mian has been found, even though nearly 20 years have passed, their strong family bond makes them get along very well, with no barriers between them. Bai Ningrong felt relieved when she heard Xiao Chen say he was fine. She was about to lift her head when she casually caught a glimpse of the tear in Hua Mian's pants and her exposed porcelain white leg, which was also stained with zombie blood. Bai Ning frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Xiao Mian, are you hurt?" Hua Mian waved her hand and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Hua Xiaochen looked at Hua Mian and noticed her disheveled appearance. "Xiao Mian, go change your clothes first." Hua Mian looked down at her pants, feeling a bit uncomfortable to look at. She nodded and replied, "Okay." After saying that, she lifted her leg and walked into the hospital room, closing the door behind her. Hua Xiaochen looked at Shen Hanzheng and said seriously, "Brother Shen, you promised to take good care of Xiao Mian before, but what I see now is different. From now on, I will go with Xiao Mian." Shen Hanzheng glanced at him faintly, his tone cool. Someone waiting for rescue has no right to say that. Hua Xiaochen was momentarily speechless, his face looking unhappy. After a pause, Hua Xiaochen continued, "Even if I am injured, I won't let Xiao Mian go kill zombies. Her ability is supportive, not suitable for fighting. What you're doing puts her in danger." Shen Hanzheng looked calm and replied, "You're not her. How do you know what she wants?" Hua Xiaochen was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then spoke, "Even if she needs training, it should be gradual. Since you have the ability, why don't you protect her more? You almost let her get hurt." Shen Hanzheng responded calmly, "How can you be sure I haven't protected her?" Hua Xiaochen hesitated, not understanding his meaning. Shen Hanzheng spoke slowly, "I just want her to realize her shortcomings. She can't do everything recklessly. Taking some losses might help her remember." Hua Xiaochen seemed to understand Shen Hanzheng's intention, but didn't agree with it. Whether Shen Hanzheng wanted Xiao Mian to give up or truly wanted to train her, he shouldn't be too reckless. Hua Xiaochen was about to say, "Training isn't supposed to be like that," when Bai Ning suddenly held his arm. "Xiaochen, stop arguing. When Xiao Mian comes out, ask her what she thinks." Hearing this, Hua Xiaochen thought for a moment and stopped arguing, though he still looked unhappy. As Mian just stepped out of the hospital room, he sensed something strange in the air. He saw Shen Hanzheng and Xiaochen looking at each other with cold faces, both looking quite unpleasant. Bai Ningrong was standing quietly, holding Xiaochen's arm. When they saw her come out, all three turned their eyes toward her at the same time. Xiaochen suddenly spoke, "Xiao Mian, from now on you, me, and Xiao Ning will go collect supplies together." Mian was a bit stunned, not understanding why Xiaochen suddenly made this decision. She thought for a moment and, without asking Shen Hanzheng for his opinion, simply replied, "Okay." Shen Hanzheng raised an eyebrow, a little surprised that Mian ignored him. He guessed that the girl might be upset with him. Indeed, Mian was angry with Shen Hanzheng. She wasn't ready yet, and he had pushed her out to fight zombies, which was very disrespectful. But Mian was even angrier at herself. Every time she saw Shen Hanzheng standing nearby, she instinctively felt he would protect her, so she relaxed her guard when fighting zombies. Now she understood that this way of thinking was wrong. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. No one can always protect you in this world. Thinking this through, Mian felt a bit lighter inside. When facing Shen Hanzheng again, she no longer felt awkward. He was just a pursuer, and their relationship was just doctor and patient. They should just treat each other normally in the future. Moreover, Shen Hanzheng said he liked her, so she wanted to see how far he was willing to go for her. When Shen Hanzheng saw Mian's calm and honest gaze, he felt something was a bit off. Before he could figure out what, she suddenly asked, "I plan to go with them. What about you?" Shun Hanjing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Seeing Mion's calm expression, as if she was just casually asking and didn't care about his answer, he felt a strange discomfort in his heart. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I'll go with you." Mion nodded gently and turned to look at Xiaochen. "Brother, which floor should we go to first?" Xiaochen was momentarily stunned. His sharp eyes flashed with light, and he quickly smiled and said, "Let's go to the 14th floor first. There are operating rooms and ICU upstairs. We'll gather some equipment." Mion nodded again. "Then let's go." Bai Ningrong watched the two siblings talk back and forth, feeling strangely uneasy for no clear reason. She quietly glanced at Shun Hanjung and saw him with a cold face, staring at Mion, radiating a chilling aura. Bai Ningrong thought for a moment and casually started a conversation. "Xiao Mion, we met some survivors on the 11th floor. We need to take them to the safe zone." Mion was a bit surprised. She didn't expect there to be survivors in this hospital. When she heard safe zone, she became curious and asked casually, "What is a safe zone?" Bai Ningrong patiently explained, "It's a new rescue plan. They set up stations at each city's entrances and exits. The special team takes the survivors there and someone will them back to the base." Mion suddenly understood. No wonder she saw so many people at the station earlier. She thought they were just hiding from the swarm of insects. The four of them went to the 14th floor. Along the way, they only encountered normal zombies and first-level zombies. Maybe the mother and child zombies are the strongest in this building. They quickly dealt with those zombies and collected the supplies on the 14th floor. Then, the four of them went downstairs one after another to the 11th floor. As Xiaochen pushed open the corridor door, a sudden, brief baby cry sounded, but it quickly stopped. Mion immediately clenched her long knife and looked alertly in the direction of the sound. Seeing this, Bai Ningrong gently patted Mion's shoulder and explained, "This floor is the maternity ward. There are babies among the survivors." Mion finally relaxed, thinking she had just encountered another zombie baby. Shun Hanjung silently followed behind Mion. Seeing her reaction to the baby cry, his eyes darkened with mystery. They arrived at a neonatal ward. Xiaochen knocked on the door. After a moment, a young man opened the door. Seeing them, the man's face lit up with excitement. "Mr. Hu, Miss Bai, I'm so glad you're safe." After saying that, his gaze fell on Mion and Shun Hanjung. He paused for a moment, then warmly said, "Are these your team members?" "Thank you so much." Bai Ningrong looked cold and ignored him. Xiaochen had a blank expression, his voice cold. "Let's go inside first." The man quickly moved aside to let them enter the ward. Mion entered the room and found only two new mothers and a nurse, but there were 5 babies. A beautiful new mother gently said, "Brother please come and soothe our son. He's about to cry again." Hearing this, the man quickly walked over to the beautiful woman, took the baby from her arms, and softly said, "Little Rue, be good." The other 2 women in the ward looked at this scene calmly, clearly used to it. At this moment, the nurse approached Bai Ningrong with a worried look and asked, "Miss Bai, have the mother and baby zombies been taken care of?" Bai Ningrong nodded. "Yes, it's done. Pack up your things. We'll go downstairs soon to take you to a safe place." As she finished speaking, another new mother's voice rang out. "Healy, your decision. Are you abandoning us?" Mion was surprised and looked up. She saw the delicate-faced new mother with red eyes, staring fiercely at the man named Healy. Healy avoided her gaze, not responding. The beautiful new mother spoke again. "Li Ming, I'm not feeling well, so I asked Brother He to hold little Rue. You're healthy, so you can take care of Yaya." Li Ming ignored her and stared at Healy stubbornly, asking, "Healy, just tell me honestly. Are you abandoning me and Yaya?" Healy looked uncomfortable and impatient. "Li Ming, can you stop causing trouble? Xiao Yan is weak. What's wrong with me helping her hold the baby?" Li Ming sneered coldly. "I had a C-section, and Xiao Yan was born naturally. Your excuse is just ridiculous." Healy's face instantly stiffened, turning red. At this moment, Xiao Yan looked at her pitifully and said, "Li Ming, I've been sick since I was a child. I'm not pretending. I really feel terrible now." Seeing this, Healy immediately said firmly, "Li Ming, from now on, this child will take my family name."
He's my son.
"If you can't accept that, then we'll part ways." Li Ming's face remained calm, as if she had expected this.
She slowly said, "Fine."
"Remember what you just said. From now on, we are done. Don't ever call yourself Yaya's father again, and don't bother us anymore." Healy looked unhappy but responded firmly, "I respect your decision." Hun Mian watched in shock, exchanged a glance with Bai Ningrong, and saw her nod in agreement. Only then did Hun Mian realize that the man named Healy, instead of caring for his own daughter, was determined to raise someone else's child.
It was truly hard to understand.
Nurse Li Nian looked at the 4 children on the bed with a troubled expression. She asked Bai Ningrong, "Miss, we don't have enough staff. Could you please help take care of the children?" Bai Ningrong glanced at the swaddled babies on the bed and nodded. "Yes, I can." After saying that, she took Hun Mian by the hand and led her to the bed. "Xiao Mian, let's each hold one." Hun Mian looked at the tiny babies in the swaddles, peacefully sleeping, unaware that their parents had already passed away and that they would face a lonely future. She sighed softly and agreed, "Okay." Just as Hun Mian was about to pick up a child, Li Nian, standing nearby, saw Li Ming struggling to get off the bed and reach for a baby. Li Nian quickly asked, "Miss, could your teammate help Li Ming hold the baby? She had a C-section and her wound is infected. She's too weak." Li Ming looked grateful at Li Nian, then turned her gaze to the 2 tall men nearby. Thinking for a moment, she quickly said, "Li Nian, thank you. I can take care of Yaya myself." No need to trouble Mr. Hua. Her daughter's biological father had abandoned them, and in this dangerous world, no one could be trusted to help. She had thought Mr. Hua was cold, but the man who appeared later was even more distant and unapproachable. She didn't dare hope they would help hold the children. If she angered them and they left her and her daughter behind, she would be truly hopeless. So she had to endure alone. Hun Mian turned her head to look at Li Ming, surprised by her strength. A mother's resilience was remarkable. She glanced over at He Li and Zhang Xiaoyan, who were chatting intimately. She felt sympathy for Li Ming. Hun Mian looked away and saw Li Ming, who was thin and pale, struggling to lift her arms to hold the baby. Thinking for a moment, she stepped forward gently and said, "Let me help you treat your wound." Li Ming's body suddenly froze as she leaned forward, then slowly turned around. She saw the girl with beautiful peach blossom eyes, and her expression showed surprise. Just as she was about to refuse, she saw the girl's hand, glowing white, stop at her stomach. In the next moment, she felt a warm sensation at her wound. Within less than a minute, Hun Mian withdrew her hand and softly said, "It's healed." Li Ming blinked, feeling the pain in her stomach disappear. She instinctively reached out to touch it and pressed gently, confirming it was real, not a dream. Her wound was truly healed. Her eyes filled with tears, and she bent her knees, kneeling heavily in front of Hun Mian, clutching her hand tightly. "Thank you, young lady." Hun Mian was startled by Li Ming's action and quickly helped her up. "You don't need to do this. Just take good care of the child in the future." Li Ming had experienced her husband's betrayal and was full of despair. She never expected to receive help from a stranger. A warm feeling rose in her heart, and she quietly thought that the world wasn't so bad after all, because she had met a kind girl. Choking with emotion, Li Ming said, "Thank you. I will raise Yaya well." In the future, she would tell her daughter that a very beautiful older sister gave them hope to keep going. Nurse Li Nian watched this scene, her eyes full of surprise and emotion. "Miss, you're really kind. You're beautiful and kind-hearted, unlike some people who forget kindness." After speaking, her gaze shifted to Zhang Xiaoyan, and her words implied the person without saying it directly. Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes instantly turned red, and her face looked pitiful. "Little sister, don't misunderstand. Brother, he only thinks I'm too pitiful, so he helps take care of the child." Li Nian rolled her eyes immediately. "You're pretending to be pitiful, probably hoping the beautiful lady will help you heal, right?" Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to have been caught in her thoughts. Her face stiffened for a moment, then she sweetly and coquettishly said, "Miss, since you've helped Sister Li Ming heal her wound, Could you also help me? You're kind-hearted. You surely wouldn't want to see me suffer, right? Huan Mian looked calmly at Zhang Xiaoyan and said softly, Sorry, my special ability is exhausted. I can't help you. When she said this, Zhang Xiaoyan's smile froze instantly. Then she forced a bitter smile. Little sister, please don't listen to others' gossip. I really have nothing with brother He. He's just my son's godfather.
I am genuinely unwell.
Can you help me treat it? Huan Mian looked at Zhang Xiaoyan, surprised by her thick skin. Did she really think she was blind and couldn't see anything? So she said, to restore your special abilities, you need zombie crystal cores. If you can provide some, I can help you. Zhang Xiaoyan didn't expect this pretty girl to be so tough. She clenched her teeth, tears falling down her face. Little sister, you're so cruel. I just had a baby. How can I kill zombies? You're forcing me to die. Before Huan Mian could speak, Li Nian suddenly interrupted. You're using moral pressure. Wanting her to treat you, but not willing to pay? That's shameless. Huan Mian was surprised by Li Nian's strong sense of justice. It seemed that during this time, He Li and Zhang Xiaoyan had done many shameful things. Zhang Xiaoyan pulled He Li's hand, crying sadly, Brother He, please explain to this little sister. Ask her to help me treat it. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyan's pitiful look, He Li's macho pride surged. He turned around, about to speak, but saw the tall, cold man standing in front of the girl, staring at him coldly. That gaze was like two sharp knives stabbing straight at him. He Li was so frightened, he quickly turned away. Xiaoyan, stop messing around. That young lady has exhausted her abilities. Be sensible. Don't force her. Zhang Xiaoyan looked at He Li, looking helpless. When she saw the tall man protecting the girl, she clenched her teeth and swallowed her anger. Li Nian saw this, sneered, then picked up one of the children and handed it to Huan Mian. Beautiful girl, don't be nervous. Use one hand to support the baby's neck and head and the other to hold the child's hips. Like this. While speaking, she demonstrated. Huan Mian followed her instructions gently, taking the baby. Her arms were still a bit stiff, but she was trying to get used to it. Then, Bai Ningrong also held the other child under the nurse's guidance. Li Nian looked at the packed bag, showing a troubled expression. Bai Ningrong noticed her difficulty and offered to help carry things. Li Nian and Li Ming immediately felt very happy and kept thanking everyone. After everything was packed, everyone left the hospital room. Ho Xiaochen led the way at the front, with Bai Ningrong walking closely beside him. Li Ming and Li Nian followed behind them. Just as Ho Mian was about to step forward to catch up, He Li and Zhang Xiaoyan suddenly stepped in front of her. She immediately felt a bit annoyed and glared at the two in front of her with a displeased look. Shen Hanjing caught a glimpse of her angry expression and found it unexpectedly cute. He didn't expect her to also have a strong sense of justice. The group took the stairs slowly from the 11th floor down to the first floor, where they met Xie Liqing and Xiu Kaiyang in the outpatient hall. As soon as they saw them, the two hurried over. Xie Liqing looked surprised and said, Where did these kids come from? They're still alive. That's amazing. Hainian rolled her eyes at his words. Can't you see we're alive? Without our care, how could they still be here? Xie Liqing was caught off guard by her reply and instinctively turned to look. He saw a girl in a nurse's uniform with a hint of disdain on her face. Xie Liqing looked a bit embarrassed and closed his mouth awkwardly. Xiu Kaiyang went to Ho Xiaochen and spoke seriously, Captain, all the medicines have been collected. Ho Xiaochen nodded. Wen Qi and Cao Kong, where are they? They just contacted us through the earpiece and said they'll be here soon. Xiu Kaiyang replied quickly. Ho Xiaochen nodded again and ordered, Wait outside the hospital first. After saying that, everyone slowly walked out of the hospital building and reached the roadside. Because there were more people, Ho Xiaochen thought for a moment and then took a large bus out of his space. Get on the bus and wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyan pulled He Li and quickly went to the bus door, opened it and took the front seat. Xiu Kaiyang sat in the driver's seat. Just as Xie Liqing was about to sit in the passenger seat, Li Nian suddenly spoke urgently. Comrade, can you sit with me and help take care of the child? Earlier, she had argued with him, but he didn't reply, which showed he had a good temper. Xia Liqing paused for a moment. Before he could speak, Xiu Kaiyang suddenly said, "Liqing, I don't need you here. I can handle it alone. I am used to being rough and clumsy, so I might not be good at taking care of children." Lin Yan quickly said, "You don't need to do anything difficult. Just hold the child occasionally. It's easy to take care of." Seeing that Xia Liqing couldn't refuse, he had no choice but to agree and followed her to sit beside a row of seats. Bai Ningrong and Hua Xiaochen sat diagonally across from Lin Yan. After getting in the car, Hua Xiaochen took the child from Bai Ningrong and gently comforted him. Li Ming held the child silently and walked to the back row to sit down alone. Hua Mian held the child and sat down gently on the seat behind Lin Yan. Shun Hanjing followed beside her. Seeing that the girl never looked at him, his face darkened and a low pressure surrounded him. He slowly sat down next to her. Hua Mian turned her head to look at Shun Hanjing. His face showed a "I'm unhappy" expression, but she was not in the mood to pay attention to him. She was angry herself and no one comforted her. Thinking of this, Hua Mian calmly withdrew her gaze. After a moment, when Qi and Chao Kong hurried over, Chao Kong naturally sat in the front passenger seat. Hua Xiaochen saw them return and quickly asked, "Wen Qi, how is the collection of supplies going?" Wen Qi looked pleased. "It's going well. We collected quite a lot of supplies. My space is almost full." Hua Xiaochen nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, let's go to the checkpoint to meet up first, then the survivors back to the base." Wen Qi nodded and sat down behind Hua Xiaochen. Once everyone was seated, Su Kaiyang slowly started the car. The bus gradually moved away from the spot and sped forward. After a while, the vehicle passed a bend, and suddenly a zombie appeared by the roadside. Su Kaiyang drove the car straight into it. With a loud bang, the car's speed sharply decreased. Due to inertia, Hua Mian leaned forward. At that moment, Shun Hanjing reached out his arm, wrapping her in his embrace to protect her. Hua Mian sniffed the cedar scent on him and quietly said, "Thank you." Shun Hanjing looked down at Hua Mian in his arms. Seeing her ears slightly red and her body stiff, he slowly withdrew his arm. Meanwhile, the baby in Hua Xiaochen's arms started crying. He reminded, "Kaiyang, try to avoid the zombies on the road." Su Kaiyang listened to the baby's crying and quickly replied, "Got it, Captain." Having become used to driving over zombies directly, Su Kaiyang felt a bit uncomfortable when switching to a new car. Perhaps because the baby's crying was contagious, the baby in Hua Mian's arms also started crying. She suddenly felt helpless and didn't know what to do. Just as she was about to ask Lin Yan for help, she realized the baby in her arms was crying too. She was patiently trying to soothe it. Hua Mian looked at Shun Hanjing beside her. He sat upright with long legs crossed, blocking her way out completely. Seeing the increasingly loud crying from the little one in her arms, she panicked and looked for help. "Shun Hanjing, can you soothe the baby?" Shun Hanjing looked at her with a serious expression, as if saying, "Are you joking?" Lin Yan suddenly turned around in front of him. "The child might be hungry and needs milk." After saying that, Lin Yan handed the baby to Xia Liqing, then took milk powder, a bottle, and mineral water from Bai Ningrong, and skillfully mixed the milk with the water. Hua Mian held the crying baby, looked at the milk bottle handed over by Lin Yan, and then looked at Shun Hanjing for help. Shun Hanjing immediately understood her intention. He took the bottle from Lin Yan, slightly turned his body, and put it into the baby's mouth. The crying stopped instantly. The child's cheeks moved as it eagerly on the clearly very hungry, and the milk in the bottle visibly decreased. Shun Hanjing looked at Hua Mian, who was gently holding the baby, and couldn't help but think. If he and Hua Mian had a child, would she also be this patient in soothing their baby? Seeing the milk bottle was empty and Shun Hanjing still had in the baby's mouth, she looked up at Shun Hanjing and saw him staring blankly, with a slight blush on his ears. Lost in thought, she softly reminded him, "The baby has finished drinking. You can take the bottle away." Hearing this, Shun Hanjing's thoughts snapped back. He looked deeply at Hua Mian, then slowly took the bottle away. Seeing the baby sleeping peacefully, Mian let out a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Mian felt her arms almost weren't her own anymore. She couldn't hold on and nudged Shun Hanjung's arm with her elbow. Shun Hanjung was momentarily stunned, turned to look at her, and asked, "What is it?" Mian blinked her pretty peach blossom eyes and softly said, "Can you help hold the baby for a moment?" She paused briefly and explained, "My arms are a bit sore." Shun Hanjung listened to Mian's soft, gentle voice and felt as if she was coaxing him. He lowered his eyes to glance at the awkward child in Mian's arms, recalling how she had previously been stubborn and ignored him. Now, she seemed to be showing weakness. His lips moved slightly as he was about to agree, but suddenly Mian spoke. "If you don't want to, please move aside. I'll find someone else to carry him." Seeing Shun Hanjung remain still, thinking he was unwilling, she decided to ask another team member for help. When Chi across the aisle heard Mian and said softly, "Xiao Mian, let me carry him for you." Hearing this, Shun Hanjung's face instantly darkened. "I'll carry him." As he spoke, he stretched out his long arms, ready to take the baby. Mian was momentarily stunned, then quickly handed the child to him. As soon as Shun Hanjung took the baby, the little one burst into loud crying. His body stiffened immediately, and his cold eyes fixed on the crying baby, as if trying to calm him with his gaze. Mian saw his stiff arms and hurriedly guided him to adjust his hold. Once the position was right, the baby quieted down and peacefully fell asleep. Mian let out a breath of relief, looked up at Shun Hanjung, and saw him appear to be relieved as well. A small smile unconsciously curved her lips. When Chi saw Shun Hanjung holding the baby, and as he was about to stand up, he slowly sat back down, a faint, deep look flashing in his slender eyes. He didn't expect Shun Hanjung to compromise for Mian, and unexpectedly, his mood turned a bit sour. Shun Hanjung shifted his gaze away from the baby in his arms, catching a glimpse of Mian staring at him out of the corner of his eye. He naturally turned his head to meet her gaze and saw her smiling softly. When Mian saw Shun Hanjung looking over, her smile froze for a moment, then she quickly put on a brighter, more radiant smile. "Shun Hanjung, you are really kind. Thank you for your effort." Shun Hanjung looked at her smiling face and felt something strange, hard to explain. Just as he was about to investigate further, Xie Liqing, sitting in front, suddenly turned his head and interrupted. "Xiao Mian, you're right. Brother Shun is really very good. He's just cold on the outside but soft inside." Mian heard this and the smile on her face faded slightly, but she didn't respond to Xie Liqing. She didn't see that Shun Hanjung was soft-hearted at all. Previously, when he was asked to save someone, he even demanded payment. His heart was as hard as stone, and his attitude towards her was very rude. Mian's beautiful, peach blossom eyes flickered slightly. Suddenly, she spoke. "I'm a bit tired. I'll leave the kids to you. I'm going to rest for a while." Without waiting for Shun Hanjung to reply, she tilted her head, leaned against the backrest, and closed her eyes to rest. Shun Hanjung was slightly stunned. His phoenix eyes stared directly at Mian. Since he asked her to kill the zombie baby, she had been angry and hadn't shown him any kindness. Thinking about how timid Mian was before, it had only been a short while. Now, she was no longer afraid of him, and even told him what to do. Shun Hanjung felt a bit uncomfortable with her change, but strangely, he didn't dislike her actions deep down. He had a vague feeling that Mian seemed to be expressing her dissatisfaction with him. Nurse Li Nian looked around at everyone and was very surprised by their behavior. That Mr. Huo was understandable, but she could tell at a glance that he and Miss Spy were a couple. As for the two sitting behind her, their way of getting along was a bit unexpected. The beautiful woman looked delicate and fragile, yet she managed to keep the cold Mr. Shin firmly under control. She could tell that these two were probably in the stage of a man pursuing a woman, so the man was accommodating the lady. She glanced at the beautiful woman behind her, then looked at Miss Spy, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. These two women were really lucky. She wondered where her other half was. She looked up at Xie Liqing beside her. He was a bit careless in his movements, but had a very kind heart. Hao Xiaochen also saw Shun Hanjung holding the baby, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth and a look of schadenfreude in his eyes. He quickly withdrew his gaze and gently picked up the baby upright, carefully helping him burp. At noon, 12 o'clock, the bus smoothly stopped at a service area not far from the Sea-City toll station. Hwamion slowly woke up, her peach blossom eyes blinking lightly. Only then did she realize her head was resting on Shun Hanjing's arm. Her body instantly stiffened. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively sat upright, creating distance from Shun Hanjing. A trace of discomfort flashed across Hwamion's face. Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward Shun Hanjing's arm. The black shirt there had been pressed into creases, standing out against the smooth fabric. Shun Hanjing seemed to notice her movement and turned to look at her. Hwamion showed an awkward smile, raised her hand, and brushed the wrinkled shirt on his arm. "Sorry, I accidentally pressed on you. Are you okay?" Shun Hanjing looked at her calmly, his eyes deep and hard to read. Honestly, he felt terrible right now. Holding a baby, he was afraid to make big moves. After Hwamion fell asleep, her round head rested on his arm, making his whole body stiff. He stayed still for almost an hour, and now half of his body was numb. At this moment, the girl he liked was reaching out to press his shirt, trying to hide her mistake. Seeing Shun Hanjing silently staring at her as if accusing her, Hwamion awkwardly withdrew her hand and changed the subject. "Give me the baby." After saying that, she reached out to try to take the baby from Shun Hanjing's arms. They were very close, and Shun Hanjing's nose caught a faint, fresh scent from the girl. In the next moment, his hand brushed against something soft, and his ears turned red instantly. His throat moved involuntarily. Hwamion felt something unusual on her chest, quickly withdrew her hand, and hurriedly moved away from Shun Hanjing, feeling a bit annoyed at her own rashness. She blushed, turned her head, and stopped looking at Shun Hanjing, no longer mentioning the baby. Seeing her lowering her head, her ears red as if they might bleed, Shun Hanjing worried she might be scared and quickly said, "I'll hold the baby. You stay nearby and take care." He couldn't let her slip away. Hwamion softly responded and then followed him off the car. In the busy service area, everyone was doing their own jobs. Shin Xiaochen approached a staff member, explained the situation of the survivors on the vehicle, and asked him to arrange for people to receive them. Soon, the staff arrived with 3 others and took the babies from their hands one by one. Bai Ningrong took out the bundle stored in the space, returning it to its original owner. Before leaving, Li Ming held the baby and approached Hwamion to say goodbye, her eyes red as she thanked her. Hwamion comforted her a few words and encouraged her to stay strong and live on. Li Nian looked at everyone but hesitated to speak. In the end, she said nothing, silently walking beside Li Ming as they followed the staff toward the survivor team. Li Nian took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at Xie Liqing. She pursed her lips and continued walking forward. Xie Liqing let out a deep breath, looking very relieved. "Finally sent those little troublemakers away. If I hold them any longer, my hands will almost give out." Cao Kong grinned and said, "You're too weak. Babies aren't that heavy. Look at how exhausted you are." Xie Liqing rolled his eyes and said, "Is it about weight? When I hold him, I feel like I'm holding a bomb, always worried he might start crying." Ho Xiaochen had a lot of experience and glanced at Cao Kong sideways, saying, "Next time something like this happens, let Cao Kong handle the kids." Cao Kong's eyes widened in surprise.
"No.
"Captain, that's too hasty." Xiu Kaiyong chuckled softly. "Not hasty. You're so strong, holding a kid is just right." Cao Kong. He wished he hadn't been so rude earlier. When she watched them joking around, a faint smile appearing on his face. He turned his head and saw Shin Hanjing sitting in a chair, with Ho Mian standing behind him, massaging his shoulders. The smile on Wen Qi's face faded instantly, and his eyes grew deeper. At that moment, Ho Xiaochen suddenly spoke, "I'll go talk to other teams and exchange information. You guys go to the dining area first." Everyone nodded and watched him leave. Ho Mian placed her hands on Shin Hanjing's shoulders and pressed firmly. She was a bit upset. Just after sending the child away, He told her shoulders were numb from her grip and asked her to massage him. Seeing Shen Hanjing's expressionless face, Ho Mian felt annoyed. She secretly squeezed his arm hard. Feeling his body stiffen, she didn't stop but instead pressed harder and pinched him from time to time. Shen Hanjing felt the tingling sensation on his shoulders and the occasional soreness, making him tense up despite her massage. He was still teasing her, and unexpectedly, even a rabbit, when cornered, would bite. This feeling wasn't bad. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Bai Ningrong saw Shen Hanjing looking so happy and wanted to call Ho Mian to eat, but hesitated, standing still. Xie Liqing noticed their situation and said, "Brother Shen, Xiao Mian's small arms and legs. It's not comfortable to press like that. Let me help you press. Once I'm done, we can go eat early." As he spoke, he strode over. Hua Mian quickly withdrew her hand, ready to make space for Xie Liqing. Shen Hanjing's face was tense. He stood up from his chair and said coldly, "No need, let's go eat." Then, he headed toward the dining room first. Su Kaiyang watched this scene, raised his hand to his forehead, and slightly shook his shoulders, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Bai Ningrong saw this, stepped forward, took Hu Mian's arm, and they whispered quietly, staying close behind Shen Hanjing. They arrived at the dining room, where Hu Mian saw not many people. Bai Ningrong casually said, "This is the rescue team's dining area. The survivors eat somewhere else." Seeing the doubt on Hu Mian's face, she added, "The food here is free. Survivors' meals are not as good and can only fill their stomachs. This setup is to prevent unnecessary chaos." Hu Mian nodded, understanding. After all, rescue workers risk their lives to save survivors, so better treatment is normal. They served food and sat down at the table. Shen Hanjing sat across from Hu Mian. Bai Ningrong hesitated briefly, but decided to sit beside Hu Mian. While they ate, Ling Xian followed Hua Xiaochen over. "Xiaochen-ji, when is your next mission? Can I go with you?" Hu Mian heard the voice and instinctively looked up. Seeing Ling Xian, she wasn't surprised. Thinking of something, she turned her head to Bai Ningrong, who looked calm and didn't lift her head, eating slowly. As expected of the heroine, her composure and calmness are unmatched. Ling Xian stayed close to Hua Xiaochen and accidentally saw the scary man sitting diagonally opposite Bai Ningrong. Her pupils shrank suddenly. Then, as if remembering something, a trace of resentment flashed to her eyes. Ling Xian reached out and grabbed Hua Xiaochen's arm, her tone full of grievance and tears. "Xiaochen-ji, you don't know. I was bullied yesterday. You have to teach them a good lesson." Hua Xiaochen's eyes showed impatience. He pulled his arm away and said calmly, "Go find your brother. He'll help you deal with it." He didn't want to pay attention to this spoiled little princess. When Ling Xian heard this, she immediately started crying and said, "My brother can't beat them. Brother Xiaochen, you must stand up for me, or I will tell Grandpa Hua that you don't take care of me." Hua Xiaochen frowned and patiently said, "Since it happened yesterday, that person should have run away by now. When you return to the base, let Grandpa Ling find someone to settle the score." Hearing this, Ling Xian quickly pointed her finger toward Shen Hanjing and Hu Mian. "Xiaochen, they didn't run away. It was those two who hurt me." Hua Xiaochen looked in the direction she was pointing and saw Hu Mian and Shen Hanjing. His handsome face immediately darkened. He suppressed his anger and asked each word carefully, "Are you sure?" Ling Xian didn't notice Shen Hanjing's unusual expression and insisted, "Yes, it's them. Please don't let them go just because they are Bai Jie's friends." Bai Ningrong, hearing Ling Xian's accusation, raised an eyebrow and looked at Hu Mian. Hu Mian nodded at her, confirming that a conflict had occurred between them. Chao Kong, who was hot-tempered, raised his voice and said, "Xiao Mian is not the kind of person you think she is. Also, Brother Shen is usually cold. If you don't provoke him, he won't even look at you." Ling Xian didn't expect Chao Kong to know them, but she still stubbornly said, "They are your friends, so of course you'll defend them." "But they hurt me. That's the truth." Hua Xiaochen looked at Ling Xian with dislike, his voice cold. "I believe Xiao Mian, but you are always arrogant and domineering." Hearing this, Ling Xian's body stiffened suddenly, and she spoke with a sad tone. "Xiaochen, you just met them recently. You haven't seen their true colors. They really? Hua Xiaochen interrupted her, saying, Xiao Mian is my biological sister. Are you trying to provoke a fight between us by instigating me against her? Ling Xian was stunned at once, her face full of disbelief. How could she be your sister? Xiao Yu is your sister. Hua Xiaochen spoke calmly. Hua Siyu is adopted by our family. Hua Mian is my real sister, and she carries the Hua family blood. Hearing this, Ling Xian felt as if she had been hit by a hammer, her mind going blank. Bai Ningrong suddenly asked, Xiao Mian, how did the conflict start? Hua Mian saw Bai Ningrong looking like she was eager to watch the show and said helplessly, She tried to steal our car but was scolded by Shen Hanjing. Everyone heard this and thought of Ling Xian's usual bossy behavior, which seemed to match her style. Bai Ningrong immediately exclaimed, Ling Xian, when will you stop acting like a thief? Stealing things and now targeting sister Xiao Chen. I bet you often do these bad things. Hearing Bai Ningrong's words, Ling Xian quickly looked at Hua Xiaochen and hurriedly explained, Xiao Chen, I really didn't steal anything. I just wanted them to pay for my brother's emotional damages. After speaking, Ling Xian exaggerated the story of Ling Ji almost being hit when the car was stopped. Everyone listened and was speechless. They couldn't help but feel that Shen Hanjing had held back. Chao Kong couldn't help but mock. Why do you keep provoking Shen Hanjing? With his strength, he doesn't need you to act on your own. Xia Liqing nodded firmly. Exactly. The crisis with the bee swarm and the locust tree was all solved by Shen Hanjing. If he wanted to hurt you, could you still stand here and talk? Ling Xian was shocked and asked, wasn't the bee swarm solved by Xiao Chen and you all? Hua Xiaochen looked impatient and directly told her to leave. It was all Shen Hanjing. We have matters to discuss. If you're not busy, go back. Only then did Ling Xian notice that the shadow team respectfully called that terrifying man Shen Ge. She was surprised and couldn't help but look up at the cold man. Suddenly, she remembered that Hua Siyu had mentioned Shen Ge to her. She quickly realized that this man must be the strongest space ability user in the base. Thinking of the tragic fate of Li Qingfeng's family, Ling Xian trembled slightly. This man had indeed shown mercy to her. Ling Xian stared at him for a while, feeling that his aura was even stronger than Hua Xiaochen's, and his strength was greater. But seeing his proud expression, for some reason, she felt he wasn't so terrifying anymore. She looked away and focused on Hua Mian, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes, then stepped forward toward the proud man. Bai Ningrong saw Ling Xian approaching and thought she was coming to cause trouble. I was about to say a few words to her, but I noticed she was staring straight at Shen Hanjing across the room, with a hint of shyness on her face. Bai Ningrong was instantly confused and couldn't help but look at Shen Hanjing. The man had clear features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a slight smile, giving off a strong, commanding presence. He was very handsome, with the kind of looks that could attract women. When Ling Xian walked to a spot 2 meters away from Shen Hanjing, an invisible barrier immediately blocked her path. She paused for a moment, then softly said, Brother Shen, hello. My name is Ling Xian. I was wrong last time. I saw you almost get into trouble, and I took out my anger on you. Please consider my brother's good intentions and my protectiveness for him, and don't hold this against me. Shen Hanjin looked expressionless, not even glancing at her. His tone was cold. Go away. Hua Mian watched Ling Xian pretend to be sweet, and when she heard Shen Hanjing say, go away, she immediately remembered that the first time she met him, he also said that. She looked up at Shen Hanjing, who seemed to notice and looked over. Their eyes met, and Hua Mian naturally avoided his gaze, picking up a piece of potato and slowly chewing. Ling Xian heard Shen Hanjing's words and saw the two of them exchanging looks, her face turning sour instantly. Bai Ningrong saw Ling Xian get shut down and her eyes twinkled as she asked, Ling Xian, why did you only apologize to Brother Shen? Xiao Mian is such a big person, but you completely ignored her. Are you really sincere in your apology? For this woman who kept eyeing her boyfriend, Bai Ningrong didn't take her seriously, but she kept jumping around nearby like an annoying fly, which was really disgusting. Ling Xian froze for a moment after hearing this. She looked at Hua Mian, a fake smile appearing on her face. Xiao Mian, I was just worried about my brother last time, so I lost my composure. I hope you don't mind. Hwamian swallowed the potato in her mouth, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, I understand. She knew very well that a malicious supporting character wouldn't change so easily. Probably, knowing she was the sister of Hua Xiaochen, she wanted to flatter her to help bridge the gap and get closer to Hua Xiaochen. But Hwamian was firmly committed to being the main couple with a male lead, so Ling Xian's plan was doomed to fail. Ling Xian saw that Hwamian did not directly accept her apology. She secretly clenched her teeth and put on a look of grievance. Little sister Mian, do you refuse to forgive me? I was only worried about my brother and got a bit impatient. I didn't mean to cause trouble for you. Seeing Ling Xian's pitiful expression, Hwamian felt as if she was the one who had been the bully. She felt upset inside and didn't want to get involved with the mean girl. Pretending to be pitiful? Who can't do that? So, Hwamian immediately looked scared. When you all surrounded our car and shouted at us to fight, I was scared. I even had nightmares at night. Why do you insist I forgive you? As soon as she said this, everyone glared at Ling Xian angrily. Although they knew Brother Shen was very powerful and could protect Hwamian, physical injuries didn't mean emotional wounds weren't there. Chao Kong suddenly slammed the table and stood up loudly. Ling Xian, I used to never hit women, but if you bother little sister Mian again, I will beat you. Xie Liqing looked at her with disgust and hatred. You're such a mean woman. Luckily, Captain didn't like you, or we'd be calling you sister-in-law, and that would be gross. When she, who is usually gentle, also frowned. Little Mian is usually timid. You shouldn't go near her casually. Su Kaiyang nodded nearby, agreeing strongly. When she is right. Since harm has been done, it's best to avoid meeting each other. Hua Xiaochen looked cold and stared at Ling Xian with sharp eyes. Our family loves little Mian very much. You bullying her is unacceptable. I will tell Grandpa Ling about this. You need to be disciplined. Ling Xian couldn't believe it. Just because Hwamian said one sentence, everyone turned against her. She felt angry and annoyed, glaring at Hwamian with fiery eyes. Bai Ningrong saw this and stepped in front of Hwamian like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Ling Xian, you look so fierce when you face little Mian. Do you still want to bully her? Ling Xian was taken aback by Bai Ningrong's words. She hated her deeply, but couldn't show her true feelings. She could only swallow her anger. She forced a look of grievance. Ningrong sister, I really didn't mean it. You misunderstood me. White Ningrong refused to accept her attitude. No misunderstanding. You should leave now. We don't welcome you here. Ling Xian secretly clenched her teeth, glancing at Hwamian. The other person immediately showed a scared expression and quickly hid behind White Ningrong. Seeing this, Ling Xian felt even more upset and couldn't help but feel frustrated. Shun Hanjun glanced at Hwamian. Seeing her scared look, he couldn't help but slightly twitch his lips. He hadn't seen her have nightmares at night. She slept peacefully. Meanwhile, he, sharing a room with a girl he liked, felt strangely nervous and couldn't sleep all night. In the morning, he even got up early to make breakfast for her. Seeing everyone protect Hwamian, Ling Xian grew to dislike her even more. She had thought Hwamian was delicate and easy to bully, but it turned out she was a scheming girl, even more annoying than White Ningrong. Ling Xian knew that staying longer wouldn't help her get along, so she pretended to be sad and said, I really mean no harm. Everyone misunderstood me. I have something to do, so I'll leave now. After speaking, she hurriedly turned and left. White Ningrong turned to look at Hwamian, placing her hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Xiao Mian, don't be afraid. We will protect you from now on. Chao Kong also loudly said, Xiao Mian, if anyone bullies you in the future, just tell us. We'll make sure they regret it. Hua Xiaochen looked serious. You are from the Hua family, so don't be afraid of others. If anything happens again, remember to tell me. I'll stand up for you. Seeing everyone's caring expressions, Hwamian felt warm inside and smiled as she explained, Don't worry, I'm not scared. I just wanted to send her away so I could eat peacefully. Everyone was unsure whether she was telling the truth or not. After all, Hwamian was kind-hearted and used to thinking of others. They thought she was pretending to be calm because she was worried about everyone. Since Hwamian and White Ningrong often spent time together, they believed her words. Since Xiao Mian says so, everyone don't worry. Let's sit down and eat. The food is getting cold. Everyone then sat down again and started eating. After the meal, under the arrangements of the staff, the Jingying team led a long convoy back to the central base. The next day, after breakfast, Hun Mian went straight into the kitchen to help Aunt Li prepare delicious food enthusiastically. Since learning that the space has a preservation function, she has been planning to prepare some food to store there. However, she has been busy lately, so she only managed to do it today. She made a dish of braised eggplant. When Hun Mian reached out to touch the plate, the food instantly disappeared and appeared steadily on the shelf inside the space. Xiao Mian, what delicious food are you making? The smell is drifting outside the house. Hun Mian heard the voice, turned around, and saw Hu Qingshan standing there, with Li Yu beside him. She smiled and greeted, "Grandpa, good morning. We made a lot of tasty food. Would you like to try some?" Then, Hun Mian walked to the dining table. With a thought, she took out a table full of delicious dishes from the space. Hu Qingshan looked at the food on the table and smiled happily. Wow, so much food. I am lucky today. He pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up a steamed bun with chopsticks, took a bite, and looked satisfied. Glancing at Li Yu standing nearby, Hu Qingshan said, "Li Yu, you should sit too. Come and try some." Li Yu showed a shy smile and then sat down to eat with them. Last night, Hu Qingshan heard his grandson call Hun Mian his older brother, and he didn't believe it at first. Now, seeing Hun Mian still call him grandpa as usual, he realized that Hun Mian was planning to accept them. Thinking about what Ling's girl had done, Hu Qingshan turned to Hun Mian sitting beside him and said, "Xiao Mian, I plan to hold a family reunion dinner for you. I want to officially introduce you to everyone so that no one with bad intentions will offend you." He had this idea for a long time, but was worried that Hun Mian might not be used to it, so he delayed. After what Ling's girl did, he decided to do it sooner rather than later. Hun Mian didn't expect him to suddenly bring this up. After thinking for a moment, she said sincerely, "Grandpa, I prefer to keep things low-key. I don't want a big fuss. Just a family dinner is enough." Living in the end times, with Hu Qingshan as the leader of the base, holding a big celebration openly could lead to accusations of wastefulness or even cause chaos in the base. Hu Qingshan looked at Hun Mian, noticing her seriousness. After a moment of thought, he understood her concerns. His sharp eyes showed a hint of approval. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." No need for a big party. He then told his old friends about her, asking them to keep their children in check and not cause trouble for her. Hun Mian nodded politely. "Yes, thank you, Grandpa." Hu Qingshan shook his head. "Xiao Mian, don't be so polite." After eating, Hu Qingshan stored the remaining delicious food in his space. He said to Hun Mian in the kitchen, "Xiao Mian, I've put these dishes in the space. You can reheat and eat them at noon." Hun Mian nodded and took out a few more dishes for him to store. Hu Qingshan kindly accepted them and casually asked, "Xiao Mian, are you going to the office building with Grandpa today?" Hun Mian's eyes lit up with excitement.
Yes.
"I'm bored staying at home." "All right. I need to see Xiao Shun about something. You wait here. I'll come downstairs to pick you up later." Hun Mian nodded. "Okay, you go ahead." Seeing her happy face, Hu Qingshan sighed inwardly. She's still young and loves to go out and play. Recently, she's been with Shan Hanzheng, who's quite serious, so she must be feeling a bit bored. 5 minutes later, Hu Qingshan and Shan Hanzheng came down from the second floor, looking ready to leave. Hu Qingshan explained to Mian, "Xiao Mian will go to the Academy of Sciences first, then to the office building." Hun Mian nodded and followed them out of the villa, getting into the car. Li started the engine and slowly drove out of the yard. 10 minutes later, the car passed through several checkpoints and stopped in front of a 5-story building. Hun Mian followed everyone out of the car and entered the academy's main gate. There were a few guards at the gate. When they saw Hu Qingshan, they saluted him. Hu Qingshan walked straight to an elevator, took out a card, and pressed a button. The elevator opened with a ding. He stepped into the elevator. Hun Mian instinctively glanced at the shiny buttons, which showed the basement level 5. Soon, the elevator reached the target floor, and the doors opened. Huamian looked up and saw a large metal door. On the left side of the door was a biometric scanner glowing with a faint blue light. Qingshan used his card to scan the scanner. With a beep, the metal door slid open. A cool breeze rushed in, carrying a strange chemical smell. Huamian followed closely behind them, walking into the laboratory. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes looked around curiously. Inside the lab, staff members in white coats were focused on their work, paying no attention to the arrival of Huamian and her companions. The laboratory bench was filled with various precise instruments, and some workstations had shadowless lamps installed above, making the entire lab very bright. Huamian saw some storage equipment in the corner, labeled with sample categories and numbers. She walked past several closed small doors and finally stopped in front of one. She swiped her card, and with a soft beep, the door slowly opened. Suddenly, a strange haha sound came from inside, making Huamian's nerves tighten instantly. She looked up and saw zombies chained and kept in cages. On the workbenches, many zombies had their limbs and heads fixed, with various tubes attached to their bodies. Some zombies struggled violently, while others remained very calm. There were even some quietly soaking in liquids. Huamian looked at the normally composed researchers and secretly admired their mental strength. At that moment, an old man saw them and approached. "Director, you're here. The supernatural calming agent is still being analyzed. We don't fully understand some of its ingredients yet," Qingshan interrupted him. "Old Wang, let's not talk about that now. I brought Xiao Xin here today. If you have any questions, you can discuss them with him. Maybe we can avoid some mistakes." Professor Wang's eyes lit up instantly. He turned to Shen Hanzheng. "So you're Xiao Xin, huh? You look very handsome. Let's go over there and sit. I have some questions to ask you." As he spoke, he pointed to a desk not far away. Shen Hanzheng glanced at Huamian, then nodded and walked over. Qingshan was pleased to see Shen Hanzheng cooperating. He caught a glimpse of Huamian still standing there in surprise and said, "Xiao Mian, let's go to the office building." Huamian was about to say, "Okay," when a familiar voice suddenly came from the door. "Xiao Mian, what are you doing here?" Huamian looked over and saw Professor Yang, a familiar face. Professor Yang was holding a folder and walking toward her with a happy expression. "You don't know, Xiao Mian, this laboratory really isn't a place for people. Since I came here, I've lost quite a few pounds." Cough, cough. Qingshan raised his hand to his mouth and gently coughed a few times. Professor Yang heard the sound and turned to look, surprised to see it was Qingshan. He froze for a moment, then quickly felt a bit awkward. Professor Yang forced out a stiff smile and politely greeted, "Director, what good things have you brought today?" Qingshan looked gentle and smiled, saying, "I didn't bring anything today. I brought Xiao Xin with me. You can chat with him." Hearing this, Professor Yang became interested immediately. "Where is he?" Qingshan slightly lifted his chin. "He's over there talking with Old Wang." Professor Yang followed his gaze and saw Old Wang sitting at a desk with a young man. Old Wang was smiling brightly and handing research materials to the young man like a treasure. The young man looked at the papers, said a few words, and Old Wang's usual smiling face suddenly turned serious. Professor Yang watched eagerly, wishing he could join the discussion right away. "Director, if you have something to do, you should go ahead and get busy." Seeing that he was distracted, Qingshan nodded. "All right, Xiao Mian, and I will go first." Professor Yang was a bit surprised and tried to persuade him. "Director, why don't you let Xiao Mian stay? We can catch up a bit." Huamian, hearing Professor Yang, turned to Qingshan and said, "Grandpa, you go ahead and work. I'll stay here." Qingshan felt a little regretful, but seeing Huamian insist, he warned, "Stay away from those zombies and be careful." Huamian nodded obediently. "I understand." Professor Yang looked at Huamian, then at Qingshan walking away, unable to hide his curiosity. "Xiao Mian, are you close with the director?" He thought to himself, since Huamian calls Qingshan Grandpa, they must be quite familiar. But he didn't get the same treatment, feeling a bit jealous. Seeing the curiosity in Professor Yang's eyes, Huamian bit his lip and slowly said, "He's my grandpa." Worried that Professor Yang might not understand, he added, "My real grandpa." Professor Yang was stunned, his small eyes wide with disbelief, looking at him in amazement. "Little Mian, didn't you grow up in a single-parent family before? How did you get involved with the base leader?" Mian felt a bit helpless and briefly explained her background to Professor Yang. Professor Yang exclaimed, "That's unbelievable. With the Hor family's power, how could there be a case of stolen children?" He was amazed and looked at Mian with bright eyes, as if thinking of something. "Little Mian, could you talk to the base leader and ask him to bring more mutated honey? Lately, he's been hearing zombie roars every day, which has made him very nervous and unable to sleep well. Last night, he tasted a tiny bit of honey the size of a fingernail, and surprisingly, he slept very well. When he woke up in the morning, he felt full of energy, and his appetite improved a lot. Unfortunately, most of the honey is used for research, so there isn't much left for him." Professor Yang shared his sad situation with Mian and then looked at her eagerly. Mian didn't expect Professor Yang to be in such a bad state, but it was normal for him to make this request. Yesterday, after Shen Hanzheng returned to the base, he quickly went out again. He said he had found a good place to settle the bee colonies and the locust trees, choosing a location that was crowded before the apocalypse. Once the bee colonies deal with the nearby zombies, they will need to be moved periodically. Thinking about the honey in Shen Hanzheng's space, Mian instinctively licked her lips. The honey-glazed chicken last night was really delicious. After eating the chicken, she felt warm all over, and even her special abilities seemed to have grown a little. Under Professor Yang's eager gaze, Mian slowly spoke. "I'll ask Shen Hanzheng. He should still have some honey." Professor Yang was surprised. He hadn't expected that just by mentioning it, he would have a chance to get honey. Before he could thank her, he saw Mian walking toward Lao Wang and the young man. He quickly followed. Mian approached Shen Hanzheng and gently, with a hint of pleading, said, "Shen Hanzheng, could you give some honey to Professor Yang?" Hearing Mian's soft and sweet plea, Shen Hanzheng's throat involuntarily moved, and his sharp eyes fixed on her. Seeing that Shen Hanzheng didn't respond, Mian stepped forward and tugged at his arm. "You should still have some in your space, right?" Seeing her hopeful face and her arm shaking, Shen Hanzheng's muscles tensed immediately. Feeling shy around the person he admires, he felt like a feather gently brushing against him, making his whole body tingle. He forced himself to look away from the person and turned his gaze to the thin old man in a white coat who was looking at him with eager eyes. Shen Hanzheng blushed and, with a quick movement, 2 bottles of honey appeared on his desk. Seeing this, Mian smiled and gently released Shen Hanzheng's arm. Shen Hanzheng glanced at Mian's smooth fingers, feeling unexpectedly nostalgic, and unconsciously clenched the research materials in his hand. Professor Yang saw the honey on the desk and his eyes lit up suddenly, sounding a bit excited. "Xiao Shen, thank you. Your contribution to the base will not be forgotten." Professor Yang had spent some time in the lab, listening to colleagues praise Shen Hanzheng. His previous prejudices had disappeared, leaving only curiosity and admiration. He reached out to grab the honey, but unexpectedly, Professor Wang quickly took 1 bottle away. Professor Yang's eyes widened in surprise, and he was instantly furious. "Old Wang, do you have no shame? This was given to me by Xiao Mian. Give it back to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Yang strode forward and reached out to take the honey back. Professor Wang suddenly stood up, stuffing the honey into his white coat, guarding it tightly. "Old Yang, don't be so greedy. Xiao Shen left 2 bottles of honey here, clearly 1 for each of us. Everyone gets a share. If there had only been 1 bottle, he wouldn't be so shameless as to it, but since there are 2, he's determined to get his. This kind of mutant honey is so precious that no matter how many points you have, you can't exchange for it. He'd rather lose face than miss out on this nourishing gift. You shameless person. This honey is clearly mine." After saying that, Professor Yang reached out and grabbed Professor Wang's coat, planning to take it by force. Professor Wang's coat was pulled askew, and he hurriedly shouted, "Old Yang, we're colleagues. How can you be so cruel?" Mian stood nearby, watching their struggle, and couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. After a while of fighting, Professor Yang, who was thin and weak, couldn't compete with the slightly chubby Professor Wang, who also had a beer belly. Professor Wang saw how familiar they looked together and immediately felt worried. He quickly pretended to be sad. "Young girl, I've been watching these zombies lately. It's hard to eat and sleep well. I finally got some honey to help me feel better. But old Yang is so greedy. He has one bottle and refuses to share, insisting on taking it all. Isn't he too selfish?" Professor Yang's face turned bright red instantly. "Xiao Mian, don't listen to him. Look at my big beer belly. Do I seem like someone who can't eat well?" Hearing this, Professor Wang's face darkened. He replied, "My beer belly was here before the end of the world. Just look at my dark circles. That's real proof." Huan Mian glanced at Professor Wang. His dark circles did look quite serious. Professor Yang still didn't agree. His tone softened a little. "But you can't just take my stuff without asking. Isn't that rude?" Professor Wang touched his nose, realizing he was wrong to take things without asking. But he knew old Yang was quite stingy. If he didn't take the honey, it wouldn't end up in his hands. Shen Hanjing looked at Professor Yang's hand and said calmly, "If you don't want it, I'll take it back." As soon as he said that, the two of them fell silent. Professor Yang quickly let go of Huan Mian's hand and rushed to the desk. He grabbed the bottle of honey from the table. Seeing everyone quiet, Shen Hanjing spoke again. "I don't have much time. If you have questions, ask quickly." Hearing this, both of them immediately put the honey into their cabinets and locked them carefully. Then, they eagerly handed their research materials to Shen Hanjing and started discussing with him. Huan Mian stood nearby, with nothing to do. She decided to look around. After taking a few steps, Shen Hanjing seemed to notice and gently reminded her, "Mian Mian, don't treat people without permission." Huan Mian paused for a moment, feeling a bit surprised, but she nodded and said, "I understand." Professor Yang was a little stunned. He found it strange that Shen Hanjing was so respectful to them but so gentle and kind to the young girl. His attitude change was quite shocking. Huan Mian looked around and walked toward the laboratory, passing by several staff members. These scientists, seeing such a beautiful girl who looked like a real doll, were curious. But since they still had work to do, no one stopped her or tried to talk to her. Furthermore, they saw the girl standing beside the base leader and guessed she must be someone important, so they didn't dare to bother her. Huan Mian walked to a corner and accidentally saw a person lying on the experiment table. The area was quiet, and no one was around him. Huan Mian's heart suddenly tightened, her pupils shrank, and she slowly walked over. As she got closer, she saw that it was a boy about 15 or 16 years old. His limbs were chained to the table, his upper body was bare, and tubes of different sizes were connected to him. He looked expressionless, like a statue. The boy noticed Huan Mian's gaze, but didn't react. He just stared blankly at the ceiling. Huan Mian pursed her lips and gently asked, "Why are you here? Are you sick?" The boy ignored her completely, as if she was air. Seeing his lack of response, Huan Mian hesitated and softly asked, "Are you a test subject?" This seemed to upset the boy. He turned his head and looked at Huan Mian with a cold gaze. "People like you, who have awakened abilities, don't understand the pain of ordinary people. We can't fight strong zombies, and we can't survive outside the base." Huan Mian was slightly stunned and asked, "Are you part of an experiment to awaken abilities?" The boy pressed his lips together and said firmly, "Yes. If I have a chance to awaken my ability, I want to try. Are you doing this voluntarily?" Huan Mian asked softly. Maybe because he had been in the laboratory for too long, the boy really wanted someone to talk to. "Of course, I do it voluntarily. I must awaken my ability to avenge my brother and kill those ugly zombies." Huan Mian immediately understood. She had misunderstood and finally relaxed her tense heart. She had thought the base would do things like capturing live people for experiments, but it turned out the boy volunteered. Seeing the boy's face full of hatred, Huan Mian softly encouraged him. "Yes, keep going. Once you awaken your ability, you can kill the zombies." The boy was surprised. He didn't expect her reaction to be like this. The other ability users he had met before always looked down on ordinary people. Few people talked to him as calmly as she did. Thinking of this, his expression gradually softened. Big sister, what's the situation outside the base now? The boy tilted his head to look at her.
Hua Mian was surprised.
She didn't expect him to ask that question suddenly. After thinking for a moment, she said, "The base is doing its best to organize rescue teams. However, to avoid accidentally harming survivors in the buildings, the rescue teams haven't used powerful weapons, so the progress is slow." Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes dimmed instantly, and his face showed disappointment. Seeing this, Hua Mian quickly said, "Once you awaken your special ability, you can join everyone to rescue survivors and become a superhero." The boy's eyes lit up immediately. "Sister, you're right. Professor Wang said we should see the effects of awakening our abilities in a few days." He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "My name is Shang Zibo." "What's your name, sister?" "I am Humian," she replied softly with a gentle smile. Shang Zibo smiled lightly. "Is Mian from cotton or from sheep?" Humian paused. "It's from the rolling hills of Mian." Shang Zibo chuckled. "Sister, do you not like sheep?" Before Humian could answer, he continued, "I think you look a lot like a sheep, Humian." She thought the overly confident boy was quite annoying. At this moment, a staff member approached holding a syringe. "Miss, please move aside. I need to give Shang Zibo an injection." Humian quickly stepped back to make space. The staff member spoke gently. "Zibo, I need to give you an injection. This is the second dose today, and there will be another tonight. Hang in there." Shang Zibo nodded sensibly. "Okay, brother, go ahead. I'm not afraid." The medical worker carefully inserted the needle into Shang Zibo's arm, slowly pushed the syringe, then skillfully withdrew it. Shang Zibo didn't even frown, clearly used to injections. After a while, Shang Zibo's brow furrowed slightly, his face turned pale, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hua Mian watched anxiously and softly asked, "How do you feel? Is it uncomfortable?" At this moment, Shang Zibo only felt his body alternately cold and hot. The shifting sensations made his body numb. A gentle, caring voice sounded in his ear. Shang Zibo looked up at Hua Mian and twisted his face as he said, "I'm fine. I want to be a superhero, so I can't be defeated by such small problems." Seeing his stubbornness, Hua Mian felt both a little sad and amused. "Yes, keep going. Hang in there. You can do it." Shang Zibo clenched his teeth and said, "Of course. Don't underestimate me." Hua Mian saw the researchers recording Shang Zibo's body data and asked curiously, "What kind of medicine did you just inject?" The researcher paused slightly before replying, "It's the awakening potion." Hua Mian continued to ask, "Is it dangerous to inject?" The researcher smiled confidently. "It won't be life-threatening, but the process can be painful." Hua Mian lowered her eyes upon hearing this. She saw Shang Zibo's face twisted in pain, his fists clenched, and his limbs pulling at the chains, trying to break free. He looked very distressed. Hua Mian asked in shock, "What is the chance for an ordinary person to awaken an ability?" The researcher pushed up his glasses and said, "Less than 1%. But even if they don't awaken an ability, injecting the potion can slightly strengthen the body. Overall, there are many benefits." Hua Mian was a bit surprised and asked doubtfully, "What materials are used to make the awakening potion?" The researcher patiently explained, "We extract energy from the core, then add special herbs, and mix them in specific proportions." Hua Mian looked amazed and asked casually, "Can ability users inject it?" The researcher shook his head. "Innately awakened people can directly absorb the core. The awakening potion has no effect on ability users." After a while, Shang Zibo's intense struggling began to slow down. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he fell into sleep. The researcher closed the record book and said, "Zibo isn't the only test subject. His physical condition is very good. Based on the data, there's a high chance he might awaken an ability." Hua Mian turned around and looked around but didn't see any other volunteers. The researcher seemed to notice Hua Mian's confusion and explained, "The other testers are in different labs. I had to go there to give them injections, so I left first." Hua Mian nodded and looked at Shang Zibo. At this moment, Shang Zibo's clenched fist had loosened, and his palm was covered with scratches from his nails. Hua Mian was about to treat Shang Zibo, but suddenly remembered Shun Hanjing's warning. So, she decided not to treat Shang Zibo without careful thought. Although Shun Hanjung was sometimes mysterious, he was not the type to act without reason. Moreover, Huamian was worried that treating Shang Zibo might interfere with his body data, and he might suffer unnecessarily again. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Huamian saw the staff inject medicine into a zombie on the lab table, then feed it a piece of meat. She stared in surprise, and Shun Hanjing's voice suddenly came from behind her. Normal zombies need to eat a lot of blood and flesh to upgrade. When their intake reaches a certain level, they will evolve. Huamian was startled and turned to look at him, then asked, "What is that meat?" Shun Hanjung replied calmly, "Mutated animals." Huamian frowned slightly. "Are these zombies raised to become high-level zombies and then extract their core crystals?" Shun Hanjung suddenly leaned closer to Huamian. "What do you think? Do the zombies outside the base naturally upgrade, then wipe out all humans?" Being so close, the scent of cedar from Shun Hanjing's body hit her, and Huamian instinctively pushed him away. "Speak properly, don't get so close." Shun Hanjing straightened up and saw Huamian's red ears, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "When you held my arm this morning, I didn't mind.
But
You just throw it away after using it." Huamian felt both embarrassed and annoyed, glaring at him. "Don't talk nonsense." Shun Hanjing chuckled softly and suddenly took Huamian's hand. "Yes, I was joking. Let's go back and have lunch." Huamian tried to pull her hand free but was held tightly by Shun Hanjing. She quickly thought of a plan and said, "I have plenty of food in my space. Why not eat here, walking back and forth? Isn't that troublesome?" Shun Hanjung raised his empty hand and gently rubbed Huamian's head. "Be good. Eating here might affect your appetite, and we don't need to come to the lab this afternoon." Professor Yang approached, ready to say goodbye to Huamian, but overheard their conversation. He felt touched and said, "Xiao Mian, eating here can really affect your stomach. You and Xiao Shin should go back to eat." Huamian nodded softly. Just as she was about to reply, "Okay," she saw a hopeful look on Professor Yang's face as he asked, "Xiao Mian, can you save a plate of food from your space for me?" Seeing the hope in Professor Yang's eyes, Huamian happily agreed. She then went to the dining area and set out a table of dishes. Professor Yang was excited. "Xiao Mian, come visit more often when you have free time. I'm really bored here and miss you young people who are full of energy." Shun Hanjing couldn't help but chuckle and openly teased him. "Are you craving the food from her space?" Professor Yang's breath caught. He didn't expect Shun Hanjing to speak so directly. He quickly explained, "Xiao Mian, don't listen to him. I do crave the food from your space, but I miss you even more." Huamian smiled slightly and said humorously, "Got it, Professor Yang. I'll go back now." Professor Yang smiled warmly, waved goodbye, and watched her leave. That evening, at Hu Qingshan's strong insistence, Huamian decided to go back to the old her family house for dinner. Su Main saw Huamian and immediately brightened. She walked over and took her hand. "Xiao Mian, you're here. Sit down first. I'll cut some fruit for you." After saying that, she pressed Huamian onto the sofa to rest, then went to the dining room to prepare a fruit platter. Moments later, Horsiu suddenly appeared, opening her arms to hug Su Main tightly. "Mom, I came to see you today. Are you happy?" Huamian glanced at them and continued eating her fruit with a calm expression. While hugging Su Main, Horsiu shot a provocative look at Huamian. Seeing this, Huamian was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect Horsiu to dislike her so much, but she thought about it. Horsiu had been very prominent in her family, and suddenly being revealed as an adopted daughter and then kicked out was normal for her to hold resentment. Huamian naturally looked away and focused on the fruit platter. After a brief hug, Su Main quickly released Horsiu. "Siu, why did you come back today?" Horsiu gently held Su Main's arm and said affectionately, "Mom, I missed you, so I came back." Su Main pursed her lips and then said, "You should go sit down first." After saying that, she subtly withdrew her hand, walked over to Huamian, and gently ruffled her hair. "Xiaomian, what do you want to eat?" "I'll ask Aunt Zhang to prepare it." Huamian showed a gentle smile and said to Su Main, "I'll go with you." Hearing this, Su Main thought of Huamian's childhood experiences and her heart felt a little sour. She grew more fond of her. She patted Huimion's shoulder and said kindly, "All right, let's prepare the meal together. If Dad knew you were cooking, he might lick the plate clean." Huimion was amused and followed Su Main into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Huasiu stood nearby, watching the two of them close and warm, her face twisting with anger, teeth clenched. After a while, she also went into the kitchen. "Mom, I want to help too." Su Main heard this and immediately frowned. "Suyu, you don't know how to cook. Staying here will only cause trouble. Xiaomian and I will handle it. You can sit in the living room." Huasiyu's expression froze instantly, and she forced a smile. "Okay, then I'll sit outside and wait for the loving dinner you prepared for me." Su Main nodded lightly and said nothing more, focusing on cooking with Huimion. An hour later, the table was filled with a delicious dinner, and everyone sat down. Hua Qingshan sat at the head, with Hua Zhongxiu and Hua Xiaochen on either side. Su Main was about to sit next to Hua Zhongxiu, but the seat was taken first by Huasiu.
Huasiu smiled innocently. "Mom, I'm starving."
"Please sit down and eat." Her pretendingly affectionate gesture seemed a bit deliberate. Su Main frowned slightly, then walked over to Hua Xiaochen and said, "Xiaochen, give Xiaomian a seat. Sit next to your dad." Hua Xiaochen nodded and immediately stood up, giving a seat to Huimion. Seeing this, Huasiu's face darkened instantly. Her hands clenched tightly under the table, nails digging into her palms. What was supposed to be a warm family dinner became awkward the moment Huasiu decided to return that day. Su Main said cheerfully, "Aksu, today's dishes were made by Xiaomian and me. Try them. I'm sure you'll like them." Hua Zhongxiu immediately picked up a piece of glossy braised pork, tasted it, and smiled with satisfaction. "This is wonderful. Xiaomian's cooking is even better than Aunt Zhang's." Huimion smiled shyly. "I'm glad you like it." Just then, Huasiu raised her voice. "Mom, I knew you loved me the most. You even made my favorite mapo tofu." As she spoke, she reached for the dish. Su Main looked at her calmly and said slowly, "Xiaomian made that dish. She likes mapo tofu too." Huasiu's smile froze.
"Oh, really?"
"So Xiaomian likes it too. Then you should have more." Huimion glanced at her and replied softly, "All right." Huasiu bit her lip and pretended to look hurt. "Xiaomian, do you have something against me? You already made me leave the Hua family, isn't that enough?" She rubbed her eyes, and soon they turned red. Huimion watched her quietly, then said in a calm voice, "Then why are you still here?" Huasiu was stunned.
"What?"
Huimion continued evenly, "You said I made you leave the Hua family. So, why are you still sitting at the Hua family's table?" Huasiu was speechless, not expecting Huimion to be so direct. She had thought Huimion, newly returned to the family, would try to appear kind and gentle to win everyone's favor. But now, she couldn't find a single word to argue back. Hua Qingshan said sternly, "Huasiu, if you don't want to eat, leave. If you stay, stop talking." Huasiu clenched her teeth and fell silent. What should have been a joyful family dinner ended up feeling tense and uneasy because of her presence. After dinner, Su Main took Huimion to a room on the second floor. It was a girl's pink-themed room, with pink walls, curtains, wardrobe, dressing table, large bed, and even the carpet on the floor was pink. Huimion couldn't help feeling a bit of a toothache. This didn't look like a room for an adult girl. It more resembled a kindergarten child's room. Su Main said, "Xiaomian, this is all prepared by your father. Do you like it?" Huimion's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit awkward for Hua Zhongxiu. The whole house was pink, even the bedside lamp was pink. She took a deep breath and smiled slightly. "It's nice." She thought it was important to understand her father's caring feelings for his daughter. After staying on the second floor for a while, Huimion left the room and went to the yard to enjoy the evening view. "Huimion, are you feeling very proud right now? I'll tell you, the real show is yet to come. My feelings for the Hua family have lasted over 10 years, and a small blood relation can't end that." Suddenly, Huasiu's voice came from behind. Huimion turned around. "You're very jealous, aren't you? Go look in the pool. It's obvious on your face. Hwasiyu's face instantly twisted. Don't be smug. I've been with the Hwar family all these years, bringing them happiness. You can't beat that in a short time.
So, what do you want to say?
Are you trying to drive me away? Hwasiyu was about to speak, but Hwamian cut in directly. I'm the one related to the Hwa family, by blood. You need to get your position straight. Hwasiyu's face darkened immediately. Don't be proud. One day, I will drive you out of here. Hwamian clapped her hands. Brother, did you hear that? Hwasiyu wants to kick me out of the Hwar family. Hwasiyu was stunned, a flash of panic crossing his face. Then he looked in the direction of Hwamian's gaze. He saw Hua Xiaochen and Hua Zhongshu standing behind her. Hwasiyu's face turned pale instantly. He hurriedly said, Dad, brother, I was just confused, saying nonsense. I didn't mean it. Hua Xiaochen snorted softly. We heard everything clearly. Stop making excuses. Hwasiyu tried to explain. I just saw you ignoring me, so I couldn't help but say those angry words. That's not how I really feel. Hua Zhongshu's face was cold. Hwasiyu, since we brought you back to the Hwar family, we've treated you well. But how have you repaid us? My biological daughter, I can't believe you're threatening to kick her out of the house. We have done our best for you. Please leave and don't come back. The Hwar family doesn't welcome you. Hwasiyu suddenly broke down and shouted, Dad, I was wrong. Please forgive me. As she spoke, she stepped forward and grabbed Hua Zhongshu's arm, begging desperately. Su Main heard the noise and came out. Before she could ask what was happening, Hwasiyu immediately ran up and hugged her leg. Mom, Dad wants to send me away because of Hwamian. I've been with you for over 10 years. Isn't that enough? Does blood relation mean nothing? Su Main helped her up, frowning slightly. What did you do to make your dad angry? Hwasiyu weakly said, I just said something angry, and Dad wants to cut ties with me. Su Main looked at Hua Zhongshu with a questioning look. Xiao Chen spoke up, saying, Hwasiyu told Xiao Mian that she would eventually be kicked out of the Hwar family. Su Main slowly released her grip on Hwasiyu's arm, her gaze fixed on her face with a serious expression. Hwasiyu felt nervous under her stare and hurriedly begged, Mom, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Su Main coldly interrupted her. Siyu, do you know the origin of your name? Hwasiyu's step suddenly stopped, and her face turned pale with worry. Su Main took a deep breath and said seriously, When Hwamian was born, your dad and I named her Huiyu. Yu means beautiful jade, symbolizing our love and hopes for her. She paused, seeming lost in memory, with a faint smile on her face, which quickly turned into pain. Since I adopted you, I've been fooling myself into thinking of you as my little you, pouring all my love into you. I was naive enough to think that my little you would also be loved as much elsewhere. Hwasiyu's lips turned pale from biting, and a flash of fear appeared in her eyes. Mom, I've always been your little you. I will listen and behave. Please don't send me away. Su Main looked at her with complex feelings and slowly shook her head. You're not. Xiao Mian is my little you. Earlier, you questioned me, saying that the love I've given you for over 10 years is nothing compared to blood relations. I now clearly tell you that you do not hold the same place in my heart as Xiao Mian does. For 19 years, I have never raised Xiao Mian for a single day, never given her a trace of motherly love. I have poured my love for her into you. Hearing this, Su Main sighed deeply and said firmly, What is false is false. My little you is back. I just want to treat her well. I can no longer give you more motherly love. Hwasiyu suddenly lost control and shouted loudly, Mom, why are you so cruel? If you want to take back your love for me, just do it. In your eyes, am I some object you can discard at will? Su Main saw the disappointment in her eyes and said, Siyu, I didn't want to adopt you in the first place. It was you who clung to my leg and begged me to take you in. Over the years, I understood your mind. You act arrogant in front of others, but always pretend to be sweet and obedient in front of me. I have tolerated and accepted all of this, but I cannot accept your mistreatment of Xiao Mian. Siyu felt unwilling and hurriedly said, But I have already apologized. Why do you keep holding on to this? It was just a moment of impulse. a harsh word spoken in anger. Su Main looked calm and questioned, "Why did you choose to come back today? You haven't come home once during all these days, and now you rush back during our family reunion to cause trouble." Siu's eyes flickered with panic and she explained, "It was just a coincidence. I was busy with work the past few days, and I only found time to come home today." Su Main looked at her quietly, full of disappointment. "In front of Xiao Mian, you deliberately tried to get close to me, hoping she would feel neglected, so she would develop a distance from me. Even in places where no one could see, you threatened her. How can I trust you again after all these things?" Siu trembled and cried out, "Mom, I really know I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." Su Main remained unmoved and continued, "You keep saying you've apologized, but you never actually apologized to Xiao Mian." Siu was stunned. She was about to say something but was cut off by Su Main. "Leave now. If there's nothing urgent, don't come back. Our relationship ends here." Over the years, she felt she owed Huamian, but she believed she had been kind to Huasiu. The conflict between the two daughters could not be resolved. A choice had to be made between the adopted daughter and the biological daughter. She chose her biological daughter, Huamian. Huasiu stood there like she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. After a few seconds, she screamed hysterically, "Mom, you don't want me anymore? Why are you all so cruel?" Xiaochen frowned and looked at her with a hint of disdain. "Are you reluctant to part with your parents, or with the wealth and status Hua House gives you?" Siu's face turned pale instantly, and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. "Brother, of course I don't want to leave my parents." Xiaochen snorted softly, speaking with contempt. "If you say you love them, then why don't you think about them? You know that little Mian is their daughter they've cared for 19 years, but you are determined to drive her away." At this point, his expression grew cold. "If you really love your parents, don't make things difficult for them. Just leave happily. Moreover, the points your father allocated for you are enough for you to live comfortably in the base, including your accommodation. What more do you want?" A quick flash of hostility crossed Siu's eyes. Since entering the Hur family, she knew she was just a substitute. So, she initially threw tantrums, making the Hur family call her Xiaoyu, just to truly replace Huiyu. But fate was cruel. Huiyu still returned, and she was someone she looked down on from the bottom of her heart. She was used to the luxurious life at Hua House and couldn't adapt to an ordinary, simple life. Those who once greeted her with smiles immediately changed their attitudes when they found out she had no blood relation to the Hur family. They distanced themselves and even mocked her. She didn't want to live under others' contempt. Her heart was full of resentment, and hatred quietly grew inside her. Thinking of this, Huasiu walked up to Huamian, her face suddenly showing a pitiful expression. "Little Mian, I was wrong before. I was just joking. Can you please ask your parents to let me stay at Hua House? I really can't bear to leave them." Huamian looked up at Huasiu calmly and said, "I don't want to get involved in your family matters." A flicker of resentment and anger flashed in Huasiu's eyes. "But because of you, I was asked to cut ties with my parents. How can you be so cruel?" Huamian looked at Huasiu in surprise, really unable to understand how she could be so shameless. But she didn't want to plead for someone who was full of hostility toward her. Her mind was clear. She wouldn't be foolish enough to keep a potential bomb nearby. Huamian said firmly, "Our relationship isn't close enough for me to beg for you." Seeing that Huamian wouldn't be swayed, Huasiu tore off her disguise and said fiercely, "If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I wouldn't have been driven out of the Hur family. It's all your fault. Why did you come back to ruin everything?" Huasiu, Xiao Mian is a member of the Hur family. Returning to her own home is natural. She doesn't owe you anything. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from the villa's front door. Everyone looked up and saw Hu Qingshan walking over with a stern face. "After cutting ties with the Hur family, if you really face difficulties, we won't just watch. We will help you. In the future, you can't claim to be part of the Hur family and use our influence to cause trouble outside. If you're unwilling, I will remove your points, and we will sever all relations with you unilaterally. You have hands and feet. You should be able to support yourself." Huasiu looked at Hu Qingshan's angry expression and listened to his unquestionable words, feeling suddenly panicked. She bit her lip, paused for a moment, then tremblingly said, I understand. I am willing to cut ties with the Hor family. Seeing her agree, Hua Qingshan's expression softened slightly. He then turned to Hua Xiaochen and said in a deep voice, change the 2 guards watching here today. Hua Xiaochen was slightly stunned but quickly understood and responded, yes, Grandpa, we'll see you. Hearing their conversation, suddenly halted her steps and hurriedly left the Hor family. After she left, the weather quickly grew hot and humid, with a hint of rain approaching. Hua Qingshan hurriedly left with Hua Zhongxiu and Hua Xiaochen, saying they had an urgent meeting. The large villa became quiet. In the living room, only Su Meiyin and Hua Mian remained. Momo Zhang had already gone back to rest. Hua Mian sat on the sofa, thinking about what had just happened. Su Meiyin carried a delicate ceramic fruit tray and placed it on the coffee table, then sat beside Hua Mian. She softly said, Xiao Mian, have some fruit after your meal. Hua Mian looked at the fruit platter, which was neatly cut and very colorful, with watermelon, oranges, apples, and melons. Compared to the fruit platter before dinner, there was no mango. She felt a little touched, surprised that Su Meiyin was so thoughtful to notice she didn't like mango. Actually, Hua Mian didn't dislike mango completely. When she was a child, she once spilled juice on her clothes while eating mango. Lin Yingfen saw this and immediately scolded her harshly. Since then, mango became a shadow in her mind, and she never touched it again. Now, choosing to accept the Hor family, Hua Mian understood she shouldn't distance herself from them or push away these sincere people who care about her. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on her face as she affectionately said, Thank you, Mom. When Su Meiyin heard the word, Mom, she was stunned and her eyes instantly turned red. Xiao Mian, what did you just call me? Hua Mian's smile grew warmer as she clearly called out, Mom. Tears suddenly fell from Su Meiyin's eyes, and she quickly hugged Hua Mian tightly, voice choked with emotion. Xiao Mian, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you, and you had to suffer at the hands of that heartless Lin Yingfen. Hua Mian gently patted Su Meiyin's back. Mom, it's really not your fault. I'm fine now. Our family will live together from now on, so don't cry. Su Meiyin sniffed and slowly straightened up, tears in her eyes as she said, Xiao Mian, you're right. Our family will have a good life together. Hua Mian leaned forward and handed her some tissues to wipe her tears. Su Meiyin took the tissues from her hand. Let me do it. Hua Mian let go naturally, feeling a little relieved when she saw her stop crying. Su Meiyin wiped her tears, held Hua Mian's hand, and said earnestly, Xiao Mian, you should stay here tonight. Hua Mian agreed without much hesitation. Okay. While eating fruit, Su Meiyin told Hua Mian about the family. After the apocalypse, Hua Qingshan awakened a metal-type ability. Hua Mian also has an older uncle, Hua Zhonglin, who, like Hua Zhongxiu, awakened a soil-type ability. Her uncle's family of 4 lives in the western base. She also has 2 cousins, the eldest, Hua Xiaoza, who awakened a fire-type ability after the apocalypse. Second brother, Hua Xiaochen, has awakened his earth-type supernatural ability. Both of them are older than Xiaochen. Before the end of the Su family, they were a family of scholars. After the disaster, only Su Meiyin remained as the sole survivor. Now, the person she feels closest to is her cousin, Ren Zhongming. Hua Mian heard that Ren Zhongming is her uncle, and a look of confusion crossed his face. He finally understood why he had been so caring towards her. It turns out she is Zhongming's niece, which explains his concern. Thinking about Liu Ying's previous hostility towards her, she feels she has suffered an unfair misfortune. She heard that Zhongming is already 32 years old, but has no plans to marry. Especially after the disaster, Zhongming has become even more indifferent about romantic relationships. Whether Liu Ying can win Zhongming's heart remains uncertain. From now on, she decided to treat her relationship with Liu Ying normally and not overthink it. At 11 p.m., large raindrops began to fall, hitting the glass window with a da-da-da-da sound. The trees in the yard swayed in the wind and rain, making a rustling noise. Su Meiyin sat on the bed, watching the heavy rain outside, with a hint of worry on her face. She was worried that Hua Mian might have trouble sleeping. She got up from the bed and quietly opened the door to Hwamion's room. In the faint corridor light, she saw Hwamion sleeping soundly, only half of her body outside the blanket. She went to the bed and helped Hwamion pull up the blanket. Hwamion sensed something was wrong and woke up. Seeing Su-main, she looked a little confused. When she saw Su-main holding the corner of the blanket, she immediately understood. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she sat up. "Mom, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" Su-main's tone was apologetic. "Did I wake you? It's raining outside and the temperature has dropped a bit. I was worried you might catch a cold, so I came to check on you." Hwamion nodded and looked at the rain outside, her face showing some worry. "Have Dad and the others come back?" Su-main shook her head. "Your dad told me they have something to do tonight, so they won't be back." Hwamion noticed her mother was wearing thin pajamas and casually said, "Mom, you should sleep with me tonight." After speaking, she moved to the side, making room on the bed. Su-main saw this, and a gentle light flashed to her eyes. "Okay, I'll sleep with you." The next day, Hwamion naturally woke up late. Last night, Su-main was full of motherly love, telling her bedtime stories. Hwamion had never experienced such warmth before, and she became more excited the more she listened. Until early morning, Su-main saw that Hwamion was getting more energetic, so she had to stop her and insist she go to sleep. After washing up, they had breakfast together. The rain outside had stopped. In the yard, leaves and branches were scattered all over the ground, looking messy. Su-main said to Hwamion, "Xiaomion, I want to go see the farm. Do you want to come with me?" The rain had fallen all night. Although the farm had a glass cover for protection, she was worried that water might seep in around it, so she needed to check to feel at ease. Hwamion shook her head. "I still need to go treat Shin Hanjung. Let's go together next time." Hearing this, Su-main looked a bit conflicted. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Xiaomion, how do you feel about Xiaoshen?" Hwamion blinked and casually said, "I'm currently just friends with him. As for anything else, I haven't thought about it." Su-main nodded. "Just follow your heart. Whatever decision you make, our family will support you." Hwamion felt a warm feeling inside. She held Su-main's hand and said, "I know." "Thank you." Su-main gently patted her hand and said with a teasing tone, "What are you thanking me for?" "We're mother and daughter." "No need to be so formal." Hwamion obediently responded with a soft and agreed. Then, under the protection of the security guard, Hwamion returned to Shin Hanjung's villa. The villa's door was open. Hwamion stepped inside and saw Aunt Lee wiping the coffee table. When she saw her, Aunt Lee put down the cloth and came over. "Miss Hua, Mr. Shen is waiting for you upstairs." Just as I was about to move forward, a robot with a rabbit head and human body slid over. It is about 1.6 meters tall, with a fluffy head and tall ears that stand up straight, looking so cute I wanted to pet it. It wears a sleek, white, one-piece suit that looks very high-tech. It has 4 wheels underneath, moving silently. At that moment, a playful boy's voice suddenly rang out. "Hello, beautiful sister. My name is Xiaoba. The owner is waiting for you in the materials analysis lab. Please follow me." Hwamion stared intently at the robot called Xiaoba, her small hand instinctively reaching out toward its furry ears. She touched something soft and couldn't help but gently squeeze. "Hey, don't touch Xiaoba's ears randomly. It's a boy, and if you keep touching, it might get shy and shut down." Hwamion paused at its cry, quickly pulling her hand back, her eyes full of surprise. "This is so smart."
"Who made you?" she asked.
"Beautiful sister, that's not polite. First you tease me, now you ask such private questions." "My owner gave me orders not to say anything," Xiaoba replied with blinking red eyes that looked like cameras. Hwamion found this funny and strange. She circled around Xiaoba and then said, "Lead the way, please." "Okay."
"Follow Xiaoba," it replied.
Its 4 wheels turned smoothly, and after turning around, it slowly slid forward. Hwamion followed closely behind and stopped in front of a glass door. She looked up and saw through the glass that Shin Hanjung was busy working on a tall machine, sleeves rolled up, focused. The glass door slid open to the side, and Xiaoba moved in first. Huamian followed right behind. Once inside, the door automatically closed again. Huamian approached Shen Hanzheng, and suddenly, Xiaoba made a sad sound. Master, the beautiful sister is here, but she's so naughty. She even grabbed Xiaoba's ears. Huamian's face instantly turned red. She didn't expect a robot to feel embarrassed. She had only touched its ears, and now it called her naughty? Shen Hanzheng stopped his work, turned around, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Mian Mian, do you like Little Ba? Huamian blurted out. No, I don't. At first, she liked it, but now she didn't anymore. She was surprised to be called a troublemaker. In all her life, no one had ever called her that. Wait, this thing isn't even a person, it's just a robot. No touching, so what's the point of liking it? Shen Hanzheng raised his eyebrows slightly, probably understanding what she was upset about. The young girl was shy, and being called a troublemaker made her lose face. Little Ba, switch back to a gentleman style. Little Ba immediately looked aggrieved and said, Dear owner, are you going to abandon the cute Little Ba? Can't you keep it the way it is? Little Ba wants to be a cute bunny boy. Shen Hanzheng's expression was calm, and he replied softly, Ask the beautiful sister. If she agrees, you can stay as you are. Little Ba quickly turned around, facing Huamian, then bent down and half squatted. Beautiful sister, Little Ba is giving you a hug. Can you please not change the style? Huamian watched Little Ba acting cute, with its long ears twitching happily. So adorable, she couldn't resist. She reached out and gently pinched those bunny ears. The soft, fluffy feeling was truly soothing. Little Ba immediately begged, Beautiful sister, after you finish petting my ears, can you please ask the owner for me? Little Ba doesn't want to go back to being a boring troublemaker. Huamian chuckled softly at Little Ba's words. She looked up at Shen Hanzheng with a smile still on her face. Little Ba looks good like this. It's quite interesting. This answer was expected by Shen Hanzheng. His phoenix eyes curved slightly, and he spoke gently. I listened to Mian Mian. Little Ba, go to work. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Ba quickly moved to the device, then extended 8 long mechanical arms from behind and started working on the control panel swiftly. Huamian watched in amazement, secretly impressed. Its speed was much faster than a human's. Curious, she turned to Shen Hanzheng, who was focused on his work, occasionally adding some unknown materials into the machine. Huamian's gaze shifted back to Xiaoba, and she carefully counted its mechanical arms. Her lips parted lightly. Is it called Xiaoba because it has 8 arms? Shen Hanzheng turned to look at her, with a teasing tone. Its name is from the Ba in trumpet. Don't you think it talks a lot? It's like a little trumpet, a bit annoying. Master, Xiaoba's chatterbox personality is actually quite charming to girls. Don't say that. Xiaoba's ears twitched as it responded. Huamian couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Shen Hanzheng get teased made her feel happy. Xiaoba is right. It really is popular with girls. Shen Hanzheng's eyes flickered with a hint of mischief. Now Mian Mian likes Xiaoba again. Huamian touched her nose and changed the subject. It's so special. Who made it? Shen Hanzheng didn't answer directly. He smiled slightly and said, Guess. Seeing Shen Hanzheng's proud look, Huamian guessed that he probably made Xiaoba himself. She couldn't stand his prideful expression, so she changed the subject. Shen Hanzheng, can you stop working for a while? I want to help you treat your injury. Shen Hanzheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he teased. So eager, Mian Mian? Are you worried about me? Huamian felt a bit annoyed at his words and said, You're overthinking. I still need to go back to the Hur family later. Shen Hanzheng's eyes darkened slightly. Then he took out some materials and continued working on the device as if nothing happened. After a moment, he finished adding all the materials and turned to Xiaoba. Xiaoba, handle the rest yourself. Master, don't worry. As long as the program is entered correctly, Xiaoba will never make mistakes. Shen Hanzheng looked at Huamian softly and said, Let's go to the changing room. Huamian nodded and followed him. Shen Hanzheng skillfully and naturally poured a glass of honey water for Huamian. Huamian reached out to take the glass and took a few sips. The sweet honey water eased her fatigue and made her feel more alert. There was also plenty of honey in her space, a gift Shen Hanzheng had given her after returning from the laboratory to the villa yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, she cooked with Aunt Lee and used some honey, but there was still a lot left. Hwang Mi-on licked her lips, put down the glass, and said, "Let's start the treatment." After saying that, she reached out and held Shun Hanjing's hand, then used her special energy to transfer into his body. 3 minutes later, Hwang Mi-on stopped the energy transfer. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, Shun Hanjing tightly held it. Hwang Mi-on instinctively struggled slightly, her clear, dark eyes glaring at him, with a hint of annoyance in her tone. "What are you doing?" Shun Hanjing's jawline was tense, and he showed no intention of letting go. "Mian, last night I made an exception and let you stay at the Hor family. Tonight, you should come back to stay." His tone was calm but firm, not allowing any argument. Hwang Mi-on frowned slightly, a bit unwilling. "I can stay at the Hor family and come to treat you on time. It won't delay anything." Shun Hanjing looked at her quietly and asked slowly, "Do you really want to stay at the Hor family?" Hwang Mi-on heard the slight looseness in his tone and quickly nodded. "Yes, I want to stay at the Hor family and build a better relationship with my family." "Is that okay?" Mostly, she just wanted to stay here, but Shun Hanjing's constant pressure made her feel like escaping. Shun Hanjing remained calm, his lips slightly parted, and he said softly, "Yes." Hwang Mi-on's face lit up with a happy smile when she heard those words. Seeing her smile, Shun Hanjing continued, "I will live with you at the Hor family." Hwang Mi-on's joyful expression instantly faded, and her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Are you crazy?" Suddenly, Shun Hanjing leaned in close to Hwang Mi-on, gently tucking her side hair behind her ear with his hand, and said softly, "Mian, I believe the Hor family doesn't lack a room for me, and old master, who will definitely welcome me." Hwang Mi-on looked at Shun Hanjing's face approaching her, and her ears, touched by him, instantly felt hot. She instinctively moved back a little, trying to create some distance between them. When she finally understood what he said, Hwang Mi-on's delicate face turned red with anger. She glared at him and said, "Embarrassed? Shun Hanjing, have you no shame?" Seeing her flushed face and ears, Shun Hanjing chuckled softly. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek, which felt smooth and soft. "Your face is so red. Are you shy?" Feeling uneasy, Hwang Mi-on turned her head away to avoid his touch. "I'm just a little warm. Don't stand so close." After speaking, she moved a little to the side. Worried that pushing her too hard would backfire, Shun Hanjing spoke gently, "Mian, I won't force you. Let's just get along naturally. You don't need to move back to the Hor family just to avoid me. I'm not a monster, I won't hurt you." Hwang Mi-on rolled her eyes inwardly. He was so overbearing and always found ways to tease her. Lately, Shun Hanjing had been taking great care of her, even helping her remove fish bones during meals. He was cold and distant toward others, but with her, he was patient and considerate. This special treatment made Hwang Mi-on feel as if she held a unique place in his heart. His gentle persistence often left her defenseless. If things continued this way, she feared she might fall for him. But deep down, Hwang Mi-on knew that Shun Hanjing was a man with a complicated mind, hard to read and even harder to resist. Whenever she thought about keeping her distance, he would draw closer step by step. And just when she felt overwhelmed, he would soften his tone, coaxing her gently until she accepted his presence again. Thinking about this made Hwang Mi-on uneasy. Shun Hanjing's ability to read people's hearts was almost frightening. He understood human emotions too well, it was unsettling. Seeing her lost in thought, Shun Hanjing didn't press further, assuming she had agreed to his suggestion. He took out a bracelet and carefully fastened it around her slender wrist. "Mian, don't take it off. It will protect you." Feeling the smooth touch of the bracelet, Hwang Mi-on snapped out of her daze. She looked down at it. The screen glowed softly in blue, showing strange symbols and icons she couldn't understand. It looked very similar to the black bracelet on Shun Hanjing's wrist, though this one was clearly smaller in size. As soon as the bracelet was put on her wrist, it automatically adjusted to a comfortable size, fitting tightly against her skin. Hwang Mi-on instinctively reached out to pull it off, but the bracelet didn't move at all. She looked closely, but couldn't find any opening on the bracelet. Feeling annoyed, Hwang Mi-on's tone unconsciously became a bit sharp. "What is this thing you put on me?" Shen Hanjing saw her face full of resistance, pressed his lips together and slowly said, "It's something that can protect you." After saying that, his long fingers gently pressed a few buttons on Huamian's bracelet, and the glowing blue screen immediately went dark. Huamian guessed it might be a tracking bracelet, and she really didn't want to wear it. She glared at Shen Hanjing, a little irritated. "I don't want to wear this. Please help me take it off." Shen Hanjing frowned slightly, raised his hand, and lightly tapped her forehead with a serious look. "Mian Mian, be good. This is for your own good." Huamian raised her hand to rub her forehead and complained, "It hurts. Can you stop tapping my head randomly?" Hearing her complaints, Shen Hanjing felt a bit annoyed. He didn't expect Huamian to be so delicate. "Mian Mian, why don't you tap me back to vent your anger?" He then lowered his head and leaned closer to her face. Huamian looked at his forehead, snorted softly, and turned her head away. She knew very well that this person's body was as tough as a wall of copper and iron, very hard. If she really tapped him, she would only hurt her own hand, and she definitely didn't want that. Seeing her upset, Shen Hanjing also felt uncomfortable inside. "Mian Mian, don't always resist me. I really don't have any bad intentions toward you." He just wanted to be good to her, but she always kept her distance, which made him a little confused. Huamian heard this, glanced at him, and was about to speak when suddenly, a small voice came from the door. "Master, the newly made material is ready. After testing, this batch of synthesized material is qualified and can be used to repair Qian's damaged parts." Shen Hanjing's disappointed expression disappeared, and his handsome face showed an uncontrollable joy. Seeing this, Huamian was curious and asked, "What is Qian?" Shen Hanjing reached out to hold Huamian's face, looked at her forehead, which now only had a faint red mark, and gently rubbed it with his finger, speaking softly, "It is my partner." After a moment, Shen Hanjing stood up and reminded her, "Mian Mian, I need to go to the materials room to organize some data. If you're bored at home, you can go out for a walk. Remember to come back early." Huamian left the villa and immediately saw Zhang Qi, the security guard who had brought her back before, standing outside the gate. Zhang Qi is in his early 30s. Before the end of the world, he was a retired soldier and also worked as a bodyguard. When the world ended, he joined the military and often went on missions with the troops. Because of his military experience, his superiors assigned him to lead a team of special abilities. However, Zhang Qi is quiet and reserved, not good at expressing himself, which caused communication problems with his team members. After some time of adjustment, the team was eventually disbanded. Zhang Qi knew he wasn't fit to be a team leader. His superiors, knowing he had been a bodyguard, recommended him to Hu Qingshan to be his guard. Now, Zhang Qi's ability level has risen to level 2. He doesn't talk much, but is very steady. Recently, most of the abilities in the base have upgraded. Hu Qingshan was worried that Liu couldn't protect Huamian, so he assigned Zhang Qi to be her bodyguard. Huamian told Zhang Qi she was going back to the Hu family. He didn't interfere with her plans and did his duty as a guard. When they arrived at the Hu family, only Mrs. Zhang was cleaning in the yard. No one else was inside the villa. Huamian thought for a moment and asked Zhang Qi to take her to Bai Ningrong's house. At the gate of Bai's house, Huamian knocked on the door. After a while, the door slowly opened, revealing Zhao Qiuhui's surprised face. "Xiao Mian, are you here to see Xiao Ning?" Huamian nodded politely, smiling. "Aunt Zhao, is Ningrong at home?" Zhao Qiuhui looked regretful and shook her head. "You arrived a bit late." Ningrong just left with Wenqi. Huamian was momentarily stunned and a little surprised. She asked, "Do you know where they went?" Zhao Qiuhui sighed and looked worried. "Well, last night it rained heavily. They were worried that the grain warehouse in Nanqing might have problems, so they decided to move the grain back." After hearing this, Huamian immediately had an idea. "Aunt Zhao, since Ningrong isn't here, I have other things to do. I'll leave now." Zhao Qiuhui nodded and looked at the guard beside Huamian, kindly reminding him, "All right, Xiao Mian, be careful on the way. Come back and visit when you have time." Huamian obediently agreed, and then left with Zhang Qi. Zhao Qiuhui watched their figures walk away, feeling a mix of emotions. She didn't expect that Huamian was actually Su Mei's lost daughter. The connection between their families was truly surprising. After leaving the Bai family, Huamian asked Zhang Qi to take her to the affairs building. She guessed they would meet there. Also, moving supplies from the warehouse needed many people. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to join the Quick Shadow team on their mission. When their car reached near the affairs building, Huamian saw a long convoy of vehicles in the distance. Most of the vehicles were vans, container trucks, and some refrigerated trucks. They kept moving until they reached the front of the convoy, where Huamian saw Wen Qi standing beside a vehicle, talking to someone. Huamian opened the car door and got out. Zhang Qi quickly parked the car in the space and followed her as they headed toward the Quick Shadow team. Wen Qi seemed to notice something and turned to look. When he saw Huamian, he looked surprised and quickly walked over to her. "Xiaomian, why are you here?" he asked with some confusion. Huamian smiled faintly and said, "I heard you were going on a mission, so I thought I'd join you." When she looked surprised and asked, "Does Brother Shen know?" Huamian pressed her lips and looked away slightly, whispering, "I haven't told him." When Qi's eyes showed a hint of surprise, then he smiled warmly and asked softly, "Should I tell Brother Shen?" Huamian shook her head quickly and refused. "No need. Nanqing isn't far from Kyoto. I can be back today, so no need to bother him." Actually, she was worried that if she told Shen Hanzheng, he would probably stop her from leaving the base. Besides, she was an independent person and didn't want to always report everything to him. Seeing her firm attitude, Wen Qi didn't insist further. "Let's go, and tell Xiao Chun when we get there." Huamian paused for a moment, almost forgetting that she still had to pass her brother's test. She followed Wen Qi toward the base gate. From afar, she saw Xiao Chun with his back turned, talking to a few unfamiliar people. However, unexpectedly, she recognized someone, Emo Lang. When Emo Lang saw her, his face showed surprise. He waved his hand cheerfully and greeted her loudly. "Hi, beautiful girl, nice to see you again." Huamian slightly smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. Seeing Emo Lang's gesture, everyone around looked at Huamian, their eyes shining with admiration. Huamian had a cute bun hairstyle, with her bangs clipped back with a small bunny clip. Her face, exposed and bright, looked almost unreal in its beauty. Even dressed in a simple gray suit, she still looked very striking. Xiao Chun turned around and saw Huamian. His phoenix-like eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Little Mian, what are you doing here?" he asked. He looked around but didn't see the cold, emotionless man. Wen Qi stepped forward and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder gently. "Xiao Chen, little Mian is coming with us," he said softly. How Xiao Chen's eyebrows furrowed instantly at this. He stared at Huamian and said reluctantly, "Little Mian, last night's heavy rain made the road outside the base muddy and flooded. It's not safe for you to go." Huamian blinked her beautiful eyes, remembering how Little Ba pouted and acted cute. She then showed a pitiful expression, imitating Little Ba's tone, soft and pleading. "Brother, I'm so bored alone at the base. Besides, I have you. Let me come along. I promise I won't run off." Xiao Chen didn't expect his sister to act so coquettishly. He hesitated for a moment, then his attitude softened. "If Mom finds out I took you on a mission, she'll definitely give me a hard time," he said. He brought up Su Main, trying to make Huamian back down. Huamian smiled brightly and stepped forward, grabbing his arm. "Don't worry, brother. I'll handle Mom. I promise she won't bother you," she said confidently. Seeing her confident look, Xiao Chun mischievously reached up and tousled her hair, making her messy again. "All right, if your parents want to settle the account, you need to step up and admit your mistake. Also, don't run around carelessly." Huamian nodded obediently, a happy light flashing in her eyes. "Got it, brother. I definitely won't run around." How Xiao Chen nodded happily and gently brushed her messy hair. "Xiao Chen, who is this beautiful lady?" a tall, strong-looking squad leader asked curiously. Yeah, introduce her to us," another squad leader with wheat-colored skin chimed in. As soon as they spoke, a few others started to tease. They were all squad leaders leading the team to transport grain to Ning City. Earlier, they had been discussing the best route to the Ning City granary, aiming to be both safe and quick. Before Hao Xiaochen could respond, Mo Lang suddenly said, "Don't bother. This girl has a boyfriend." Everyone's faces showed disappointment when they heard this. Hua Mian's face instantly turned red. She glared angrily at Mo Lang and said through clenched teeth, "Mo Lang, you misunderstood. He's not my boyfriend." Mo Lang was stunned. He didn't expect Hua Mian to deny her relationship with Shun Ge. Thinking she was shy and hesitant to admit it, Mo Lang quickly said, "Oh, I see. I misunderstood." How Xiaochen turned around and saw his comrades after hearing Mo Lang, showing eager expressions again. He clenched his teeth and said loudly, "This is my sister, Hua Mian. Be respectful and don't scare her." Everyone looked surprised at his words. Mo Lang had previously asked Hao Xiaochen about their relationship during a jeep ride, so he wasn't surprised now. When they learned that Hua Mian was the daughter of the base leader, their previously casual attitude became more respectful and polite. Hua Mian greeted everyone and then followed Wen Qi to the vehicle of the Suning squad. At this moment, Bai Ningrong got off the car, grabbed her hand excitedly and said, "Xiao Mian, are you coming with us too?" Hua Mian smiled and nodded. "Yes, I was planning to play with you, but Aunt Zhao said you had a mission. Since I had nothing to do at the base, I came to find you." Chao Kong sat in the front passenger seat, wearing a bright smile. "Little Mian, with you here, we all feel more at ease." Driver Su Kaiyong chuckled and patted Chao Kong on the shoulder. "You know, you're probably still scared from the last time you got stunned and went deaf." Chao Kong touched his nose awkwardly and chuckled. "Come on, guys, don't keep teasing me. Give me some face so we can get along happily in the future." Suddenly, Xie Liqing, sitting in the middle row, interrupted. "Chao Kong, you're actually pretty lucky. Your ears just got healed after being damaged. Just look at Wang Rui's face, he looks like a pig. It's kind of scary." Hua Mian, curious, leaned her head into the car and looked toward the back seat. She saw Wang Rui wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his forehead, with a black mask covering his face completely. His face was hidden very well. This outfit was very different from his usual calm and steady image. Hua Mian blinked and asked with concern, "Wang Rui, are you still hurt from the bee stings? Are you feeling better?" Wang Rui looked up at Hua Mian, his voice a little helpless and sad. "The poison from those mutant bees is too strong. The doctor said it will take some time for the swelling to go down." Hua Mian listened, then got into the car. "Let me treat you." "It's so hot outside. Wearing a mask must be uncomfortable." Wang Rui's eyes lit up suddenly. He quickly took off his cap and mask, looking eager and hopeful. "Little Mian, thank you so much. My face is so swollen, and it's really uncomfortable. I haven't been able to sleep well tonight." Hua Mian looked at the large swelling on Wang Rui's face, with bumps and uneven lumps, and her eyes were almost shut from swelling. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, surprised at how serious the injury was after being stung by those mutant bees. She sat beside Wang Rui and spoke gently. "We're on the same team, so there's no need to be so polite. Close your eyes first." Wang Rui quickly obeyed and closed his eyes, facing Hua Mian. Seeing this, Hua Mian moved her hand close to his face, activating her special ability. A gentle glow slowly seeped into his body. After a moment, she stopped and withdrew her hand. She reminded him softly. "It's done." When Wang Rui heard the sound, he suddenly opened his eyes and eagerly took out a mirror from his face. In the mirror, the swelling on his square face had disappeared, and the numbness, itching, and pain were gone. His tense nerves relaxed, and Wang Rui let out a long sigh. Since being stung by the swarm of bees, he had to endure strange looks from others whenever he moved around the base. Now he no longer needed to wear a mask in the hot weather, and breathing felt much easier. Xie Liqing saw that Wang Rui had recovered and smiled with his puppy-like eyes. "Wang Rui, you still look good to me. Before, I found your face so unappealing that I ate one less bowl of rice." Chao Kong nodded vigorously and agreed. "That's so true. I used to hold back on the table to save your face, but I only ate half a bowl. When I got back to my room, I had to nibble on bread to fill my stomach." Wang Rui felt slightly offended. However, everyone was very considerate of his feelings. They didn't criticize him openly, but silently endured. They were truly good brothers. At this moment, Xiao Chen walked over. Bai Ningrong, who had sharp eyes, immediately went to greet him. Xiao Chen, are we ready to leave? Xiao Chen nodded seriously and said, the route has been confirmed. Everyone, get out of the car and transfer. After speaking, he took out a 9-seater off-road vehicle from his space and placed it steadily beside them. The original 8-seater off-road vehicle couldn't accommodate everyone because of Xiao Mian and Zhang Qi, so they had to switch to the larger one. Everyone then orderly transferred into the 9-seater vehicle. Xiao Chen saw that Wang Rui's face had returned to normal, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. For this grain transport mission, the base dispatched 18 special combat teams. In addition, they carefully arranged a group of experienced drivers to handle the vehicles. Ningcheng, a well-known grain-producing city, governed 6 counties, with a large grain reserve. The base decided that 3 special combat teams would be responsible for transporting grain from each county's granary. Everything was ready, and the convoy set off swiftly, rushing out of the base. Last night's heavy rain left the ground still very damp, and the scent of earth could be smelled at the nose. Xiao Mian looked out through the window, observing the scenery outside. The streets were covered with fallen leaves and broken branches, but surprisingly, the grass was lush and green. The trees along the street seemed to have grown even thicker, looking full of life. Everyone was very surprised by this strange scene. How Xiao Chen explained, these trees are likely developing into mutated plants. When everyone heard this, their faces quickly turned grim, and worry appeared in their eyes. An hour later, the convoy exited the tunnel and reached a nearby overpass. From afar, everyone was stunned by what they saw. The entire bridge was covered with lush plants. As the vehicles approached slowly, they could see that the plants were climbing ivy and clematis. After a night of storm damage, the bright orange clematis not only did not wither, but bloomed even more vibrantly. Seeing this strange scene, everyone's hearts raced with alertness as they carefully watched the climbing ivy and clematis. Hao Xiaochen quickly turned on his headset and calmly ordered, "Mo Lang, have the cars behind stop first. Our shadow team will go ahead to check the situation." Mo Lang responded clearly and firmly over the headset. "Got it." Then Mo Lang asked, "Do you want us to join the wind team in action?" Hao Xiaochen thought for a moment and quickly replied, "Okay, follow us closely in a bit." After giving instructions, Hao Xiaochen told driver Su Kaiyang, "Drive slowly forward and stay alert." Su Kaiyang nodded, gripping the steering wheel, and gradually slowed the car as they approached the strange plants. When the car was about 5 meters from the unusual plants, they suddenly moved. The dense vines suddenly swept toward the car, as if trying to wrap around it and drag it away. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply at this sight. Su Kaiyang reacted faster than his mind, quickly reversing the car to 10 meters away. Chao Kong, sitting in the passenger seat, clutched his chest with a worried look. What kind of monster is this? We almost got entangled in those vines and turned into plant fertilizer. Hao Xiaochen glanced at Chao Kong but ignored his complaints. He pushed open the door and stepped out quickly. At the same time, Mo Lang hurried over to their car. The other team leaders gathered around to discuss the next plan. Everyone looked tense and worried. This national road is not only an important route to Ningcheng but also a key transportation line connecting other cities. Faced with the rapid growth of strange plants, everyone first thought of using fire. However, because the vegetation is very dense and overall moist, setting fire would require pouring gasoline to make the fire spread. This method is very risky. Once it burns, the high temperature could weaken the steel in the bridges and seriously damage the concrete. Moreover, fire would reduce the overall stability of the bridge. Even if the strange plants are removed later, the bridge might never be usable again. This approach is too costly and dangerous. Reluctantly, everyone decided to use the simplest method, chopping with large knives and using special abilities to slowly clear the plants. After a moment, over 100 people gathered in front of the plants, each holding a large knife, ready to attack. As they got closer, the strange plants seemed to sense danger. Thick vines immediately attacked the group. Because of the urgency, only those with fire and lightning abilities avoided using their powers to protect the bridge's safety. Other ability users used their powers to attack the mutated vines continuously. Soon, many vines were cut down and piled on the bridge, blocking it completely. Hwamian watched this, feeling frustrated. These mutated climbing plants and vines seemed like small monsters in a game. No matter how many vines they cut, new ones kept growing back. Suddenly, a vine shot toward her fiercely. Hwamian reacted quickly, holding her sword and precisely cutting it down.
Zhang stayed alert, protecting Hwamian.
Whenever he saw vines approaching her and she couldn't fight back, he would cut them down quickly. Everyone was fighting desperately when suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. "Ah, these plants can blood." Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They instinctively looked up toward the sound. They saw a male ability user being tightly bound by vines from the vines of Lingxiao. The thorns on the stem had pierced deep into his arm, greedily drawing his blood. His nearby companion immediately rushed forward, cutting the vines holding him and quickly rescuing him. Hao Xiaochen looked at the ineffective attack and pursed his lips. He quickly swung his sword to cut off 2 attacking vines and said seriously, "These mutated climbing plants and Lingxiao may already be at level 3. Just cutting their branches and tips might not hurt them at all. Everyone, step back first. After discussing, we can think of other ways to deal with this." Hearing Hao Xiaochen's words, everyone quickly retreated from the range of the alien plant's attack. Mo Lang frowned tightly and anxiously ran his hand through his short hair. He asked worriedly, "Xiaochen, do you have any good ideas?" Hao Xiaochen looked serious, staring at the lush alien plants, and slowly said, "To solve these plants, just cutting the vines won't kill them. We need to go under the bridge, find their main stems, and destroy their roots. Only then can we eliminate the problem completely." When everyone heard Hao Xiaochen, their faces immediately darkened, and they all fell silent. Their current position was right on one of the 2 main lines, with the entire overpass dropping about 40 to 50 meters vertically. Crossing the bridge wasn't difficult. As long as the wood element abilities could produce some tough vines hanging down, they could be used as ropes. The hard part was how to find the main stems of these plants and then eliminate them. Unfortunately, the vegetation was too dense, making it very difficult to find the main stems, let alone destroy them. At this moment, a tall man suddenly asked, "How can we find their main stems through all these vines?" His question immediately sparked discussion among everyone. Some suggested wrapping burlap bags around themselves, others proposed crushing them with vehicles. Hao Xiaochen pondered for a moment, then said slowly, "We must wear protective suits to avoid direct contact with the vines and reduce the risk." Mo Lang's eyes lit up suddenly. An idea came to him, and he quickly pulled out the protective armor he made with his abilities last time when dealing with a swarm of bees. "Xiaochen, what do you think of this gear?" Hao Xiaochen took it and examined it carefully, feeling the material of the armor. Its hardness and toughness were excellent. "This armor is indeed good, but it's more suitable for metal element abilities." Mo Lang smiled, a hint of approval in his eyes. "You're right, Xiaochen. During the action, if the armored suit is damaged, the metal-type ability users can repair it quickly to avoid being scratched by the alien plants." After some discussion, it was decided that Hao Xiaochen would lead the other 5 metal-type ability users to cross the bridge, find the main trunk of the alien plant, and destroy it. Hao Xiaochen's ability had improved to level 3. Working with the other metal ability users, they quickly made several sturdy armored suits. The 6 of them put on the armor and carefully climbed down to the bridge using the vines created by the wood-type ability users. As soon as they landed, they pretended to be helpless, allowing the vines to drag them away. Hao Mian stood on the bridge, worriedly watching their group gradually disappear behind the layers of green leaves. The remaining ability users needed to attract the attention of the vines on the bridge. Hao Mian took a deep breath and focused on the vines. Sometimes, when the vines didn't appear for a long time, she would step forward and cut them with a knife, hoping to damage the alien plants, even just a little. As time passed, everyone grew tired. Occasionally, someone would be caught by the vines and then drained of blood. Fortunately, everyone was close enough that when a teammate was caught, others would immediately come to help. In this way, no lives were lost. However, after feeding on blood, the vines became more aggressive and attacked more fiercely. Half an hour went by, and Hao Xiaochun's team had not sent any messages back. Wen Qi tried to contact him through the earpiece but received no response. Bai Ningrong learned of this and became a little anxious. In a moment of distraction, a thick vine wrapped around her arm and dragged her forward. Hao Mian was standing beside Bai Ningrong. When she saw her being pulled away, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Zhang Qi quickly drew a steel blade and cut the vine that was entangling Bai Ningrong. Then, the three of them quickly retreated to put some distance between themselves and the vines. The team members gathered around nervously. When Qi saw the blood on Bai Ningrong's wrist and looked worried, he advised, "Xiaoning, you should go rest in the car for a while." Bai Ningrong knew she wasn't feeling well. Staying here might slow everyone down, so she didn't argue with Wen Qi's suggestion. She nodded to everyone and went into the car to calm her emotions. Wen Qi looked at the bridge below. Half an hour had passed, and there was no news from Xiaochun and the others. He started to think about going to check on them. Moreover, he was a mental ability user, so he could find them more quickly. Wen Qi shared his idea, and Chao Kong immediately agreed. "I'll go with you. I have strong strength. As long as I find the main trunk, I can pull out those vines from the root." Wang Rui, Xie Liqing, and Su Kaiyong also wanted to go, but when Qi said that too many people would make it easier for the climbing vines and the flying plants to notice them, which would make it harder to find the people. Zhang Qi and other metal ability users worked together to make a few more sturdy iron armor sets. They handed these to Wen Qi and Chao Kong, so they could store them in their space for emergencies. After Wen Qi and Chao Kong left, Hou Mian was a bit distracted. She had been cutting vines for over half an hour and was feeling tired, so she got into the car to rest. As soon as she got in, she saw Bai Ningrong preparing to treat a wound on her wrist. Hou Mian kindly said, "Ningrong, let me help you treat it. It will heal faster that way." Bai Ningrong smiled softly. "Okay, thank you." Hou Mian smiled slightly, sat beside Bai Ningrong, and looked down at the small thorns still on her wrist. She was a bit surprised and carefully removed the tiny thorns, then began to channel her ability. Seeing the white light on her hand, Hou Mian suddenly remembered the locust tree in City C. At that time, Shun Hanzheng had asked her to send her ability to the locust tree. Not long after, the tree stopped attacking. Thinking of this, Hou Mian felt a little excited. After healing Bai Ningrong, Hou Mian quickly told her team members about the locust tree. She also suggested that they cooperate with her by sending over a vine, so she could try her ability on it. Su Kaiyong hesitated when he heard Hou Mian's plan. "Little Mian, are you sure this will work?" Xie Liqing had a different opinion. "Whether it works or not, we should try. If Hou Mian's ability works on these plants too, the team leader and others can find the main trunk sooner and deal with them." Wang Rui looked calm and decisive. "I'll go call others to strengthen the defenses and ensure safety." Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, the other Special Forces team gathered around and took the lead in dealing with the vines. Wang Rui put on thick gloves and grabbed a climbing vine, pulling it close to Hou Mian. "Xiao Mian, try this," he said. Hou Mian immediately directed her special power into the vine. In an instant, the vine suddenly twisted wildly, trying to break free from Wang Rui's hold. Su Kaiyong saw that Wang Rui's forehead was bulging with veins and looked tired, so he helped him hold the vine tightly. Zhang Qi and Bai Ningrong stood nearby, alert and watching the surroundings. Whenever a vine approached, they would quickly draw their swords and cut it off. After a moment, with Hou Mian continuously channeling her power, the struggling sound of the vine gradually lessened. The people fighting the climbing vine ahead noticed that its attacks were weakening, except for Ling Xiao, who was still fiercely attacking them. Everyone was very happy to see this. A little later, the vine under Hou Mian's control finally stopped moving. Wang Rui and Su Kaiyong didn't dare to relax and kept holding it tightly. Hou Mian saw that the vine was still and tried to pause her power transfer. As soon as she stopped, the quiet vines quickly gathered and lunged at everyone wildly. Hou Mian panicked and hurriedly resumed channeling her power. Soon, the vines quieted down again. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, but they also worried that Huimion's energy might run out. They could only hope in their hearts that Xiao Chen and the others would find the main trunk quickly and deal with it. Huimian felt her energy getting lower and took out a second-level crystal core from her space to absorb and quickly replenish her power. She looked at the crowd fighting Ling Xiao ahead, her brow furrowing unconsciously. She turned to Wang Rui and said, "Maybe you should send another vine of Ling Xiao over." She wanted to try channeling her power into 2 vines at once. If Ling Xiao also calmed down, it would help reduce the pressure on Xiao Chen and the others. Wang Rui thought it was a good idea. He grabbed another vine of Ling Xiao and pulled it in front of Huimian. Huimian raised her hand and directed her power into Ling Xiao. Soon, Ling Xiao also started to calm down and looked like a normal plant. Everyone curiously looked at the transformed climbing vine and Ling Xiao. It was hard to believe they had just been attacking them fiercely. Huimian controlled her energy output and kept it up for another 2 minutes. "I only hope that Xiao Chen and the others can find the main stem of the alien plant early and eliminate it." At that moment, a loud rushing sound came from the bridge below, as if something was happening down there. Climbing vines and Ling Xiao started to become restless, wildly attacking everyone as if they were fighting back with all their might. Everyone was surprised, guessing that Xiao Chen and the others had caused significant damage to the mutated plants, which made them go crazy. Thinking this way, everyone focused intently on dealing with these alien plants. Huimian looked at the 2 calm vines in her hands, then at the ones frantically attacking in front of her. After a moment of hesitation, she withdrew her supernatural power. As she stopped supplying energy, the 2 vines suddenly became fierce. They suddenly burst with great strength, quickly breaking free from the control of the shadow team and wildly whipping at them. Next, the vines lifted people into the air, then wrapped around Huimian's waist and dragged her forcefully into the distance. Zhang Qi reacted quickly, grabbing the vines tightly with his hand, and was pulled away along with Huimian. Everyone was about to chase after them, but layers of vines in front blocked their way. Bai Ningrong felt a bit guilty for not being able to hold on to Huimian, letting her be taken away by those vines. Moreover, Huimian wasn't wearing armor, so her situation was very dangerous, and her chances of survival looked slim. Huimian was dragged by the vines to the main trunks of 2 alien plants. Then, the vines loosened and slid to the side, seeming to have no intention of attacking her. Huimian rubbed her aching waist. When the vines wrapped around her waist and sent her down the bridge, they squeezed tightly, causing her some discomfort. She nervously looked up at the 2 alien plants and suddenly remembered that Zhang Qi was also pulled down with her. She quickly looked around. She saw a green cocoon lying on the ground not far behind her. Through the gaps, she could vaguely see Zhang Qi's military green combat uniform. Huimian's heart was anxious. She walked over to him and shouted loudly, "Zhang Qi, are you okay?" But all she got in response was complete silence. Worried about his safety, she turned to look at the 2 alien plants and used her mental power to communicate with them. "I know you want my supernatural ability to help deal with the aggressive energy, but if you want me to act, you must first release him. Otherwise, I won't help you." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 strange leaves gently trembled, as if they were communicating. After a moment, the vines slowly withdrew. Huimian saw Zhang quietly lying on the ground and quickly crouched down to check, but she didn't find any obvious wounds. She was a bit confused and then stood up to look at the 2 strange plants. "What did you do to my friend? Why is he unconscious?" In response, there was a rustling sound of leaves shaking. Huimian frowned. This kind of one-way communication, where she couldn't understand the other side, was very frustrating. She scratched her head and asked again, "Is he in danger of dying?" At this moment, 2 vines moved in front of her and gently shook, as if answering her question. Seeing this, Huimian breathed a sigh of relief, but then she thought about the safety of Hua Xiaochen and the others. "What about the people you took earlier? Hurry up and send them over." After she spoke, the 2 strange plants started shaking their leaves violently, seeming to strongly oppose her request. To make sure she understood, the vines shook even harder, clearly refusing her. Huan Mian thought for a moment and guessed that perhaps Xiaochen and his group had threatened these two plants earlier. So she took a step back. Then bring the person with the highest ability level. He is my brother. His ability has reached level 3, so he should be able to communicate with you. After saying that, she sighed inwardly. It's all because her own ability level was too low, and she couldn't even communicate with the strange plants. The two strange plants remained quiet for a little while. Suddenly, the vines bent as if they agreed to her request. After a while, the vines dragged out a green cocoon. Huan Mian hurried forward. "Brother, are you inside? Xiao Mian? Why were you also caught?" Hua Xiaochen's voice came from inside the cocoon, filled with worry and concern. Huan Mian felt a bit guilty. She pretended not to hear his question and turned to the two strange plants. "Quickly let my brother go." The two strange plants seemed hesitant, their leaves trembling. Huan Mian softened her voice. "Don't worry, my brother won't attack you. I promise." As she finished speaking, the vines slowly retreated, revealing Hua Xiaochen in his armor. Huan Mian stepped forward to help him up. "Brother, are you okay?" Hua Xiaochen shook his head, images of his sister communicating with the alien plants appearing in his mind. He glanced at Zhang Qi, who was still unconscious, and his expression darkened. "What's wrong with Zhang Qi?" Mian, confused, shook her head. "I don't know either. Brother, try using your mental energy to communicate with them and see what they need." Hua Xiaochen immediately understood how his sister communicated with the alien plants. He turned to look at the two plants, his face serious. "How can you let us pass?" Mian stared at her brother's face, noticing his expression turning grim after he asked. She guessed that these plants probably made some unreasonable demands. "Brother, what did they say?" Hua Xiaochen pursed his lips and didn't answer her. He stared intently at the plants, his face showing anger. "I won't agree to your demands." Mian's eyes flicked as she tentatively asked, "Brother, are they asking me to stay and help them get rid of the aggressive energy inside?" "Xiao Mian, don't overthink." "I definitely won't let you stay." Mian nodded, trusting her brother's words. She turned around and said to the plants, "I do want to stay and help you, but I am human. I need to eat. I can't fulfill that request." As soon as she finished speaking, the two plants started to tremble slightly, as if trying to communicate something. Hua Xiaochen's expression became a bit complicated. A vine from the climbing plant poked at him, seeming to have something to say and needing his help to pass the message. "They want to follow you," Hua Xiaochen said with some helplessness. Mian's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She instinctively looked at their huge bodies, feeling a bit speechless. "Your size is just too big. I can't take you with me." Before she finished, the two plants quickly retracted their vines and, in the blink of an eye, shrank to about 10 centimeters tall.
Mian stared in shock, stammering,
"I don't have a crystal core to feed you. If you want to follow me, you'll have to earn your own food. And you can't hurt people randomly." The two plants hurriedly bent their branches in response. Mian took out two potted plants from her space, strawberry plants she bought at the trading market last time. After eating the strawberries, the plants withered. They've been kept in her space ever since, and now they came in handy. Two different plants are not picky. Their roots grow directly from the soil and jump into the pot, burying their roots on their own. Seeing this, Xiaochen's sharp eyes showed a hint of envy and happiness. They became little pets of his sister, and maybe later, they could be used during missions. Everyone under the bridge saw the large plants disappear and lay on the ground in confusion. After reacting, they quickly stood up and walked over to Xiaochen. Chao Kong couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain, what about those strange plants? Did you take care of them?" Xiaochen slightly raised his chin, indicating he wanted them to look at the two small pots on the ground. "Isn't that so?" Chao Kong looked in the direction of his gaze, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Just two small plants, yet who would have thought they could surround an entire overpass before? When she approached Mian with concern on his face. "Xiao Mian, are you okay?" Mian shook her head.
"I'm fine."
"How about you all?" When she didn't get a chance to speak, as Amo Lang interrupted. "Xiao Mian, don't worry. The brothers are very capable. Nothing will happen." Xiaochen squatted down, pinched Zhang Qi's pressure point, and woke him up. Then, Mian asked the two plants to use their abilities to safely carry them onto the main branch. Bai Ningrong and others saw that Mian was safe and sound, and they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at the two culprits with unfriendly eyes. Mian briefly explained about the strange plants. When everyone learned that the two plants would follow them, they had no objections. After all, once tamed, these plants' fighting power was not to be underestimated. Everyone quickly tidied up and set out again without delay. 1 hour later, the Swift Shadow team arrived at Anfu County. Meanwhile, other teams had already left for their respective destinations half an hour earlier. The vehicle slowly approached the grain depot. The area was eerily quiet, with very few zombies around. The grain depot was quite large, with over 100 big cylindrical silos and more than 40 row houses used as warehouses, looking quite impressive. Xiao Chen instructed the drivers to stop outside the grain depot. The team entered to investigate. Soon after the vehicle entered the depot, the two strange plants Chao Kong was holding started to shake wildly, as if they had been stimulated. Huan Mian looked confused and blinked her charming eyes. She quickly asked, "Did you guys find something?" How Xiao Chen's face suddenly turned serious. He loudly warned, "Everyone get ready to fight. There are mutant rats in the granary." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale instantly. Dealing with a group of mutant rats is not easy. How Xiao Chen told Su Kaiyong to drive the car to an open space and stop. Everyone held their weapons and got out of the car, alert and watching all around. How Xiao Chen looked at two strange plants. "You two go ahead and lead the rats here. I heard that the blood of mutated animals is very nourishing." The two strange plants understood immediately. They jumped out of their pots with a whoosh and quickly rushed forward. At the same time, they suddenly stretched their vines, extending wildly into the distance. Soon, Wen Qi shouted loudly, "The mutant rats are coming. Watch your step." Before he finished, everyone saw a group of mutant rats crossing the vines and rushing toward them wildly. Then, more mutant rats appeared from underground, squeaking sharply and charging fiercely. These mutant rats were about the size of rabbits, packed tightly together. Seeing this, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. They never expected this granary to become a nest for mutant rats. The two strange plants were powerful, but faced with the overwhelming rat swarm, they couldn't stop them. There were just too many. How Xiao Chen stood at the front of the team and threw down a lightning spell at the rats. Purple lightning flashed across the sky, and a group of mutant rats trembled and then collapsed to the ground. Xie Liqing gathered a fireball and threw it at the rats. The rats caught sparks and instantly started burning. Sharp squeals of pain echoed, making everyone's ears hurt. Wang Rui swung out wind blades, cutting the rats in half in an instant. Bai Ningrong threw cold ice blades, which were just as powerful as Wang Rui's wind blades, quickly staining the ground with blood. Su Kaiyong crazily shot water arrows. Each arrow could pierce through 7 or 8 mutant rats. Chao Kong replaced his large hammer with twin knives, wildly cutting off rat heads with both hands. Zhang Qi stayed beside Huan, releasing steel blades to cut down the mutant rats one after another. Huan clenched her long sword. When she saw the mutated rat sneaking nearby, she immediately stepped forward and swung her sword, cutting off one rat's head with each strike. Soon, the ground was covered with the bodies of the rats. As time passed, more and more mutated rats were killed by everyone. Suddenly, the two strange plants that had been fighting the mutated rats earlier hurriedly retreated. Their vines shook violently, looking very uneasy. Xiao Chun frowned deeply. After receiving the message from the strange plants, his face turned serious. "Retreat first. There is a powerful mutated rat king in the granary." Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. Even the two strange plants were afraid of it, so the rat king must be at least level 4. They hadn't fought it before, but they knew that facing the rat king would be dangerous. Just as they were about to leave, a much larger mutated rat, surrounded by the others, charged fiercely at them. This rat king was as big as an adult wolf, with shiny black fur. It made squeaking sounds and showed its sharp white teeth. Xiao Chen's eyes darkened. His voice was firm and clear. Xiao Ning, Xiao Mian, wait here. The others and I will deal with the level 4 Rat King. Understood. Everyone responded together. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, he quickly ran toward the Rat King, with the others following closely behind. Bai Ningrong turned to look at Huamian, her eyes full of determination. Xiao Mian, wait here. I can't protect myself with my powers. I'll go help. After speaking, she lifted her leg and rushed toward Xiao Chen. Huamian looked worried. She looked up and saw Xiao Chen throwing a thunderball at the Rat King. The thunderball exploded quickly among the rats, but the Rat King dodged it with incredible speed. Huamian was surprised at how fat it was, yet it moved so fast. The others used their powers to attack the Rat King, but it dodged each attack easily. Huamian was anxious. She caught a glimpse of the two strange plants hiding on the ground. An idea suddenly came to her. She gently coaxed them, saying, "You too, stop the Rat King. Try to entangle it as much as possible and its blood. I will give you purified crystal cores." After speaking, Huamian took out several first-level purified crystal cores from her space and threw them to the plants. Two different plants instantly absorbed almost all the energy from the crystal core on the ground. Sensing success, they obediently moved forward, extending long vines to bind the limbs of the Mouse King. Although they only held the Mouse King for a few moments, this gave Xiao Chen and others a chance to severely injure it. Everyone seized the opportunity, throwing their abilities at the Mouse King. Suddenly, lightning balls, ice spikes, water arrows, and wind blades all struck the creature. The mutated Mouse King suddenly let out a loud, shrill squeak. Its body puffed up like a balloon being blown up. Then, the mutated Mouse King blew a strong gust of wind toward everyone. The group was knocked around, their eyes squinting, bodies constantly falling backward. The two plants couldn't withstand the strong wind and hurriedly retreated back to Mian's side. As the Mouse King approached, the wind made Mian unsteady on her feet, and Bai Ningrong was blown away directly. Seeing this, Mian quickly ordered the two plants to stop her. The plants swiftly extended their vines, grabbing Bai Ningrong's waist and catching her. Xiao Chen saw this and relaxed his tense nerves a little. Everyone's faces looked very grim. They didn't expect the Mouse King to have wind-based powers. No wonder it was so fast despite its bulky size. The group gathered together, barely stabilizing themselves with the support of the vines. But the mutated Mouse King didn't give them a moment to breathe. It rushed in front of them and blew a bigger gust of wind. The leaves of the plants rustled loudly, then couldn't hold up any longer and shrank into a ball. Without the plants blocking the way, everyone was suddenly blown away, leaving Mian standing dazed on the spot. The black bracelet on her wrist lit up, forming a protective shield that kept her safe inside. The two plants sensed something was wrong and quickly scurried to her feet, then happily shook their vines. Mian looked at the mutated Mouse King and the swarm of mice surrounding her, feeling a wave of panic. Her mind was racing, wishing she could be blown away too. Her hands, holding the long sword, trembled, uncertain how long the shield could protect her. She couldn't help but curse Shen Hanzheng 100 times in her mind. Mian watched the mutated mice fiercely attack the shield, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself, goosebumps rising. She looked down at her wristband, the screen glowing softly with quiet icons. She didn't dare press any buttons randomly, worried the protective shield might disappear. Two strange plants stood by her feet, their vines gently poking her calves. Huamian felt something unusual and looked down at them. She saw the plants pulling at her pant leg, softly tugging as if signaling her to go toward the mutant Rat King. Her heart tightened at the sight. She didn't want to bother with these strange creatures and remained standing still. Meanwhile, at the central base, Shen Hanzheng was working on parts for Qi Yan using newly synthesized materials. Suddenly, his wristband lit up. He froze in place, looked at the wristband, and his brows furrowed instinctively. The display showed that Huamian was not at the base, and the protective function had been triggered. Without hesitation, Shun Hanjung pressed the call button to connect with her. At that moment, Huamian was nervously watching the mutant rats, feeling very frustrated. Suddenly, her wristband emitted a faint white light, and a dark figure appeared in front of her without warning. Huamian thought she was seeing a ghost. She instinctively closed her eyes, curled up, and crouched down.
Ah,
A ghost.
don't come near me.
I haven't done anything bad. Stay away, I don't want to know you. Shun Hanjung raised a hand to cover his ear, watching her tremble in fear. His lips twitched involuntarily. Mian Mian, it's me. He glanced around and saw the mutant rat swarm outside the protective shield, his brow instantly furrowing. You ran off again, he said with a hint of reproach. Huamian heard the familiar voice. Her hands slowly released her head, and she looked up at the figure in front of her. She saw Shun Hanjung standing tall in the material analysis lab, looking at her with a mix of annoyance and concern. Huamian bit her lip, still a little shaken. At first glance, Shun Hanjung looked almost identical to a real person, but upon closer inspection, differences could be seen. At least, a real person wouldn't emit a faint glow. She steadied herself, guessing this might be some kind of advanced hologram technology. Thinking of this, Huamian slowly stood up and asked sharply, What do you want? Shun Hanjung's brow furrowed slightly, displeased with her attitude, and he said softly, Don't you want to deal with the mutant rat swarm? Huamian's anger immediately flared up at his words. You still have the nerve to bring this up? If you hadn't put the bracelet on me, I wouldn't have been trapped. Listening to the girl's continuous complaints, Shun Hanjung couldn't help but rub his forehead. He truly didn't expect her to venture into the rat swarm. Mian Mian, the protective shield is one way. You can move freely inside it and eliminate the mutated rats. Huamian heard this, but didn't feel happy. She said gloomily, There are so many mutated rats. How long do I have to keep fighting? And if I leave, won't they follow me? Do you expect me to run on 2 legs while they walk on 4? She kept talking rapidly, blocking Shun Hanjung's words. Knowing she was upset, Shun Hanjung softened his voice and reminded her. The 2 strange plants at your feet can attach to the shield and attack the rat swarm. Shun Hanjung had noticed those 2 strange plants under Huamian's feet early on. It must be said, Huamian's special ability not only makes people like her, but also attracts plants to follow her. Huamian suddenly remembered how those 2 plants had tugged at her pants earlier, stubbornly trying to lead her toward the Rat King. So, these 2 plants probably want to absorb the blood of the level 4 Rat King, right? Huamian hesitated and asked anxiously, Can this shield block the attack of a level 4 mutated rat? Shun Hanjung looked confident. Yes, when you return, I'll help you upgrade the shield's level. Huamian let out a breath of relief. She clenched her teeth and looked at the Rat King, deciding to give it a try. She sent commands to the 2 strange plants with her mental power, then walked toward the Rat King. One by one, the mutated rats were pushed back outside the shield, forced to squeeze away. Seeing the human and the 2 plants approaching, the Rat King's eyes flashed with contempt. It didn't take these humans and plants seriously at all. Huamian slowly approached the Rat King. Seeing its belly start to swell as if preparing to air, she hurriedly shouted, Quick, attack. As she spoke, the 2 strange plants immediately extended thick vines, wrapping around the Rat King's limbs and mouth. The Rat King reacted quickly, struggling to stand up and try to break free from the plants. In the next second, a long sword swiftly pierced its belly. With a loud bang, the swollen belly of the Rat King instantly deflated like a burst balloon. Huamian didn't expect the process of killing the Rat King to be so smooth. She quickly drew her long sword and stabbed it forcefully once more. The mutated Rat King did not expect to die at the hands of a tiny creature. Its bulging eyes widened in disbelief. 2 strange plants eagerly wrapped their vines into the mutated rat's body, greedily drinking its blood. As the mutated Rat King died, the strong wind stopped. The people who had been blown away hurriedly stood up and looked ahead in panic. Seeing Huamian surrounded by a group of mutated rats, everyone's faces changed, and they quickly rushed toward Huamian. When they got closer, They saw that there was a small distance between the mutated rats and Huamian, and they also saw Shen Hanjing's projection. The Rat King was wrapped in vines and motionless, probably no longer a threat. Everyone's expressions eased, and they all sighed in relief at the same time. Bai Ningrong stared at Shen Hanjing's projection with surprise, her eyes full of amazement. Before thinking too much, when everyone raised their knives to attack the rats, she also rushed forward immediately. Seeing the Rat King was killed, Shen Hanjing advised, "Nian Nian, stay safe. I'll wait for you at the base." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to fade away. Huamian's lips moved slightly, and she softly said, "Thank you." Shen Hanjing raised an eyebrow. "You can tell me in person when you see me." As soon as he finished, Shen Hanjing's figure completely disappeared. The two strange plants, after drinking the Rat King's blood, gained a little strength. They excitedly extended their vines, wrapping around the mutated rats, then absorbing their blood. With the last mutated rat killed, Huamian's wristband seemed to sense the end of the battle. The screen flickered and then darkened, and the protective shield disappeared. Hua Xiaochen's gaze fell on Huamian's wrist. That wristband was the same model as Shen Hanjing's. A wave of emotion rose in his heart. He couldn't help but ask Xiao Mian, "Did Xinge give you that wristband?" "Yes," Huamian replied simply. Chao Kang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the wristband. "Xiao Mian, can you ask Xinge to make a few for us to use?" Hua Xiaochen patted the back of his head and said sternly, "If you want one, ask him yourself." Their statuses were already unequal, and he didn't want his sister to be looked down upon by Shen Hanjing. Huamian didn't agree. She knew that debts of gratitude are always hard to repay. Moreover, this wristband looks very high-end, completely different from the previous mutated honey. Chao Kong rubbed the back of his head and quickly apologized. "Captain, don't be angry. I was just joking." Su Kaiyong stepped forward and put his hand on Chao Kang's shoulder. "When you go ask Brother Shen, also get one for me." Chao Kong immediately shook off his hand. "Go away, don't tease me." He couldn't resist seeing something good and spoke too quickly, which made him say that careless thing. Chao Kong looked at Huamian with an apologetic tone. "Xiao Mian, don't mind. I was just talking randomly." Huamian nodded with a faint smile. "It's okay." Bai Ningrong was deeply shocked after seeing Shen Hanjing's projection. She knew that Blue Star didn't have such projection technology. In the end, her curiosity got the better of her. "Xiaocheng, who exactly is Brother Shen?" Huamian, hearing this, looked at her brother with curiosity. The other members of the shadow team remained very calm. Even Zhang Qi looked unaffected, as if they already knew the secret. Hua Xiaocheng sighed and slowly said, "He is not from Blue Star." This answer was hard for Huamian and Bai Ningrong to accept. Both of them looked shocked and stood still for a while to process the information. Huamian remembered the details from before. The robot that far surpassed Blue Star's technology, Shen Hanjing's strange laboratory, and his more powerful supernatural abilities. Hu Qingshan's unusually tolerant attitude toward Shen Hanjing. All these signs hinted that his identity was unusual, but she never thought Shen Hanjing was from outside Blue Star. Bai Ningrong recovered and asked again, "Which planet is he from? How did he come to Blue Star?" Hua Xiaoqing pursed his lips and said slowly, "Outside Blue Star, there are trillions of star systems. Blue Star is just an insignificant planet among them, and it has not yet entered the interstellar age. To other planets, Blue Star is seen as a backward primitive planet." Hua Xiaoqing sighed at this point, showing some helplessness. An unclaimed planet, once it shows signs of emerging in the interstellar world, will inevitably attract fierce competition. Valuable planets will be incorporated into powerful nations. If a planet's resources are scarce, it will hinder the country's development, leading to private ownership, and the native inhabitants may become slaves of the planet's ruler. Blue Star has just entered the end of the world era. To quickly move into the interstellar age, it needs guidance and help. Shen Hanjing is the shield of Blue Star and the ticket for Blue Star to join the Celestial Empire. Hua Xiaochen sighed deeply, and his expression became less hopeless. Brother Shen is the war god of the Celestial Empire. In space, The zombie virus has always existed, but on advanced planets, zombies have long been eradicated, leaving only alien plants and star beasts. After a long evolution, these creatures are very powerful. Brother Shin was unexpectedly caught in a black hole during a battle with star beasts and accidentally arrived on Blue Star, where Xiaochen paused, recalling when he first learned Shen Hanjing's identity. His grandfather was ready to attack, but when he heard Shen Hanjing talk about the universe's situation and Blue Star's crisis, he was so frightened he dared not act. Binding Rome looked a bit conflicted. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Is the zombie virus brought by Brother Shen?" Hua Xiaochen shook his head firmly. "No, I just said that the zombie virus has existed in space for a long time. However, because our galaxy is remote, the number of zombies is small, and their impact on humans is minimal. But recently, Blue Star has been affected by the gravity of a supermassive black hole, causing the planet to drift from its orbit. It will soon leave its original galaxy and approach other star systems. In this situation, the end of the world is unavoidable. Without Brother Shen, our Blue Star situation would be even worse. Blue Star's deviation from its orbit cannot be stopped." After watching the recordings of interstellar civilization and planets that Shen Hanjing played, he realized how small and isolated Blue Star is. The technology is too backward. The survival rule in the interstellar world is the strong prey on the weak. If Blue Star is targeted by other interstellar forces and has no backing, it will be divided and exploited. This is the main reason why the old man is especially kind and caring toward Shen Hanjing. Now, the upper echelons of the 5 major bases know that Blue Star is about to enter the interstellar age and understand how serious the situation is. The power struggle that happened last time in the eastern base will not happen again. Everyone is working hard for Blue Star, and even in dealing with zombies, they avoid using weapons with huge destructive power. To prevent the planet from becoming a wasteland and being classified as a trash planet, everyone is working hard to improve technology and find solutions. Currently, the situation looks hopeful, with steady progress in scientific research. The only problem is that Shen Hanjing has feelings for his sister, which makes their family very worried. Hua Xiaochen shakes his head and clears his mind. Seeing the many mutated rat corpses on the ground, he orders, "Everyone, first put these mutated rats into the space. In this resource-scarce end of the world, mutated rats are considered valuable supplies. If you want to eat them, you need to exchange points. Mutated animals and plants don't have crystal cores like zombies, but their meat can be eaten to restore energy. Ordinary people need to control how much they eat of these mutated creatures, or their bodies might not handle it well, leading to discomfort." Looking at the ground full of mutated rats, everyone strongly expressed that they really didn't want to eat rat meat. So, the level 4 Rat King was stored in the space by Humian, planning to feed it to zombies back at the base to breed some high-level zombies. Right now, high-level crystal cores are very rare. Huamian's special ability is also close to leveling up, but because she keeps absorbing high-level crystal cores, her progress is slow. Hua Xiaochen was able to level up only after taking a 3rd-level crystal core from the laboratory. She plans to feed this rat to the zombies, which should produce several 3rd-level zombie cores. Also, the energy in mutated animal meat isn't as pure as crystal cores, so humans eating mutated meat to level up is too slow, and Blue Star can't afford that delay. Hua Xiaochen instructs Wang Rui to have the truck drivers bring the vehicles to load the supplies. The granary is full of various products like rice, wheat, corn, peanuts, and different seeds. Huamian quickly stores all the food into her space. The other members of the Swift Shadow team are surprised. Her space is much larger than theirs. But as soon as they think of Shen Hanjing, everyone feels a bit jealous. After 2 hours, all the supplies are finally loaded. The trucks are neatly lined up, following the Swift Shadow team back along the same route. As they enter the base, Hua Xiaochen and his teammates direct others to move the supplies into the warehouse. Huamian releases the food from her space, feeling free for now. Thinking of Shen Hanjing, she feels complicated and unsure how to get along with the aliens. So, she didn't return to Shen Hanjing's villa, but went straight to the Hua family, wanting to hide from him. Only Aunt Zhang was at the Hua house, and the yard was now tidy again. It was only 4 in the afternoon. Hua Mian felt a bit bored and remembered the access card that Hua Qingshan had given her for the Science Academy. She decided to go there and also hand over the mutant rat king to Professor Yang for handling. Meanwhile, after Shen Hanjing found out that Hua Mian returned to the base, he first went to the Hua family and then to the Science Academy. He waited at home for 2 hours but didn't see her come back. His sharp brows furrowed slightly. The young girl was avoiding him. Shen Hanjing was fiddling with some parts, glancing at his bracelet now and then, looking distracted. Suddenly, a part slipped from his fingers. Xiao Ba, the mechanical assistant, quickly caught it. Master, Xiao Ba detects your heartbeat is faster and dopamine levels are lower, indicating you're feeling restless. It's recommended to stop working and relax. Xiao Ba can help you feel better. Shen Hanjing glared at it coldly and sneered. Last time, you said girls like gentle and caring types. I've been treating her gently lately, but it seems useless. Xiao Ba's 2 electronic eyes flickered, and various data raced through its program, quickly giving a suggestion. Master, you could take the lady out on a date, maybe create some surprises, and find common topics to help improve your relationship. A date? Shen Hanjing muttered to himself. He had previously gone to City C to tame a swarm of bees, thinking they could get along well and build a good relationship. But then, an unexpected disturbance happened. He was never flustered when facing powerful star beasts, but when it came to Hua Mian, he often felt helpless. At first, he was confident. Women from the universe and other star systems admired him in large numbers. But after interacting with Hua Mian, he realized their progress was very slow, and he couldn't seem to flirt with her. His slender fingers tapped on the table as he fell into thought. A dark flicker passed through his phoenix-like eyes. He slowly stood up and headed outside the villa. Hua Mian had just stepped into the Hua house when she saw Shen Hanjing sitting on the sofa in the living room, reading a book. Noticing her presence, Shen Hanjing looked up from his book and gazed at her. Hua Mian was a bit surprised, not expecting Shen Hanjing to appear at the Hua family home. She looked around, but there was no one else in the living room. Hua Mian wondered if he was here to block her. But then she quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it probably wasn't the case. She hesitated for a moment, then walked over and stopped about 2 meters away from Shen Hanjing. Is there something you want to talk about at the Hua house? Seeing Hua Mian pretending to be naive, Shen Hanjing couldn't help but laugh. He calmly put away his book and slowly stood up, approaching her step by step. The man was tall and strong, with a serious face, giving off a powerful presence that felt very commanding. Hua Mian instinctively stepped back. The next second, her slender wrist was caught by his long hand. Suddenly, he pulled her into his arms with force, pressing her waist tightly with his large hand. His strength was so great, it seemed like he wanted to embed her into his body. Hua Mian struggled hard but couldn't break free. She was angry and anxious, looking up at Shen Hanjing and shouting, "What are you doing? Let me go." Her delicate face was flushed red. This was the Hua family. If someone saw this, she wouldn't know how to face others. Seeing that Shen Hanjing ignored her words, Hua Mian's anger flared. She opened her mouth and bit his arm. But before she could get close, Shen Hanjing suddenly reached out and grabbed her chin, forcing her to lift her head. Then, his lips pressed down on hers without warning. A warm sensation flooded her, and Hua Mian felt her mind go blank. She froze in place, unable to think. It wasn't until she felt a sharp pain on her lips that she snapped out of it. Not only did this man kiss her forcefully, but he also bit her. A flicker of fire crossed her eyes. She refused to show weakness and bit him back. Shen Hanjing winced in pain and released her lips, but his hand around her waist didn't loosen. He held her tightly in his arms. Seeing Shen Hanjing with a tense face, looking like he was about to lose his temper, Hua Mian decided to act first. "Why did you suddenly kiss me and bite me?" Her cheeks were now flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering, and her red lips looked almost like they were about to bleed, bright and alluring. Hearing her accusations, Shen Hanjing licked his lips, and his anger quickly disappeared. First, get a stamp, and then you won't hide from me anymore. His tone is so gentle it could melt ice, and a hint of affection shines in his eyes. Hwamian hears his words and slightly avoids his gaze, feeling a bit guilty, pretending to look confused. What are you talking about? When did I hide from you? Shen Hanjing narrows his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He slowly lowers his head, approaching her. Seeing this, Hwamian quickly buries her face in his chest, clutching his shirt tightly with her small, delicate hands. A deep, charming laugh comes from the man, and his soft hair is gently brushed behind her ear. He places a kiss on her head and softly says, "Mian, you took my promise ring but want to leave me behind. Are you planning to take advantage of me for free?" Hwamian suddenly freezes, her face lifting from his chest. Without thinking, she loudly retorts, "When did I take your promise ring?" Shen Hanjung extends his long hand, gently pulling her necklace from her neck, pinching the ring hanging on it with his thumb and forefinger. Everything is clear without words. His intentions are obvious. Hwamian is stunned instantly. She clenches her teeth, stubbornly holding her neck, and stammers, This isn't the treatment fee you paid me." Shen Hanjing chuckles softly, his voice deep and calm. "Didn't I tell you to ask old Hor for my treatment fee?" Hwamian feels betrayed in an instant, but she's reluctant to return the space ring. It's hard to go from luxury to simplicity. She has grown used to it over time. But if giving up a storage ring means risking her lifelong happiness, she thinks it's not worth it. Shen Hanjing watches her steadily, catching a glimpse of her inner thoughts through her subtle expressions. He gently coaxed her, "We can try to be boyfriend and girlfriend. After a month, if you're not happy with me, we can end this, and the space ring will be yours. I won't bother you anymore." Hwamian looks directly at Shen Hanjung with bright eyes, seeing his serious expression and recalling that he always keeps his promises. Besides, as a powerful leader in the galaxy, he's seen many beautiful women. Maybe because she refused him, he couldn't save face, so he's so persistent in trying to win her over. After all, what you can't have seems the best. When he finally gets it, he might lose interest in her quickly. Moreover, Hwamian is also tired of their endless tug-of-war. Maybe in less than a month, Shen Hanjung will get bored of her. Thinking of this, Hwamian takes a deep breath and looks up at him. "I agree." Shen Hanjung's narrow eyes flash with excitement, and he can't hide his happiness. He gently pinches her chin with one hand, his touch soft but firm, then presses his attractive lips onto her bright red lips. After a moment, Hwamian, breathless, snuggles into Shen Hanjung's arms, her face flushed. Seeing her panting like that, Shen Hanjung feels a warm laugh inside and teases her. "Mian, your skills are not good enough. You should practice more." Though he says this, his heart feels sweet as if he's fallen into honey. Hwamian hears his words, feeling both shy and annoyed. After catching her breath, she grits her teeth and says, "Then why don't you find someone better at this?" Her voice carries a hint of anger and a subtle hint of sadness. Seeing her eyes turn red and her almost crying look, Shen Hanjung quickly soothes her. "Be good. I just can't help wanting to kiss you more. I don't mean to dislike you." While speaking, he pats her head gently. He feels happy and content inside because his girl is pure and innocent, never having been with other messy men. They met only a short time ago, and from now on, only he will live in her heart. Hwamian, feeling shy and annoyed, glares at him. "Stop talking." Her soft, sweet voice is full of affection, her lips slightly swollen, and her bright red lips are tempting. Shen Hanjung's throat moves as his deep eyes reveal a dangerous aura. Hwamian feels a little nervous under his intense gaze, her fists clench lightly, and she gently hits him. "Shen Hanjung, let go of me first." Shen Hanjung leans slightly forward, their foreheads gently touching. His eyes are full of tenderness as he softly says, "Mian, call me Ah Zheng from now on. We are now boyfriend and girlfriend." "It hurts me that you still call me by my full name." The man's warm breath brushes her face. She feels uncomfortable and wants to step back. But just as she moves, Shen Hanjung holds her head steady. Hwamian felt shy and anxious. Let go of my hand first, she said. He chuckled softly. Hee hee. Shun Hanjun quickly pecked her lips lightly, causing the girl to gasp in surprise. Call me Ah Zheng, and I'll let go, he said gently but firmly. Huamian had never been so close to a man before, nor experienced such a scene. Hearing Shun Hanjung's words, she blurted out, Ah Zheng. Seeing her obedient, he couldn't help but kiss her flushed cheek and then sat upright. His hand just loosened, and Huamian hurriedly stepped back. Shun Hanjung softly said, Mian Mian, we are lovers. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. Huamian froze, annoyed and shy, glaring at him. Lovers also need some personal space, right? Shun Hanjung looked at her blushing face, knowing she was probably shy. His heart softened instantly. He whispered, Mian Mian, all my personal space belongs to you. Huamian's heart moved slightly when she heard this. People from different planets are a bit different. Even someone as cold as Shun Hanjung can say sweet words easily. Thinking about his skilled kissing, she wondered how many girlfriends he had had. A strange feeling of discomfort rose in her. Huamian turned her head away, no longer looking at him. It was like being bitten by a dog. She just had to endure it for a month, and then she'd be free. Shun Hanjung saw that she seemed angrier after hearing him, and he felt confused. On their planet, women usually liked men to be passionate and to say sweet things, which helped their relationship grow faster. Xiaoba helped list some romantic words, but after he said just a few, he seemed to push her further away. Robots really aren't reliable. Shun Hanjung stepped forward to hold Huamian's hand, but was pushed away. I have conditions. If you don't agree, the previous agreement is void, she said. He was quite surprised. Remembering how silly she looked just now, he worried about their future child inheriting her naivety. He raised an eyebrow, then turned to sit on the sofa, poured a glass of water, and looked at Huamian. Come here, have some water. Thinking she might not listen easily, he added, I'm not used to talking to people while looking up. Huamian heard this, walked over and sat beside him. She picked up a glass of water, took a few sips, then placed the glass back on the coffee table. Shun Hanjung turned slightly to look at Huamian with a gentle tone. Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will try my best to help you. He guessed that Huamian probably knew his identity. During their projection conversations, she was full of gratitude towards him, but once back at the base, she avoided him. The difference was quite big. If you want to talk about Blue Star, I have spoken with Old Hua. I will help Blue Star join the Sky Empire within my ability. Huamian was surprised. She didn't expect him to suddenly change the subject to this. She thought for a moment and said, Thank you. The people of Blue Star will remember your kindness. Shun Hanjung raised his eyebrows slightly. He held her small hand gently, rubbing it softly, and teased, So, how do you plan to thank me? The girl's hand was tender, soft, and delicate, unlike his, which had some calluses. Feeling his touch, Huamian's scalp tingled. She hesitated and said, My request has nothing to do with Blue Star. Shun Hanjung's hand paused. His gaze shifted from her hand to her small face. Tell me. Huamian's lips moved, and she looked into his eyes before slowly speaking. I hope our relationship remains a secret from others. The smile in Shun Hanjung's eyes disappeared instantly. He looked at her for a long moment before slowly asking, What do you want me to do? Huamian couldn't tell his mood from his expression. Seeing that his face was still quite calm, she gathered her courage and made her request. Just, when there are other people around, you can't do anything that might make others misunderstand our relationship. Shun Hanjung's eyes darkened. He understood her intention. So he had agreed so easily before, but it was all just waiting. She wanted to get rid of him in a month. Haha, her girl was truly simple. Seeing Shun Hanjung's expressionless face and that he hadn't spoken, Huamian thought he disagreed. She forcefully pulled her hand back, not wanting to continue the conversation. She stood up, ready to go outside for some fresh air. Before she could turn around, a slender wrist was grabbed by the man's strong, knuckle-strong hand. He suddenly pulled her, and she uncontrollably fell toward him. At this moment, Shun Hanjung leaned back on the sofa. As a result, Huamian was completely unprepared and ended up pressed against him. Just then, The villa door was suddenly pushed open.
سمين والكتين.
She entered the room and saw a shocking scene on the sofa. Her obedient daughter was boldly sitting on Shun Hanjing's lap. Su Mein was stunned. Her usually well-behaved little girl had become brave enough to sit on Shun Hanjing. It seemed that her daughter was in control. Thinking this, she felt a little more at ease about their relationship. Huan Mian saw Su Mein and felt embarrassed, wishing she could hide somewhere. She quickly supported Shun Hanjing and hurriedly stood up, then shot him a sharp look. Then, Huan Mian turned to Su Mein with an awkward expression. "Mom, you're back. I just lost my balance and he helped me. Please don't misunderstand." Su Mein raised an eyebrow and, seeing her daughter's embarrassed look, smiled gently. "I understand. I heard from Aunt Zhang that Xiaoshen came to visit, so I prepared some fresh ingredients. Please entertain Xiaoshen. I'll go prepare dinner." Huan Mian nodded obediently. After taking a few steps, she paused, then turned back with a meaningful look. "Xiao Mian, take Xiaoshen to your room to sit. Later, Aunt Zhang will bring you some fruit." Huan Mian hesitated for a moment. Under Su Mein's watchful eye, she forced herself to nod. "Okay." She caught a glimpse of Shun Hanjing's faint smile and clenched her teeth. Huan Mian took Shun Hanjing into the room and quickly closed the door. Her fair hands tightly gripped his shirt, her knuckles turning white from the force. "Shun Hanjing, are you doing this on purpose?" she asked angrily. Shun Hanjing leaned slightly forward, matching her pull. "Mian Mian, I didn't expect your mother to come back suddenly. You wanted to leave before I could answer, and I was worried, so I held you back." Huan Mian stared at him suspiciously. This man was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. She clenched her teeth. "Did you come to the Hur family just to block me today?" Shun Hanjing nodded straightforwardly. "Otherwise, why would I be here if I wasn't bored?" Huan Mian rolled her eyes at him in frustration. Wasn't it true? He had plenty of time to come and block her. "What do you want from me? Is there something you want to discuss at your place? Why do you have to come to the Hua family?" Shun Hanjing let out a soft sigh, with a hint of sadness in his tone. "Mian Mian, I waited for you at home for over 2 hours. It was because you kept not coming back that I came to find you." Huan Mian felt a strange feeling in her heart when she heard him. Shun Hanjing now looked like a betrayed husband, while she felt like the bad woman who had abandoned him. Thinking of this, Huan Mian felt speechless and quickly pushed away this ridiculous thought. "Let's continue talking about that thing earlier. Do you agree to my conditions?" Huan Mian's small, fair hand clenched Shun Hanjing's shirt tightly, looking fierce like a cat with raised fur. Seeing her get so worked up, Shun Hanjing's voice softened unconsciously. "Mian Mian, I agree to your conditions. But you have to come stay with me, or I can move over to your place." Huan Mian's hands clenched even tighter when she heard this. Just as she was about to scold him for being shameless, Shun Hanjing's deep voice sounded. "Mian Mian, if you keep holding on like that, I might tear my clothes." Huan Mian's breath hitched, and her grip loosened slightly. She was about to speak when suddenly there was a knocking sound outside the door. Then she heard Mama Zhang say, "Xiao Mian, I brought you a fruit tray." Huan Mian immediately let go of Shun Hanjing's clothes, impatiently pushed him aside, and opened the door. She reached out to take the fruit tray and politely said, "Thank you, Mama Zhang." Mama Zhang smiled and nodded, casually glancing inside the room. Her gaze fixed on Shun Hanjing, specifically on his shirt front. The shirt was wrinkled, very noticeable compared to the smooth areas around it. Mama Zhang quickly looked away as if she hadn't seen anything, then turned to leave. Although she quickly looked away, Huan Mian still sensed it. She instinctively looked at Shun Hanjing's shirt and frowned. "You should change your clothes later. If you go out like that, it might cause misunderstandings." Shun Hanjing nodded, his slender fingers beginning to unbutton his shirt. Huan Mian felt a bit nervous, holding the fruit tray with one hand and hurriedly pressing down on his hand with the other. "Change later," she said loudly, a little anxious. Shun Hanjing looked down at her and saw the girl's cheeks flush red, her face showing a mix of anger and embarrassment. He kindly decided to go along with her wishes. Shun Hanjing's dark eyes showed a hint of affection. Mian, are you shy? Huamian's face was tense. She looked past him, walked to the sofa, placed the fruit tray on the coffee table, and sat down. Without greeting Shen Hanjing, she took a skewer and started eating the fruit. Shen Hanjing watched her ears turn red. When she ate, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. A gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Then he looked around her room. It was a pink world. Pink sheets, pink carpet, pink curtains. Even the air seemed filled with pink. He remembered his own bedroom, decorated mostly in black, and the bed that Huamian didn't like. Shen Hanjing's dark eyes grew deeper. It was time to change the house's style. Thinking about what Xiaoba had said about common interests, a sly smile crossed his face. He walked quickly to sit beside Huamian. Mian, do you want to learn the language of the stars? Huamian was chewing a strawberry, holding half of it in her hand. When she heard Shen Hanjing, she paused for a moment, then casually put the remaining half into her mouth. She leaned forward slightly, ready to grab a tissue to wipe her hands. But Shen Hanjing was faster. He took out 2 tissues and naturally helped her wipe her hands. Huamian felt a little uncomfortable, but she couldn't refuse Shen Hanjing, so she let him do it. After her hands were clean, Shen Hanjing spoke slowly. The language of the stars is used across many planets. When Blue Star joins the Galactic Empire, Blue Star people will be arranged to learn about star culture. Huamian was stunned when she heard this. She hadn't thought about that. She quickly asked, "Then how do you know the Blue Star language?" Shen Hanjing patiently explained, "The interstellar network is very advanced. Some Blue Star people once accidentally entered the galaxy and left their language and writing. You can find and learn it online." Huamian's curiosity grew. "When did you come to Blue Star?" Shen Hanjing raised an eyebrow. "Didn't your brother tell you?" Huamian shook her head. Her brother always spoke about Shen Hanjing with some hesitation and caution. And in Zheng Huanyue's stories, there was no mention of aliens at all. The story simply says that the main characters defeated the zombie king and then lived happily ever after. Unlike reality, they haven't seen any sign of the zombie king so far. Instead, aliens have appeared before them. Shen Hanjing spoke calmly. 3 days before the end of the world, Huamian was shocked and widened her eyes. When she first met Shen Hanjing, he could speak fluent Blue Star language perfectly, and she couldn't tell he was an alien. "How long did it take you to learn Blue Star language?" "1 morning." Shen Hanjing's tone was calm, as if it was no big deal. Huamian instinctively swallowed. "Is it hard to learn interstellar languages?" Shen Hanjing's eyes looked meaningful. "For me, it's quite easy." After speaking, he opened Huamian's wristband, and the screen lit up instantly. "Because you're currently using my backup brain device, which has many permissions not authorized. Also, the technology here on Blue Star is too backward, so we can't receive signals or connect to the star network." Shen Hanjing patiently explained, sliding his slender finger across the screen. "But young children can learn courses without internet connection." Huamian's lips twitched slightly when she heard this. She suddenly felt like she was illiterate and had to learn preschool courses. It was a strange feeling. Seeing her frustration, Shen Hanjing softly explained, Mian, although these are interstellar preschool courses, they cover a lot of knowledge in many areas." Huamian nodded lightly. She wasn't against learning, but after more than 10 years of schooling, suddenly becoming illiterate made her feel a bit disappointed. Shen Hanjing carefully taught her how to get familiar with the wristband. No, it should be called a brain device. He was definitely a patient teacher, tirelessly teaching her how to use the brain device and recognize the icons on it. Huamian also learned how to project images and how to turn the device's protective functions on and off. Finally, she entered the preschool courses. The teachers inside looked similar to the little animals with human bodies. Huamian saw a cat teacher wearing a bow tie. The voice was stiff and serious, explaining knowledge earnestly. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound, pulling Huamian back from her learning. Xiaomian, the lady asked you to come down for dinner. Outside the door, Zhang Ma's voice was heard. Huamian responded with a sound. Then she looked at Shen Hanjing and advised, change your clothes first. I'll go downstairs now. Shen Hanjing's eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly replied, okay. Seeing him agree, Huamian left the room. She went downstairs and saw the Hor family sitting neatly at the dining table, waiting to eat. Sumain saw her and showed a gentle smile, waving her hand to call her over. Xiaomian, come sit here. She pointed to the empty seat beside her. Huamian obediently walked over and sat down slowly. Hua Qingshan saw Huamian coming down alone and asked with some doubt, "Where's Xiaoshen?" He had heard that Shen Hanjing was visiting and had specially shared his work with the old helpers to come for a meal, to chat and relax, and to take a break openly. Huamian casually made up an excuse. "Grandpa, he's in the bathroom. He'll be down soon." At this moment, Hua Zhongshu said with concern, "Xiaomian, are you hungry? I brought some small cakes for you and your mother. You can eat a little to fill your stomach." He took out 2 delicate small cakes from his space and placed them in front of them. Huamian smiled sweetly, showing a gentle smile, and reached out to pick up one of the cakes. "Thank you, Dad." Hua Zhongshu's eyes immediately turned slightly red with excitement. "Xiaomian, there's no need to be polite with Dad. Whatever you want in the future, Dad will prepare for you." He heard from his wife at noon that Huamian had started calling her Mom, and he was very envious at the time. Now he had the same treatment. Huamian nodded with a smile. "I understand, Dad." After waiting for a while, Shen Hanjing still hadn't come downstairs. Hua Zhongshu couldn't help but mutter, "It's been so long. He must have fallen into a pit and climbed out." His face showed disdain, and his expression looked unpleasant. He was getting impatient. Sumain nudged him with her elbow, signaling him not to look upset. Have you been too idle at the mall lately? I can find you something to do." Hua Zhongshu, hearing the old man's threat, immediately showed a fake smile. "Dad, I am usually so busy, I don't even touch the ground. It's rare to find time for this meal." How Xiaochen was used to seeing his father obediently submit to the old master's control. He turned his gaze to Huamian and asked curiously, "Little Mian, how did Brother Shen suddenly come to our house?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 members of the Hor family also looked directly at Huamian, their eyes full of curiosity and interest. Huamian felt a bit nervous under their intense gazes. Her mind raced quickly, trying to think of a reason to explain herself. At that moment, Sumain spoke to help her out. "It's about the 2 strange plants in the yard, right? When I came back, they wrapped around me. I used some special energy to calm them down. They're quite lively now." After saying that, she winked at Huamian, sharing a secret only they, as mother and daughter, understood. Huamian was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Yes, he's interested in those 2 strange plants, so he came to take a look. How Xiaochen frowned when he heard this. Shen Hanjing didn't seem to have much interest in unusual plants. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Everyone looked up. It was Shen Hanjing coming down. He was dressed in black casual trousers and a white shirt, simple yet elegant. He was tall and handsome, with a cold but striking appearance. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on his white shirt. Wearing this outfit, his usual cold aura seemed to soften a bit, adding a gentle touch. Sumain looked at Shen Hanjing and then at Huamian, her eyes full of curiosity and observation. Huamian noticed her mother's gaze. Her eyes, like peach blossoms, flickered with a small fire, subtly glaring at Shen Hanjing. Her teeth were almost clenched. He usually wore all black, but suddenly changed to a black and white outfit. He had just come downstairs with her, and now he was changing clothes. It was easy to misunderstand. Hua Qingshan warmly greeted him. "Xiaoshen, you look great in that outfit today. Young people should have more energy. Come, sit here. We've been waiting for you." Shen Hanjing walked over and sat beside Huamian, noticing everyone's eyes on him. He calmly explained, "I accidentally splashed water on myself, so I changed clothes casually." Then he looked at Huamian and said, "I heard you talking about the strange plants earlier." Huamian was worried he might say something inappropriate, so she quickly interrupted him. "We were just saying you really like those 2 strange plants." After saying that, she kicked him lightly to signal him to cooperate. Shen Hanjing raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a meaningful gaze. "Yes, I really like it." Hua Qingshan smiled openly. Since that's the case, Xiao Shen, remember to bring them back to the villa when you go home. Shen Hanjing nodded. Okay, let's eat. I'm really hungry. After saying this, everyone started to pick up their chopsticks. The table was full of delicious dishes, including fish, shrimp, marinated foods, stir-fried meat, vegetables, and chicken soup. Shen Hanjing skillfully placed a small plate of fish fillet, carefully deboned, in front of Huamian. Huamian instinctively picked up the fish and ate it happily. However, at that moment, the table suddenly fell silent, and the soft clattering of dishes stopped abruptly. After a few bites, Huamian noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere. She looked up in confusion, scanning everyone's faces, and realized that all eyes were fixed on her. Meanwhile, Shen Hanjing was still carefully removing fish bones from her plate, seemingly unaware of the strange looks. Huamian's heart skipped a beat, and she thought, oh no. Usually, Shen Hanjing would carefully handle fish or meat with bones for her. She was used to his attentive service. This time, she was careless and exposed their closeness in front of everyone. Huamian immediately felt a chill and a pounding in her heart. All she could think was, it's over. Why aren't you eating? If you have questions, just ask. Shen Hanjing spoke calmly and evenly, as if he didn't care about the others' gazes. Hua Zhongxiu looked at him. You and Xiao Mian. Before he could finish, Su Main stepped on his foot hard under the table. He almost cried out in pain, then swallowed the rest of his words. Zhongxiu, I want to eat shrimp. Help me peel it, Su Main said casually, but her eyes showed a warning. Hua Zhongxiu understood her hint, put on gloves obediently, and silently peeled the shrimp for her. Hua Xiaochen looked at Shen Hanjing with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He never expected that someone as proud as Shen Hanjing would help remove fish bones for others. Although the service target was his sister, this scene did not make the Hua family happy. Blue Star is too weak now and cannot compete with the forces behind Shen Hanjing. They can only stay low-key and develop slowly, step by step, to make Blue Star stronger. They want to develop Blue Star to a point where Shen Hanjing dares not harm Huamian easily. Hua Qingshan looked deeply at Shen Hanjing, understanding his intentions. This person was not just chasing after the alien plant. He was clearly after his granddaughter. Thinking of this, a faint sharpness appeared in Hua Qingshan's wise eyes. Xiao Chun, today your eldest uncle sent a message. Their Western base's alien plants are evolving too quickly and are very aggressive. They urgently need weapons support. You will lead a team to leave tomorrow. Hua Xiaochen frowned slightly upon hearing this. Hadn't it already been decided that other teams would carry out this mission? Although he was surprised and confused by his grandfather's suggestion, he nodded after seeing his firm look. I understand, Grandpa. Hadn't it already been decided that other teams would depart? Though surprised by his grandfather's proposal, he still agreed. I understand, Grandpa. Hua Qingshan looked at Huamian with love and said gently, Xiao Mian, you haven't met your eldest uncle and 2 brothers yet. Do you want to go to the Western base with your brother this time? Huamian, hearing this, instinctively looked at Shen Hanjing. If she went to the Western base, she wouldn't be able to continue her treatment for him. Huamian's lips moved and she casually asked, Is your mental strength stable lately? If it is stable, she will go. Shen Hanjing's eyes flashed with light. Mian Mian, I'll go with you. After speaking, he casually glanced at Hua Qingshan. This old fox was just trying to get him to take action. Hua Qingshan's face stiffened slightly at his glance. To hide his guilt, he changed the subject. Xiao Mian, with Xiao Shen here to watch over, will feel more at ease. Hua Xiaochen saw this, and a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. He was just a complete tool. After dinner, Huamian was afraid Shen Hanjing would really ask to stay at the Hua family, so she took the initiative to suggest returning to Shen Hanjing's villa. Before leaving, Su Main prepared a lot of food for her. Her kind father, Hua Zhongxiu, also prepared all kinds of miscellaneous items for her. From small delicate hairpins to guns and weapons, everything was thought of carefully. Hua Qingshan was even more generous, giving her 10 third-level crystal cores. It was clear he had spent a lot. Back at the villa, Huamian let the 2 strange plants find a place to root in the yard. Strangely, since meeting Shen Hanjung, these two plants had been very weak and droopy, very obedient. Huamian entered the villa and was about to rest in her room when suddenly, a large hand grabbed her wrist. She instinctively turned to look at the hand's owner, about to ask if he needed anything else, but his gentle grip on her chin made her lift her head. In the next moment, the man leaned slightly forward and pressed his warm lips against hers. After a moment, the man held the small girl in his arms. His breathing was a little heavy, and he lowered his head, resting his chin on her head. Huamian blushed and snuggled into his embrace, hearing his rapid, strong heartbeat clearly. She wanted to ask why he was always like this, but after thinking, she said in a gentle, negotiating tone, "Can you control yourself a bit?" Since they had just confirmed their relationship, he was always like this, and she couldn't handle it. It was like she had developed a habit of loving to kiss. Shen Hanjing heard her complaint, and his arm around her waist stiffened slightly. Then he loosened his grip a little and looked into her eyes. "Mian Mian, do you not like my kisses?" Huamian felt her face heat up at this straightforward question. She didn't know how to answer, her eyes flustered and avoiding his gaze. Seeing her shy reaction, Shen Hanjing couldn't help but tease her. "Are you annoyed that my kissing skills are not good? If so, we can practice more in the future." Huamian looked up at him with a shy, annoyed face when she heard his almost mischievous request. "I didn't mean that. It's just that your frequency is too high. I really can't get used to it." Shen Hanjing looked at her blushing face with a fiery gaze. "Mian Mian, you said before that you shouldn't act overly affectionate in front of others, but now it's just the two of us here." He worked hard to earn this little bit of affection, and if even this small act of closeness is taken away, how can he build a relationship with her in the future? Huamian was silenced by his confident words and couldn't continue that topic. "Let go of me first. It's late today, and we need to leave early tomorrow for the Western base." Shen Hanjing didn't loosen his grip and looked at her seriously. "Good night kiss." "What?" Huamian was caught off guard. "Just a kiss, then I'll let you go back to your room." Seeing his firm attitude, Huamian hesitated for a moment. She reached out and grabbed his collar, forcing him to lower his head. Her red lips moved close to his cheek. Shen Hanjing seemed to sense her intention and quickly turned his head. Her red lips brushed his face and landed on his lips. Huamian was a bit annoyed with him, feeling like he was teasing her. Playfully, she bit his lips hard and then quickly pulled away. Shen Hanjing was caught off guard by her move. He froze for a moment, then managed to break free and escape. Seeing Huamian run back to her room, he touched his slightly sore lips and his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Huamian slowly opened her eyes and instinctively looked at her device. It was already past 8 in the morning. Remembering that she had to go to the Western base today, she quickly pulled back the blanket, got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and hurried to wash up. After she finished getting ready, she went to the living room and saw everyone gathered around Xiaoba, chatting happily. She walked over and saw Bai Ningrong smiling warmly, reaching out to pet Xiaoba's ears, having a lot of fun. Xiaoba was very cooperative, calling her Sister Bai happily. The scene was very affectionate. Huamian felt a bit jealous. She petted Xiaoba, but was called a bully, while the female lead was called Sister Bai after just a touch.
It was so unfair.
When she seemed to notice her arrival and looked up. "Xiao Mian, you're awake." Huamian nodded. "Yes, good morning." Bai Ningrong heard the sound and turned around excitedly. "Xiao Mian, Xiao Ba, is so cute. It's both shy and playful, and it can help with chores. I just tried its massage function, and it's really good." Huamian raised an eyebrow. She didn't know Xiao Ba had a massage feature. Huamian heard this and sighed. "Yes, I had a bad dream. Last night, after returning to her room, she eagerly absorbed 2 third-level zombie crystals and successfully advanced to level 3 psychic ability. This was a happy event, but unexpectedly, after falling asleep, she dreamed of Shen Hanjing. In her dream, Shen Hanjing suddenly turned into a terrifying monster, chasing her relentlessly. She ran frantically for a long time, exhausted and out of breath. Wen Qi's slender eyes flickered with a subtle curiosity. What kind of nightmare? Huamian paused for a moment, then quickly replied, I dreamed about being chased by a mutated rat. She didn't want to talk more about it, so she asked, why aren't my brother and Shin Hanjing here? When she explained, they're upstairs talking about something. You should have breakfast first. Huamian nodded softly, okay, and then got up to go to the dining room. She took a breakfast from the space and started eating. After a while, Huamian caught sight of Wen Qi following her and sitting across from her. She looked a bit puzzled. Wen Qi, is there something you want to tell me? Wen Qi pursed his lips, looking a little hesitant. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Xiao Mian, I need your help with something. Huamian swallowed her small bun and asked, what is it? Just tell me. I have a cousin who was badly injured. I want you to help treat her. Huamian agreed readily. Sure. When do you want to arrange the treatment? Wen Qi showed a gentle smile. My cousin lives at my house. Can we go now? My family is worried about her condition. Huamian nodded. All right, no problem. After finishing her remaining buns quickly and tidying up briefly, she went to the living room, exchanged a few words with Bai Ningrong and others, then left the villa with Wen Qi. Wen Qi's house was not far. As their car slowly entered the yard, they saw Wen Qi's mother, Yunlin, and a middle-aged woman standing in the yard, talking seriously. When they saw Wen Qi and Huamian get out of the car, their eyes lit up with surprise, and they hurried over. Huamian politely greeted, Aunt Yun, hello. Hello, Xiao Mian. Yunlin responded with a smile, then pointed to the middle-aged woman beside her and introduced her. This is my sister-in-law. I brought you here to treat her daughter.
We.
Wen Qi interrupted his mother. Mom, let's start the treatment first. We have to go on a mission soon, so don't waste time. Yunlin nodded quickly and turned to lead Huamian into the villa. They reached their cousin's door. Yunlin reached out to open it, but suddenly, a water cup flew toward the door. Huamian was startled and quickly pulled Yunlin aside, narrowly avoiding the cup. The cup flew straight ahead and hit the ground with a loud bang, shattering into pieces with glass shards everywhere. Wen Qi's face showed clear anger as he shouted loudly, Wei Yao, this is the Wen family, not your Wei family. If you keep doing this, don't stay here anymore. Wei's mother hurried forward to apologize. Xiao Yao is still young and doesn't understand. Don't mind her. She's been suffering from her illness, so she's got a bad temper. Really? Wei Yao, lying on the bed, looked at them with a mocking expression. Are you tired of being burdened by me, this useless person? I've only been here a short while, and you're already fed up? If you want to kick me out, just do it. I'd be happy to leave. When I go out, I'll tell others how ungrateful the Wen family is. Let's see how you all behave in the future. Huamian watched the scene, feeling very surprised. The girl in front of her looked only about 20, but she radiated strong negative emotions. She was lying on the bed, and her blanket had been torn into strips. Wen Qi took a deep breath and said seriously, I brought people here to treat you. After you're cured, you can move out by yourselves. Wei Yao looked at him with disdain. So you want to get rid of us? I won't move out. I want to see what you can do to me. Wen Qi didn't say anything more. He turned to look at Huamian and asked politely, Xiao Mian, where is her wound? Wei's mother had red eyes and said, Xiao Yao has a spinal injury that causes complete paralysis of her legs. The doctor says there's no cure. Auntie, please help save her. Huamian nodded. You all hold her limbs steady. I will start the treatment. Wei's mother and Yunlin moved forward to hold Wei Yao's arms, while Wen Qi pressed down on her legs. Wei Yao struggled fiercely, cursing loudly, saying nothing nice. Seeing this, Huamian didn't delay. She used her special power, focusing on Wei Yao's abdomen. Her power had already reached level 3, which doubled the healing effect. Maybe because Wei Yao's injury had been delayed for a while, the healing was slow to show results. But luckily, she had a crystal core to constantly supply her power, so she wasn't worried about running out. After 5 minutes, Huamian stopped using her power. She looked at everyone and said, She is healed. At this moment, Wei Yao had become completely quiet. She lay still, tears falling from her eyes. Wei's mother was very excited and thanked Huamian many times. After healing her, Hwamian and Wen-chi hurried back to the villa. When their car reached the gate, Hwamian saw everyone standing in the yard, waiting for them. As the car stopped, Hwamian got out. She looked up and saw the tense, silent atmosphere. Shun Hanjung had a cold face, looking like someone owed him millions, giving off a strong pressure that made others afraid to approach. Hwamian stepped closer and noticed a wound on Shun Hanjung's lips, which looked very obvious. Her gaze fixed on his lips, and her warning instincts immediately tightened. Last night, she had bitten him there. How did it become so serious? Shun Hanjung's jaw was tight, and his cold eyes looked steadily at Hwamian. His voice was icy. "Get in the car. Let's go." Hwamian felt a stare and got a nervous feeling, quickly avoiding his gaze and hesitantly walking toward her brother's car. Seeing her avoid him, Shun Hanjung's face darkened even more. "Hwamian, come here," he said firmly, with a commanding tone. Hwamian's steps suddenly stopped. She clenched her teeth, forced herself to walk over to his car, and sat in the middle seat. When Shun Hanjung saw her get in, his anger in his eyes eased a little. Then he strode onto the car and sat beside her. Others gradually got on the vehicle. In this car, Wang Rui was driving and Xie Liqing sat in the front passenger seat. After a moment, the car slowly started and headed toward the base. Hwamian felt nervous, her hands tightly clenched together. She sat up straight and dared not look at Shun Hanjung. She was trying to guess why he was angry. Maybe she woke up late, but when she got up, they were still busy. Or perhaps he was annoyed that she helped someone else and delayed their departure. Could it be because her lips were bitten, making her lose face in front of others? Hwamian thought the last reason was the most likely. Thinking of this, she turned her head and secretly looked at him. The man was back to his usual black outfit, with a calm face, cold and proud. She thought for a moment, then took a small blanket from her space, covering herself and part of Shun Hanjung's arm. Under the blanket, Hwamian's hand reached out and held Shun Hanjung's large hand. Shun Hanjung, who saw Hwamian secretly looking at him, felt a bit better. Soon after, Hwamian quickly covered herself with the blanket again, pretending to want to sleep and ignoring him. He was instantly annoyed, his eyes darkening with coldness. Suddenly, under the blanket, her soft little hand held his large hand. Shun Hanjung was stunned. All his anger suddenly disappeared, and the coldness around him melted away. His heart softened completely. Shun Hanjung felt the soft touch in his hand. Instinctively, he took control and held Hwamian's small hand tightly, gently squeezing it. Hwamian originally wanted to touch Shun Hanjung's hand to secretly send him energy for healing. But Shun Hanjung seemed to misunderstand. Not only did he hold her hand, but he also lightly scratched her palm with his nails. A tingling sensation spread from her palm. Hwamian froze, instinctively turning her head to look at him, forgetting the energy she was about to use. Shun Hanjung caught her glance with the corner of his eye and couldn't help but smile slightly. He suddenly turned his head with a mischievous look in his eyes and asked deliberately, "What are you looking at me for?" While speaking, he continued to knead Hwamian's hand. Hwamian saw him act serious and couldn't help but roll her eyes.
She was about to say something.
Suddenly, Xie Liqing in the front passenger seat turned around with a smile. "Brother Shin, Xiaomian is probably curious about how you got that wound on your mouth." As soon as he said this, Hwamian's expression stiffened. She had planned to quietly treat Shun Hanjung's wound when no one was paying attention and then pretend nothing happened. After speaking, Xie Liqing looked at Hwamian with a hint of mystery in his tone. "Xiaomian, you don't know. When we saw Brother Shin's mouth wound this morning, we were all shocked. Guess how he got it?" Hwamian's heart, which was starting to feel nervous, suddenly calmed down. She knew that since Xie Liqing asked this, Shun Hanjung definitely wouldn't say she bit him. Curious about the story Shun Hanjung made up, Hwamian followed Xie Liqing's lead and asked, "How did it happen?" Brother Shin said he saw a kitten last night, couldn't resist teasing it for a while, and then accidentally got scratched. He sighed and said, I really want to see that kitten. It's so brave to scratch Brother Shin. I wonder what breed it is." After speaking, Xie Liqing fell into thought, seemingly imagining the kitten. Huamian. This excuse was too far-fetched. There were no cats around Shen Hanjing's villa, and only he and Shen Hanjing lived there. Anyone with a clear mind could guess there was something fishy, maybe even suspecting she was involved. Thinking of this, Huamian's anger rose. She wanted to teach Shen Hanjing a lesson. She quickly hid her other hand under the blanket, pinched his arm hard with her fingertips, and then twisted it tightly. Shen Hanjing felt the strange sensation on his forearm, and his throat involuntarily moved up and down. To him, the force Huamian used was like a tickle, not painful, but rather teasing. But to make Huamian angry, Shen Hanjing pretended to endure and showed a low, muffled sound. His big hand still held Huamian's small hand tightly. Huamian heard his voice, paused her action for a moment, then eased her grip and slowly let go. Thank you for sharing your text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Xie Liqing was pulled back to reality by Shen Hanjing's soft. He noticed that Shen Hanjing looked a bit unwell and quickly asked, Brother Shen, are you feeling sick? Shen Hanjing glanced at him calmly. I am a little uncomfortable. I want to rest. Please don't disturb me. As he spoke, his hand reached for the back seat armrest and pressed the control button to raise the partition. The partition slowly lifted, dividing the front and back seats into two separate spaces. Huamian was momentarily stunned. She turned to look at Shen Hanjing, unsure of what he was planning. Shen Hanjing gently lifted the blanket, showing the hand they held together to Huamian, then slowly leaned closer to her. He softly whispered near her ear, Mian Mian, are you teasing me? His warm breath brushed her ear, causing Huamian to flinch and her cheeks to turn red quickly. Seeing this, Shen Hanjing chuckled softly. He gently brushed her messy hair behind her ear and whispered, Actually, I am easy to please. Huamian felt uncomfortable and moved back slightly, pressing her body against the car wall, glaring at him. He was really too mean. He kept teasing her, and now he was acting innocent. Blushing, Huamian quietly argued, I just want to help you feel better. I didn't mean anything else. Hearing this, Shen Hanjing's eyes showed a hint of sadness. He hoped she had other feelings for him. Looking at her faint dark circles, Shen Hanjing's eyes flickered. Did you dream of me last night? Huamian's eyes widened instantly, and she blurted out, How do you know? As soon as she said it, she realized she overreacted and turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Shen Hanjing chuckled softly. Just guessing. Coincidentally, he had also dreamed of her last night. In his dream, the girl was surprisingly obedient and even coquettishly acted cute with him. But in reality, her obedience was just a facade. Inside, she was a bit stubborn. This made him often feel anxious, worried that if he wasn't careful, she might run away from him and he would never catch her again. Huamian tried to pull her hand away from Shen Hanjing's tight grip, but couldn't free herself. Not going to treat it anymore? Well, that's fine. This is a mark you left on me. Shen Hanjing's lips curled into a teasing smile. Huamian was speechless after hearing his words, helplessly rolled her eyes at him, then used her special power to send energy to him. After a moment, her treatment was finished, and she withdrew her energy. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night, so she unconsciously yawned, tears welling up at the corner of her eye. Shen Hanjing saw how exhausted Huamian looked, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Lean on my shoulder and rest for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out with his other hand, gently but firmly pressing her head onto his shoulder. Huamian instinctively clenched her teeth. This person was too overbearing. Seeing she couldn't resist, she chose to give in. After all, having a solid shoulder to lean on while sleeping was very comfortable. Shen Hanjing looked down at her. The girl's skin was fair, and her delicate face was partly covered by stray hair that had fallen onto her face. He couldn't help but raise his hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. Her long eyelashes fluttered softly, like tiny fans. Seeing this, Shen Hanjing's lips curved into a gentle smile, full of affection. At noon, the car reached a small path, and a group of large mutated wild boars suddenly charged out from the side of the road. Xie Liqing reacted quickly, stepping on the brakes and stopping the car. At this moment, Hao Xiaochen and others were already fighting the wild boars. The boars had long tusks and charged straight at the car, making loud banging sounds. Huamian sensed something was wrong, woke up, and rubbed her sleepy eyes. What happened? Shen Hanjing moved a stiff arm and said softly, "It's nothing, just some small trouble. Your brother and their team will handle it." Huamian was curious and turned her head to look outside through the glass. Next to their car, 2 wild boars were crashing into the vehicle wildly, looking terrifying. Wang Rue and Xie Liqing quickly got out of the car, and in no time, they successfully killed the 2 boars before going ahead to support others. When Wang Rue heard this, he also looked at Huamian and said calmly, "The captain means we want to reach the western base as soon as possible." Huamian nodded and replied, "Then let's follow my brother's plan." Wang Rue received the response and pressed his earpiece to reply, "Captain, we will follow your plan." Yes. In the evening, the group arrived at a small town and decided to stay overnight. As they got closer to the western base, the surrounding plants grew thicker. The number of mutated plants was noticeably higher than in other areas. Also, herbivorous mutated animals appeared more often. When Huamian saw a mutated plant, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to bring 2 special plants. She wondered if they would be hungry staying alone at the base. This was partly Shen Hanjing's fault. He had a serious face and looked at her coldly. Huamian felt nervous under his gaze and forgot about the 2 special plants. The car stopped steadily in front of a 2-story house, and everyone got out slowly. The items inside the house were a bit messy, but not dirty. They didn't mind and quickly tidied up, clearing the living room. Then Shen Hanjing took out various furniture from his space. Huamian, exhausted from sitting in the car all day, saw the sofa and sat down heavily. At that moment, Xiaochen spoke up, "Brother Shen, I'll take some people to patrol around and we'll be back soon." Shen Hanjing nodded slightly. "Okay." Bai Ningrom then approached Huamian softly and asked, "Little Mian, do you want to come along?" Huamian shook her head gently, looking very tired. "I'm too exhausted. You all go. I'll stay and prepare dinner. When you return, there will be hot food." Bai Ningrom thought this was a good idea. "All right, I'll release a wild boar into the yard later and use it for dinner." Huamian heard this and paused for a moment, glancing subconsciously at Shen Hanjing, then replied, "Okay." Xiaochen quickly led his team out, leaving only Huamian and Shen Hanjing inside. Huamian lay down for a while before standing up and walking to Shen Hanjing. Can you skin the wild boar for me?" Shen Hanjing raised an eyebrow. "What did you call me?" Huamian moved her lips, thinking about his request, and stammered, "Ajing, can you skin it?" A hint of happiness flashed in Shen Hanjing's eyes. He stood up and gently patted her head. "Your simple request, I will definitely fulfill." After saying that, he walked over to the wild boar, controlling a space blade to cut through it. Soon, he removed the hide and took out the internal organs. Huamian saw this and was about to put the meat into her space to take to the kitchen, but Shen Hanjing moved faster and stored it all away. "Let's go. We'll cook together." Huamian paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. "Okay." Honestly, Shen Hanjing's cooking skills are better than hers. She only ate a meal he cooked once in City C, and never again. Yesterday, when she visited Professor Yang, the remaining cooked food in her space had been completely taken. When they reached the kitchen, Huamian asked, "What do you plan to cook?" Shen Hanjing didn't answer but asked back, "What do you want to eat?" Huamian thought for a moment. "I want to have barbecue." She hadn't had it in a long time and was craving it. Shen Hanjing nodded and took out supplies collected last time from tea. The ingredients were ready. After a little preparation and skewering, they could be cooked. Shen Hanjing was very skilled at grilling meat. He brushed on various seasonings, filling the air with a tempting aroma. He grilled several skewers, placed them on a plate, and Huamian, already eager, picked one up and started eating. Just as she finished a few skewers, suddenly, a noisy commotion came from outside. Huamian was a bit confused, thinking it was her brother and friends returning. She stood up and went to open the door. Outside stood 8 or 9 burly men. They looked rough, with brightly dyed hair, like gangsters from a TV show. The men seemed surprised to see such a beautiful woman inside, so stunning it looked unreal. The leader had fierce tattoos on his arms. He looked at Hwamian with lewd eyes and whistled. "Beauty, where are you from? Come with us, and we'll show you a good time." Hwamian instinctively stepped back. But the tattooed man moved quickly, lunging toward her, reaching out to grab her. In the next moment, a ripple appeared in space. With a sharp sound, the tattooed man's hand was cut off at the shoulder.
"Ah!
My hand! Who's there? Come out now!" The tattooed man screamed in pain, his face twisted with rage as he shouted at the surroundings, his eyes full of hatred. His subordinates saw this and felt both surprised and scared. A young with dyed yellow hair said, "Boss, it must be this woman causing trouble. Let's go together and take her back to the base to deal with her." The tattooed man heard this and looked fierce. "Refuse to accept my kindness and court punishment. Watch how I deal with you." Before he finished speaking, his head was neatly cut off, rolling to the ground with a thud. The others, seeing this, screamed in fear and turned to run away. In the next second, a series of sharp sounds rang out, and heads fell to the ground one after another. In just a few seconds, 8 or 9 people were instantly killed. Shun Hanjung walked over to Hwamian, still with a cold look in his eyes. He looked her over from head to toe. Seeing that she was only pale and otherwise fine, he finally relaxed. Hwamian looked at Shun Hanjung, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Why did you kill them all?" Hearing this, Shun Hanjung's face darkened suddenly. Afraid she would think he was cold-blooded, he lowered his head unconsciously. He didn't want her to see his face full of disgust. He had killed many enemies before, and anyone who dared to touch him had to be prepared to die. If given another chance, he would still kill these people, but he wouldn't do it in front of her again. "Do you think they shouldn't have died?" His tone was dull and suppressed, with a hint of grievance. Hwamian looked at Shun Hanjung's lowered head, feeling a bit confused. Why did he suddenly become so downcast? Uncomfortable with his mood, she explained, "I just think it's not good to act rashly, without knowing their background. What if they have accomplices? This group of people was full of malice, constantly talking about killing, and their hands were surely stained with blood. They deserved to die." Hearing this, Shun Hanjung immediately looked up at Hwamian. Seeing that her eyes showed no disgust, his throat moved, and his previously low mood was suddenly replaced with joy. He realized he had misunderstood. Hwamian is kind by nature, but not incapable of distinguishing good from evil. Shun Hanjung approached Hwamian quickly, with some urgency. He embraced her into his arms, burying his face in her neck. "Mian, I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Hwamian pushed him gently. He was like a wall, impossible to push away. Thinking about Shun Hanjung's recent low mood, she obediently let him hold her for a while. After a moment, seeing that the man had no intention of letting go, Hwamian couldn't help but ask, "What should we do next?" Shun Hanjung heard this and slowly sat up straighter, reluctantly loosening his grip on Hwamian. "Let's go find your brother and the others." Shun Hanjung drove the car along the small town streets. Hwamian sat quietly in the passenger seat, curious eyes looking out the window. On the street, some zombies wandered aimlessly, but there weren't many. Most were normal zombies, with occasional first-level zombies. When passing by a department store, Hwamian spotted the vehicle of the Swift Shadow team. "That's my brother's car." Shun Hanjung drove over and parked beside it. They got out of the car. Hwamian was about to head toward the store, but Shun Hanjung's long legs caught up with her, and his elegant hand naturally took her small hand. Hwamian instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Shun Hanjung held it tighter. She suddenly stopped walking and stood still. If it were just between them privately, she wouldn't mind such closeness. But in front of others, she didn't want to act so intimately. Moreover, she and Shun Hanjung only had a 1-month dating contract. When the time was up, they would part ways. She didn't want to get too involved, to avoid feeling sad when they separated later. Shun Hanjung understood Hwamian's feelings. She wanted to hide their relationship and even hoped the contract would end early, so they could part peacefully. Thinking of this, Shan Hanjing sighed silently, slowly releasing her hand, then quickly poked her nose. Mian Yan, let's go. I'll listen to you, he said softly, still with a gentle tone. Hua Mian's delicate face instantly turned red. She hurried toward the store entrance. Shan Hanjing watched her back, shook his head helplessly, and quickly followed. Women in the interstellar world are often passionate and lively. Since life is long, changing marital status is quite common. Hua Mian's shyness made Shan Hanjing feel both moved and helpless. He could only try to get used to her pace. After all, he liked her. As soon as Hua Mian stepped inside, she heard Chao Kang's loud voice. We saved you out of kindness, but you don't appreciate it. Following those scoundrels, you're not good people either. We didn't need your help at all. You're just meddling. Well, all the trouble is caused by you. When Brother Feng and the others return, you can just wait to be eaten by zombies. Hua Mian looked up and saw that Hu Xiaochen and his group were confronting a dozen young men and women. They looked angry and resentful. On the ground nearby, 5 male bodies lay still. It seemed they sensed someone entering the door, and everyone turned their eyes toward Hua Mian and Shan Hanjing. When they saw who they were, everyone froze in surprise. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was charming and beautiful. Walking together, they were so eye-catching that no one knew who to envy. Bai Ningrong saw Hua Mian and looked surprised. Xiao Mian, why are you here? Hua Mian glanced at everyone and said slowly, we met some bad people and were worried about you, so we came to find you. The people in the small town were stunned by her words. Then a woman shouted sharply, what happened to Brother Feng? Hua Mian narrowed her eyes and looked at her coldly. If you're talking about the guy with tattoos on both arms, he's already dead. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene fell silent for a moment. Then, the woman suddenly screamed, you killed him. Who will protect us now? Her voice was full of panic, and she shouted until she was hoarse. Bai Ningrong's eyes showed a hint of disgust. She said coldly, you better understand the situation. They were the ones who started the fight, and this is the result. It's their own fault. The woman pretended not to hear and sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. You killed the special ability users who protected us. Now you have to be responsible for our safety. Hua Xiaochen suddenly spoke up, we are heading to the western base. If you want, you can come with us. As soon as he finished, everyone's face lit up with excitement. Living in a proper base was better than being here, constantly worried. Not only did they have to watch out for zombies and mutated animals, but they also faced the danger of being used as bait, living in fear every day, nerves on edge. Now, with capable ability users escorting them to the western base, it was like a ray of hope and despair, suddenly seeing light after darkness, and everyone was filled with joy. Before Hu Xiaochen and the others could ask more, the townspeople quickly expressed their willingness to go with them to the western base. Then, everyone carefully explained the situation at their base. At this moment, the woman who had been rolling on the ground just now silently stood up and blended into the group. The base was located at a middle school in the town, surrounded by only a few buildings. Soon, the group arrived at the school. At the gate, only 2 mutants were on duty. A flash of coldness appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. A lightning strike hit, and the 2 instantly fell to the ground. At the supermarket, the survivors had already told everything about those mutants. The so-called managers actually used ordinary people as bait, forcing them to lure zombies into preset traps. If they didn't run fast enough, they would be cruelly killed by zombies. Some elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people in the base had already been sacrificed. Now, the entire base had 43 people, but only one 12-year-old boy and 2 men in their 50s. The rest were mostly young adults, mostly men. There were only 7 women, most of whom were quite pretty. When everyone learned that Xiaochen and his team would them to the western base, they immediately burst into tears of joy. Thank you all. The gloom on their faces disappeared, replaced by happiness. After some chaos, it gradually got dark. Xiaochen ordered people to bring out the supplies collected by the townspeople and distribute them. Because there were many people, everyone shared a simple dinner. After eating, others went to comfort the survivors and collect more supplies. Hua Mian and Shan Hanjing sat in a classroom. He caught a glimpse of Shun Hanjing sitting on a sofa, tapping lightly on a light brain in his hand. Huamian was curious. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly stood up and walked over. Shun Hanjing sensed a shadow approaching, looked up, and saw Huamian. His phoenix eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Mian Mian, what's the matter?" Huamian leaned slightly closer, her gaze on the light brain, and asked, "What are you busy with?" Shun Hanjing saw the curiosity in the girl's eyes and explained, "Connecting to the star network." Huamian was stunned for a moment and asked, "Have you made contact?" Shun Hanjing's deep eyes showed joy. He nodded slightly. "Yes, I have made contact." Huamian's heart suddenly trembled. Her lips moved slightly, and after a moment, she asked, "When will the support team arrive on Blue Star?" Seeing how nervous Huamian was, Shun Hanjing reached out and gently tousled her hair. In less than a month, when Huamian heard this, she was shocked and widened her eyes. Her face gradually looked upset. She and Shun Hanjing had agreed to a 1-month relationship, and his support team would arrive on Blue Star in less than a month. Huamian felt mixed emotions, worry, fear, and some strange hope that the support team could eliminate the zombie virus. At the same time, she knew Shun Hanjing came from a distant star system. Once everything was over, he probably wouldn't stay on Blue Star. By then, they would go their separate ways and live very different lives. Although she had expected this ending, she still felt a little sad inside. Shun Hanjing noticed Huamian acting differently and thought she was scared. He reached out and held her hand. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Huamian smiled faintly. "I'm not afraid. You can keep busy. I won't bother you." After saying that, she moved to the corner and took out her light brain from her space to start learning interstellar language. Shun Hanjing watched her for a moment, hesitated slightly, then continued talking to his subordinates, giving strict orders to bring the star chain over. His plan was to use the star chain combined with his space abilities to drag Blue Star and send it to the cosmic star system. This was a huge project that required cooperation from various departments of the Empire. They had to prepare everything carefully in advance, without any mistakes. He glanced at Huamian briefly, seeing her serious about learning, then looked away and started handling some affairs. Bai Ningrong finished her work and entered the classroom where Huamian was. As soon as she entered, she saw a small floating screen in front of Huamian. A cute humanoid cat head was talking excitedly, switching between a few sentences in Blue Star language now and then. Curious, she asked, "Xiao Mian, what are you doing?" Huamian turned her head and explained, "I'm learning interstellar language." Bai Ningrong's eyes lit up instantly. "Xiao Mian, let's learn together." She sat down heavily beside Huamian, acting eager and quick. Huamian nodded and kindly enlarged the projection screen, adjusting it to a comfortable angle for both of them to learn together. After a short while, the members of the Swift Shadow team gradually returned to the classroom. As soon as they entered, they noticed Huamian and Bai Ningrong staring intently at the floating projection in midair. Curious about new things and eager to learn about the interstellar world, everyone gathered around. Among them, Xiao Qin knew the most about the interstellar universe. Shun Hanjing had shown him some videos of space. Although he couldn't understand the language, the stunning images left a deep impression on him. There were tall, powerful mechs, huge warships, and even ordinary civilian space shuttles that were enormous. There were also immigration ships capable of carrying 10,000 people, making the scenes very impressive. Blue Star was poor and backward in technology. They hadn't even fully solved the zombie crisis, let alone built spaceships. However, Blue Star also had some advantages. Rich mineral resources were buried underground, which was a valuable card in their hand. Since this was a beginner course designed for young children, each lesson lasted only 30 minutes. That was the end of the class. Chao Kong listened in confusion. The difficult pronunciation and complex grammar rules made it hard for him to understand anything. He couldn't help but complain, "I have no idea what they're talking about." "How about you?" Xia Liqing nodded strongly, showing agreement. "Yeah, I feel like I'm listening to a heavenly book." "I can't keep up," Su Kaiyong said calmly. "It's not that bad. I think if you focus and listen carefully, you can remember some key points." He then patted Wenqi on the shoulder and said, "Right, Wenqi? You're a mental ability user. With your special powers, learning this interstellar language should be much easier for you, like adding wings to a tiger." Wenqi smiled gently and humbly. "It's nothing special. I just remember a little more than everyone else, that's all." Huamian also thought that the interstellar language wasn't as difficult as she imagined. Yesterday, under Shun Hanjing's careful guidance, she had learned some basic vocabulary and simple grammar. Chao Kong was really not interested in this language. He leaned silently against the wall, feeling a bit hopeless. Huamian focused on studying one more lesson before feeling a little tired and deciding to rest. Bai Ningrong was still immersed in the wonderful world of interstellar language, wanting to listen more, and hoped Huamian would keep playing it. At that moment, she accidentally noticed Shun Hanjing giving her a warning look. She immediately became nervous and swallowed her words. In the classroom, everyone was tidying up their belongings. Huamian felt very sleepy and couldn't hold on any longer. She took out a bed from her space and lay down on it, pulled the blanket over herself, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, everyone packed up early and headed toward the western base, with a large bus following behind. As they got closer to the western base, they saw more mutated plants along the way, but Shun Hanjing easily dealt with all of them. Yesterday, she had asked Shun Hanjing through her earpiece to inform her grandfather and told the people at the base to take those two strange plants out to find food. By noon, everyone finally arrived at the western base. The western base, although not as grand as the central base in terms of infrastructure, was still very strong. The entire base was built with black stone walls, giving it a serious and solemn look from afar. When the car stopped steadily at the gate, the survivors who had been traveling with them eagerly ran to line up for registration. At this moment, a tall man in combat uniform approached them with a big smile on his face. "Xiao San, you finally arrived," Hao Xiaochen said. "Second brother, can you set a good example for my sister?" Hao Xiaochen nodded and said, "All right, third brother, is that okay?" After saying that, he instinctively looked around and asked, "Where's my sister?" "She's in the car. Let's go." Huamian saw her brother bringing over a handsome young man with sun-kissed skin, and she quickly got out of the car. Hao Xiaochen saw a stunning girl standing beside the car, dressed in a black and white sports outfit, with her hair neatly, looking gentle and fragile. He glanced at Hao Xiaochen, who nodded at him. Hao Xiaochen took a deep breath to make himself look more friendly. The two of them approached Huamian, and Hao Xiaochen introduced himself. "Xiao Mian, this is second brother, Hao Xiaochen." Huamian smiled warmly and said enthusiastically, "Second brother, hello." Hao Xiaochen tried to look more steady and nodded, "Hello, Xiao Mian." After speaking, he took out a very large plush toy from his space and handed it to Huamian. "This is a gift from second brother. Do you like it?" Huamian was instantly stunned. She didn't expect to receive such a big stuffed toy. She smiled slightly and took it. "Thank you, second brother. I like it very much." While hugging it, she buried her face in the plush toy. Seeing this, Xiao Chun knew she liked it. Grandpa had already told him that the missing cousin had been found and was very charming. Now that he saw her, he knew Grandpa was right. She was indeed very adorable. Standing at the gate of the base, she looked so lovely that any man from the east side of the city to the west would turn to look. "Xiao Mian, don't be shy with second brother. If there's anything you want, just tell me. I'll help you get it." Seeing Xiao Chun's warm attitude, Huamian felt a warm feeling inside and smiled. "Second brother, I don't have anything specific I want right now. When I think of something, I'll tell you. Okay, I always mean what I say. Whenever you think of something, I'll make sure it happens." Xiao Chun's tan face showed a sincere smile, and his dark eyes sparkled. Not only was his cousin beautiful, but she was also kind and understanding. He was worried that a direct refusal might upset him, so he added some comforting words. Such a thoughtful sister. She was exactly what he dreamed of. "Second brother, it's getting late. Should we head into the base?" Xiao Chun interrupted at the right moment. Hearing this, Xiao Chun suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and pointed at the car. "Is Mr. Shen inside?" Xiao Chun nodded calmly. "Second brother, from now on, just call him Shinge." Xiao Chun was stunned instantly, his eyes full of surprise. Before he could figure out why, Shen Hanjing rolled down the car window. His sharp, handsome face was exposed to everyone. His piercing eyes briefly glanced at Xiao Chun, then naturally shifted to Humian, who was holding the big plush toy. Under the sunlight, her skin looked bright and glowing. She affectionately pressed her face against the toy, smiling happily. In Shen Hanjing's eyes, she was even cuter and more eye-catching than the plush toy. He caught sight of people nearby turning their attention to Humian. He couldn't help but furrow his brows, feeling a desire to hide her away. Thinking of this, a faint mysterious light appeared in his eyes. He spoke softly but firmly, saying, "Mian Mian, get in the car." How Xiao Chun originally thought Shen Hanjing was about to say something when he lowered the window. He was about to step forward to greet him when he saw Shen Hanjing glance at him lightly, then quickly look away and start talking to his cousin. His tone was so gentle it seemed to drip with kindness. How Xiao Chun stood there in shock. When he finally regained his senses, he saw his cousin politely open the car door and sit beside Shen Hanjing. He widened his eyes in surprise, instinctively looked at his younger brother, and asked with his eyes. The younger brother nodded, confirming his guess. In that moment, Hao Xiaochuan's face suddenly changed. He had thought that after finding his little cousin, their family could live happily and peacefully.
But now,
they were being targeted so quickly? He couldn't help but look at Shen Hanjing, who seemed to notice and shot him a sharp look. Still not leaving, his cool voice made Hao Xiaochuan's scattered senses snap back. He forced out an awkward smile. "Brother Shen, we're leaving right away." After saying that, he put his arm around Hao Xiaochun's shoulder and headed toward the extended off-road vehicle in front. Inside the car, Wen Qi was driving slowly toward the base. Hao Xiaochun looked curious. "Third brother, what exactly is going on between Brother Shen and Mian Mian?" Wen Qi's slender eyes flickered with a hint of gloom. His hand clenched tightly on the steering wheel, then relaxed again, lips pressed tightly. Hao Xiaochun heard his older brother's words and frowned slightly, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. As you can see, Hao Xiaochun looked confused. He had indeed seen the subtle connection between Mian Mian and Shen Hanjing, but what kind of answer was that? Seeing his younger brother not upset, Hao Xiaochun felt uncomfortable inside. Their Hao family was already a top-tier family on Blue Star. Now suddenly, a new superior appeared, and they had to be careful to please him. Just thinking about it made him feel frustrated. He sighed helplessly. Not only him, even his grandfather had to act humble in front of Shen Hanjing. The world had really changed. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the car became tense. Chao Kong, sitting in the front passenger seat, glanced at everyone. "Why are you all so worried? Brother Shen is pretty good to Mian Mian, isn't he?" As soon as Chao Kong finished speaking, Bai Ningrong quickly added, "Xiaocheng, Chao Kong is right. Brother Shen giving the backup brain to Xiao Mian shows he cares about her. And he doesn't seem like a flirt." Although she thought Shen Hanjing was not very likable, she had to admit he was always trying to change for Humian. He used to be very strict, even capable of trapping Humian in a villa. Now, he's willing to go out and walk around with her. His change is quite noticeable. Xiaocheng listened to the woman's advice. Though he felt helpless inside, he decided to put this matter aside for now. The car stopped in front of a luxurious 4-story villa. Everyone got out one after another. The villa's exterior was made of white marble, looking very fancy. In front of the villa was a neatly trimmed lawn, with expensive flowers along the edges, making it very beautiful. As soon as they entered the villa, Humian almost felt like she was in a palace. The tall, spacious hall had a grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The living room was large and impressive, with 3 sets of 3-seater sofas arranged neatly, along with delicate coffee tables. Xiao Junhui stepped inside and loudly called out, "Aunt Wu, make some tea quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a kind-looking middle-aged woman, along with 2 young maids, came out of the kitchen and approached everyone. Aunt Wu wore a friendly smile and respectfully said, "Second young master, you're back." She then gave a quick look to the 2 maids beside her. The 2 maids understood immediately and turned to prepare the tea. Everyone, tired from the journey, sat down heavily on the sofas. Soon, the two maids brought over the tea. Huamian saw a gentle-looking maid walk past her and go to Shen Hanjing, blushing as she handed him a cup of tea. "Sir, please enjoy the tea," the maid said softly, her voice sweet and pleasant. She held the teacup with her delicate fingers, respectful and shy. Shen Hanjing reached out his long hand, calmly took the cup, then turned his arm and handed it to Huamian. Huamian looked at the tea in front of her and was momentarily surprised. She didn't take the cup but turned her head to Shen Hanjing, with a look of confusion in her eyes. "Are you not thirsty?" Shen Hanjing asked, his deep voice carrying a hint of confusion. From the moment the maid poured the tea, Howard's eyes stayed fixed on the cup. He thought she was thirsty and wanted to drink. The maid, Yuli, stood nearby, biting her lower lip as she watched her carefully prepared tea being taken away by the man to please that woman who looked like a fairy. A deep feeling of shame flooded her heart. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with resentment. Huamian heard Shen Hanjing's words. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and she felt a bit amused inside. Does this man really think she's staring at the tea because she wants to drink? She was clearly watching the maid flirt with him. After all, she was sitting closer to the dining area. Normally, when the maid approached, she should have been the first to face her. But this maid acted as if she didn't see her, walking straight past and serving Shen Hanjing tea first. Her intentions were obvious. Huamian slightly lifted her head and gave the maid a faint glance. She saw her biting her lip, pretending to be innocent and wronged. Feeling speechless, she quickly looked away and said calmly, "I'm not thirsty." Shen Hanjing saw this and instinctively frowned, puzzled about why Huamian suddenly looked upset. He thought for a moment, placed the tea on the table, and then took out honey from his face. He skillfully prepared a glass of honey water for Huamian. "Drink it, it's sweet." Shen Hanjing handed the honey water to Huamian, his voice gentle and coaxing. Huamian looked at the honey water in front of her, feeling she should save face in front of others. So she reached out and took it, taking a few small sips. The sweet taste spread on her tongue, and her pretty face showed satisfaction. Seeing this, Shen Hanjing's deep eyes flashed with affection. His girl was so easy to please. Next to them, Yuli watched this scene, her teeth almost grinding. The woman in front of her looked like a fairy and was good at acting. But what made her angry was that this incredibly handsome man seemed blind. He ignored her deliberate attempts to intimidate the woman and even went out of his way to coax her.
It was so insulting.
The woman ignored the tea she carefully prepared but only drank the honey water made by this man. Yuli's jealousy burned fiercely, but she had nowhere to vent. "Hey, you, come over quickly and pour me a cup of tea. Are you standing there like a door god?" Hua Xiaochun noticed the maid standing stiffly in front of Shen Hanjing, her eyes filled with resentment and displeasure as she looked at Huamian. Trying to attract her cousin's fiancé right in front of her, how shameless. She had only been here for a day and was already causing trouble. Someone with such bad intentions should be sent away as soon as possible. Hearing Hua Xiaochun's words, Yuli quickly hid her angry expression and put on an innocent look. She walked over to pour him some tea. Hua Xiaochun watched her carefully. Just as she handed him the cup, he deliberately let it slip from his hand. With a sharp crash, the cup shattered on the floor, tea splashing everywhere. "What's wrong with you? So careless. Were you trying to burn me?" He raised his voice, pretending to be in pain as he scolded her loudly. "Wu Ma, take her away. We don't need such clumsy people here." What if she had hurt an important guest? Who would take responsibility then? Yuli panicked at his words, her eyes turning red. "Second young master, I didn't mean to. Please forgive me this time." She knew she had been distracted, thinking about how she had been ignored earlier, and that must have caused her mistake. If she were dismissed, the thought made her legs go weak, and she fell to her knees, crying, "Second young master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really can't lose this job." Her tearful face looked pitiful and helpless. Xia Liqing felt a pang of sympathy and spoke up. "She looks really sorry. Maybe we should let her stay." Chao Kong nodded in agreement. Yes, it's just a small mistake. No need to fire her over it. Chao Kong had been raised by his mother alone, and after she passed away, he had lived by himself. Seeing the woman on the floor crying reminded him of his mother, and he couldn't help but feel compassion. Noticing their support, Yuli cried even harder. Second young master, I really can't lose this job. I still have younger siblings who depend on me to survive. I promise I will never make even the smallest mistake again. Hua Xiaochun crossed his arms, looked at Yuli, thought for a moment, and nodded. All right, since you really want to keep this job, go to the Hua family. The salary will be the same, and you won't be treated unfairly. When Yuli heard this, the smile on her face froze instantly. She cursed Hua Xiaochun silently in her heart. But she couldn't give up so easily. Second young master, I am very familiar with the situation here. It's better for me to stay and continue working than to move around so much. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Xiaochun's expression darkened. He disliked people who didn't follow his arrangements. Listen carefully. Are you the employer or am I? The employer tells you what to do, so just follow the instructions. No need for so much nonsense. Seeing Hua Xiaochun's firm attitude, Yuli's heart sank. She clenched her teeth, stood up, and rushed toward Shen Hanzheng, trying to hold onto his leg and ask him to plead for her. But before she could get close, she was pushed back by a strong force and fell heavily to the ground. Yuli was terrified. She knelt a little away from Shen Hanzheng, crying out, Mr. Shen, I really need this job. Please, ask second young master to help me. Let me stay and work here. I swear I will never make the same mistake again. As soon as she said this, everyone's faces changed. Even Xie Liqing, usually slow to react, sensed that something was wrong. Thinking carefully, since they entered, no one had called Shen Hanzheng by his surname. How did this woman know? Hua Xiaochun's face darkened like a pot bottom. Thinking of the restless people at the base, he was sure they had a hand in this. He walked in front of Yuli, looked down at her coldly, and sneered without mercy, exposing her disguise. Since we came in, we've never mentioned Brother Shen's name. How do you know it? Maybe I should ask differently. Who sent you here? Hua Xiaochun's question made Yuli's pupils shrink sharply. Her face turned pale, losing all color. She bit her lip tightly, standing there stunned, trembling slightly, revealing her inner fear. Seeing her uncooperative, Hua Xiaochun sneered. Humph, don't think that just because you keep silent I can't do anything to you. Here, no one can silence you easily. After saying this, he looked at Wenqi and said, Wenqi, come here and ask for me. Wenqi approached the maid, speaking gently but with a hint of mental energy. Who sent you here? Yuli's expression instantly became vacant, and her whole body moved like a puppet, her mouth opening and closing uncontrollably. It's Sheng Hao. Hao Xiaochun heard this name and immediately clenched his teeth in anger. When she continued, what did he instruct you to do here? To climb into Mr. Shen's bed and get pregnant with his child. Cough, cough. Chao Kong was drinking tea when he suddenly heard this, choking and coughing violently. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, and their eyes all turned sharply toward Shen Hanzheng, eager to see how he would react to this situation. Shen Hanzheng instinctively looked at Huamian, with a faint look of anticipation in his eyes. Then, Huamian simply lowered her head, not looking at him, and didn't seem moved by the maid's words at all. She didn't care if she was being targeted or envied. Shen Hanzheng felt as if his heart was pierced with a knife, a dull pain spreading from his chest. Because this involved Shen Hanzheng's privacy, when she turned to Hao Xiaochun, who shook his head at him. It was not appropriate to continue questioning, so when she withdrew his mental energy, Yuli's rationality gradually returned, and she realized belatedly that she had revealed all her tasks. Faced with everyone's contemptuous gazes, she cried bitterly, I was forced. It was young Master Sheng who forced me. If I didn't do it, he wouldn't let me go easily. Hao Xiaochun sneered, you're really funny. If you hadn't had your own crooked thoughts, who could really hold a knife to your neck? After speaking, he turned and ordered, Wu Ma, go call Lao Gao in and bring her to the interrogation room. Let's see if there are any other dirty secrets. Wu Ma responded and headed outside the villa. Seeing this, Yuli panicked immediately, her face losing all color. Second young master, you can't do this. I didn't hurt anyone else. I just wanted to get pregnant with Mr. Shin's child, and this is also good for Mr. Shin. White Ningrong could no longer bear to listen. She walked up to Yuli, her eyes full of disdain. You're justifying stealing someone else's man? I've never seen such a shameless woman. This hit a nerve with Yuli. She shouted loudly, I didn't steal your man. Why are you jumping in to make trouble? White Ningrong was so angry she retorted, someone like you, even Brother Shin, wouldn't look at you if he were blind. Hearing this, Yuli seemed to remember something. She scrambled and rushed toward Shen Hanzeng. She was stopped by a barrier, and then knelt on the ground. Mr. Shen, my name is Yuli. I am willing to do anything for you, even have children for you. The girl next to me is very proud and clearly doesn't like you. Why should you lower yourself to force her? Mian heard this and instinctively looked up at Yuli. The woman had fair skin, a flattering smile, and a very humble attitude. Besides offering herself, she also tried to belittle Mian. Mian looked away and turned her head to Shin Hanzheng. The man's face was dark and scary, staring at her as if Yuli's words had angered him. Mian's lips moved, but she said nothing. She looked down at the ground, lost in thought. Anyway, they would part ways sooner or later. Better to end it quickly and be free, rather than stay in pain. Though she comforted herself this way, her chest felt heavy, like a big stone was pressing down, making her feel sad and bitter inside. Shen Hanjing noticed that Mian was building an even thicker wall around herself, keeping him out. His anger grew stronger, but had nowhere to go. He looked as gloomy as a fierce beast. Yuli saw him get angry, thinking she had hit a nerve and hurt his pride. She spoke more passionately. If you don't like Mr. Shen, you shouldn't cling to him. You're using him for your own benefit and still teasing him. That kind of behavior is truly shameful. In Yuli's mind, Mian was just like a parasitic plant, dependent on men to survive but pretending to be proud, which made her look bad. Seeing Yuli's words becoming more and more unreasonable and even criticizing herself, Mian couldn't hold back. She suddenly stood up and walked over to Yuli. Your jealousy looks so ugly. You're not as pretty as me, and your character isn't good either. You just open your mouth and accuse others without reason. You're proud to recommend yourself to men, but I've never seen someone with a thicker skin than you. Yuli was so angry that her face turned pale and then red. She was so embarrassed and furious that she raised her chin and retorted, I didn't accuse anyone without reason. Do you dare say you like Mr. Shin? Mian glanced at her and said calmly, whether I like him or not is my private matter. It's not your place to comment. But you, rushing to recommend yourself and still being disliked, is a bit too low. Shen Hanjing heard Mian's reply. His originally gloomy face softened, and a glint appeared in his eyes. From what he knew about Mian, if she really didn't like him, she wouldn't avoid answering. Instead, she would straightforwardly say, I don't like him. Thinking of this, Shen Hanjing's lips curled into a subtle smile. His girl can be quite cute when she insults someone. Shen Hanjing believed that as long as he treated her well, the wall she built would eventually disappear. Yuli, upset that Mian called her lowly, twisted her face in anger and said bitterly, Don't be proud. Flowers don't bloom forever. Mr. Shin will get tired of you sooner or later. Before she finished speaking, Shen Hanjing suddenly lifted her and threw her hard at the villa door, leaving her fate uncertain. Shen Hanjing was in a pretty good mood at first, but because this maid kept insulting him in front of Mian, saying harsh words, he couldn't hold back and acted. When Mian heard Yuli say Shen Hanjing would get tired of her, she felt inexplicably annoyed. The next moment, she saw Yuli being thrown away by Shen Hanjing, which startled her. Hua Xiao Chun immediately stepped forward to apologize, saying, Shinji, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. Xiao Mian, are you hungry? Why don't you take Shinji to the kitchen to get something to eat? He winked at Mian, hinting that she should quickly comfort Shen Hanjing. Mian understood what Hua Xiao Chun meant. She turned to look at Shen Hanjing. At this moment, His face was dark and scary, but Humian, who had known him for a long time, was not frightened by his expression. She hesitated for a moment but still reached out and tugged at Shen Hanjing's sleeve, softly saying, "I'm a little hungry and want to eat something." Shen Hanjing's gloomy face softened with her words, showing a touch of tenderness. He pulled on the cot sleeve, then reached out with a big hand to hold Humian's soft hand and responded, After that, he took Humian toward the kitchen. Xiao Chun blinked with dark eyes, touching his chin with one hand, looking a bit thoughtful, as if he was pondering something.